Martial calendar year, 530. Linhai No. 1 high school ordinary class. Ning Feng blood key value, 45 calories. Physical fitness level 4. Next, homeroom teacher Li Runin glanced at the blood key value displayed on the testing instrument and could not help but shake her head. She was in charge of the third-year ordinary martial arts class 1, where most students' blood key values hovered around 55 calories. According to the admission cutoffs from previous years, those who wished to enter a martial university needed a blood key value of at least 70 calories, and their physical fitness had to reach level 6 or higher. Of course, even if the numbers did not meet the standard, one could still go to university. However, they could only enter liberal arts universities or vocational colleges. Last month, Ning Feng's blood key test result was 47 calories. Why has it dropped again this month? No idea. He's probably been slacking off and hasn't been practicing the basic cultivation method. And he's even the older brother of our class beauty Xiao Bailu. Those siblings are as different as heaven and earth. Trash is trash. His qualification to study at Linhai No. 1 high school should have been revoked long ago. Keep your voice down. Xiao Bailu is our class's top student. Just as Ning Feng was walking down from the platform, a blue-haired girl with a sweet face and a height of around 1.60 meters came up beside him. She extended her small fist and whispered softly, "Brother, do your best." He lifted his head to look at her and smiled. "Bailu, you do your best too." By the time he returned to his seat, Xiao Bailu had already stepped onto the platform to begin her own test. "Teacher, I'm ready." "MHM." Li Runin adjusted her black-rimmed glasses, the look in her eyes as she gazed at Xiao Bailu filled with satisfaction. As the top student in martial arts within the ordinary class, Xiao Bailu had originally been qualified to transfer to the elite class. However, because her blood key value had yet to meet the requirement, she had temporarily remained in the ordinary class. Yet according to Li Runin's estimation, once this test concluded, Xiao Bailu would very likely be able to successfully transfer into the elite class. Though she was the homeroom teacher of ordinary class 1, she still hoped her students could enter the elite class and obtain better resources. Place your hand on the crystal detection device. It can not only measure your blood key value, but also detect your physical fitness. Last time your blood key value reached 76 calories, this time, you should surpass the elite class threshold of 80 calories. To enter the elite class, the minimum requirement was a blood key value of 80 calories. Oh. Hearing the teacher's words, however, Xiao Bailu pursed her lips. Her expression did not appear particularly happy. In fact, she was silently praying in her heart that it would not exceed 80 calories. Beep beep, test successful. Subject, ordinary class, 1 student Xiao Bailu. Blood key value, 83 calories. Physical fitness level 6. Standard for entering the elite class achieved. Awaiting homeroom teacher Li Runin's verification. In the next instant, the detector displayed Xiao Bailu's test results. Seeing this, Li Runin was instantly overjoyed. Excellent. Bailu, your blood key value really did surpass 80 calories, and by 3 calories at that. If I had known, I would have had you tested a few days earlier. There was no real competition of interest between the ordinary and elite classes. On the contrary, if a student from the ordinary class advanced to the elite class, the school would grant certain rewards to both the homeroom teacher and the student. In a moment, I'll take you to report to the elite class. Then the school will reward you with a vial of low-grade blood key nutritional potion. At this moment, the classmates below the platform were all filled with envy at the scene before them. Classmate Bailu is incredible. I didn't expect her to truly make it into the elite class. Ugh, our class beauty is leaving us. With Xiao Bailu's talent, she could have entered the elite class long ago. It's just that her supply of supplemental potions never kept up. I heard her family spent all their money on that Ning Feng. What? Ning Feng deserves that. How can he hog little sister Bailu's nutritional potions? I agree. Ning Feng has taken so many potions, yet his blood key not only fails to rise, it actually drops. He's nothing but a useless waste. It's really unfair to classmate Xiao Bailu. Once she joins the elite class, her results will definitely become even better. I hope her parents will open their eyes and stop pouring all their resources into a useless good for nothing. The surrounding classmates buzzed with discussion, their gazes toward Ning Feng seated in the last row filled with undisguised contempt. In this world where martial arts reigned supreme, talent and strength were everything. Although Ning Feng was quite handsome, standing at a height of 1.80 meters, his strength ranked dead last in the class. Even the plainest girl in class looked down on him. What are you all talking about? My brother Feng is not that kind of person. At this moment, a rough-looking boy sitting beside Ning Feng sprang to his feet upon hearing the chatter around them, shouting angrily. Gao Hai, ignore them. Ning Feng shook his head, his expression appearing rather carefree. But brother Feng, it's fine. Over these past years, no matter how many tonics he took, his blood key had always declined instead of rising. By now, he had almost accepted reality. At worst, he would attend a business university in the future and focus on doing business. Ding, congratulations. Your accumulated blood key has reached the threshold. Martial God simulation system successfully awakened. Host Ning Feng. Physical fitness level 4. Blood key value 45 calories, accumulated value 200 calories. Punching power 98 kilograms. Speed 8 meters second. Mental strength level 3. Body cultivation method load here basic cultivation method. Mental cultivation method none. Martial arts proficiency comprehensive stage 2. Fist intent stage 199. Spear intent stage 199. Movement technique stage 199. Rewarding host with height here cultivation method great sun blazing flame cultivation method mental cultivation method mirror spirit cultivation method and a high-grade cultivation nutritional potion formula increases cultivation speed by 100. Simulated training space is currently being constructed. Hearing the system's chime echo in his mind, Ning Feng froze dazed for a long moment, unable to react. A system? I've awakened a system. No wonder my cultivation has never yielded any results. It turns out all of it was merely to activate this system. He stared at the 200 blood key accumulation value on the system panel. This meant his current blood key should have long surpassed 200 calories. One had to know that the standard for advancing to a first-rank martial artist was 150 calories. In other words, with his talent, he should already have become a martial artist. Damn system. He had just opened his mouth to curse when he suddenly sensed his spiritual sense entering a spatial warehouse. Inside, he saw 2 dazzling golden scrolls laid out. One was the Great Sun Blazing Flame Cultivation method, the other the Mirror Spirit Cultivation method. At the sight, his first instinct was to open them and take a look. Yet before he could move, the 2 scrolls unfurled of their own accord, dissolving into twin streams of golden light that shot straight toward him. In an instant, 2 immense troves of cultivation knowledge flooded into his mind. What an astonishing cultivation method. Ning Feng could not help but marvel. Merely after a cursory glance, he discovered his blood key faintly beginning to rise. Its effects were countless times stronger than the basic cultivation method distributed by the school. Advanced cultivation methods. Even the students in the elite class are unlikely to have the right to cultivate them, yet I've obtained 2. Ning Feng roughly knew the treatment in the elite class. Each student could receive 1 intermediate cultivation method along with a monthly subsidy of several thousand alliance coins and a few bottles of low-grade nutrient potion. He had once envied such benefits, greatly cultivating diligently every day in hopes of one day entering the elite class. Yet no matter how he trained, his blood key value continued to decline. He had never expected to awaken the martial god system itself, and even obtain 2 advanced cultivation methods. Right, there's also the formula for advanced nutrient potion. Ning Feng suddenly recalled the system's earlier notification, then searched the warehouse for the blood key potion formula. Such formulas were considered confidential by the Alliance. Even the lowest grade formula could never appear on the open market. Anyone wishing to purchase potions had to go to the martial hall in the city. 5,000 Alliance coins would buy a bottle of low-grade blood key potion, and 20,000 Alliance coins would buy a bottle of mid-grade blood key potion. As for high-grade blood key potions, unfortunately, even though Linhai City was the provincial capital of Nanhai Province, its martial alliance branch could not obtain any high-grade blood key potions. Only in Kyoto, the largest city in Longhua, could one purchase high-grade blood key potions. It was said that a single bottle cost 100,000 Alliance coins. The reason blood key potions were so exorbitant was that they required spirit cores from exotic beasts, as well as various rare medicinal herbs. To obtain a spirit core, one had to slay exotic beasts. Yet for many students, they were not even a match for beasts of the same rank. Only after entering university and breaking through to first-grade martial artist would they have a chance to hunt such creatures. Throughout the long evolution of martial cultivation, the number of martial artists born had remained extremely small. Even in Nanhai Province, with a population exceeding tens of millions, only about 10,000 candidates each year possessed the qualifications to advance as martial artists in the college entrance examinations. As the finest high school in Linhai City, Linhai First High produced only a few dozen martial artists every year, most of whom emerged from the elite class. Teacher Lee, may I not go to the elite class? I want to stay in our ordinary class 1. On the podium, Xiao Bailu, upon hearing that she could transfer to the elite class, felt no joy. Instead, she lowered her head, her expression complex, as she spoke. What? Li Runan thought she had misheard. Xiao Bailu, this is an opportunity to advance into the elite class. There are countless students in the ordinary classes who are fighting tooth and nail for such a chance. There are still 3 months until the college entrance examination. Once you enter the elite class, you'll gain access to far better resources. When the exams come, you may be able to get into a much better university. If you have other concerns, you can tell your teacher. I will help you resolve them. But you absolutely must not say you'll refuse to join the elite class. As she spoke, Li Runan grew somewhat angry. Xiao Bailu wanted to say more, but she subconsciously lifted her head and glanced toward the back of the classroom. Seeing this, Li Runan instantly understood what she was thinking. You're thinking of your brother, aren't you? But Xiao Bailu, you must understand that this world is cruel. Ning Feng, his future may not be suited to the path of martial cultivation. You are different. You have talent and strength. Your future life will inevitably be far more brilliant. I hope you'll agree to your teacher's request and transfer to the elite class starting today. Even after hearing this, Xiao Bailu still hesitated. She did not want to leave her older brother and go to another class, as she felt perfectly content staying in Class 1. Bailu. At that moment, the door of Class 1 was suddenly pushed open. A red-haired girl stood at the entrance, her expression stern as she fixed her gaze on Xiao Bailu at the podium. What drew the eye most was that aside from their differing hair colors, the two girls were identical in appearance, figure, and even clothing. "Sis, why are you here?" Seeing her elder sister Xiao Jingzhe appear in Class 1, Xiao Bailu suddenly grew flustered. What? Xiao Bailu actually has an older sister. My god, they're actually twins. Xiao Jingzhe. Could it be Xiao Jingzhe? Xiao Jingzhe. I know her. She's the class monitor of the elite class, ranked third in martial arts scores in the entire year. Heavens, I always thought they merely shared a surname. Oh, I never imagined they were actually blood sisters. This is great. With Xiao Jingzhe as her elder sister, Bailu probably won't suffer any grievances after transferring to the elite class. At that moment, the entire class could not help but talk animatedly. None of them had expected Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu to be a pair of twin sister flowers. This news would likely shock Linhai, First High's online forum by tonight. Why shouldn't I come? There isn't much time left before the college entrance exam. You must study with me in the elite class. Oh, only there is truly suited for you. Sisai. Xiao Bailu faltered, not knowing what to say, and instinctively turned pitiful eyes toward Ning. Teacher, please continue the lesson. Jingzhe, Bailu, come out with me. As the elder brother, Ning Feng naturally carried himself with some dignity. He held his younger sister Xiao Bailu's hand in one of his own and reached out with the other to take Xiao Jingzhe's, but she instinctively evaded his touch. Ning Feng tried to persuade Xiao Bailu properly. The elite class has access to far more cultivation resources. If she refuses to go, it would be a tremendous waste. Li Runan shook her head as she spoke. In the corridor outside Class 1, the two identical girls stood facing each other in silent confrontation, while Ning Feng stood between them, looking somewhat helpless. Sis, you don't need to try persuading me anymore. I'm going to stay with my brother. Xiao Bailu cried out loudly, tears in her voice. Xiao Jingzhe's face darkened. She turned her gaze to Ning Feng and snapped. Ning Feng, did you brainwash Bailu? Mind your manners. Call him brother, understand? Ning Feng reached out his broad hand and rubbed Xiao Bailu's head, comforting her. It's fine. It's not as though we're parting forever. The elite class is in another campus, but it isn't far. We'll still be able to see each other. You're already number 1 in the ordinary class. Do you really intend to keep suppressing your poor older brother forever? Hearing his joke, Xiao Bailu burst into laughter through her tears, pouting as she said, Brother, I'm worried someone will bully you. At these words, Xiao Jingzhe's gaze grew cold. Other than her, who would dare bully Ning Feng? Don't worry. Your brother is so handsome. There are plenty of people who like me. Ning Feng laughed as he spoke. Brother, do you like that Zhang Baiya? I've been wondering why you two went to the cafeteria together last time. And that Mo Jiao Jiao. She looks at you in a very strange way too. Xiao Bailu blurted out, suddenly anxious. Nothing like that. I'm not even familiar with them, all right. Still, if your brother finds you a beautiful sister-in-law, would you really be dissatisfied? Ning Feng shrugged and joked. Brother, I'm not talking to you anymore. You don't understand what I truly want. Full of grievance, Xiao Bailu ran out of the teaching building where the elite class's bus was parked downstairs. Ning Feng, this is for you. Xiao Jingzhe drew a bottle of mid-grade blood key potion from inside her uniform and spoke calmly. Why give it to me? You know my blood key value has been declining. Ning Feng crossed his arms behind his head, his posture relaxed and carefree as he spoke. I know. You said that just now to deliberately provoke Bailu. Rest assured, once she's in the elite class, no one will bully her. Because I am the class monitor of the elite class. When Xiao Jingzhe said this, her aura was imposing. Oh, Ning Feng replied simply. So what? You're still my younger sister. Come on, call me brother. Scoundrel, you're shameless. Face flushing red, Xiao Jingzhe tossed the blood key potion at him and ran down the teaching building after her sister. This girl, she's becoming more and more adorable. Ning Feng chuckled, shaking his head. In truth, having Xiao Bailu transfer to the elite class was the best choice. With Xiao Jingzhe there, she would hardly suffer any injustice. On the contrary, her cultivation progress would likely soar. When Ning Feng returned to the classroom, he found all his classmates staring at him, their eyes filled with both pity and disdain. Gao Hai, did their eyes grow crooked or something? Ning Feng asked curiously. Gao Hai had originally been furious, but at these words he could not help bursting into laughter. Brother Feng, they were just saying you might come back here, in tears. Hearing this, Ning Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's not a bad thing for him. Why is he crying? Why does she look exactly like your sister? Are they twins? Gao Hai asked curiously. Ning Feng nodded. Although his two sisters are twins, their personalities are completely different. Sister Xiao Jingzhe is aloof and silent. Ever since she joined the elite class, she has been practicing late into the night. It's been half a month since he last saw her. Sister Xiao Bailu is gentle and cute, having liked to cling to him since childhood. Brother Feng, but why do they share the surname Xiao, while you have the surname Ning? Do you both follow your parents' surnames? Ning Feng rolled his eyes and said, stop talking nonsense, I have no blood relation with my two sisters. He came to the Xiao family from the orphanage when he was 3 years old. As for his memories before the age of 3, he is not very clear. He doesn't care much about his origins. Since arriving at the Xiao family, Uncle Xiao and Aunt Li have taken special care of him. A large part of their salary is spent on him, and the monthly expenditure on the chi blood potions they buy for him is even more than the combined amount for Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu. Of course, it is also because he has performed exceptionally well academically from elementary school to middle school, always ranking first in the school. However, after entering high school, his grades started to decline, and he didn't even get into the elite class in the second year. Even so, Uncle Xiao and Aunt Li have not given up on him. They still buy him chi blood potions every month. However, Ning Feng knows that with only 2 months left until the college entrance examination, if he cannot break through his chi blood value, no amount of potions will help him, and he will end up going to a second-rate university. Fortunately, he has awakened a system and gained access to advanced cultivation techniques and mental training methods. With his talent, catching up to the students in the elite class is just a matter of time. Brother Feng, how about we play some games after school to relax? Gao Hai suggested. No need, I have to get home early today. Ning Feng remembered that today is Uncle Xiao's birthday, and they need to eat. As he stepped out of the school gate, he felt much lighter than before. With the issue of declining grades resolved, and the system in place, his future grades will only improve. Half an hour later, Ning Feng arrived at Unit 5, Room 303 of the Happiness Community. After unlocking the door, he found Uncle Xiao dressed like an old cadre, sitting on the sofa watching TV, while the sound of cooking came from the kitchen. Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu had not yet returned. Xiao Feng. Uncle Xiao adjusted his glasses and called Uncle Xiao Bailu. Normally Ning Feng would return home with Bailu, but today his sister went to the elite class, so he needed to explain. I understand. Jingzhe sent me a message this afternoon. Uncle Xiao nodded thought for a moment, and said, Xiao Feng, don't let this bother you. Bailu has a pure and kind character. Aunt Li and I initially did not agree with her going to a martial arts university. Uncle, I understand. Ning Feng changed into slippers, and put on an apron, proactively heading to the kitchen to help. Uncle Xiao is a technical staff member at the Municipal Construction Bureau, while Aunt Li is a Chinese teacher at a middle school. Their combined annual salary is 24000 alliance coins. This is considered a well-off family in the entire Lanhai city. However, with 3 children studying, especially since they are investing heavily in cultivating Ning Feng and Xiao Jingzhe's martial arts talents, they spend over 200 alliance coins annually just on nutritional potions. The remaining money barely covers household expenses. Xiao Feng, you don't need to come in. Go out, you should review your studies, I'll handle the kitchen. As Aunt Li, who was busy cooking, noticed Ning Feng coming in, she hastily urged him to go out. And it's fine. Ning Feng shook his head, then took the spatula and started cooking. Aunt Li used to be a homeroom teacher and didn't have time to return home for lunch, so Ning Feng started learning to cook, which improved his culinary skills. Every so often Xiao Bailu would plead to eat his braised pig trotters. Classmates could never imagine her holding a pig trotter in both hands and gnawing on it. Looking at the tall and handsome Ning Feng, Aunt Li genuinely likes him. By the way, Xiao Feng, your class had a chi blood and physical fitness test today, right? How did you do? Ning Feng responded quite normally. It was about the same as last time. He did not elaborate or mention anything about the system. Aunt Li fell silent for a moment, then patted his back and comforted him. It's okay. Your academic performance is excellent. Even if you can't get into a martial arts university, you can still attend other universities. Or you can study education and later teach at our middle school. Remember that martial arts teacher from middle school? He was just saying when he could come see you in high school. Teacher Hai. Ning Feng was a prominent figure in middle school, scoring full marks in academics and achieving significant accomplishments in martial arts. It was Teacher Hai who first guided him into martial arts. Throughout his 3 years in middle school, he progressed from a novice to achieving level 4 in physical fitness. With his original talent, he could have reached at least level 8 in high school, and even had the potential to break through into a first-class warrior. No one expected that his physical fitness still remains at level 4 with no growth at all. Yeah, that's the old man. Thinking of middle school, Aunt Li's face broke into a smile. She raised a prodigy in school. How could she not be proud? And I will make an effort to visit Teacher Hai when I have time. Ning Feng initially wanted to visit his old school to see his teachers when he got into the elite class and share the good news. However, as his grades plummeted in high school, he not only failed to enter the elite class, but also became the bottom of the ordinary class, causing a significant change in his mindset. Great. Teacher Hai will definitely be very happy to see you, Aunt Li said with a smile. As the two finished cooking and brought it back to the dining table, Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu returned home together. Sister, I'm exhausted. Can I skip training at the martial arts center tomorrow? Both were wearing white martial arts uniforms with the 4 large characters, Source, Sacred Martial Arts Center, embossed on them. This is a dojo founded by a third-grade source warrior in Lanhai City. Students in the elite class can train there for free for an hour each day. Although it only has some basic equipment and testing instruments, it at least provides a training space for many students from ordinary families. Even if you don't want to go, you still have to go. With only 2 months left until the college entrance examination, improving your martial arts skills during this final stretch will also help you get into a better university. Xiao Jingzhe glared at her sister and said, "Oh." Xiao Bailu weakly slumped on the sofa. Until she caught a whiff of a delicious aroma, she jumped up excitedly and shouted, "It's braised pig trotters. Has brother come home yet?" "Your brother knows you love pig trotters, so he specially made a big pot of braised pig trotters today," Li Wanfang said with a smile. "Thank you, brother." Compared to her somewhat quiet demeanor at school, Bailu appeared much more lively at home. After saying that, she personally went over to untie Ning Feng's apron and handed him a towel to wipe his hands. "Bailu, how was your training today?" "I'm exhausted. I already said I didn't want to go to training." "Oh dear. I don't understand many of the classes in the elite class. Can you explain some questions to me later, brother?" Bailu also realized that the words her brother said earlier were just to tease her so that she would follow her sister to the elite class, and she had long since ceased to be angry. "You are the top student in our regular class. If you can't solve those questions, I certainly can't," Ning Feng said with a smile, nodding at her nose. Bailu sensed the change in her brother's mood as he seemed more cheerful than before. No way, brother, you are the real top student in Bailu's eyes. You are the most amazing one." Bailu pouted and huffed. In her eyes, her brother would always be that spirited youth. "Bailu, come to my room after continue training." Xiao Jingzhe glanced at Ning Feng and then prepared to go into her room to change clothes. Alright, today is my birthday, so everyone be a bit happier." After dinner, well, cut the cake, Xiang Xingbin quickly added. Although it was his birthday, the dishes Li Wanfang made were all things children love to eat, so he had no objections. Since his daughter Xiao Jingzhe went to the elite class, they rarely had meals together anymore, either eating free nutritious meals at school or training at the dojo until the early hours before returning. "Dad, Mom, you go ahead and eat," Xiao Jingzhe said, looking at the table full of dishes, but she had no desire to eat. This was simply because she was about to break through to become a first-grade warrior, and the ordinary food was no longer enough to meet her energy needs. Xiang Xingbin understood this, so he didn't insist. "Then take this bottle of qi and blood potion first." Saying this, he took out 3 bottles of low-level qi and blood potions, each priced at 5,000 alliance coins. Xiao Feng and Bailu each get 1 bottle too. Xiao Jingzhe took the qi and blood potion, but aside from the intermediate qi and blood potion, these low-level potions no longer had much effect on her. However, she did not refuse, as this was her father's good intention. "You all eat, I will go back to my room," she said, heading toward her room. After the meal, the family had cake again. Xiang Xingbin was so stuffed that he planned to go downstairs for a walk to digest, while Li Wanfang was in a hurry to go and square dance with her friends. In the living room, only Ning Feng and Bailu were left. "Brother, I want to tell you a secret." Bailu suddenly pulled his hand cutely as Ning Feng was about to enter his room to cultivate. "What is it?" Bailu whispered. "Today I went to the elite class and found that those students are just so-so. None of them are as handsome as you, brother. Brother, in Bailu's heart, you will always be the most handsome and best brother." After saying this, she stuffed her bottle of qi and blood potion into Ning Feng's hand and blushed as she ran back to her room. Back in his room, Ning Feng looked at the 2 bottles of qi and blood potions in his hand, unable to help but fall into deep thought. Earlier, Jingzhe had given him an intermediate qi and blood potion, and now his sister had given him a low-level qi and blood potion along with 1 from Uncle Xiang. He now had a total of 3 bottles. In the past, every time Uncle Xiang distributed potions to them, his sister Bailu would always find various reasons to give him her potion. At first, Ning Feng would refuse, unwilling to take his sister's potion, but within a day the qi and blood potion would appear in his room again. Even if he left it untouched, Bailu would secretly pour the potion into his cup. Thinking of this, Ning Feng shook. With the entire family being so good to him, he had no reason not to strive to improve his strength. "System, I want to cultivate," Ning Feng shouted as he returned to his room. Immediately the system sounded a prompt. "The host is about to learn the Great Sun Flame cultivation method for the first time. Would you like to enter the martial arts simulation training space?" Martial arts training space. Ning Feng suddenly remembered that when he activated the system earlier, it indeed showed that a system space was being established. Yes. He chose yes without hesitation. He was eager to become stronger, to be stronger than ever, entering the martial arts simulation training space. The next moment, Ning Feng's consciousness suddenly fell into darkness, and after a few seconds a bright light gradually appeared before him. The light intensified, and the view before him brightened. So vast. Ning Feng found himself in an expansive martial arts training ground. The ground beneath his feet transformed from the original floor to stone slabs imprinted with a bagua formation. In the distance, various weapons such as long spears, twin blades, iron shields, long swords, double axes, halberds, hooks, forks, staffs, long whips, and meteor hammers were laid out. Please choose a weapon suitable for you. Ning Feng couldn't help but step forward to examine these weapons, and a dazzling light appeared before his eyes. These weapons were all made of source iron. Each one was worth at least 100,000 alliance coins. The weapons provided by the school's martial arts room were mostly iron implements, and many were not even sharp-edged to prevent accidental injury to students. It was said that elite class students could use weapons made of refined iron. Yet these weapons made of source iron were typically reserved for warriors of first grade and above. Based on the Great Sun Flame cultivation method, you are practicing suitable weapons, include long spear, meteor hammer, long whip. Using weapons for cultivation. Ning Feng suddenly recalled something. Previously, his basic cultivation method focused mainly on meditation supplemented by a set of fitness exercises. While enhancing physical fitness, he could accelerate the conversion of consumed food into qi and blood value. For example, ordinary people need to walk after meals to aid digestion, while warriors can use their cultivation methods to quickly convert food into the required qi and blood values. The more energy-rich the food consumed, and the higher the level of the cultivation method, the more qi and blood value he would gain. However, Ning Feng had never heard of using weapons to cultivate. Using weapons can enhance the corresponding martial arts skills. This is what is known as intent. For instance, Ning Feng had always used a long spear, and his spear intent had already reached 99 of the first stage, while his fist intent and body technique were also at 99 of the first stage, just a step away from reaching the second stage. His overall martial arts skill rating had already reached the second stage. Martial arts skills are not equivalent to qi and blood physical fitness or a warrior's realm. Even martial arts masters, if they do not know how to use a spear, may only have a spear intent at the first stage. Most students in the regular class do not exceed the first stage in their martial arts skills. This means that Ning Feng's martial arts skills are among the best in the class. This is because for the past 3 years Ning Feng realized that he could not improve his qi and blood value or physical fitness, so he began to specialize in cultivating martial arts skills. In 3 years, he had significantly improved his spear intent, fist intent, and body techniques. However, previously there were no machines to test martial arts skills, so he had no idea about his specific improvements. Of course, it is not that the school does not value martial arts skills. On the contrary, the score for martial arts skills in the college entrance examination accounts for a significant portion of the total score. However, the machines for testing martial arts skills are extremely expensive, with one costing over 10 million alliance coins. Only students in the elite class are qualified to test their martial arts skills. As for ordinary students, they simply do not have this qualification. You have chosen the spear. Prepare to enter the simulated training battlefield with the current simulation level at 80. Ning Feng did not hesitate, and immediately chose the spear as his weapon. Over the years, the weapon he was most skilled with was the spear. Suddenly, the surrounding environment began to change. The hexagram stone slabs beneath his feet transformed into a vast grassland, and many weapons gradually disappeared from view. Ding, you have arrived at the simulated battlefield coal grassland. A gentle breeze blew, brushing the wild grass against Ning Feng's face, causing him to squint his eyes slightly. Everything before him felt incredibly real, as if he had truly arrived on the grassland. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the spear and cautiously began to move forward. After a moment, several green figures suddenly darted out from a distance, charging towards Ning Feng with wooden sticks in hand. The green figures emitted piercing screams as they ran. It's the greenskin beasts. Ning Feng's heart trembled slightly. He did not expect to encounter a level 1 exotic beast, the greenskin beast, here. After several technological explosions in Earth's civilization, humanity gradually began to explore the boundless universe. During this time, explorers discovered a unique teleportation channel, the Star Realm. The Star Realm allows for the transmission of matter across time and space. As a result, countless resources from various planets were transmitted to Earth, greatly promoting the development of Earth civilization. However, it was later discovered that the Star Realm could not only transmit resources, but also exotic creatures from other realms could be transported to Earth. Humanity gradually enslaved these creatures, becoming a higher race. Until one day, a powerful bioexotic beast emerged among the exotic beasts. They were unafraid of nuclear weapons and possessed immensely high combat power and intelligence. When these powerful bioexotic beasts stormed into cities and began to massacre humanity, suffered billions of casualties, nearly facing extinction. It was then that the first warrior in human history appeared. This historical knowledge is something everyone must learn and even memorize in middle school. Ning Feng had a good memory and scored full marks in every history exam. The green exotic beasts before him were indeed the greenskin beasts. Fortunately, they are only level 1. Ning Feng noticed that these greenskin beasts were not very large, standing about 1.2 meters tall, and were likely only level 1. A level 1 exotic beast is comparable to an ordinary adult who has not learned martial arts. Although Ning Feng's grades in school were average, his physical fitness had reached level 4, with a punch strength of 98 kilograms and a speed of 8 meters per second, far exceeding that of ordinary adults. Let's try that spear technique. As the goblins were about to close in, he took a deep breath, squatted down, and then suddenly lunged forward. In just 1 second, he dashed over 8 meters. He was just half a meter away from the nearest goblin, raising the spear and using all his strength to sweep it forward fiercely. Whirlwind slash. This was his most powerful level martial skill, leveraging speed to enhance its power by 50. When hunting a lion, one must use all their strength even when dealing with a rabbit. Ning Feng understood this principle well and did not underestimate his opponent simply because they were level 1 greenskin beasts. Poochie, poochie, poochie. The spear, made of source iron, hardly paused, sweeping through the greenskin beasts like a fierce wind, even igniting flames at the tip. In an instant, several streams of green blood burst forth. Ow! The greenskin beasts let out miserable cries and fell to the ground one after another. You are currently practicing the Great Sun Flame Cultivation method with a cultivation speed of 100. You have successfully killed 5 goblins and obtained 5 level 1 exotic beast spirit cores. Uff! Ning Feng sat down on the ground, rubbing his arm. He realized that after using the whirlwind slash, his right hand was so sore that he could hardly lift it. He had even exhausted a significant amount of stamina. Is it because I am practicing the Great Sun Flame Cultivation? Ning Feng frowned slightly. He noticed that during the battle a scorching sensation had developed within him and his blood was even boiling. In less than 2 minutes, he felt that his blood had improved. Even now, in a resting state, that scorching feeling did not vanish, though its pace had slowed somewhat. However, this experience was great. This was Ning Feng's first battle with an exotic beast. The level 1 exotic beasts posed no difficulty for him, like cutting through melons. And then there are these gains. He opened the system inventory and found 2 bottles of nutritional potions and 5 level 1 spirit cores the size of green fists. On the black market, a level 1 spirit core is worth 2,000 alliance coins. Generally, not all exotic beasts possess spirit cores, with a drop rate of about 50%. You have obtained 5 level 1 spirit cores and can attempt to learn the formula for advanced blood-nourishing potions. Required materials for the formula: low-level spirit cores, spirit snake, seeds, x5, raspberry fruits, x10. When Ning Feng tried to interact with the spirit core, the system immediately popped up a prompt. So these spirit cores can also be used to refine potions. Ning Feng was overjoyed. He had initially thought that he would not be able to use the advanced nutritional potion formula for a while. He did not expect that spirit cores could drop even in the simulation. If he could stay here indefinitely, wouldn't he be able to acquire a large number of spirit cores? Even without refining blood-nourishing potions, he could earn a significant sum by selling the spirit cores. Just when Ning Feng was filled with excitement, he suddenly noticed 3 bottles of blood tonic appearing in the system. This indicates that the spirit core I obtained can also be taken to reality. He took out 2 bottles of low-grade blood tonics from the warehouse and downed them in one gulp. Ding, you have consumed a low-grade blood nutrient tonic, increasing your cultivation effectiveness by 10 for... Is it only 10? Ning Feng had previously consumed this type of tonic, but was unaware of its specific effects as his blood value had not increased. Taking advantage of the effect lasting half an hour, he decided to continue his cultivation. With that, Ning Feng stood up, stretched his arms, and continued walking forward. The plain was incredibly vast with no visible end in sight. However, there were plenty of goblins in this area. After walking less than 100 meters, he encountered a group of greenskin beasts. Hee. Upon seeing Ning Feng, the greenskin beasts licked their tongues, revealing a bloodthirsty glint. From birth to death, greenskin beasts have low intelligence, only thinking about slaughter. They particularly enjoy torturing human women and children, relishing in the act of torment before consuming their bodies, making them exceedingly brutal. Thus, Ning Feng felt no guilt in killing the greenskin beasts. Not only was this a simulated world, but even in reality, he would have wiped out this entire group. Just as he was about to make a move, a few eager greenskin beasts suddenly took a step back. And then he saw a goblin 2 meters tall and wielding a spiked club stepping forward. Seeing this, Ning Feng was slightly startled. Greenskinned beast leader, level 4, strength 80 kilograms. The system then automatically displayed a prompt. It's actually the greenskinned beast leader. Back in middle school, there was a class dedicated to studying exotic beast types, which mentioned that one leader would emerge for every 10,000 greenskinned beasts. Oh, the greenskinned beast let out a howl, but did not attack directly. Instead, it issued a command for its underlings to advance first. Immediately, several greenskinned beasts rushed towards Ning Feng, howling loudly. A bunch of beasts. Ning Feng did not expect that this leader, despite only being level 4, possessed such intelligence. This time, instead of immediately using his whirlwind slash, he crouched slightly, then suddenly burst forth, dashing to the side of several greenskinned beasts, and began thrusting his spear repeatedly. The spear's shadows overlapped, followed by a series of splattering sounds. Each green-skinned beast had several blood holes added to their bodies as green blood flowed to the ground. Ow! Seeing all its underlings being killed, the green-skinned beast leader was infuriated. It swung its spiked club and charged at Ning Feng, aiming to smash this human's head. Sensing the dangerous aura behind him, Ning Feng did not turn to run, but instead tilted his head back, feeling a fierce wind rush past. Then he executed a 180-degree sweep with his left foot, knocking the green-skinned beast leader to the ground. Die! Without waiting for it to get up, Ning Feng executed a whirlwind slash aimed at its head. Whoosh! The spear tip grazed the skin of its neck, making a sound akin to scissors cutting cloth. In an instant, a grotesquely large green head flew into the sky. You have successfully killed the green-skinned beast leader. You have obtained a level 4 exotic beast spirit core. While in combat, your cultivation effectiveness is increased by 10. Your mental energy has been exhausted and you are about to exit the cultivation state. Before Ning Feng could fully process the joy of defeating the green-skinned beast leader, the next moment, he felt darkness envelop him and collapsed to the ground. He did not know how long had passed. When Ning Feng opened his eyes, he discovered he was lying in bed back in reality. Did the cultivation end so quickly? He instinctively glanced at the time and was surprised to find that 2 hours had already passed. But how did I faint just now? Ding host's mental energy is insufficient to support long-term cultivation. Please enhance your mental energy. The system once again displayed a prompt. Cultivating mental energy. Ning Feng suddenly recalled that he had indeed obtained a cultivation method for mental energy. The mirror spirit cultivation method. With that thought, he immediately began to study it. Unlike physical cultivation, which requires simulated battles against exotic beasts, cultivating mental energy only requires entering the mind space. Upon first entering the mind space, one must silently recite the incantation and maintain a calm heart. Ning Feng closed his eyes as per the cultivation method's instructions and began to adjust his state. You are cultivating mental energy and can cancel at any time. Ning Feng fell into a half-dreaming state until the morning sunlight streamed onto his face, prompting him to open his eyes. Did I take a nap? He clearly felt he was cultivating, yet now he found himself refreshed without a hint of fatigue. Wait a minute. It's the reason for the mental cultivation. He realized that he hadn't actually slept, but had been cultivating the mirror spirit cultivation method, which alleviated fatigue, even proving more effective than a good night's sleep. Doesn't this mean I can cultivate for 24 hours from now on? However, Ning Feng did not yet feel any benefits from cultivating mental energy. On the contrary, after completing the Great Sun Flame cultivation method last night, he distinctly felt that his blood had increased significantly, and even his muscles had become stronger. This cultivation effect was several times better than the basic cultivation method. Uncle Xiao antly him off to school. After washing up, Ning Feng grabbed a boiled egg and a glass of milk from the table, shouldered his backpack, and Xiao Feng, there are still warm sandwiches in the plate. Li Wanfeng hurriedly called out from the kitchen. No need, I'm not hungry in the morning. Ning Feng smiled and ran out the door. At this time, Xiao Shengbin with messy hair walked out of the room, instinctively rubbing his eyes, thinking that his youngest daughter, Xiao Bailu, had just run out. Is Xiao Feng so happy today? It seems like it's been a while since I've seen him smile. He picked up a sandwich and ate while curiously remarking, "Hey, old Xiao, you haven't brushed your teeth yet, how disgusting." That's right, it seems like Xiao Feng really smiled. Li Wanfeng first slapped her husband's hand, then remembering Ning Feng's smile, just now couldn't help, but if only Xiao Feng could be like he was in middle school. Ning Feng during middle school was undoubtedly Li Wanfeng's pride. He had been doing so well for 3 years in middle school, so why did so many issues arise in high school? Sigh. Xiao Shengbin sighed, and consoled, as long as Xiao Feng and Jingzhe and Bailu can grow up healthy, that is our greatest wish. Moreover, Ning Laoj sacrificed on the exotic beast battlefield back, then I would rather Xiao Feng be an ordinary person than have him follow the same path. Ning Feng was unaware of Uncle Xiao and Aunt Li's thoughts. At that moment, he was preparing to take the subway to school. Half an hour later, the Linhai No. 1 high school station has arrived, and the doors will open on the left side. The subway station was not far from Linhai No. 1 high school, and it only took a few minutes of walking to reach the school gate. Brother Feng. Before Ning Feng could enter the school, an excited voice called out from behind him. Ning Feng did not turn around. He recognized the familiar voice. Gao Hai, can you not be so dramatic? Ning Feng shook his head and said, Hee. Brother Feng, isn't your sister going to school with you? Gao Hai ran up to Ning Feng and curiously asked. However, he realized after asking that Xiao Bailu had already gone to the elite class yesterday. Brother Feng, I'm sorry, my pig brain didn't think of that. He quickly patted his head and said. Ning Feng, however, did not mind. With his sister's talent, attending the elite class only brought advantages, not disadvantages. Brother Feng, we have martial arts skills class this morning. You should teach me. Your boxing skills are decent. Oh, I can't teach you for now. I actually want to learn marksmanship. My father insists that the two chatted while walking towards their classroom. However, when they arrived at the class, before they could sit down, a group of students surrounded them. Leading the crowd was a seemingly delicate girl. Seeing this, both Ning Feng and Gao Hai were puzzled. Class leader Mo, why have you brought so many girls? Gao Hai directly questioned. Ning Feng also looked at her. The girl in front of him was named Mo Jiajiao, the class leader of the third-year ordinary class. During the election for class leader, most of the class had originally voted for Ning Feng. However, when Mo Jiajiao learned that she had lost, she cried for several hours. In the end, another boy persuaded Ning Feng to give the position of class leader to Mo Jiajiao, saying that he shouldn't bully a girl. Ning Feng had never wanted to be class leader. He was pushed into it by Gao Hai and Xiao Bailu. Thus Ning Feng agreed to the request. The class leader position changed from Ning Feng to Mo Jiajiao. Ning Feng, can I discuss something with you? Mo Jiajiao lowered her head, her voice soft and filled with grievance. What is it? Ning Feng, we have 10 scholarship spots in our class. According to the order, you should have one, but I hope you can give this spot to Lin Yan. Upon hearing this, Gao Hai could no longer hold back. Mo Jiajiao, what nonsense are you talking about? The school gives us ordinary classes 10 scholarship spots each year. Under fair circumstances, it was agreed that each person would get a scholarship according to the order. Why should Brother Feng give his scholarship to Lin Yan? I know Lin Yan is your boyfriend, so you are intentionally fake. Gao Hai was furious. He had previously thought Mo Jiajiao was cute and delicate, but never expected her to do something like this publicly. You. How can you say that about me? I am also thinking for the class. Mo Jiajiao suddenly showed a look of grievance and tears started to fall. At that moment, a group of girls around couldn't stand it anymore. Gao Hai, this is none of your business. Get lost. Ning Feng, are you still a man? How could you make a woman cry? Ning Feng, your grades are so poor that getting a scholarship is useless. You might as well let the class leader make the arrangements. Yeah, I think Ning Feng shouldn't stay in class 1. He's just embarrassing us. Lin Yan's martial arts score is second in the class, only behind Xiao Bailu. Now that Bailu has gone to the elite class, he is the best in the class. Giving the scholarship to Lin Yan to give him a chance to go to the elite class isn't that fine. Ning Feng, you are truly a petty person. The few people around were obviously Mo Jiajiao's friends, chattering and scolding non-stop, almost wanting to drive Ning Feng to his death. After a while, dressed in sportswear, Lin Yan also walked over and comforted Jiajiao. Don't cry over a worthless person. I originally thought of using this money to lead our class sports team to win first place in competitions against other classes, bringing glory to our class. Now, since some people have no sense of team honor, we don't need to regard him as a classmate. Lin Yan, standing at 6 feet tall, was muscular and handsome, serving as the sports committee member of the class. He was the one who had previously persuaded Ning Feng to give the class leader position to Mo Jiajiao. Once he spoke, the other neutral students in the class began to persuade as well. Ning Feng, let it go. Your family doesn't lack that scholarship money, why not give it to Lin Yan? Lin Yan is using the money to bring glory to the class. There's nothing wrong with that. Although it's a bit unfair, what in this world is truly fair? Ning Feng, you should just put up with it. Lin Yan is he is not only good looking, but also has excellent martial arts skills, completely overshadowing Ning Feng. However, before Ning Feng could speak, Gao Hai could no longer hold back. He stood up and pointed at Lin Yan, shouting, what are you pretending at, Lin Yan? Aren't you the one who wanted to pursue Xiao Bailu privately and got found out by me and Brother Feng? Is it necessary to be so angry and deliberately target Brother Feng? Then he turned to Mo Jiajiao and said, crying all day, is that all you know how to do? If I had known you could cry this much, no one would have supported you for class leader. We might as well have made you the water cooler attendant. Do you think I don't know your thoughts? It's just that you look down on Brother Feng and want to use the money to curry favor with Lin Yan. If Lin Yan really goes to the elite class, just wait and see if he will kick you aside. Gao Hai's words were powerful. He grew up in chaotic streets and had once made a troublemaker cry when he was 3 years old. His words came out like a machine gun, catching everyone off guard. However, once they reacted, they began to understand some hidden truths. It turned out that Lin Yan had a girlfriend and was pursuing Xiao Bailu. Moreover, Xiao Bailu was recognized as the class beauty, and most people in the class had a good impression of her. So everyone chose to fall silent at that moment and began to watch the drama unfold. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Yan was the first to start cursing. Although what Gao Hai said was true, how could he say it publicly? He had to maintain his glorious image. Indeed, he didn't like Mo Jiajiao at all. A woman with some looks who only pretended to be weak was not worthy of him. What he truly liked were talented girls like Xiao Bailu and Xiao Jingzhe. He was just using Mo Jiajiao. At that moment, Mo Jiajiao stood frozen for a while, and surprisingly, she didn't cry. Instead she secretly glanced at Lin Yan, her eyes flashing with resentment. He was just using Mo Jiajiao. At that moment, Mo Jiajiao stood frozen for a while, and surprisingly, she didn't cry. Instead she secretly glanced at Lin Yan, her eyes. At least he had to wait until he entered the elite class, or until after the college entrance examination before he could kick Mo Jiajiao aside. I know. Mo Jiajiao said, lowering her head. However, she did not continue to ask Ning Feng to give up the scholarship spot. Instead, she quietly returned to her seat. Bastard. Gao Hai spat on the ground, daring a group of shameless bitches to lay their hands on Brother Feng. You. Lin Yan clenched his fists. If Gao Hai hadn't been deliberately causing trouble, his plan would have succeeded. Stealing Ning Feng's scholarship spot was a suggestion he made to Mo Jiao Jiao privately. However, he did not show his face, instead letting Mo Jiao Jiao scout it out first while he positioned himself on the moral high ground to gain the support of the entire class. Alright, just wait. Lin Yan cast a deep glance at Ning Feng, and Gao Hai sneering before return. Brother Feng, don't mind these little people. It's fine. Ning Feng shook his head. When his sister Xiao Bailu was in the class, even if a classmate mocked him, he acted as if he hadn't heard. He did not want to stir up trouble, nor did he want his sister to be isolated by their classmates because of him. However, that did not mean he would choose to endure forever. Now that his sister was gone, he didn't have to hold back anymore. Brother Feng, I know your strength. Although your vitality has not improved in recent years, your martial arts skills are praised highly by Teacher Wu. That year you saved me from those bullies with a long stick. Forget about the others. Oh, why should Lin Yan, that dog who bullies others with power, be allowed to take away your scholarship? Gao Hai was so devoted to following Ning Feng because back in their first year of high school, he accidentally offended a gang leader who then sent people to chase him down. Fortunately, Ning Feng passed by at that time and saved him with a wooden stick. Gao Hai was deeply moved and from then on recognized Ning Feng as his big brother, following him faithfully. That bit of scholarship money I wouldn't have cared about. But that doesn't mean someone can scheme against me. Ning Feng smiled and said, Brother Feng speaks well. Gao Hai immediately echoed loudly. Lin Yan in the front row heard this and had a terrifyingly dark expression, wishing he could teach these two a lesson. At that moment, the homeroom teacher Li Runin walked in. Students, this morning is the martial arts skills assessment class, and soon everyone will take the school bus to the martial arts gym in the North Campus. She wore a smile on her face. The ordinary class is in the South Campus while the elite class is in the North Campus. This time she applied to take the students to the North Campus gym, mainly to assess their martial arts skills. Because the South Campus does not have the machines to assess martial arts skills, only the North Campus has them. Upon hearing this, all the students in the class began to whisper. Going to the North Campus? Isn't that where the elite class is? Then we might get to see classmate Xiao Bailu. I've never been to the North Campus before. I'm a bit nervous. What if they recognize us as ordinary class students? Li Runin gestured for silence, and then looked at Mo Jiao Jiao saying, Class monitor, you'll lead the team to take the school bus together. Once we get to the North Campus, don't run around. After finishing the assessment, come back. Teacher, I understand. Mo Jiao Jiao quickly nodded in agreement. Although she dared to bully Ning Feng, she was just a gentle little lamb in front of the teacher. Lin Yan, you all need to work hard. I have high hopes for you. Li Runin then looked at the boys from the sports team in the class. The martial arts skills class was not taught by her, but was led by retired teacher Wu Yinsheng from the battlefield. However, in her view, Lin Yan's performance would surely be the best in the class. Teacher, aren't you going? Lin Yan immediately asked. I won't be going. A teacher will take you all there later. After Li Runin finished speaking a while later, a bearded, everyone come down with me. Today's martial arts skills assessment is very important for you. If you want to apply to a martial arts university, the martial arts skills score counts for 50. Usually I urge you to practice diligently, but none of you have taken it to heart. Soon you will see the gap compared to— While saying this, Wu Yinsheng glanced at Ning Feng, who was sitting in the last row. Among so many students in the class, he only had eyes for Ning Feng. It's teacher Wu leading the team. Oh no, I've been wasting time in martial arts class and haven't practiced at all. What should I do later? Don't worry, the machine assessment can't be that precise. What if we make a mistake and still get a high score? We might be a bit worse than the elite class, but it shouldn't be that far off. Anyway, the strongest in our class is definitely Lin Yan. He's the captain of the sports team. While everyone was chattering, Wu Yinsheng understood their thoughts, shook his head, and stopped paying attention as he headed to— Once everyone got on the school bus, the driver drove towards the North Campus. Half an hour later, the bus came to a stop, and Wu Yinsheng immediately said, Don't wander around. Everyone follow me to the martial arts gym. Saying this, he led the way towards the martial arts gym. The students behind were full of curiosity, discussing and examining everything around them. Is this the North Campus? It feels so big. It seems just so, it's not better than our South Campus. Look, those are elite class students. Their uniforms are different from ours. It's a bit embarrassing. I should have known not to wear the uniform here. The elite class students were quite used to it, glancing over without paying much attention. Instead, a few girls from class 1 felt a bit offended. Are they looking down on us? They probably are, otherwise why would they look at me with that kind of expression? It's just the elite class. Oh, what's there to be so arrogant about? Don't be so presumptuous. No one cares about you. Wu Yinsheng strode ahead, his expression stern as he reprimanded them. He shook his head. Even he sometimes found the ordinary class students painfully narrow-minded. The school administration too, though prioritizing elite class cultivation was understandable, deliberately segregating ordinary class students served no purpose. Only by confronting the stark gap could they strive upward with genuine determination. At this thought he sighed faintly. Cultivating a competent martial artist demanded immense resources. Not everyone could attend a martial arts university. Nearly 90% of students would instead enroll in vocational schools to master a trade and enter society early. TCH, did old Master Wu swallow gunpowder today? What's gotten into him? Keep your voice down. He's always held our class in contempt. Whatever. Let's just treat this as a field trip. My Kiblet index ranks among the top 10 in class. My martial arts proficiency surely won't be low either. Since Xiao Bailu left Lin, Yin has become our class's undisputed first. I'm certain his martial arts score will be number 1. At that moment Lin Yin, walking beside Mo Jiaojiao, wore an expression of unbridled pride. Once eclipsed by Xiao Bailu, he now stood unquestionably at the summit. Rumors claimed elite class instructors, and even school administrators, would observe today's assessment. If he performed exceptionally well, he might even earn direct promotion to the elite class. Then he could resume pursuing Xiao Bailu. Wait, yesterday's crimson-haired girl Xiao Jingzhe had also stirred his heart, and she and Xiao Bailu were twin sisters. To win both would grant him the ultimate marital fortune. At this thought a smug, sinister smile spread across his face. As for Mo Jiaojiao, a shallow, mediocre girl, hardly worthy of him. After a while, as Wu Yinsheng led the students to a high-tech martial hall, a graceful teacher in a cheap house stood at its entrance, evidently awaiting them. Teacher Hai Ryu. Wu Yinsheng immediately stepped forward. She was the elite class homeroom teacher, each year guiding multiple graduates into C9 martial arts universities, and herself a second-rank martial artist. Hello, Teacher Wu. Hai Ryu swept back a strand of hair and extended her right hand. Teacher Hai, these are all students from ordinary class 1. Xiao Bailu is also from this class, Wu Yinsheng added promptly. Hai Ryu glanced over the group and felt a quiet disappointment. She had personally come to the martial hall precisely because ordinary class had produced Xiao Bailu. That morning's spiritual aptitude test had revealed Xiao Bailu's awakened talent, an astonishing discovery. It dawned on her geniuses existed even in ordinary classes, merely overlooked due to their placement. Thus, she volunteered to oversee today's assessment, to uncover any others hidden in plain sight. Yet after a single sweeping glance, she saw only mediocrity, not even matching the weakest elite class student. Still she concealed her dismay, perfectly offering a warm smile instead. Teacher Wu, shall we go inside? She led the way into the hall. Follow Teacher Hai now. Wu Yinsheng barked the order. The martial hall spanned thousands of square meters constructed entirely from specialized defensive materials, at a cost nearing 10 million alliance credits. Entry required biometric scanning. Outsiders were strictly barred. Yet under Hai Ryu's escort, every student from Class 1 gained seamless access. Whoa, how massive. Truly enormous. Look, so many instruments. They must cost a fortune. Their first impression upon entering was sheer scale. The ground floor was divided into several zones, each rivaling the South Campus sports field in size, and housed numerous advanced machines. At a 100-meter speed tester, a student sprinted along the track. Incredible speed. He completed the distance in under 6 seconds. His pace thus reached 16.6 meters per second, indicating at least 7th rank physical conditioning. Such a rank corresponded to a Kiblet index exceeding 95 units. Recall, every ordinary class student hovered near 50 units. Is he even human? Impossible. The machine must be malfunctioning. 7th rank physical conditioning, terrifying. We're utterly outmatched by the elite class. Witnessing this elite class student's data, every ordinary class student felt their spirits falter. They'd once believed the elite class wasn't so extraordinary. Teacher Wu began by measuring their Kiblet indices, then assess physical conditioning in batches followed by martial arts proficiency. Originally, only martial arts proficiency was scheduled for today, but Hai Ryu decided to grant them additional opportunities. Even if their martial arts fell short, perhaps latent talent lay elsewhere. Wu Yinsheng paused, then replied, as Teacher Hai wishes. Under her guidance they ascended to the 2nd floor, where far more students gathered than below. While the ground floor hosted physical and martial assessments, the 2nd floor housed training facilities. The largest was the public training chamber, staffed by dedicated martial instructors, alongside private and VIP chambers. When Hai Ryu and Wu Yinsheng entered the 2nd floor with their students, dozens in the public chamber instinctively turned to look. Coincidentally, this was Hai Ryu's own elite martial arts class 1. Teacher Hai. Why are you here, Teacher Hai? Look, so many students behind her. Just as elite class students surged forward to greet her, a crimson-haired girl in white martial attire, standing front and center, sharply commanded silence. Silence, now. Focus on training, no wandering. Xiao Jingzhe's decree froze every move. Train diligently. Heed your class leader. I've brought ordinary class students for assessment. It concerns none of you. Hai Ryu said, smiling warmly. With Xiao Jingzhe's firm leadership, Hai Ryue's task became infinitely easier. Brother. At that moment, a blue-haired girl beside Xiao Jingzhe suddenly cried out joyfully toward the ordinary class group. Ning Feng looked up, and there stood his sister Xiao Bailu. Bailu. He waved back. Brother, what brings you here? As Bailu started stepping out of formation toward him, a slender pale hand firmly seized her wrist. Bailu, resume training. Xiao Jingzhe strode barefoot before Ning Feng, her expression icy. What business do you have here? Did you not hear what Teacher Hai said? We are here to test our martial arts skills. Ning Feng shrugged, and, humph. Xiao Jingzhe snorted coldly, taking advantage of everyone's inattention to pinch the soft flesh at his waist, and whispered, Don't interfere with Bailu's cultivation. She has just awakened her spiritual talent, and cannot be distracted by your nonsense. Ning Feng immediately gasped. This girl has quite a grip. Jingzhe, what do you take me for? I am your elder brother. Who knows what you are thinking? Xiao Jingzhe shot him a cold glance before turning to... At this moment, everyone present looked towards Ning Feng. That person is the class leader's brother. He looks quite handsome. This guy is really lucky to have two extraordinarily gifted sisters. But why is our class leader so cold towards her brother? I seem to have heard some rumors that Ning Feng is a good for nothing with no talent in martial arts, and he bullies his two sisters. Lan Qian, this guy might be your brother-in-law in the future. What do you think? The elite class was all curiously sizing up Ning Feng. Among them, a small group centered around a blue-eyed boy with black hair, teasing him about his relationship with Xiao Jingzhe. Lan Qian, ranked first in martial arts for the entire year, is third in Linghai City's martial arts ranking, truly a prodigy. He had been pursuing Xiao Jingzhe throughout high school, even withdrawing from the class leader election to let Xiao Jingzhe take that role, while he became the deputy class leader, all to gain her favor. Brother-in-law. Lan Qian chuckled lightly, then shook his head, and said, According to my investigation, this person has no blood relation to Jingzhe. He is merely a long-term lodger at the Xiao family. No, it's not just a lodger, it's a parasite. Like a leech, greedy and shameless. Once he turns 18, he will be kicked out of the Xiao family. Such an excellent Xiao Jingzhe must not be dragged down by a useless brother. As the eldest grandson of the Lan family patriarch in Linghai City, Lan Qian's status and influence far exceeded what others could imagine. He could easily find out the Xiao family's background with just a phone call. If it weren't for Xiao Jingzhe, he wouldn't have stayed at Linghai No. 1 high school for so long. He would have gone to Beijing affiliated high school long ago. So that's how it is. No wonder Xiao Jingzhe has that attitude towards him. Ning Feng is truly shameless. If I were him, I would have found a brick wall to run into. I despise such people. I know a few delinquents from the regular class. I could find an opportunity to teach Ning Feng a lesson for the class lead. Brother Feng Yu. The nearby Gao Hai was about to say something, when Ning Feng shrugged, indicating he didn't care. It's fine, a Jingzhe has always had this attitude, been already used to it. Despite Xiao Jingzhe's poor attitude towards him in front of others, she actually cared about him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have secretly given him a bottle of mid-level qi and blood medicine yesterday. However, Xiao Jingzhe is the top student in the school. If she spent too much effort focusing on Ning Feng, it would only invite a lot of criticism towards him. Alright, everyone, follow me to the qi and blood testing room. Hai Ryue said, unable to help but glance at the handsome boy in the crowd whose expression was somewhat helpless. Ning Feng. She silently noted the name. Then everyone arrived at the nearby qi and blood testing room. I have already submitted your names. In order, line up for the test. The first student, Mo Jiao Jiao. Next. At this moment, Wu Yanxing stood at the front of the line, maintaining order for the students to enter. As for each student's qi and blood value, it would also be displayed on a large screen at the scene. Even the students from the elite martial arts class curiously looked over. They had rarely interacted with regular class students and did not know what their strength was like. Mo Jiao. Okay, teacher. Mo Jiao Jiao covered her chest with her hands, her expression slightly tense. She first glanced at Lin and then at the two teachers before stepping into the qi and blood testing room. Inside the testing room, there was a high-precision instrument that could measure qi and blood values just by inserting a hand. The precision of this instrument was not comparable to the small device used for monthly tests in the regular class. Tester Mo Jiao Jiao Senior 3 regular class, age 18, weight 50 kilograms, height 153 centimeters, qi and blood value 58. 35 cards, error margin 0.001. Physical fitness level 5, needs correction, spiritual talent D level. Before anyone could react, Mo Jiao Jiao's data appeared on the large screen. Who, seeing this, Mo Jiao Jiao let out a sigh of relief. Yesterday her qi and blood value was 58 cards, she didn't expect it to increase by 0.35 cards today. It seemed that this instrument was indeed very accurate. However, after she left the testing room, she found both Wu Yanxing and Hai Ryue frowning, showing no reaction to her. On the other side, in the elite martial arts class. Qi and blood value of 58. 35 cards. Are they joking? I'm dying of laughter. I heard she is the class leader, yet her chi and blood value is so low. With such results, she probably can't even get into the most garbage martial arts university. Level spiritual talent. I always thought the lowest was clever. The regular class really is lacking it. I was expecting more. I really don't know what these regular class students have been learning for 3 years. Have they just been wasting their time? As Mo Jiao Jiao's results appeared on the screen, the elite martial arts class burst into laughter filled with disdain and mockery. It should be noted that the minimum standard for entering the elite class is a chi and blood value of over 80 cards. This means that Xiao Bailu, who just joined the elite class, has the worst results in the class. As for those like Xiao Jingzhe and Lan Qian, their chi and blood values had already surpassed 100. Sister, it's okay. Now that you have awakened your spiritual talent, you have plenty of time to catch up. Xiao Jingzhe comforted her by patting her sister's shoulder. If it weren't for that Ning Feng guy stealing her nutrient-rich chi and blood medicine, how could her sister have stayed in the regular class for so long? Sister, it's none of your business. Xiao Bailu pouted, her attention fully on Ning Feng, her eyes only. At this moment, the students in the regular class were puzzled by the laughter coming from the other side. Although Mo Jiao Jiao's results did not place her in the top 10 of the class, she was at least of average level. What's so funny about that? Next, Wang Daping. Wu Yinxing monotonously read from the list, while Hai Ryu's expression showed even more disappointment. It seemed that these students, whether in talent or effort, were lacking. It was unlikely any of them would break into the elite class like Xiao Bailu. After more than 10 minutes, most of the students in the class had gone through the test, and the results were getting worse one after another. The laughter from the elite class grew louder. Damn, are they mocking us? No, did you just now realize that? I want to see how high the chi and blood values of those elite class students are. Forget it, Xiao Bailu's chi and blood value is 80 cards, and I heard she is at the bottom of their elite class. What? This is impossible. Our class genius girl ended up at the bottom in the elite class. I can't accept this reality. Look, Lin Yin is going in. His results are only second to Xiao Bailu. Surely the elite class students won't be laughing anymore. PS Realm description: first rank body refinement, second rank blood refinement, third rank Jadebone, fourth rank Golden Barrier, fifth rank Spiritual C, sixth rank Divine Thought, seventh rank Law Avatar, Great Power, eighth rank Heavenly Realm Master, ninth rank Void Breaking Great Master, 10th rank Martial God Deity. At this moment, Lin Yin stepped out from the crowd, appearing quite composed while his eyes were surveying the elite class not far away. He had long heard the mocking laughter coming from the elite class. However, he felt there was nothing wrong with it. The ordinary class was filled with a bunch of useless people, so being ridiculed was to be expected. If he were also a student of the elite class, he would only laugh louder. If my blood value exceeds 80, I will immediately apply to join the elite class and never be with these useless people again. Lin Yin silently recited this in his heart, then walked into the blood value testing room. After a while, his data was displayed on the screen. Tester Lin Yin from Ordinary Class 1 Grade 3, age 19, weight 80 kilograms, height 180 centimeters, blood value 80. 01 cards, error margin 0. 001. Physical fitness level 6, needs correction, spiritual talent C level, I. Passed. I have reached the standard to enter the elite class. Upon seeing his blood value exceed 80 cards, Lin Yin was instantly overjoyed. This meant he could leave the ordinary class and enter the elite class to enjoy better cultivation resources. What ordinary class physical committee, what scholarship, nothing was more important than entering the elite class. Even if it meant breaking up with Mo Jiao Jiao right now, he could do it. I can finally enter the elite. He laughed out loud. However, after a moment of silence, the members of the elite class erupted into even louder laughter. This is hilarious. Does this guy think he can enter the elite class just because his blood value reached 80 cards? So funny. If that's the only standard, then what value does the elite class even have? An ordinary class student thinking they can leap to the elite class is ridiculous. Cough cough, monitor, don't look at me. I wasn't talking about your sister. Indeed, the ordinary class is full of useless people. I wasted my time watching for so long. The ordinary class is like a frog in a well, ignorant and fearless, pitiful and laughable. Hearing the laughter from the elite class, Lin Yin suddenly fell into confusion. Wasn't it said that reaching a blood value of 80 cards would allow him to enter the elite class? Why were they still laughing? At this moment, Hai Ryue, the homeroom teacher of Elite Martial Arts Class 1, took the initiative to explain. Lin Yin, if you had reached a blood value of 80 cards in your second year, you could apply to enter the elite class. Now, to enter the elite class, not only must the blood value meet the standard, but your spiritual talent must also reach at least B level. B level spiritual talent. Lin Yin was somewhat stunned. The machine showed he had C level spiritual talent, just one level short. Then Hai Ryue continued, this spiritual talent mainly refers to the compatibility with the 9 major cultivation methods of Dragon Country. The higher the compatibility, the higher the talent, and the easier it is to cultivate these 5 major cultivation methods. There are 9 top martial arts universities in Dragon Country, each founded by a master-level expert. The 9 masters open schools to impart teachings, while also creating 9 major cultivation methods based on their own characteristics. As long as the spiritual test reaches B level or above, one is qualified to learn one of the cultivation methods. Then how did Xiao Bailu manage to enter the elite class? Lin Yin gritted his teeth, questioning unwillingly. Upon hearing this, Hai Ryue shook her head. Because her spiritual talent test level reached a level. At these words, everyone was stunned. It should be noted that among so many students in the ordinary class, most of their talents were below D level. Only Lin Yin had C level. But now they learned that Xiao Bailu's spiritual talent had actually reached a level. That's right. It's precisely because her spiritual talent level is high enough that she can enter the elite class for study. This was why Hai Ryue had specifically come today to oversee the tests of the ordinary class. Xiao Bailu, such a talented girl, had wasted several years in the ordinary class, and she bore some responsibility for that. What if there were other undiscovered talents in the ordinary class? However, she felt somewhat disappointed now. It seemed Xiao Bailu was just a special case. A level. Lin Yin instinctively glanced at the elite class opposite him. He hadn't expected Xiao Bailu's spiritual talent to be so high. Originally, he was thinking of going to the elite class to pursue the pair of sisters, Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu. But now his fantasy had been shattered. Not only could he not enter the elite class, but he also had to continue staying in the ordinary class. Lin Yin, it's okay, you're still the best in our class. At this moment, Mo Jiao stepped forward to comfort him. She had been so nervous when she saw Lin Yan's blood value exceed 80 cards that her heart nearly leaped out of her chest, fearing he would really go to the elite class. After hearing Hai Ryue's words, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Get lost. I don't want to stay in any garbage ordinary class. Lin Yan exploded in anger. He had worked so hard, spent so much money on supplements just to reach a blood value of 80 cards and enter the elite class. But now he was being told that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't compare to their so-called talent. Alright, after the test, return to the queue. Next, Ning Feng. Wu Yinxing paid no attention to the trivial matters and continued reading the list. Feng Gu, it's your turn. Gao Hai called out immediately. Ning Feng nodded, then stepped out of the queue, brushing past Lin Yin as he walked toward the blood value testing room. Ning Feng. Hai Ryue had a bit of an impression of this name. She had heard before that Xiao Jingzhe had an older brother in the ordinary class who had previously performed very well, but for some unknown reason his blood value had not increased over the years and had instead decreased. This was puzzling. Generally speaking, a young adult's blood value is at its peak, especially for teenagers around 18 years old. Even without cultivation, the blood value would maintain steady growth. Unless one is sick, injured, or aging, the blood value should not decrease. Yesterday, Ning Feng's blood test value was 45 cards. Hai Ryue held a tablet that recorded each contestant's recent test data. Only 45 cards. That's too low. She shook her head. This data would probably make it difficult even to apply to the worst martial arts universities. Although the college entrance examination tests various data, the blood value is undoubtedly the most fundamental and important measure. With only 45 cards of blood value, no university would accept him, no matter how good the other data might be. Teacher Hai, although Ning Feng's blood value is relatively low, his martial arts skills are quite good. At this moment, Wu Yinxing, who had remained silent with a cold face, spoke up to defend Ning Feng. Martial arts skills. Hai Ryue looked at Wu Yinxing, suddenly feeling curious. I suspect Ning Feng has successfully broken through to the first stage in his spear, intent, fist, intent, and body technique. First stage? Upon hearing this, Hai Ryue was genuinely surprised. Even among so many students in the elite class, only a few particularly outstanding students had managed to cultivate one martial arts skill to the first stage, let alone having all 3 martial arts skills reach the first stage. Teacher Wu, are you serious? If this were true, then with Ning Feng's talent and martial arts skills, he could completely enter the elite class. Blood values can be increased using supplements and blood value potions, but martial arts skills can only be improved through years of hard practice. There are no shortcuts. As the martial arts teacher of the ordinary class, Wu Yinxing mainly taught martial arts skills and had imparted his unique skill, Cyclone Slash, to these students. However, only one person truly practiced this set of moves diligently. That was Ning Feng. Alright, let's go test the martial arts skill scores together later. Hai Ryue wasn't doubting Wu Yanxing's words, as she had come this time specifically to test the martial arts skill scores of students in the ordinary class, and this was a good opportunity to measure Ning Feng's strength in martial arts skills. If this were true, then she would request special approval from the principal to allow Ning Feng to join the elite class. Any genius should not be overlooked. Seeing Hai Ryue's attitude, Wu Yinxing tentatively asked, Teacher Hai, will Ning Feng be able to enter the elite class if his vitality value doesn't meet the standard? That will depend on his martial arts skill rating later. Hai Ryu nodded and replied. Although Ning Feng's vitality value was only 45, as long as his martial arts skills were indeed as remarkable, as Wu Yinxing claimed, there was a high probability that he could enter the elite class. Increasing the vitality value is not particularly difficult. It can be achieved either through consuming supplements or through training. After entering the elite class, he can practice any of the 9 major cultivation techniques. At that time, he would be able to compensate for Ning Feng's deficiency in vitality value. Wu Yinxing nodded. It seemed that Ning Feng still had a significant chance. At this moment, Ning Feng was unaware of the discussion between the two teachers and curiously walked into the vitality. Inside the testing room stood a 3-meter-tall machine, gleaming silver with a passage in the middle for inserting a hand for testing. It is said that this machine costs 1 million alliance coins, and it may not even be available for purchase. After observing for a moment, he first sat down on a chair, and then extended his right hand into the testing device. Beep beep, testing in progress. Please wait. First test completed, retesting in progress. Half a minute passed, and the machine remained unresponsive. Is it broken? Previously, other students finished their tests in less than a few seconds. Why was it taking so? Meanwhile, outside, the crowd could not help but shout as Ning Feng had not yet come out. What's going on? What is Ning Feng doing in there? It's been almost a minute, why hasn't he finished testing yet? Could it be that Ning Feng doesn't know how to test? I suspect he's afraid of embarrassment and doesn't dare to test, especially since his 2 younger sisters are watching him. Who can go in and drag Ning Feng out? This is simply wasting everyone's time. Gao Hai anxiously wanted to rush and worried that something had happened to him. However, Wu Yinxing immediately held him back. Don't worry. There won't be any issues. Hai Ryu frowned at that moment. She was encountering such a situation for the first time. The testing device shouldn't have a problem. It's likely that the machine is undergoing automatic calibration. Automatic calibration. Yes, it means that the recent data of the tester may have been disrupted. However, it shouldn't take longer than 2 minutes. Hai Ryu explained. Although she had never seen this situation before, she was quite familiar with the machine's manual. Could it be that Ning Feng's vitality value has decreased again? Hai Ryu sighed. Perhaps this was the only reason that would lead to the machine's calibration. If the vitality value keeps decreasing only by consulting a martial artist of 3rd rank or above from the Martial Arts Alliance, can the reason be discovered? It was uncertain whether it would be worth it for Ning Feng. After all, hiring a martial artist of 3rd rank or above would come at a considerable cost. On another side, in the elite martial arts class, Ning Feng brother has gone in. Xiao Bailu looked tense as she stared at the vitality testing room from a distance. If it weren't for Xiao Jingzhe pulling her, she would have wanted to rush over to cheer for Ning Feng. He just tested his vitality value at 45 yesterday. Do you really think he can improve it in less than a day? Let alone improving it would already be a blessing if it doesn't drop. Xiao Jingzhe crossed her arms and snored. Hearing this, Xiao Bailu noticed the tension in her sister's voice. Despite her sister's disdain for her brother, she hadn't blinked since her brother started the test. Sister, I feel your hands are shaking. Am not. Sister, why are your lips a bit pale? Am not. Sister, are you really concerned about your brother's performance? Am not. Just then, surprised gasps echoed from around the elite class. Impossible. My God. Are you kidding me? Ning Feng. Is he really the useless brother of the class leader? What the heck? This data must be fake. Xiao Jingzhe was puzzled and instinctively looked towards the large screen in the distance. Immediately, her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. It clearly displayed Ning Feng's testing data. Tester Ning Feng from the ordinary class of senior, 3, age 18 years, weight 85 kilograms, height 180 centimeters, vitality value 75. 09, error margin 0. 001. Physical quality level 6, spiritual talent S level has reached the limit of the machine, S level. Xiao Jingzhe took 2 steps back in surprise. Not to mention that Ning Feng's vitality value increased from 45 to 75. 09 in just 1 day, but this spiritual talent actually reached S level, just like hers. Currently, only 3 students in the elite class had their spiritual talents reaching S level. One was her Xiao Jingzhe, the other was Lan Qian, and the third was a girl who often took sick leave to recuperate at home. Impossible. He has never practiced any of the 9 major cultivation techniques. How could he achieve S level in spiritual talent on his first test? Xiao Jingzhe still looked incredulous. Spiritual talent is not fixed. When she first entered the elite class in her sophomore year, her first test showed a level for spiritual talent. This indicated that her spiritual talent was quite high and her compatibility with one of the cultivation techniques had reached 60. Over 2 years, she continuously worked hard to practice, ultimately raising her compatibility to 80. Thus, her spiritual talent transformed from a level to S level. Yet Ning Feng had never practiced any of the 9 major cultivation techniques. Why did his spiritual talent directly reach S level? I told you Ning Feng brother is not useless, he has always been a genius. After realizing this, Xiao Bailu exclaimed joyfully. Everyone said Ning Feng brother was incapable, but she would always remember how dazzling that carefree and unrestrained youth was, leaving the deepest imprint in her heart. At the same time, Hai Riyue and Wu Yinsheng also snapped back to reality from their shock. They immediately rushed over. Ning Feng, you have truly astonished me. Before Wu Yinsheng could speak, Hai Riyue exclaimed with delight. Such a promising talent should have come to the elite class much earlier. S-level talent. This is enough to shock the entire Linhai No. 1 high school. Lanxian, quick look. That Ning Feng has gone into the testing room. At this moment, several people surrounding Lanxian pointed at Ning Feng, who was walking into the testing room. What do you think? Can Ning Feng show any talent? I heard that during his last test his blood vitality was below 50. He probably only has an A-level talent, right? A level? Haha, I've never seen such a useless talent. A waste has a waste talent, isn't that quite normal? The group laughed heartily, their faces filled with mockery and disdain. Lanxian also snorted coldly, filled with a sense of superiority, and said, with such a low blood vitality for 3 years in high school, a person like him is simply unworthy to practice martial arts. If he knows what's good for him, I could introduce him to a small factory under the Lan family group. But he must permanently leave the Xiao family and must not see Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu again. As soon as the others heard this, they immediately echoed in agreement. Lanxian is right. Someone like this lowly scum only deserves to go to a factory, yet he still dreams of practicing martial arts and walking the path of martial arts. Brother Lan, you are mighty. You are the one most deserving of Xiao Jingzhe. Not to mention Ning Feng really looks like a mangy dog, clearly lacking talent, yet stubbornly leeching off the entire Xiao family. Brother Lan, when are you planning to propose to the Xiao family? Hearing these words, Lanxian instinctively glanced at Xiao Jingzhe, a deep admiration flickering in his eyes. Such a stunning girl, he had never seen anyone like her even in the capital. He, Lanxian, must have her. However, just as the others continued to poke fun, a commotion arose around them. Quick look, Ning Feng's results are out. Lanxian also immediately looked over, but after just one glance his eyes widened in shock. Impossible. This guy actually has S-level spiritual talent. The people surrounding Lanxian were equally dumbfounded. Is this instrument broken? How could this waste possibly have S-level talent? Damn it. The instrument could have broken at any other time, but it had to break now. I only have an A-level talent, how could a waste like him? Let's go find Teacher Hai for an explanation. We do not recognize this test result. The group shouted loudly, refusing to believe that a waste could possess a talent higher than theirs. And this was S-level spiritual talent. Even in the elite class, only 3 people had reached S-level. At this moment, all the students in the regular class were also shocked upon seeing Ning Feng's data, each one's face filled with disbelief. Ning Feng, he actually has S-level spiritual talent. This cannot be real. His blood vitality was clearly only 45. How did it suddenly break through to 70? S-level spiritual talent. Isn't that the highest in our class? Even Lin Yan's spiritual talent is only level, and Ning Feng actually managed to reach level. I remember Ning Feng ranked first in the entrance exam for Linhai No. 1 high school, which means his foundation is not bad. Yes. I was at the same school as Ning Feng in middle school, and his grades were indeed excellent back then. It seems we have underestimated Ning Feng. He truly is talent. At that moment, the one reacting the most was not anyone else, but Lin Yan, who had just been denied promotion to the impossible. How could Ning Feng possibly have S-level talent? I only have level. How could he be so high? Teacher, I suspect Ning Feng has used illegal stimulants. Otherwise, why did his blood vitality test only show 45 yesterday, and today it skyrocketed to 71? This is simply unscientific. I demand a thorough investigation into Ning Feng. Lin Yan stood up, pointing at Ning Feng and shouting loudly. His face was twisted in rage, as if something of his had been stolen. Teacher, I also suspect. I recorded the testing data of everyone in the class. Ning Feng must have cheated. At this moment, Mo Jiao also stood up, hesitantly speaking. She had taken the class monitor position from Ning Feng. What if he rose to prominence? What would she do then? Should she give the monitor position to Ning Feng? Stimulants. Hai Riyue glanced at the two of them, and then, indeed, with the rise of martial arts, a large number of martial artists have flooded into various industries. Many martial artists are found in live streaming, sports, film, and entertainment industries. In sports competitions, some martial artists use illegal stimulants to achieve better results, which can significantly boost their blood vitality and various other metrics. However, stimulants cause significant harm to martial artists, and the Martial Arts Alliance has long banned their use. Moreover, such stimulants are very expensive, and ordinary people cannot afford them. Let alone whether Ning Feng has the money to buy stimulants. Using them for a small test is utterly meaningless, unless it's for a crucial exam that determines one's future. Many students caught using stimulants each year. Ning Feng should not have used stimulants. Teacher, how do you know without testing? He must have used stimulants to cheat. Stimulants can boost blood vitality in a short time, but they cannot increase spiritual talent, Hai Riyue replied calmly. Compared to blood vitality, she cared more about Ning Feng's spiritual talent. This spiritual talent cannot be faked. What if he took some drug that could deceive the instrument? If he truly has S-level talent, why were his grades so poor throughout high school? I still refuse to accept it. At this moment Lin Yin was already furious. He absolutely could not allow Ning Feng to rise. With Hai Ryu's attitude, it was highly likely that Ning Feng would be promoted to the elite class. But this spot was originally supposed to be his. A rotten fish for 3 years should continue to rot. Why must he rob his opportunity at this moment? Lin Yin, this has nothing to do with you. At that moment Wu Yinxing spoke with palpable displeasure. Though others remained oblivious, he knew precisely how diligently Ning Feng had trained in secret. Lin Yin was clearly consumed by jealousy over Ning Feng's achievements, his heart poisoned with petty malice. Teacher, will have you accepted money from Ning Feng? Otherwise, why do you constantly favor him? Every martial arts technique class you grant him private instruction. Without payment, what justifies such extraordinary care? By now Lin Yin teetered on the edge of frenzy. Anyone who spoke up for Ning Feng instantly struck him as biased, motivated solely by hidden agendas. All to conceal Ning Feng's cheating. Lin Yin. Before Wu Yinxing could finish, Ning Feng emerged from the blood testing chamber. Upon hearing Lin Yan's accusations, he responded with a cold, disdainful smile. All to conceal Ning Feng's cheating. Lin Yin. Before Wu Yinxing could finish, Ning Feng emerged from the blood testing chamber. I have no evidence, but you simply could not achieve such a result. Lin Yin clenched his teeth, refusing to meet Ning Feng's gaze. In the past, no matter how viciously Lin Yin slandered him, Ning Feng had never deigned to respond. Yet this time he dared to counterattack, leaving Lin Yin unnerved, his confidence trembling. Enough! The farce ends here. Blood testing is concluded. Next we proceed to physical aptitude and martial arts proficiency assessments. Hai Ryu's shook her head, weariness lacing her voice. To prolong the dispute would render the day's remaining evaluations impossible. Lin Yin, perhaps we should wait until after the tests are complete. Mo Jiao whispered softly, glancing toward him. Indeed, they possessed no tangible proof of Ning Feng's misconduct. Continuing the quarrel served no purpose. Better to await the outcome of subsequent assessments. Even Lin Yan's usual companions urged caution. If Ning Feng truly cheated, flaws will inevitably surface in upcoming tests. Let us wait until he exposes himself. Deep down their certainty wavered. Ning Feng might genuinely possess spiritual affinity. Further outbursts would only brand Lin Yin a buffoon, while Ning Feng remained utterly indifferent. Hearing this, Lin Yan's eyes suddenly sharpened with renewed resolve. Precisely. Blood readings can be falsified, but physical aptitude, that cannot be faked. In martial arts proficiency, it arises only through relentless practice, not pills or shortcuts. Let's go. I intend to witness Ning Feng's true face laid bare, and see whether they still shield him. He clung stubbornly to disbelief in Ning Feng's genuine strength. Even now he remained convinced Ning Feng had cheated. Elite Martial Arts Class 1. Sister, I'm going downstairs to watch brother Ning Feng. Xiao Bailu dashed off toward Ning Feng before Xiao Jingzhe could react, still reeling from shock. Only after her sister vanished from the formation did she grit her teeth and command sharply, entire class, resume training. Then she followed suit. Lan Xian and the others wasted no hesitation. They too broke ranks and trailed after her, eager to witness Ning Feng's true capabilities firsthand. How could one possibly attain steer talent with merely 71 units of blood? Curiosity proved infectious. The rest of the elite class students soon slipped away one by one. Meanwhile, under Hai Ryu's and Wu Yinxing's guidance, the entire standard class cohort reconvened on the first floor. First we assess physical aptitude. 3 metrics will be evaluated: fist strike force, sprint velocity, and composite combat rating. Proceeding alphabetically, Mo Jiao first. Wu Yinxing maintained unbroken composure, undeterred by earlier discord, as testing resumed in strict sequence. Hai Ryu began introducing the assessment apparatus. This is the fist force analyzer. Strike it with full power, you'll feel no injury. Test without. Next, the 100-meter treadmill grants brief acceleration before demanding peak velocity. The system integrates both metrics to calculate your composite combat rating. A score of 500 marks the threshold for admission to undergraduate-level martial academies. Having delivered this concise overview, Mo Jiao stepped before the fist force analyzer. She drew a deep breath and unleashed a powerful strike. Strike valid. Fist force 88 kilograms. Upon seeing the figure, both Hai Ryu and Wu Yinxing shook their heads in quiet disappointment. Mo Jiao's blood reading stood at 58. 35 units. Logically, her fist force should approach 120 kilograms, with explosive velocity exceeding 9 milliseconds. Only then would her physical aptitude meet grade 5 standards. Yet her fist force registered merely 88 kilograms, falling even below grade 4 benchmarks. Such discrepancies were common. For years, national examinations prioritized blood alone, students obsessively cultivated it while neglecting holistic training. Only recently, after education reformers condemned this exam-centric pedagogy, did national assessments evolve. Kiblood no longer serving as the sole criterion. Fist force speed, composite combat rating, and martial arts proficiency now collectively shape examination scores. Proceed to speed assessment. Wu Yinsheng commanded expressionless. As expected, Mo Jiaojiao's maximum velocity clocked at just 7 milliseconds. Moments later, the first floor display screen rendered her composite combat rating. Mo Jiaojiao, composite combat rating 361 points. Very well, next candidate. Wu Yinsheng sighed faintly. A 361-point score qualified her for reputable vocational academies, but fell short of undergraduate institutions. Subsequently, every student in Standard Class 1 underwent evaluation. Most results lagged behind Mo Jiaojiao's, scores clustering around 200,300 points, with only a handful surpassing 300. Lin Yan, step forward for assessment. Wu Yinsheng called out. Oomph. I refuse to believe that fellow could cheat again. Before ascending, Lin Yan cast a glare toward Ning Feng, only to recoil inwardly at the other's serene, unruffled composure. What arrogance! First metric fist force assessment. Lin Yan stood before the machine, Ning Feng's contemptuous visage flashing in his mind. He wound up and slammed his fist down with savage intensity. Strike valid. Fist force 181 kilograms. Whoa, Lin Yan's incredible. His fist force hit 181 kilograms. Incredible. Truly our class's second best. Second best. Didn't Xiao Bailu just leave? Ning Feng hasn't been tested yet. Overhearing the murmurs, Lin Yan seethed anew, pouring every ounce of fury into his sprint velocity test. Test valid. Velocity 10. 11 milliseconds. Lin Yan, composite combat rating 501 points. Amazing. Lin Yan's combat rating meets the standard for ordinary martial academies. Whoa. If Lin Yan's this formidable, then Ning Feng must be. The last one, Ning Feng. As Wu Yinsheng called out the final name on the list, everyone around instantly perked up. Even the students from the elite class couldn't help but lean in closer. They simply couldn't fathom how an ordinary class student, having never practiced the 5 major cultivation methods, could possibly attain S-level spiritual talent. If Ning Feng truly had such high talent, why hadn't his vitality value reached 80 in 3 years? Look, it's finally Ning Feng's turn. I want to see how well he performs. Teacher Hai said the equipment is functioning properly, so Ning Feng's results should be authentic. Alright, everyone quiet down and pay attention. Amidst the discussions, Ning Feng approached the punching machine. After putting on the protective gloves, he took a deep breath, slightly bent his knees, and instantly tightened his calf muscles, followed by his thigh and waist muscles. Seeing this, Hai Ruya's eyes lit up. What a standard power stance. If she guessed correctly, this should be a set of power stances used in military training. Of course, such power stances are not confidential. Anyone wishing to learn can easily find a plethora of instructional videos online. However, mastering this set of stances is not that easy. Besides requiring a certain talent, it also demands extensive practice. One must be diligent and hardworking. The martial arts instructor of the elite class had also taught the same stances to the students. Yet in the end, only a few students managed to stick with it. And those few students were all top performers in the class. Teacher Wu, you taught this to Ning Feng, didn't you? Hai Riyue glanced at Wu Yinsheng and asked. Wu Yinsheng nodded in response, his eyes filled with pride as he looked at Ning Feng. This power stance was something he had learned during his time in the army. After becoming a martial arts teacher at the school, he had generously passed it on to all his students. Yet in the ordinary class, only one student truly persevered. That student was Ning Feng. Meanwhile, not far away, Xiao Jingzhe was also taken aback upon seeing Ning Feng. How did he manage to learn such a stance? From Ning Feng's movements, it was evident that his stance was very standard and practiced, a clear indication of years of training. Xiao Jingzhe had similarly learned a similar stance, but she knew how arduous it was. Even many students from the elite class had failed to stick with it. Sister, I've always said that brother Ning Feng works very hard. Xiao Bailu caught a glimpse of her sister's expression and said with a hint of pride. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingzhe retracted her expression and coldly asked, "And what about you, Bailu? Have you worked hard to learn this stance?" Xiao Bailu had not expected her sister to suddenly throw such a tough question at her. Practicing this stance meant standing in military posture under the blazing sun for hours, as she couldn't bear it. Thus she had given up halfway through her practice. A warrior must overcome all difficulties, face challenges, heat and break through oneself. In the next 2 months you must master this power stance. Xiao Jingzhe said coldly. What was sister yours? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bailu nearly burst into tears. If she had known it would be this tough, why had she even come to the elite class? Staying in the ordinary class with brother Ning Feng would have been much better. Xiao Jingzhe, however, knew that based on Ning Feng's performance today, and teacher Hai's attention towards him, it was very likely that Ning Feng would be promoted to the elite class. Thinking about the possibility of being in the same class as Ning Feng in the future, an unusual feeling stirred within her. Meanwhile, over at a distance, Lan Xian and his group were also watching Ning Feng's test. Look, that guy Ning Feng is up next. Whoa, that stance looks quite standard. Standard? I feel like it's not that you. Shut up. Everyone be quiet. The last voice was a reprimand from Lan Xian. At this moment his expression was very serious. Indeed, one cannot underestimate this guy. He has also mastered this military stance, and his proficiency is quite high. But Ning Feng's current performance is clearly more refined. It even carries an explosive beauty. His punching power score, I fear. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud bang echoed from afar. Huh. At the last moment, Ning Feng suddenly unleashed his calf power, then swung his right fist forcefully towards the punching machine. The speed was astonishing and the force so great that it even generated a sound of air braking. Bang! The punching machine trembled for a moment before coming to a halt. Beep, beep, beep. Hit qualified punching power 311 kilograms. Boom. As the screen displayed Ning Feng's data, everyone was stunned. Holy cow, that's impressive. My goodness, he actually surpassed 300 kilograms. Is he even human? So amazing. Incredible. This is absurd. This guy must be a monster. With a vitality of 75, you're clearly only having a 6th level physique, yet he delivered a punching power close to that of an 8th level. It's terrifying. I have a vitality value of 96, yet my punch is only 260 kilograms. Based on the vitality value Ning Feng just measured, which was 75.09, his physical quality should just be at the 6th level, and the qualified standard for punching power is 180 kilograms. This means his current punching power has exceeded the standard value by nearly 130 kilograms. This is indeed quite terrifying. Many in the ordinary class, although their vitality values seem decent, have not met the standards for punching power, speed, or overall combat effectiveness. Not only did Ning Feng meet the standards, but he also far exceeded them. Such a situation is unheard of, unless Ning Feng had never prioritized cultivating his vitality, but instead spent most of his time focusing on enhancing his physical quality or martial arts skills. My punching power is actually over 300 kilograms. Ning Feng was somewhat surprised upon seeing this data. He had never measured his punching power before and was unaware of the specifics. His vitality had long been around 40, and he had thought his punching power would not exceed 100 kilograms. No wonder it wasn't too difficult to defeat those goblins yesterday. However, this must also be because my vitality value improved after entering the simulation system, leading to an increase in punching power. Just now, after measuring that my vitality had risen from 45 to 75, Ning Feng felt overjoyed, knowing that yesterday's training had paid off. The Great Sunflame cultivation method truly lives up to its name as a high-tier cultivation method. It raised his vitality by nearly 30 points in just one day. Such training results are truly terrifying. However, he also understood that this might be due to it being his first training session, which is why the effects were so pronounced. Additionally, his vitality value had been suppressed around 40 for years, resulting in this explosive increase. What? In 311 kilograms. 13 kilograms more than mine. How is this possible? Lin Yan stood frozen in disbelief. He had intended to expose Ning Feng's claimed chi vitality and spiritual aptitude as fraud, but now Ning Feng's fist strength reading struck him like a humiliating slap. With only 75 chi units of vitality, he delivered a punch measuring 311 kilograms. And this is impossible. And is this strength testing apparatus malfunctioning? Ning Feng must have cheated again. In refusing to accept reality, Lin Yan roared in fury. And Mo Jiao hurriedly seized his arm, pleading with him. And by now everyone could see clearly Ning Feng had not cheated at all. And everything was mere baseless speculation on Lin Yan's part. She already regretted having spoken up for Lin Yan earlier. And if he persisted, their instructor might punish her along. Even the classmates who had previously clustered around Lin Yan instinctively stepped several paces backward. None wished to be implicated by his outburst. Get away. And Lin Yan rebuffed her gesture, shoving Mo Jiao violently to the floor. I refuse to believe it. Ning Feng. A 3-year failure. How dare he surpass me in a single day? I am the true celestial prodigy. I am the one destined for the elite class. Ning Feng will never surpass me. Lin Yan continued his furious outcry. And even he could sense Hai Ryue's evident approval of Ning Feng. And after today's assessment, Ning Feng would almost certainly be transferred into the elite class. And what of himself? And he would remain trapped in the ordinary class. And he could not bear it. And the spot should have been his. Stolen, he believed, by Ning Feng. Lin Yan, if you persist in this disgraceful spectacle, I will expel you from the hall. Wu Yanxing frowned sternly. And though Lin Yan possessed modest talent and applied himself diligently, his narrow heart left no room for others' success. Such temperament would never sustain him on the martial path. And thus Wu Yanxing had never held any genuine hope for him. Ning Feng, proceed with the next test. Yes. And Ning Feng ignored Lin Yan entirely and strode toward the next treadmill. Once again he adopted the precise power generation stance and sprinted across the 100-meter belt with astonishing speed. Whoosh. In like a gust of wind, blindingly swift. An assessment passing speed 18.03 meters per second. Good heavens. His speed is just as extraordinary. Truly only 75 chi units, not 105, and these metrics rival those of an 8th-rank martial artist. Who called Ning Feng a failure just moments ago? Compared to him, we in the elite class seem like failures. And, ahem, well, these figures aren't that exceptional. My own speed approaches 18 meters per second. And stop boasting. You possess 109 chi units and rank 15th in class, 18 meters per second is merely expected. Yet the students of the ordinary class were less astonished. They lacked context for Ning Feng's readings and simply perceived them as impressive. But every member of the elite class wore expressions of utter incredulity. The data had shaken them to their core. Ignoring his chi vitality score and focusing solely on fist strength and speed, Ning Feng's performance already ranked within the top 15 of the entire class. Recall, this was Lin Haino, one high school's most elite cohort. In each year, its elite class achieved a 100% undergraduate admission rate, with 80% securing places at top-tier universities, and its top 10 students routinely gained entry to Tianlu Martial Arts University in Nanhai Province. Tianlu Martial Arts University ranked among China's elite C9 institutions. Wait, there remains the comprehensive combat rating. The system is calculating Ning Feng's combat score. Surely he'll exceed 600 points, and he must surpass 600. Last year's admission threshold for Tianlu was 611. So if Ning Feng clears that. As murmurs swirled, the main display finally rendered Ning Feng's comprehensive combat rating. Ning Feng comprehensive combat rating, 635. Na thunderclap, like a boulder plunging into still water, rippled through the entire martial hall, leaving every soul stunned silent. 635. Unbelievable, and he surpassed Tianlu's cutoff, meaning Ning Feng is virtually guaranteed admission to Nanhai Province's premier martial academy. Damn, it's maddeningly enviable, and hell, I'd consider myself lucky to enter Linhai University, but a student from the ordinary class is headed to Tianlu. Truthfully, at this rate of progress, Ning Feng may even secure admission to Beijing University, Wuming University, Kunlun Academy, Xinghe University, or Leifai University when the national exam arrives in 3 months. What? The nation's top 5 martial academies. That seems impossible. At that moment, most elite class students gazed upon the score with awestruck envy. For many, Tianlu remained their ultimate aspiration, yet even they couldn't guarantee acceptance. Yet here stood Ning Feng, an ordinary class student already exceeding them all. Their hearts churned with resentment and bitter, grudging admiration. Tianlu Martial Arts University, can he truly gain admission? Lin Yan's ears caught the surrounding chatter, and his eyes instantly flooded crimson with rage. Ni's deepest, most guarded dream had always been admission to Tianlu. It ranked among China's foremost martial institutions. Yet he knew with painful clarity that his talent and cultivation made such a feat nearly unattainable. And so he had kept that longing buried deep. Now hearing that Ning Feng had secured such a future, Lin Yan trembled violently with fury. Impossible. How dare you, a failure, claim entrance to Tianlu? He pointed a shaking finger at Ning Feng and bellowed. Enough. Wu Yanxing surged forward, voice sharp with authority. Lin Yan, cease this absurd conduct. Ning Feng's achievements are none of your concern. No. I refuse to believe a failure could achieve this overnight. He must have cheated. Ning Feng, I challenge you. If you lose, you will publicly admit today's results were fabricated. Lin Yan shouted directly at Ning Feng. Humph. Ning Feng responded with a cold, dismissive laugh. Since you seek a beating, so be it. He offered no defense, only immediate acceptance of the challenge. Wu Yanxing's brow furrowed deeper. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. Teacher Wu, let them duel. Given Ning Feng's test results, victory in this contest should pose little difficulty. Hai Ryue observed Ning Feng with quiet satisfaction. She harbored not a shred of doubt about his scores. She simply wished to witness his performance under real combat conditions. For some students excelled in assessments, yet faltered terribly in actual sparring. Timid, hesitant, utterly failing to manifest their tested potential. Moreover, the upcoming martial technique evaluation required precisely such live adversarial testing. Upon hearing this, Wu Yanxing nodded. Very well. Activate the martial arts duel platform immediately. You two may each select a weapon and don protective martial attire before stepping onto the platform for your contest. With that, Hai Ryue led them to the central martial arts duel platform on the first floor. By now the crowd of onlookers had gathered around its base. Under the guidance of on-site staff Ning Feng and Lin, Yin simultaneously donned pristine, white martial protection suits, then began selecting weapons suited to their preferences. Sister, won't brother Ning Feng get injured? Xiao Bailu asked anxiously from the audience below. He likely won't. These martial suits safeguard vital areas. Even if he sustains injury, it won't be severe. Xiao Jingzhe explained calmly, her gaze fixed intently upon the figure atop the platform, eyes shimmering with layered, complex emotion. Ning Feng's performance had utterly astonished her. So brother Ning Feng could still be injured. How could a martial duel possibly be injury-free? Xiao Jingzhe shook her head. For reasons unknown, a restless agitation stirred within her. If Ning Feng truly entered the elite class, could she still conceal the feelings she harbored deep in her heart? At that moment, Ning Feng and Lin Yin each selected a weapon and returned to the platform. Ning Feng chose a tunter-long spear, neither excessively long nor short, ideal for both defense and offense. Lin Yin selected a 2.8-meter red-tasseled spear, imposing in appearance. Ning Feng showed no reaction whatsoever. In his view, though, the adage held that an inch longer meant an inch stronger, longer weapons demanded far greater mastery. The red-tasseled spear was best suited for mounted combat across vast battlefields, leveraging a steed's momentum to strike down enemies in a single blow. Yet on this confined training platform, such a weapon proved severely restrictive. Once closed in upon its wielder, would be left utterly defenseless. Still, Ning Feng offered no warning. Instead, he examined the silver-white spear he had chosen. Forged from refined iron, its tensile strength and edge sharpness fall far short of those of Yuan iron. As he ran his fingers along the shaft, memories surfaced. The Yuan iron spear he'd wielded yesterday within the simulated battlefield. Rumors claimed Yuan iron weapons were so rare that even first-rank martial cultivators struggled to acquire one. Most practitioners still relied on ordinary iron or refined iron arms, still sufficient for today's purpose. Gripping the spear firmly, he thrust it forward with sudden force. The blade cleaved the air, emitting a resonant, humming vibration. Across the platform, Lin Yin watched Ning Feng's motion, then lifted his own spear with both hands, spinning it deftly through the air before finishing with an elegant flourish. I train with the spear daily. There's no comparison between me and amateurs like you. Lin Yin scoffed coldly. His confidence in challenging Ning Feng stemmed from genuine conviction. His father had taken him to the city's Martial Alliance Hall, where he underwent a 10,000 Alliance coin assessment of his martial skill, and spent 50,000 coins to become the disciple of a master renowned for possessing a nascent spear intent. His current spear cultivation stood at 0.88 segments of spear intent, meaning diligent practice would soon elevate him past the first segment threshold. Reaching the first segment signified mastery attainable only by first-rank martial cultivators. Yet Lin Yin hadn't yet attained that rank. Proof of his extraordinary aptitude in martial technique. His commanding presence instantly captivated many girls in the audience. Lin Yin is so handsome. That spear flourish was flawless. He truly is the most dazzling man in our class. Ning Feng isn't exactly lacking either. Teacher Wu often praises his innate talent in martial arts. Just look at their chosen weapons. Lin Yan's bound to win. Can Ning Feng's spear even reach him? Go Lin Yan, my husband. I've always believed in you. Among the regular class, Lin Yan enjoyed far greater popularity than Ning Feng. Numerous girls openly backed him, a fact that left class monitor Mo Jiao seething with envy, silently vowing to report those girls to their teacher later. Ning Feng, I have no idea how you achieved such an astonishing score. But I know, this cannot possibly reflect your true ability. If you publicly admit to cheating, I might still spare you today. Otherwise my red-tasseled spear will show no. On the dual platform, Lin Yan regarded Ning Feng with undisguised disdain. Should Ning Feng actually confess to fraud, Lin Yan would immediately leverage his connections to have him expelled from Linhaino. One high school. Such a person simply did not belong at Linhaino. 1. Lin Yan, do you know why I've never deigned to respond to you? Ning Feng stood poised, silver-white spear held aloft, its tip leveled directly at Lin Yan. What? Lin Yan blinked, momentarily stunned. Because I refuse to waste energy debating with fools. That only blurs the line between who is truly foolish. Ning Feng's expression remained serene, yet his aura surged with formidable intensity. You. Lin Yan's face flushed dark with shock. He'd never imagined the quiet, unassuming Ning Feng would dare utter such audacious, unforgivable words. Fine. Today you'll learn the price of insolence. Ning Feng died. Lin Yan lunged forward with explosive speed. Before even reaching his opponent, his 2.8-meter red-tasseled spear already pierced the air toward Ning Feng's face. Humph. Ning Feng shook his head. Too slow. In his eyes, Lin Yan's speed lagged even behind that of the green-scaled beast chieftain he'd slain the previous day. At least the beast chieftain possessed rudimentary cunning, sending subordinates ahead as meat shields. Lin Yan, however, advanced with zero defense. only reckless gaping openings in his assault. With that, Ning Feng stepped back sharply, then swung his silver-white spear sideways with crushing force, striking the tip of Lin Yan's red-tasseled spear. Whoosh! VVVVRRR. A resonant metallic hum reverberated as the two spears collided. Instantly, Lin Yan's spearhead was violently deflected, flying off the platform into the crowd below. Immense strength. At the moment of impact, pain shot up Lin Yan's arm. His heart seized with terror, utterly overwhelmed by Ning Feng's displayed power. Could his scores truly be legitimate? The thought flashed unbidden, an unbearable possibility he refused to accept. Lin Yan, watch out! Mo Jiao cried urgently from below. What? Only then did Lin Yan realize Ning Feng had already closed the distance between them. By the time he raised his weapon to defend, his spearhead was already gone. He possesses such monstrous strength. He actually deflected my spearhead. Lin Yan stared, eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, Ning Feng seized the shaft of Lin Yan's spear with his left hand and yanked hard, pulling Lin Yan off balance straight toward him. Danger! Lin Yan saw Ning Feng's spear tip hovering inches from his face. If pulled forward, the point would the primal dread of imminent death made his limbs tremble violently. His face paled to ghostly white. I yield. He screamed frantically, and dropped to his knees, paralyzed by fear. Instantly, the entire audience was shocked. Lin Yan was actually defeated. Moreover, it happened so quickly. Ning Feng is impressive. I never expected Ning Feng to defeat Lin Yan with just one move. He has such great strength, he even knocked Lin Yan's spear aside. Wow, Ning Feng is truly amazing. Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded. Most of the ordinary class had no idea this would be the outcome. Some speculated that Ning Feng was a dark horse and could contend evenly with Lin Yan. Others believed Lin Yan's performance had always overshadowed Ning Feng, so Ning Feng should not be Lin Yan's match. But who would have thought that Ning Feng would defeat Lin Yan with just one move? Lin Yan actually lost. Mo Jiao felt completely limp, sitting down on the ground. Is this still the Ning Feng who took her position as class president? Why is he so powerful? What if Ning Feng wants to reclaim that position as class president in the future? Who will she find to support her then? Ning Feng brother won. Xiao Bailu danced with joy. I knew Ning Feng brother was amazing. Sister looked quickly. Beside her, Xiao Jingzhe fell silent. She knew Ning Feng could win, she just didn't expect it to be so easy. However, at that moment her pupils constricted, and she suddenly shouted to the stage, Ning Feng, be careful. On the stage, upon hearing Lin Yan's concession, Ning Feng also put away his long spear and prepared to end the match. Just as he turned to leave the stage, Lin Yan, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly picked up his spear and charged at him, the tip aimed straight at his back. Ning Feng, die for me. If you die, the slot for entering the elite class will be mine. You've been a useless person your whole life. How dare you rise while stepping on my head? He yelled with a twisted face, his sanity completely lost, only wanting to kill Ning Feng. Lin Yan, don't. Mo Jiao shouted anxiously from below. If Lin Yan really ambushed and killed Ning Feng, he would also be arrested and sentenced. Damn it. Wu Yansheng and Hai Ru, you were also greatly alarmed by this scene. Who would have thought that even after the match had ended, Lin Yan would still dare to launch a sneak attack? The two hurriedly rushed onto the stage to rescue. With Ning Feng's displayed talent, he was already considered a martial arts genius. Such a talented young man would surely be cherished and cultivated by Linghai No. One high school. If he died here, the consequences would be extremely serious. Lin Yan, stop. Wu Yansheng moved quickly and jumped onto the stage. Hai Ru rushed towards Ning Feng, wanting to save him. Get lost, I want him dead. Lin Yan was completely enraged, disregarding the teacher's admonitions, raising his spear and hurling it violently towards Ning Feng's back. Just as the spear was about to stab, Ning Feng's figure moved slightly, and a shadow materialized beside him. Whoosh! The spear passed through the shadow, creating a sound of breaking air. What? Lin Yan did not see the scene of blood bursting forth, and was instantly stunned. At that moment, Hai Ru grabbed Ning Feng's arm, but soon realized she was holding only a shadow. Phantom shadows. Second stage movement technique. A shocking thought flashed through her mind. Ning Feng's movement technique had actually reached the second stage. How terrifying. It is known that many third-grade martial artists who specialize in movement techniques can barely achieve the second stage. But Ning Feng was clearly only a sixth-grade martial artist. Whirlwind slash. At this moment, Ning Feng had utilized his movement technique to reach Lin Yan's front, his silver-white spear cutting through the void, manifesting a red flame, and instantly slashing towards Lin Yan's chest. Whoosh! The martial arts outfit capable of withstanding first-grade martial artist attacks was instantly torn. I lost, I concede. Don't kill me. Lin Yan seemed to see the killing intent in Ning Feng's eyes, and hurriedly begged for mercy, his tone filled with fear. However, this time Ning Feng did not let him off, but instead raised his right foot and kicked Lin Yan hard in the face. Bang! In the next moment, Lin Yan's body flew out like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the floor below the stage. At this time the medical personnel outside rushed in shocked at the sight of Lin Yan's tragic state. Originally quite handsome Lin Yan was kicked into a swollen face, losing several teeth, and his entire face was completely disfigured. Even if he recovers from his injuries, this face is likely ruined. Ning Feng, are you okay? Wu Yansheng rushed onto the stage asking anxiously. He was truly worried that something had happened to Ning Feng. Teacher Wu, I'm fine. Ning Feng shook his head. He had always been on guard against Lin Yan's tactics, knowing he was a petty person. Although he could have directly used the spear to take this guy out, causing a death would ultimately lead to a huge mess. However, this lesson was enough for Lin Yan to lie in bed for a month or two. At this moment, Hai Ruyu also ran over, and seeing that Ning Feng was unharmed, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked at the long spear in Ning Feng's hand and asked, Ning Feng, that was a grade martial skill you used just now, right? A martial skill capable of tearing through protective clothing is already quite impressive. Given its destructive power, it could be compared to a grade martial skill. Hearing this, Ning Feng first glanced at Wu Yansheng and then nodded. This was taught to me by Teacher Wu. What he had just used was the grade martial skill, Whirlwind Slash, that Wu Yansheng had taught him. Actually, this martial skill is better suited for a saber. It's just that Ning Feng's talent is high enough to perfectly incorporate it into a spear, Wu Yansheng said with a hint of a smile. His commonly used weapon was a saber, and this martial skill was something he learned from the army. He never expected Ning Feng could achieve such good results with a spear. Upon hearing this, Hai Ruyu's gaze towards Ning Feng became even more approving. Ning Feng, I will not be polite with you anymore. Based on your performance today, I on behalf of the school invite you to join the elite class. Don't rush to refuse. Listen to the benefits of the elite class first. First, students in the elite class can receive a subsidy of 5,000 alliance coins each month, 4 bottles of low-grade qi and blood potions, and free training qualifications at the Source Sacred Tao Pavilion. Secondly, each month, we will select a batch of talents from the grade to enter Tianlu Martial Arts University for further study, each session lasting 3 days. Finally, if you are willing to join the elite class, I can guarantee that you will break through to the first grade body refinement realm within the next 3 months. Hai Ruyu spoke very quickly, not giving Ning Feng any time to refuse. After hearing these conditions, Ning Feng was somewhat tempted. Especially that last sentence guaranteeing he could break through to the first grade martial artist. It is known that the standard for reaching a first-grade martial artist is a qi and blood value of 150 cards, a punch force of 1,000 kilograms, and a speed of 30 milliseconds. Teacher Hai, what does the body refinement realm mean? Ning Feng asked curiously. Hai Ruyu flashed a triumphant smile and explained, regarding the classification of martial artist realms, the first grade is the body refinement realm, the second grade is the blood-quenching realm, and the third grade is the jade bone realm. Before she finished speaking, she covered her mouth. No, this knowledge can only be taught in the elite class. If you want to learn, come to the elite class. Ning Feng nodded. He understood Hai Ruyu's intentions, but also had no reason to refuse. Not to mention the other benefits, just the monthly subsidy of 5,000 alliance coins would significantly relieve the burden on his uncle and aunt. Previously, he was looked down upon by his younger sister Xiao Jingzhe because most of the family's money was spent on him. Now being able to ease the burden on Uncle Xiao and Aunt Li, he was naturally very willing. Alright, I agree to join the elite class. Upon hearing that Ning Feng was willing to join the elite class, an uproar erupted on the scene. Lin Yin, who was still somewhat conscious while lying on the ground, immediately fainted completely. Mo Jiao Jiao let out a long sigh of relief as she had been worried that Ning Feng might take the class leader position in the ordinary class. Gao Hai was beaming with joy, having always noticed Feng Guest's efforts, and now he finally saw the results. Most of the ordinary class students were both envious and jealous. They never expected that the usually invisible Ning Feng could suddenly transform and successfully enter the elite class through this test. This was something they wouldn't even dare to dream about. As for the elite class, their feelings were even deeper. To them, the students of the ordinary class were almost indistinguishable from the useless. Who would have thought that after Xiao Bailu emerged within a grade spiritual talent, Ning Feng would follow within grade spiritual talent? This made them uneasy. Who exactly belongs to the elite class, and who belongs to the ordinary class? Sister Ning Feng Gu is coming to the elite class too. Xiao Bailu was so happy that she almost jumped up on the spot upon hearing this. She always knew that Ning Feng Gu was the strongest. I heard it. Xiao Jingzhe snorted coldly, her expression remaining aloof. However, from the slight upturn of her lips, it seemed she was somewhat pleased. Lan Xian, this guy has some skills. He actually managed to enter the elite class. From the martial arts he displayed, it feels quite powerful. Lan Xian, this Ning Feng doesn't seem to be the waste you describe. Haha, the elite class should be quite interesting. Shut up. Hearing the teasing of his friends around him, Lan Xian immediately felt a bit annoyed. Especially upon seeing Xiao Jingzhe staring at Ning Feng on the stage, it made him feel even more jealous, and the look in his eyes towards Ning Feng held a hint of danger. So what if he entered the elite class? His current vitality value is only 75 calories, while my vitality value reached 135 calories in the last test. I am about to break through to a one-star body refinement martial artist. Moreover, halfway through, Lan Xian took out a transparent jade bottle revealing a golden flowing potion inside. Is this a high-grade vitality potion? Wow, Lan Xian, where did you get this? Impressive. This bottle must be worth at least 100,000. The people around were instantly envious. The only source of vitality potions was the Martial Arts Alliance, and even the potions provided to students by the school were purchased from the Tianhai City Martial Arts Alliance. Of course, the school must have a discounted price for bulk purchases. But even so, the school wouldn't dare to distribute many nutritional vitality potions to students. Low-grade vitality potions are priced at 500 Alliance coins, medium-grade vitality potions at 200 Alliance coins, and high-grade vitality potions at 100 Alliance coins. The school providing each student in the elite class with 4 bottles of low-grade nutritional vitality potions was already quite generous. Only those who achieved outstanding results qualified for medium-grade nutritional vitality potions. As for high-grade vitality potions, the school simply couldn't afford them. Even the Martial Arts Alliance branch in Tianhai City wouldn't sell high-grade vitality potions on ordinary days. Only those with ample financial resources or deep backgrounds would go to Kyoto specifically to purchase high-grade vitality potions. Additionally, the authorities manage vitality potions very strictly. Aside from the Martial Arts Alliance, no other entity is allowed to sell them, and any violations would be severely punished. Of course, aside from vitality potions that can assist in cultivation, various private enterprises have also developed numerous potions, some of which may even have better effects. However, all these potions share a common trait: they are extremely expensive. Ordinary people simply cannot afford. In order to prevent the monopolization of cultivation resources, the authorities set a unified purchase price, and buying nutritional vitality potions for 500 Alliance coins is already considered the cheapest. Of course, if you have made outstanding contributions in martial arts, the rewards given by the authorities are even, especially after entering the martial arts university. Regardless of whether you work for the government, military, or the Martial Arts Alliance post-graduation, the monthly salary is no less than 100 Alliance coins. Lan Xiangu, your family treats you really well. You can actually use high-grade vitality potions now. Just by smelling it, I can feel my vitality subtly rising. The effect is incredible. Amazing. Lan Xiangu, you're definitely going to outshine Xiao Jingzhe in the next assessment. What nonsense, when has my Lan Xian not been first in the grade? Ha ha ha. Hearing the flattery from those around him, Lan Xian burst into a hearty laugh. He then put away the bottle of high-grade nutritional vitality potion. It's worth noting that this was a special reward from the old man. He was reluctant to drink it, and planned to wait until his next breakthrough to a one-star martial artist before using it. So no matter whether Ning Feng enters the elite class or not, he will never catch up to me. Even if he practices the 5 major cultivation methods, so what? The 5 major cultivation methods are merely the most basic methods taught in schools. The truly powerful ones are the unique methods developed by each family based on their characteristics. For example, the Blue Family's Sunfire cultivation method, which absorbs the essence of the sun for an hour each day, enhances both vitality and physical strength, and its effectiveness is far superior to the 5 major cultivation methods. After saying that, Lan Xian laughed heartily again. With the flourishing of martial arts, family forces began to develop collectively, and a group of loose cultivators could never compare to those coming from prominent families. The endpoint for these individuals is merely the starting point for the children of these large families. There is a saying that goes, the womb is the greatest dividing line in life. Reincarnation is far more important than cultivation. In the future, Lan Xian could rely on family resources to cultivate to a 4-star martial artist, while those in the class who could break through to a 1-star martial artist and enter the martial arts university and afterwards be assigned to small units for work would already be considered a leap across social classes. Not to mention Ning Feng, who joins the elite class in the last few months of his senior year without any family resources to support him. His future achievements are already visible. What qualifications does someone like him have to be compared with me, Lan Xian? The match between Ning Feng and Lin Yin has come to an end. Next, we will proceed with the evaluation of martial skills. Everyone will take turns to compete with me, and I will only exhibit my strength according to the standards of the college entrance examination. At the same time, the assessment system on site will score you all. At this moment, Wu Yinxing stood on the competition stage announcing. In recent years, due to the emphasis on examination-oriented education, students have not paid much attention to martial skills, so the passing line for martial skills is not very high. However, in recent years, with educational reforms, the weight of martial skills in scoring has been increasing. Hai Rua knew that these ordinary class students were not familiar with the relevant data, so she introduced, according to the college entrance examination policy formulated by the Education Institute of Nanhai Province this year, the scoring for martial skills accounts for 50 of the total score. The blood vitality accounts for 30, and the comprehensive combat power accounts for 20. The combination of these three aspects constitutes your college entrance examination score. Therefore, everyone should not solely focus on blood vitality. You should also enhance your physical fitness and place greater emphasis on practicing martial skills. As soon as these words were spoken, the ordinary class students erupted into an uproar. Most of them wore expressions of confusion and helplessness, and some even felt disheartened. They had worked hard to improve their blood vitality for 3 years, and now they were being told that it only accounted for 30. It's over. I hardly practiced martial skills at all. Damn, it isn't blood vitality the most important. I could have gone to a martial arts university, but now it seems I'll have to attend a vocational school. It's fine, later Teacher Wu will conduct the test. He should give us some leniency, right? Did you not hear? Teacher Wu said he would test us according to the college entrance examination standards. Oh, can we really compete against Teacher Wu? I heard that Teacher Wu is a first-class martial artist who retired from the battlefield. How could we possibly defeat him? Forget it, let's just go up and give it a try. Seeing the commotion below, Wu Yinshan couldn't help but shake. With such an attitude, it was a wonder these students could get into a martial arts university. After a moment of thought, he called out, this time, we will start the assessment from the last student on the list. First up, Ning Feng. Among the ordinary class students, only Ning Feng's martial skills could satisfy him. Great, let's have Ning Feng go first. Why him? Ning Feng's blood vitality isn't even high. What nonsense are you talking? He has already entered the elite class. If you wanted to go, why didn't you just say so earlier? Lin Yin was beaten so badly by Ning Feng, everyone shouldn't underestimate him too much. Ning Feng, go for it. Try to stall for a bit. Lan Xian, what do you think Ning Feng's martial skills can score? I've heard that Wu Yinsheng retired from the battlefield and has killed quite a few exotic beasts. He is about to teach our elite class. Is that true? What happened to that martial skills teacher? I heard he was transferred to another school. Wu Yinsheng and Ning Feng seem to have a good relationship. He won't intentionally go easy on him, right? If he dares to go easy, I will report him to the school authorities. Lan Xian said with arrogance. Last time I tested my martial skills, I scored 521 points. A few days ago, my sword intent broke through a level, so my score should increase significantly this time. The weapon I specialize in is the long sword, and I broke through a level of sword intent before even entering the realm of martial artists. I have already become a standout within my clan, let alone in this small school of Linhai No. 1. As expected, upon hearing that he had broken through a level of sword intent, those around him were immediately astonished. Young Master Qian is indeed the genius of our Linhai No. 1. Many first-class martial artists can't even reach a level of sword intent, right? Amazing. My sword intent has only reached 0 levels and 85, and am still far from a level. There are still 2 weeks until the next genius training camp in Nanhai province. It looks like Lan Xian can shine in this training camp. I wonder if Xiao Jingzhe's dagger intent has broken through a level. No joke, Xiao Jingzhe's dagger is indeed fast and fierce, if only you Lan Xian can suppress her. It's a case of one thing overcoming another. Lan Xian and Xiao Jingzhe make a good match. Haha, well said. Hearing this, Lan Xian laughed heartily. Meanwhile, on the other side, with exceptionally keen hearing, Xiao Jingzhe frowned slightly upon hearing the laughter from afar, and couldn't help but grip the jade-white dagger behind her. So noisy. If it weren't for the fact that that group of guys were children of various prominent families in Linhai City, she would have wanted to deal with them long ago. Sister, look, Ning Feng is going up. Xiao Bailu said hurriedly. It's just a martial skills evaluation, there won't be any injuries. Xiao Jingzhe said casually, putting down her dagger. No, I'm worried that Teacher Wu can't defeat Brother Ning Feng. Brother Ning Feng is so strong, what if he accidentally injures Teacher Wu? You saw what happened to Lin Yin just now, right? Xiao Jingzhe said. She shook her head, not understanding how her sister could have such high hopes for Ning Feng, as now she seemed to only have eyes for him. Don't worry. Teacher Wu is a second-class body refinement realm martial artist, and he also retired from the battlefield. This match is just child's play for him. Even if Ning Feng performs exceptionally well, he cannot possibly be a match for a second-class martial artist. Unless... What? Xiao Bailu immediately asked curiously. Unless his martial skills reach the second level, he might win with tech. However, after saying this, Xiao Jingzhe shook her head. It was exceedingly difficult to break through to the second level, let alone even the first level. Improving martial skills requires both talent and long-term diligent practice. Even she had only elevated her dagger intent to the first level half a month ago. This was already considered a rare genius at Linhai No. 1 in decades. So Brother Ning Feng still has a good chance, right? Xiao Bailu looked up at the stage with joyful eyes. You little girl, you've really lost your mind. Even if Ning Feng defeats Lin Yan, so what? Ask which student in the elite class can't do that. Xiao Jingzhe said calmly. On the martial arts dueling platform, Ning Feng and Wu Yinsheng stood at opposite corners. Unlike Ning Feng, who wielded a long spear, Wu Yinsheng held a broadsword and wore no martial arts protective suit. Ning Feng showed no surprise. He had sparred with Master Wu many times before and knew his habits. particularly his aversion to wearing protective gear. Martial Arts Proficiency Assessment System initiating shortly. Both participants prepare now. Below the platform, Hai Ryue announced loudly. Moments later, several scanning devices emerged around the arena's perimeter. These instruments captured every movement of the duelists in real time, transmitting data to the back-end system for comprehensive evaluation. A single set cost tens of millions of alliance credits. Ning Feng, I'll suppress my kiblet output to approximately 100 karas. I won't hold back this time. Be ready. Wu Yansheng raised his broadsword in one hand and warned Ning Feng with a steady gaze. Master Wu, please guide me. Ning Feng bowed first, then dropped into a low stance and surged forward like a thunderclap, covering several meters in an instant. His spear swept horizontally across the floor, trailing a faint shimmering flame. Remarkable. Wu Yansheng's eyes lit up. The cyclone slash combined with explosive acceleration yielded such extraordinary effect. Yet he did not idle. Even before Ning Feng closed the distance, Wu Yansheng swung his broadsword downward with tremendous force. Clang. Steel met steel. A piercing metallic shriek echoed through the hall. HSS. A jolt of searing numbness shot up Ning Feng's right arm. He nearly lost his grip on the spear. Watch out. Wu Yansheng granted him no respite, slamming his blade against the ground, launching himself skyward in a single fluid motion. Damn it. Again, this technique. Ning Feng had suffered this move countless times before. He knew resisting Hedon was futile. Moon-shattering slash. Wu Yansheng roared, bringing his sword down from above, as if cleaving a full moon. Its momentum overwhelming, its aura terrifying. Whoosh. The blade tore through air, splitting silence like thunder. Thud. It struck what appeared to be Ning Feng, plunging straight through his body and embedding itself deep into the platform floor, nearly 30 centimeters. Brother. Xiao Bailu cried out in alarm. Don't worry. It's fine. Xiao Jingzhe murmured, his expression shifting to wary astonishment. The figure pierced by the blade dissolved into mist, merely a lingering afterimage. Extraordinary. His footwork is nearly breaking into the second tier. Wu Yansheng burst into hearty laughter. In the next breath, his feet shifted. Two identical phantoms erupted behind him, each slashing downward with lethal precision. Phantom layering. Second tier footwork. Hai Ryue clapped a hand over her mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. No wonder the principal had personally appointed Wu Yansheng as martial arts instructor for the elite class. His prowess far exceeded expectation. Confronted by the twin illusions, Ning Feng dodged frantically. Clang. Thud. Spear and sword clashed, repeatedly showering the platform with sparks. Ugh. Too slow to evade, Ning Feng took a direct blow across his chest, recoiling instantly. Glancing down, he saw a long gash torn across his martial uniform. Incredible. He drew a deep breath. Though Master Wu had always restrained himself during training, Ning Feng had never imagined his true strength would be so formidable. No wonder he was a veteran of the Beast War front. Even suppressing his kibla to merely 100 karas, he still dominated the fight. Outside the arena, spectators stood frozen, ordinary students and elite cadets alike, none having ever witnessed combat of such intensity. Even for a formal martial proficiency assessment, was such ferocity necessary? Are they even human? That ordinary class instructor, is he truly this powerful? He served on the battlefield. What else did you expect? Ning Feng's strength is terrifying too. I doubt I could withstand even a single strike from either of them. Did you hear? Ning Feng's footwork has reached the second tier. Impossible. The standard for second-tier footwork is generating 3 distinct afterimages. Ning Feng produced only 2. He hasn't quite attained it, yet stands at its very threshold. Blimey. With only 75 karas of kiblet, his speed hits 18 meters per second. That's the physical caliber of an 8th-rank martial artist. If his footwork is this advanced, what else must he possess? Ah! Ning Feng exhaled slowly. An ancient maxim echoed in his mind. The sword strikes like a tiger, the spear flows like a dragon, the staff sweeps all before it. Against a broadsword, direct confrontation was folly. One must evade its peak assault, then exploit the spear's reach and agility to strike the opponent's opening. With that thought, he charged again, not closing in for melee but gripping the spear with both hands, surging forward like a sinuous celestial dragon. Boom! Facing Ning Feng's onslaught, Wu Yansheng did not retreat. Instead, he advanced several steps, planting his broadsword upright before him, blocking the spear's tip with unwavering resolve. So fierce was Ning Feng's thrust that even Wu Yansheng staggered backward several paces. Excellent, he bellowed. Take this. Gathering his breath, he launched himself forward like a thunderbolt, his broadsword arcing sideways at blinding speed, igniting a trail of crimson flame midair. Cyclone slash. His signature technique, the very first martial art he'd taught Ning Feng. Ning Feng had anticipated it all along. He'd been waiting for this moment. SSSSH. First he leapt upward, just high enough to evade the slash, then planted the spear's tip on the ground. As the broadsword slammed onto the shaft, he used the impact to pivot, flipping backward 180 degrees, his spear bending like a drawn bow before propelling him skyward. Instantly, he coiled his waist and reversed course, his body snapping forward once more. The spear's shaft whirled violently, driving straight toward Wu Yinxing, who had no time to react. In Wu Yinxing's perception, Ning Feng had been hurled airborne, soon to plummet helplessly to the ground. What he hadn't foreseen was that Ning Feng had deliberately ridden his momentum upward, then twisted midair to strike with devastating surprise. Master Wu, watch out. Even Hai Ryue below gasped in shock. Brilliant maneuver. Wu Yinxing felt the wind of the spear's approach against his back. His eyes widened with genuine astonishment. He had gravely underestimated Ning Feng's growth. Petrification. He roared, releasing his ki-blood restraint, his skin instantly hardening into stone-gray granite. SSSSS. The spear's tip struck Wu Yinxing's back, but failed to pierce. Instead, it scraped across his armored surface, leaving a stark white furrow. Master Wu. Hai Ryue rushed anxiously onto the sparring platform. I'm fine. Wu Yinxing smiled and shook his head, then turned his gaze to Ning Feng, his eyes now brimming with even greater approval. Counterforce strike. You executed a sudden reversal maneuver, like a lightning-quick backstab. Had I not unlocked my blood energy restraints and petrified my skin, I might not have withstood that blow. By then, Ning Feng had completed a midair somersault and landed firmly on the ground. Master Wu, I concede. Though he had failed to breach his opponent's defense, a wave of dejection washed over him. You too. This isn't battlefield combat. Why such intensity? Seeing that Wu Yinxing was unharmed, Hai Ryue finally exhaled in relief. That moment had terrified her utterly. Had it been her facing Ning Feng's technique, she doubted she could have endured it. Ning Feng, your mastery of the spear has deepened markedly since last time. If my intuition serves me, your spear intent is nearing its second stage. Wu Yinxing murmured thoughtfully. Hearing this, Hai Ryue gasped in astonishment. Second stage spear intent? That's impossible. Even among the elite class's most gifted students, their spear intent, blade intent, or dagger intent had only just breached the first stage. Yet Ning Feng was already on the cusp of the second. After all, even second-rank body cultivation warriors, specialists in the spear, required years of relentless practice merely to elevate their spear intent to the second stage. And how old was Ning Feng? He hadn't yet turned 18. Meanwhile, beneath the platform, every spectator stood utterly stunned by the duel between Ning Feng and Wu Yinxing. Good heavens! How did Ning Feng pull off that move? He used his opponent's momentum to launch himself skyward, then whirled with explosive precision, utterly unexpected. Why did Master Wu's skin turn stone gray? What sorcery is that? You truly don't know. At the peak of first-rank body cultivation, Realm 1 may forge the skin into unyielding stone, rendering it impervious to ordinary weapons. Did I hear correctly? Ning Feng's spear intent is also nearing the second stage. Impossible. Utterly impossible. The elite class students stared, faces frozen in disbelief. They'd assumed Ning Feng's arrival would merely place him at the bottom of their ranks, insignificant, irrelevant. Now they had been profoundly humbled. Ning Feng's martial artistry far surpassed theirs. Lan Xian, this fellow doesn't seem like a failure after all. If he's no failure, then what are we? Granted, his blood energy level remains modest, but mastery nearing the second stage of martial artistry alone qualifies him for admission to Tianlu Martial Arts University. Incredible. We'll never underestimate him again. Absolutely. In raw combat, none of us could hope to best him. Lan Xian, why have you fallen silent? Lan Xian's face darkened. He remained wordless for a long while. Ning Feng's performance had stirred a memory of a martial fanatic within his own clan. Like Ning Feng, that clansman possessed only average blood energy, but his martial artistry had already transcended the second stage, earning him status as one of the family's most treasured prodigies. Whereas Lan Xian, as the patriarch's eldest grandson, enjoyed privilege solely by virtue of lineage. Damn it. This Ning Feng possesses such formidable strength. His jaw clenched, a chilling resolve hardened within him to eliminate Ning Feng. Sister, why aren't you moving? You're ignoring me when I speak. Brother Ning Feng seems to have lost. Xiao Bailu kept tugging Xiao Jingzhe's arm insistently. His jaw clenched, a chilling resolve hardened within him to eliminate Ning Feng. Sister, why aren't you moving? Martial arts, all this. She turned to her sister, her tone stripped of earlier disdain. Yes. Brother Ning Feng arrives at school every morning at 7. Outside class hours, he immerses himself in the martial hall, and after dismissal, he seeks out Master Wu for sparring and refinement. Among our class, Master Wu holds Brother Ning Feng in highest regard. Xiao Bailu spoke with unmistakable pride. Brother Ning Feng has always strived tirelessly. Others fixated only on blood energy metrics, never recognizing the quiet, relentless labor behind them. Only she had witnessed it all along. I understand. Xiao Jingzhe gazed toward the platform and declared, Ning Feng did not lose. A first-rank warrior forced to unlock blood energy restraints and activate petrification, proved Ning Feng had already won. Meanwhile, the arena's main display screen activated. Upon conclusion of the duel, the system initiated duel qualified. Participant Ning Feng. Martial artistry rating S-class. Spear intent threshold of 2nd stage, movement art threshold of 2nd stage. Martial artistry score 675 points national exam standard. Boom. The instant those figures appeared, the entire arena erupted. It was common knowledge martial artistry scores could never exceed predicted comprehensive combat ratings. Most students neglected practical application, focusing instead on isolated drills, resulting in impressive but hollow metrics, high punch force readings, blazing speed scores, yet abysmal performance under real dueling conditions. Some students boasted comprehensive combat scores near 600, yet their actual martial artistry evaluations barely scraped 300. Moreover, this S-class rating in martial artistry remained unmatched, even by the elite class's top talents, Xiao Jingzhe, Lan Qian, and the perpetually absent girl. Good heavens! Did Ning Feng train only martial artistry throughout high school? Likely so. Otherwise, how could his blood energy reading be merely 75 Ka, given today's performance? Unbelievable. My last martial artistry rating was only C-class. Don't remind us. Even class leader Xiao Jingzhe and vice leader Lan Qian rank only A-class in martial artistry, scoring barely 500. Ning Feng is extraordinary, a true dark horse. With such a powerhouse suddenly joining our class, life ahead promises intense pressure. Weren't you pressured enough under Lan Qian's shadow before? Look, Teacher Hai is holding Ning. At that moment, Hai Ryue gazed at Ning Feng's martial artistry data, eyes gleaming, mouth watering. Master Wu, how could you withhold such a rare talent from me for so long? Hai Ryue reproached Wu Yinxing, though her tone held more awe than anger. Then she seized Ning Feng's hand urgently. Ning Feng, I formally and earnestly invite you to join Elite Martial Arts Class 1. I shall personally petition the principal for special approval to award you a first-tier scholarship. Your privileges will henceforth be elevated to match those of Xiao Jingzhe and Lan Qian. A first-class scholarship. Ning Feng could not help but be startled. He had heard that the school's first-class scholarship amounted to 100,000 alliance coins. Indeed. Once you join the elite class, you may choose one of the 9 cultivation methods to practice, and your monthly allowance will rise from 5,000 to 8,000 alliance coins. Furthermore, the weekly provision of a low-grade Ki-blood potion will be increased to 3 bottles, Hai Ryue continued. The school placed great emphasis on its students' development, especially those with talent. In addition to the school's subsidies, even the Linhai City Administration allocates funds to support the cultivation of outstanding students. For once talents like Ning Feng mature, they can bring far greater benefit to the school and to Linhai City as a whole. And also, Hai Ryue produced a black membership card from her pocket and said, "This is the black gold membership card of Yuanxing Daoguan. From today onward, you may train at Yuanxing Daoguan after school for free. All internal programs within the Daoguan are free to you. Of course, purchases like potions or therapeutic courses would cost money, though you will receive a discount. A membership card for Yuanxing Daoguan." Taking the black gold card that shimmered in his hand, Ning Feng grew curious. He already knew Xiao Jingzhe trained at this Yuanxing Daoguan every day. He had only wondered how it differed from the school's martial hall. After Hai Ryu's explanation, it sounded rather appealing. Teacher Hai, does Yuanxing Daoguan sell Ki-blood potions? In his impression, Ki-blood potions were supposed to be sold only through official channels. Hai Ryue replied. But the potions they craft are not the same as the ordinary Ki-blood potions we use. Yuanxing Daoguan has apothecaries who prepare distinctive elixirs, each affecting cultivation in different ways, she said. You will see for yourself once you go to the Daoguan. Hai Ryue smiled, but did not elaborate, for the vast majority of students could not afford potions beyond the official ones. Such remedies were exorbitantly priced. When Ning Feng went to the Daoguan, training would be the main focus. Oh, Ning Feng nodded. He did not press the matter of why Teacher Hai possessed a black gold card. It was plainly expensive, and to hand one to a newly admitted elite class student was unexpected. In any case, it benefited him, and he accepted it. Next, all students of the regular class underwent the martial skill assessment. At first, everyone had been elated after witnessing Ning Feng's performance. Some even thought the regular class harbored hidden talents. But by the end of the exam, they were disappointed. The vast majority scored below 300 in martial skill, some only a little over 200. Even those with decent Ki-blood values performed poorly in technique. It was obvious they had hardly practiced at all. In the end, Gao Hai, with a Ki-blood value of merely 62, attained a commendable 401 in martial skill. Though far below Ning Feng's 675, he was light years ahead of his regular class peers. He had even reached the lower tier of elite class standards. Gao Hai wields the broad blade well. Hai Ryu nodded in approval upon seeing his performance. Sadly, that score still did not meet the standard for entering the elite class. However, he would very likely gain admission to a second-tier martial university through the college entrance exam. After university, if he enlisted, perhaps he could make a name for himself in the barracks. Ning Feng smiled and patted his friend's shoulder. Gao Hai, your handling of the broad blade is becoming increasingly polished. Gao Hai scratched his head. He had indeed exerted himself, but when he sparred with Teacher Wu, he was easily defeated in less than 3 moves. By the way, Brother Feng, you're going to the elite class today, right? Gao Hai asked hurriedly. He felt no envy, on the contrary, he was genuinely pleased. He had long believed that with Brother Feng's talent and effort, he deserved the elite class. Not today. Wait until next Monday, Ning Feng said, shaking his head. He felt little about studying in the elite class, or what appealed to him most were the benefits that came with it. Brother Feng, then he'll work harder too. I certainly won't make the elite class, but I can aim for the same city's university as you on the college entrance exam. You go to Tianlu Martial University, and I will try for Linhai University, Gao Hai chuckled. Ning Feng laughed. Ning Feng smiled. Tianlu Martial University ranks among the nation's C9 institutions. While Linhai University is also a bachelor's institution, its martial arts program is not among the leading ones. The two schools sit adjacent within the same university town. If I get into Jingdu University, why don't you try for a Wuming University? Ning Feng joked. It was like the old question of whether one would grow up to enter Tsinghua or Beida. Brother Feng, if you make it into Jingdu University, you'll at least try for Jingda's vocational technical school, Gao Hai said, scratching his head with rueful self-awareness. He would have to work desperately even to get into Linhai University, let alone a Wuming University that surpassed Tianlu Martial University. On the other side, when Xiao Bailu tried to run over to Ning Feng, Xiao Jingzhe grabbed her roughly. Don't. All students of Elite Martial Class 1 return to the second floor and continue training. Today's training is doubled. Xiao Jingzhe seemed provoked, his face was expressionless and his tone severe. Seeing the class president assert himself, all the elite students hurried back. Compared to the gentle homeroom teacher Hai Ryue, they feared the president far more. Sister, I want to go congratulate Brother Ning Feng, Xiao Bailu pouted, looking aggrieved. You can congratulate him anytime, he is going home tonight anyway. Is your current score better than his? Get back to training. Xiao Jingzhe scolded. Xiao Bailu reluctantly she nodded, then asked, Sister, what was your martial skill score last time? Was it higher than Brother Ning? Hearing this, Xiao Jingzhe's expression shifted slightly. Oomph. She snorted and turned away, offering no. She could not bring herself to admit that the boy she normally looked down upon, Ning Feng, had completely surpassed her. And Qian Xiao, why aren't you saying anything? After reviewing Ning Feng's martial skill test, Lan Qian had remained sullen and silent the entire time. Shut up. This Ning Feng does indeed show aptitude in martial skill. But so what? Martial skill can be raised through diligent practice, but what of innate cultivation talent and precious resources? That Ning Feng receives 3 bottles of low-grade nutritive Kiblood potion each week, while I possess high-grade Kiblood potions. In the future, my development will be something Ning Feng can never catch up to. With those words, Lan Qian produced the jade vial containing his high-grade Kiblood potion and flaunted it, his face full of smug pride. Make way, make way. The hall is being mopped, be careful not to slip, a cleaning Annie warned as she pushed her mop. As Lan Qian flaunted the vial, he stepped on a patch of water, his feet slipped, and he went sprawling, sending the jade vial flying from his hand. He had intended to use it during a breakthrough. It's ruined. My high-grade Kiblood potion. Lan Qian was aghast. This was a bottle he had pleaded for a long time to obtain. He had intended to use it during a breakthrough. Who would? After the test, Ning Feng and the others took a car back to the South Campus. Upon learning about Ning Feng's results, the homeroom teacher Li Runin was utterly incredulous. When she heard that Ning Feng had entered the elite class, she stood in place stunned for a long while, muttering impossible. However, she eventually completed the transfer procedures for Ning Feng as per protocol. After finishing the paperwork, Ning Feng did not return to the regular class, but chose to leave the school and head to the Source Sacred Dojo. He wanted to check out the dojo in advance. If the training effects there were not satisfactory, he might as well train at home. After all, he had the warrior god simulation system, and as long as his mental strength was sufficient, he could enter to cultivate at any time. After opening the Baidu map, Ning Feng glanced at the route and found that he needed to transfer several subway lines to reach his destination. Breaking news: electronic signal shielding has been reported in Mojiakan Haiue District, Lianhai City, with a suspected dangerous Blue Star realm discovered. The military has already taken control of the situation. Residents in the surrounding areas are advised not to enter the warning zone. Because it was working hours, there were not many passengers on the subway, but upon hearing the broadcast, everyone became somewhat nervous. Fortunately, the star realm mentioned in the broadcast was only a level 4 blue one, which should pose no significant threat. Mojiakan. Ning Feng frowned slightly. It seemed not very far from his home. However, if it was just a level 4 blue star realm, there should be no problem. The star realm levels are classified into 4 from highest to lowest: red, orange, yellow, and blue. In a blue-level star realm, at most first-tier exotic beasts might appear which the military or the martial arts alliance could easily suppress. In recent years, the most frequent invasions of exotic beasts in Lianhai City have been from blue-level star realms. There have been 1 or 2 incidents with yellow-level star realms. As for orange and red levels, they haven't appeared for decades. Once an orange level or higher star realm emerges, it would require a 6th grade or higher martial artist to resolve. Even if they could successfully suppress it, in the end the entire Lianhai City would probably turn into ruins. Forget it, this isn't something I should worry about right now. Ning Feng shook his head. According to the vitality standard, he was currently a 6th grade martial artist, not even reaching 1st grade, and he was not considered a formal martial artist yet. Even the lowest level exotic beasts invading a blue star realm were not something he could handle. After that, Ning Feng sat on the subway for nearly half an hour before getting off and walking for another 10 minutes, finally arriving at the entrance of the Source Sacred Dojo. The dojo was situated at a bustling intersection with a pharmacy on the 1st floor and the dojo entrance on the This layout was quite reasonable. After all, Lianhai City is the capital of Nanhai Province, and the land price in the central area is exorbitant. When Ning Feng arrived on the 2nd floor, he stood at the entrance and stared for a moment, somewhat stunned. The space inside was very large, even appearing bigger than the school's dojo, and it was filled with many exquisite equipment, exuding a strong sense of technology. Hello, are you here for training or therapy? At that moment, a beautiful girl around 18 at the reception desk asked actively. She looked Ning Feng up and down and could tell from his attire that he was a student. The Source Sacred Dojo was open for free to elite class students from Lianhai No. 1 high school, and she recognized most of the students, but she had never seen this boy before. Can I take a look first? Ning Feng withdrew his gaze and asked her. Of course. The girl did not show any discrimination against Ning Feng because he was a student. Instead, she was quite happy to lead him inside for an introduction. Wait a minute. At that moment, a tattooed, muscular man walked over with a group of people. I want to get a membership first. I want to become a gold member. The tattooed man looked to be around 30 years old with a blue dragon tattoo on his left arm and a white tiger on his right, his face full of flesh, exuding an arrogant aura. This gold membership is not something ordinary people can obtain. From now on, he would be a valued guest of the Source Sacred Dojo. Li Gu is impressive. I heard this gold membership costs 100,000 yuan a month, right? So impressive. It's great to follow Li Gu. Where did this poor student come from? Get out of the way and let Li Gu get his card first. Is this guy a student from the elite class of Lianhai No. 1 high school? We better not provoke him. What does being an elite class student mean? They only have the free regular membership at best. After hearing his subordinates' discussions, Gao Li glanced at Ning Feng, then said disdainfully. Indeed, some students from the elite class of Lianhai No. 1 high school had substantial backgrounds and should not be easily provoked. But would such students come to the Source Sacred Dojo for training? Those who are wealthy and powerful, which family does not have its dedicated martial arts training room? Only those without backgrounds come to the Source Sacred Dojo, and they can only train in the public martial arts training hall on the 2nd floor. Wang Li, why aren't you helping me get the card faster? If you delay me from soaking my feet, do you believe I will complain about you? Gao Li glared fiercely. Wang Li was indeed quite beautiful, and he had long wanted to win her over, but she just wouldn't accept his invitation, which made him very frustrated. What an arrogant receptionist. I'm sorry. This handsome guy also wants to get a membership. According to the order of arrival, I must serve him first. Even if you complain to the boss, she won't side with you. Wang Li put away her smile and said flatly. Gao Li was never here to train. He merely came to flirt with the therapists. He had no martial arts talent, but relied on his brother Gao Xiong's connections to land many projects in Lianhai City, thus earning a fortune. Such nouveau riches, even she looked down on. Hearing this, Gao Li's face immediately darkened. Wang Li, are you giving me face and then refusing it? I'm getting a gold membership, and you want serve me first. Do you think this poor student has the money for a membership? At this moment, several of his subordinates quickly chimed in. Yeah, you filthy bitch, don't pretend. My Li Gu is rich, how can this poor student compare? If you don't kneel down and apologize to Li Gu. Hey, that poor student, come here. Although it's none of your business you've angered Li Gu, kneel down and apologize. Make sure to note down his name and address, or later, we'll go smash his house. If that poor student has any pretty sisters at home, we can drag them away together, haha. This pretty boy looks good, taking him to a gigolo bar seems like a good idea too. Exactly. Those wealthy women adore this type of pretty boy. Have you finished talking? Ning Feng coldly looked at the group and asked. What? The yellow-haired guy who said he would drag Ning Feng's sister away froze for a moment, realizing that Ning Feng's gaze was fixed on him, making him feel a chill down his spine. In the next second, bang. The yellow-haired figure flew out and crashed heavily against the wall. Yellow hair. Gao Li and the others were immediately startled and shouted. Damn it. What the hell are you doing? Gao Li glared at Ning Feng, shouting furiously. His mouth stinks, deserved every blow. Ning Feng withdrew his right foot and spoke calmly. You bastard. You're practically courting death. Gao Li, long accustomed to arrogance, had never been humiliated like this, especially not by a penniless student. Brotherly, crush him. Let's avenge Huang Mao. That guy must practice martial arts. Let's take him down together. His underlings shouted in unison. Get him. Gao Li charged forward with his gang intent on beating Ning Feng senseless. Nearby, Wang Li stood frozen in shock. She hadn't expected Ning Feng to dare strike back against such thugs. Run quickly. They'll actually kill you. As soon as she regained her wits, she cried out anxiously to Ning Feng. Ning Feng did not flee. Instead, he remained perfectly composed where he stood. Just as Gao Li and his men lunged toward Ning Feng, a woman in a white martial arts uniform burst through the doorway and commanded sharply, "Stop, immediately." Hearing her voice, Ning Feng instinctively glanced her way. She wore her auburn, softly curled hair in a neat bun. Her slender willow brows and high straight nose framed a face as cold and distant as frost, yet imbued with an intoxicating, almost hypnotic allure. Even beneath the loose-fitting martial robe, her striking figure was unmistakable. "Hai Yafu, this is none of your concern." Upon seeing her, Gao Li instantly signaled his men to halt. A flicker of infatuation crossed his eyes, but his tone remained furious. His subordinate had just been struck before everyone's eyes. As the leader, he could hardly stand idly by. "This is my establishment. How could it possibly be none of my concern?" "Humph." Hai Yafu scoffed, lightly curling her lips. She'd been training inside and rushed over upon hearing the commotion at the entrance. She hadn't expected to find Gao Li, the local thug boss, bullying a student. Yet why, she wondered, had Huang Mao, the sycophantic lackey beside Gao Li, collapsed? Then she glanced again at Ning Feng and asked directly, "Are you from the elite class at Linhaino? One high school?" As she spoke, a faint crease appeared between her brows. Though handsome, the boy emitted no remarkable aura of vitality. His Kibblood intensity seemed barely above 100. Had the elite class truly declined so drastically? After all, she herself had surpassed the 100-mark threshold in her sophomore year at Linhaino. "One high. More or less," Ning Feng replied, recalling that while he'd completed the transfer paperwork, he hadn't yet officially reported to the elite class. "What do you mean, more or less? Do you have a membership card?" "The standard one I instructed Hai Ryue to distribute to elite class students." Hai Yafu shook her head. She'd already concluded he was an imposter. Though she hadn't met every elite class student, most were familiar to her. Among them, several showed exceptional promise. But this young man, she was certain she'd never laid eyes on him before. "If you don't have one, please leave." Yuan Sheng Martial Hall operates on a strict membership system. Not everyone may enter. As its owner, Hai Yafu held absolute authority over admission. Had he been one of Hai Ryue's students, she might have intervened. But as an ordinary student, he warranted no Having chosen to strike first, he must also bear the consequences and potential retaliation. At Hai Yafu's words, Gao Li and his men exchanged gleeful grins. Before Ning Feng could even reply, "Manager Yafu, this penniless brat hasn't got a scrap of a membership card. I'll even grant you face. I'll drag him outside your shop to beat him, sparing your doorstep. How's that?" Hai Yafu cast one last glance at Ning Feng, then shook her head. "Do as you wish." Yet something puzzled her. Ning Feng remained utterly unruffled. No trace of panic, no tremor of fear. That, she admitted, was unexpected. Some reckless students indeed dared strike first, but when confronted they crumbled, knees buckling, voices breaking into terrified pleas. This youth, however, radiated unnerving composure. "Boy, come with us, now. You kicked Huang Mao once. 10 kicks each should suffice. 10 kicks won't cut it. Beat him half dead, then sell him to a male host club." Gao Li's gang pressed forward, eager to seize Ning Feng. But before their hands could touch him, Ning Feng's lips curled into a faint, disdainful smile. "You? Merely a pack of worthless trash." In that instant, he swung his right fist forward, a thunderous crack splitting the air as sonic pressure ripped. "What a?" Hai Yafu reacted fastest, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Wait, stop. Spare his life." She dashed forward, shouting urgently. Ning Feng's fist halted mere centimeters from Gao Li's nose. The wind of its passage whipped his hair backward. Gao Li froze. Every hair on his body standing rigid, icy sweat cascading down his spine. That single strike could have ended him. "Is there something you need?" Ning Feng turned to Hai Yafu, his voice cool and detached. Do you have any idea what happens when someone kills another person? You'll be arrested, thrown into prison." Hai Yafu pressed a hand to her chest, exhaling deeply in relief. A homicide on these premises would force Yuan Sheng Martial Hall to shut down for 10 to 15 days, an outcome she absolutely refused to entertain. Fine. I'll issue you a complimentary membership card." Seeing Ning Feng's unshaken calm, Hai Yafu found herself at a loss for words. "No need. I already have one." With that, Ning Feng produced the black and gold membership card given to him by Hai Ryue. The moment he revealed it, Hai Yafu, Gao Li, and the others stared, jaws slack. "So you had a card, and still played the destitute student. And this was a black gold membership card. Seriously, what's wrong with you?" Hai Yafu rubbed her temples, her mind churning with turbulent astonishment. Yuan Sheng Martial Hall issued fewer than 20 black gold cards in total. Hai Ryue held perhaps 2 or 3. If her intuition served her well, this one had come directly from her. Only extraordinary talent, or formidable strength, could warrant such a gift from Hai Ryue. And daring to confront Gao Li here suggested deep, powerful backing. After all, wouldn't any ordinary student tremble at the threat of imprisonment for murder? Yet Ning Feng's composure was absolute, unervingly serene. Ahem. Gao Li, upon seeing the black gold card, instantly grasped this was no penniless student, but someone utterly beyond his reach. No wonder he dared strike his underling so brazenly. Could he be scion of some prominent Linhai family? Brotherly, forget the card. Huang Mao got kicked. We must avenge him. One lackey bellowed, only to be silenced by a sharp, stinging slap across the face. If I hit you, will you demand vengeance too? This young master spoke rightly. You're all worthless trash. Would Huang Mao have been struck if he hadn't insulted this young master's younger sister? Huang Mao got exactly what he deserved. Although Gao Li was arrogant and overbearing, he was still someone who worked in society and knew how to deal with different people. Upon seeing Ning Feng take out a black gold membership card, he realized he could not afford to offend the other party. The black gold membership card was something that money could not buy. Manager Yafu, I will take my leave for today, Gao Li said hurriedly, prompting his lackey to carry the yellow-haired man away. No matter how wealthy he was still an ordinary person. If he offended someone powerful, he wouldn't even know how he would meet his end the next day. This guy's change of attitude is really fast. Hai Yafu shook her head, not feeling surprised. She then turned to Ning Feng and said, since you have a black gold membership card, you can use all the facilities and equipment in the martial arts hall. However, the items that require payment can only be discounted and not free of charge. Let's go, we'll take you inside to have a look. With that, she prepared to lead Ning Feng to explore the training hall on the second floor. This student actually has a black gold membership card. Wang Li covered her mouth and her gaze towards Ning Feng rippled with excitement, her heart racing. What girl wouldn't like a capable, handsome guy? Compared to someone like Gao Li, who was a nouveau riche, she preferred a capable, handsome guy like Ning Feng. Classmate, if you have any questions in the future, feel free to find me. Here's my contact information. Wang Li quietly wrote down her WeChat ID on a piece of paper and handed it to Ning Feng. Thank you. Ning Feng took it. Still just a student, he didn't think too much about it, nor did he realize it was a way for her to flirt with him. After entering the second floor hall, Hai Yafu smiled and joked, so has my little brother never been in love before? Your teacher Hai shouldn't be too strict, right? You're so handsome and capable, the school shouldn't lack for girlfriends, should it? Ning Feng looked at her in surprise, shaking his head before looking at the surrounding environment. Upon entering the martial arts hall, he was surprised to find it even larger than he had anticipated. The entire second floor was a public training hall covering at least several thousand square meters, likely having combined the entire level of the building. Moreover, he couldn't recognize many of the machines placed here. So boring. Forget it, let me introduce them to you. Seeing Ning Feng's eyes gleam as he stared at the training machines, Hai Yafu felt a bit bored, thinking to herself that he was probably another martial arts enthusiast. The high-precision testing device at the entrance can measure blood and chi values. The machine in front is a punch power tester with an accuracy of up to 100. And that room is a gravity simulation room. If you want to practice your body technique, you can try it there, but the first training session can only increase the pressure by 1 time, otherwise your body won't be able to handle it. Then there are the kilometer treadmill martial arts puppet training stakes, softboxing training room. After about half an hour, Hai Yafu finished introducing all the machines and training rooms on the second floor. The second floor focuses on physical training, while the third floor is the therapy room, where all the services required. The fourth floor has exclusive personal martial arts training rooms. With a black gold membership card, you can choose a training room with a monthly fee of 10,000 alliance coins. Don't think this price is expensive, though ordinary members don't even have the qualifications to have one. Gold members need to pay 100,000 alliance coins for a personal martial arts training room, and I've already given you a discount. As for the fifth floor, that is the potion refining room. Only potion makers can enter, and it has nothing to do with you students. After showing Ning Feng around the second floor, Hai Yafu briefly introduced the situation on the upper floors. Generally speaking, students mostly choose to train on the second floor. After all, the services on the upper floors all require payment, which is hard for students to afford. As for the personal martial arts training rooms on the fourth floor, 10,000 coins a month is definitely too expensive for most students. Of course, wealthy students wouldn't come from the Sacred Path Academy. Their families must have martial arts training rooms. Potion refining room. Ning Feng was surprised and pleased to hear that they could even refine potions. Because he had a recipe for a high-grade nourishing chi and blood potion in hand, he could start refining once he bought the materials. Can I go to the potion refining room on the fifth floor? Ning Feng looked at Hai Yafu and asked, You want to go to the potion refining room? Hai Yafu was taken aback. She didn't expect Ning Feng to make such a request. Students generally come to the martial arts hall for training. Who would think of going straight to the potion refining room? Could it be that this guy is also a potion maker? Impossible. This guy is just a high school student. How could he be a potion maker? Hai Yafu immediately shook her head, finding her thought absurd. Potion makers are in a sense more sought after than martial artists. Many training-specific potions are developed and refined by potion makers. To become a potion maker, there are two paths. The first path is to take the entrance examination for the martial arts potion maker program and become a certified potion maker after graduating from a university. However, the requirements to apply for potion maker are very high. Not only is there a high score requirement, but there is also a certain mental strength requirement for students. It is said that those lacking in mental strength find it hard to refine high-grade potions. The second path is through family inheritance. Some alchemy families cultivate their offspring from a young age using special methods to refine these children's mental strength, then have masters in the family teach them directly. But such families don't exist in Linhai City. Only in larger cities like the capital or coastal cities could you possibly find them. Moreover, potion makers hold a high status and can be considered guests of honor wherever they go. The first floor potion shop is run by the Sacred Path Academy. The potions sold in the shop are all refined by potion makers specially invited by the Sacred Path Academy. Among them, the potion refining room on the 5th floor is overseen by a first-grade potion maker invited by Hai Yafu from the capital. You useless fools, you can't even refine a nourishing chi powder. Get out of the way, let me do it. On the 5th floor in the potion refining room. The area on the 5th floor is not smaller than the 2nd floor, in fact it seems larger due to the absence of many training machines. There are about 10 rooms, each used for potion refining, and the largest one is currently refining the chi and blood potion nourishing chi powder. This is also the best-selling potion at the Sacred Path Academy. Master Bai is personally refining potions. Come and see first-grade potion maker Bai Leshan is refining potions. This Bai Leshan has become a first-grade potion maker at such a young age. He truly deserves to be called a genius potion maker of Linhai City. Chill. Bai Leshan has a bad temper. Everyone be quiet. When Ning Feng and Hai Yafu arrived at the potion refining room, they happened to witness this scene. Bai Leshan, he is our Sacred Path Academy's ace potion maker. Hai Yafu introduced to Ning Feng with a smile. Ning Feng nodded, then walked over to watch. He saw Bai Leshan standing before a machine resembling a furnace, first pressing buttons to ignite the machine, then throwing in various prepared medicinal materials. He then extended his hands towards the furnace, closing his eyes to sense the refining conditions inside, occasionally adjusting the fire or picking up a jade spoon to stir. Finally, he took out a dark brown spirit core from his pocket. It's the spirit core of a first-grade exotic beast. It seems to be the spirit core of a first-grade exotic beast, the soil-tailed rat. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Bai Leshan tossed the exotic core into the furnace, increasing the fire and refining it with all his might. Half an hour later, Bai Leshan wiped the sweat from his face, turned off the flame, and then opened the furnace. Whoosh! A rush of hot air surged out, followed by a peculiar fragrance. Is this nourishing chi powder? I've heard it's even better than the low-grade nourishing chi and blood potions sold officially. Of course, this nourishing chi powder costs as much as 10,000 alliance coins. Just smelling a few whiffs makes me feel the chi and blood in my body expanding. The effect is incredible. Master, I want to buy some. Give it to me, I want to buy some for my son too. Who is your son? How shameless. Miss Hai, what brings you here? At this moment, Li Fu, the person in charge of the 5th floor potion refining room, approached Hai Yafu and asked respectfully. I came to bring a black gold member guest for a visit. How is the potion refining going today? She looked into the distance at Bai Leshan, who had already taken the refined potions out from the cauldron. Next, these potions need to be bottled and then sent to the testing device for examination. Once the testing is complete, labels can be affixed, and they will be sold at the Yenxing pharmacy on the 1st floor. Each bottle is priced at 10,000 alliance coins. Recently, Master Bai has refined quite a few chi nourishing pills, and our pharmacy's business has improved by 30%. Li Fu instinctively glanced at Ning Feng, who was standing beside Hai Yafu. 30%. Hearing this figure, Hai Yafu slightly furrowed her brows. She had invited Bai Leshan from the capital, and his monthly salary was exorbitant. Originally, her budget was for the pharmacy's business to grow by at least 50%. But now with only 30%, it was not enough to cover Bai Leshan's salary. However, there was nothing she could do. Potion masters were exceedingly rare, and it was already quite challenging to invite one from the capital. She couldn't just send him away. Miss Hai, that. Li Fu was about to report on the recent work situation. Just then a gasp arose from the crowd. Look, Master Bai's chi nourishing pills are ready. It smells so good. Can you sell me a bottle? Don't rush, Master Bai still needs to conduct testing. Master Bai is a first-grade potion master. This testing will surely pass with ease. Bai Leshan stood still, instructing several apprentice potion masters nearby to use a specialized pipette to transfer the refined potions into jade bottles. A total of 12 bottles were filled. Go take them to the testing device, Bai Leshan said lightly, his tone filled with pride. The apprentice potion masters did not dare to delay, quickly opening a nearby potion testing device and placing all the jade bottles inside. I heard this testing device has very high accuracy. As long as the perfection level reaches the standard of 60%, it can be labeled and sold. What Master Bai produces is surely of exquisite quality. Look, the potion testing is almost complete. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the machine soon finished. Ding testing passed potion type Qi and blood potions grade unclassified perfection level 80 specific effects soothes and replenishes Qi and blood suitable for newly cultivating martial artists. Wow. Master Bai is incredible, the perfection level reached 80. Amazing, truly worthy of a first-grade potion master. Master, can I buy a bottle? Give me a bottle, ooh, I will buy it at the original price. As the crowd clamored, Gao Hai hurried over to maintain. Everyone, please don't rush. These potions belong to the Yinxing Dao Pavilion's pharmacy. If anyone wishes to purchase, please head to the pharmacy on the first floor. Li Fu's words were neither too harsh nor too soft, neither offending the customers, nor failing to clarify the ownership of the potions. Master Bai was invited by their Yinxing Dao Pavilion. Naturally, these potions belonged to them. Who said that? Just then a plump man dressed in luxurious clothing emerged from the crowd. He first exchanged glances with Bai Leshan before sneeringly retorting. Li Fu, who told you that the potions Master Bai refined belonged to your Yinxing Dao Pavilion? Boss Missouri. Li Fu recognized the man. He was Mo Guangchang, the owner of the neighboring Qianjin pharmacy, who had controlled the business of potions on the entire street before the Yinxing Dao Pavilion opened its pharmacy. When the Yinxing Dao Pavilion first opened its pharmacy, Mo Guangchang had even united several pharmacies and potion companies to deny them wholesale supplies. This resulted in the Yinxing pharmacy's business being very poor initially, with no customers willing to visit. Fortunately, Miss Hai went to the capital and invited Master Bai Leshan. Master Bai, I am Mo Guangchang, the owner of Qianjin Pharmacy. I heard that as a first-grade potion master you are working for a small pharmacy, which makes me feel quite pained for your talent. How about this? From now on I will buy all the qi-nourishing pills you refine at a purchase price of 10,000 alliance coins per bottle. What do you think? 10,000 alliance coins per bottle? Mo Guangchang shook his fan, revealing a sly smile as he asked. His intention was to completely undermine the Yinxing pharmacy. 10,000 alliance coins per bottle? This boss Missouri is quite generous. He offers such a high purchase price. You should know that the selling price of the Yinxing pharmacy is only 10,000 alliance coins per bottle. If I were Bai Leshan, I would definitely agree to Boss Mo's offer. At this moment, Bai Leshan, upon hearing Boss Mo's words, did not seem surprised. After all, today was a trap they had deliberately set. Boss Missouri, I appreciate your kind offer. However, since I was personally invited by Miss Yafu from the capital, I cannot disappoint her goodwill. Since you offer a purchase price of 10,000 per bottle, then, as long as the Yinxing Dao Pavilion buys the potions I refine at the same price, I will continue to stay in the Yinxing Dao Pavilion. After saying that, Bai Leshan turned to Li Fu. Uncle Li, what do you think? Li Fu felt a chill down his spine. Even he sensed something was amiss. Originally, the contract signed between the Yinxing Dao Pavilion and Bai Leshan was to purchase the qi-nourishing pills he refined at a price of 5,000 alliance coins per bottle. This did not even include the costs for the cauldron testing device and medicinal materials. In other words, Bai Leshan could earn 5,000 alliance coins without any outlay. With each bottle of qi-nourishing pills costing 10,000, deducting all costs, the pharmacy could earn less than 1,000 alliance coins in the end. This was also why the pharmacy's business had only improved by 30% compared to before. The major profits had all been taken by Bai Leshan. Yet now Bai Leshan actually wanted to raise the purchase price. He even directly doubled it from 5,000 to 10,000. Mo Guangchang, if you dare to cause trouble here, do you believe I will have the security throw you out? Just as Li Fu was looking troubled, Hai Yafu also squeezed through the crowd with an angry expression and shouted loudly. Oh, isn't this If your father were here, he could say such things to me, but your father has long since passed away. Do you, a mere yellow-haired girl, dare to throw me out? Mo Guangchang sneered. Yafu, you came to see me? Bai Leshan revealed a joyful smile. The reason he was willing to come from the capital to this desolate coastal city was precisely because of Hai Yafu. Such a beauty, he had been dreaming of holding her in his arms. Master Bai, according to our contract, the purchase price we agreed upon is 5,000 alliance coins per bottle, and we pay you a monthly salary of 50,000. Last month we already incurred significant losses. If you want to raise it to 10,000 alliance coins, then our pharmacy will have to declare bankruptcy. Hai Yafu frowned, expressing her dissatisfaction. She wasn't unhappy about Bai Leshan suddenly raising the price. After all, it was normal for people to seek their own gain in business, and she was willing to communicate and resolve it. But every time Bai Leshan looked at her with those eyes full of lewdness, as if he wanted to strip her bare in public, made her feel utterly uncomfortable and disgusted. This was also why she was not very willing to come to the 5th floor. Ning Feng finished watching Bai Leshan concoct the potion and then wandered around the 5th floor. He discovered that besides the potion-making room, there was also a medicinal herb storage and a purchasing point for herbs, though they were located further away to avoid disturbing the alchemists. Young man, what are you doing here? At the herb purchasing point, several merchants were weighing large baskets of herbs before selling them to the purchasing point. Among them were some herbs that Ning Feng needed. The person in charge of the purchasing point was a middle-aged man who looked at Ning Feng with curiosity, thinking he was just a lost student wandering around. Do you have the herbs on this list? Ning Feng did not hesitate and handed over the list of needed herbs. Oh, are you here to buy herbs? Let me take a look. The middle-aged man dusted off his hands and took the list. Spirit snake seeds, X5, raspberry fruits, X10, spirit liquid grass, X20. Are these all the ones you want to buy? He looked at Ning Feng with a surprised expression. These herbs are not cheap. Combined, they would cost at least over 10,000 alliance coins. Some herbs are relatively rare, and the quantities are also quite large. Yes. Ning Feng nodded. I calculated, and these herbs add up to 1200 alliance coins. So expensive. Ning Feng smacked his lips. He did not expect the herbs for refining high-level potions to be so costly. I've already calculated the cost price for you. Our purchasing point originally only supplies the alchemists in our store, and we just happen to not need these herbs for now. If you don't want to buy, then forget it. The middle-aged man shook his head. All right, prepare a set for me, but make sure the years are not too short. By the way, I am a Black Gold member, so I should get a discount, right? Ning Feng said as he took out his Black Gold member. Upon seeing the membership card in Ning Feng's hand, the middle-aged man's expression was momentarily startled. Then, he said respectfully, according to the regulations, Black Gold members can enjoy a 20% discount. You only need to give me 9600 alliance coins. Will you pay via WeChat or cash? Ning Feng did not directly scan to pay, but instead pulled out 5 level 1 exotic beast cores from his pocket. These dropped after he killed a green-skinned beast last night. He had no use for them himself, and selling them would be even better. What do you have? An exotic beast spirit core. The middle-aged man stared wide-eyed at the item in Ning Feng's hand, utterly incredulous. At this moment, some merchants nearby were also shocked. The exotic beast spirit core is incredibly precious and can be said to be the main ingredient for potion making. This young man actually has a total of 5. Where did you get these? Wait till you accept them here. If you don't, then I won't sell them. Ning Feng frowned. It's just a level 1 exotic beast spirit core. What's so special about that? In reality, he did not know that such creatures only appear in the star realm. Ordinary people rarely come into contact with exotic beasts. Unless there is a large-scale beast siege. Otherwise, such things as exotic beast spirit cores are seldom seen except by martial artists. We accept. Of course we accept. The middle-aged man knew this was a big deal and hurriedly ran to find Li Fu. Hi Yafa, how dare you speak to Master Bai like that? Master Bai came from Kyoto. His status is exceptionally precious. Not only did you give him a salary of only 500 alliance coins, but the purchase price for each bottle of Qi Nourishing Powder is also only 500 alliance coins. This is too heartless. Master Bai, why don't you just join our Tianjin pharmacy? We can definitely offer you a higher salary and purchase price. Mo Guangchang first sternly questioned Hai Yafu, then turned to Bai Leshan with a flattering smile. Yafu, you heard that right. Bai Leshan said proudly, arms crossed. As a first-grade alchemist, it was already difficult for him to deign to be in the Source Sacred Dojo. It was unbearable for him that this vile woman Hai Yafu continually prevented him from getting close. You? Bai Leshan, our dojo has signed a contract with you. Hai Yafu's chest trembled with anger, as she genuinely did not expect these two to be so insidious. Contract? Ha ha ha. What is your contract worth? At worst, our Tianjin pharmacy will pay for all the breach of contract fees from Master Bai. Mo Guangchang laughed heartily. Yafu, actually, it doesn't matter where I go. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be at the Source Sacred Dojo at all. As long as you agree to be my girlfriend and accompany me for a few nights, then I. Before Bai Leshan could finish speaking, Hai Yafu, furious, loudly rejected him. Dream on. Even if she was lowly, she would not submit to him for the sake of the pharmacy's business. Letting Bai Leshan touch her was better than dying. Hearing this, Bai Leshan's face darkened completely. That vow, Master Bai, there are plenty of beautiful girls in Linhai City. Why cling to just one flower? Mo Guangchang laughed heartily. His purpose today was to poach Bai Leshan and bring down the Source Sacred Pharmacy. Once the Source Sacred Dojo also fell, he would take the opportunity to collect the beautiful Rose Hai Yafu. Roses have thorns, as long as they remove the thorns with some means, it would be fine. Manager Lee, I have a guess. He wants to sell exotic beast spirit cores. At this moment, the middle-aged man at the purchasing point hurriedly ran to the potion-making room and explained the situation to Li Fu. You just need to handle the purchasing point, can't you see I'm busy here? Wait a moment. Are you saying someone wants to sell exotic beast spirit cores? Li Fu, upon hearing this, was also quite surprised. Even if someone had killed an exotic beast to obtain a spirit core, why not sell it to the official martial alliance? The purchasing price there should be pretty good. Why would they think of coming here to sell it? I'll go take a look. Seeing that he couldn't help with the situation here, Li Fu hurriedly made his way to the purchasing point. When he arrived at the purchasing point, he discovered that the one selling the exotic beast spirit cores was actually that black gold member from earlier. Excuse me, are you looking to sell exotic beast spirit cores? Li Fu looked at Ning Feng and asked, his eyes filled with a hint of doubt. Yes. Do you accept them? If not, then forget it. Ning Feng was already somewhat impatient. We accept. Li Fu didn't hesitate, first inviting Ning Feng into the VIP room, then took the 5 exotic beast spirit cores from Ning Feng's hand. They looked to be in excellent condition. Let me test them first. Li Fu placed the 5 spirit cores into the testing device. After a while, he received the test data. Goodness. These are actually level 1 exotic beast green-skin beast spirit cores. And the condition is superb with almost no damage at all. Each one can reach a purchase price of 100,000 alliance coins. 1 for 10,000 and 5 together would be 50,000 alliance coins. Li Fu did not intentionally underprice. This price was within the market range. In fact, it was slightly higher than the official purchasing price. 50,000 alliance coins. Hearing this price, Ning Feng felt a surge of joy. He had originally planned to sell them for around 10,000 altogether, just enough to buy the herbs. He didn't expect to sell them for 50,000 alliance coins. After deducting the cost of purchasing the herbs, he would still make over 40,000. By the way, Manager Li, this guest still needs to purchase some medicinal herbs. The uncle at the procurement point said as he handed over Ning Feng's list of medicinal materials. Buy medicinal herbs. Li Fu glanced at Ning Feng before he began to carefully examine the herbs listed. He became increasingly astonished as he read, for these herbs were all related to enhancing blood vitality, and a portion even overlapped with the materials needed for the Yangqi powder, refined by Leshan, but required far more than what was needed for that. May I ask what you need these herbs for? A thought flashed through Li Fu's mind, one that was hard to believe. However, this person appeared far too young. It really didn't seem like it. What? Do I need to explain the reason for buying medicinal herbs? Ning Feng retorted with annoyance. Had he known it would be this troublesome, he might as well have found a random herbal shop to make his purchase. No. I spoke out of turn. I was just thinking that if you are an apothecary, you only need to refine the medicine in our pharmacy, and all the purchased herbs will be provided to you at cost price. If you sell the refined medicine back to our dojo, then the pharmacy usage fee, machine testing fee, and the cost of the herbs can all be waived. Seeing that Ning Feng seemed somewhat displeased, Li Fu hurriedly explained. Even if the other party was not an apothecary, just his status as a black gold member was not something he could afford to offend. All provided to me for free. Ning Feng's heart leaped with joy. He had just been wondering where to refine the medicine after buying the herbs. He hadn't expected that the Source Holy Dojo could provide such excellent service. This guest, then what do you wish to? Li Fu raised his head and asked curiously. As you said, I need to refine medicine, so help me find a pharmacy and bring over all the herbs on the list. Ning Feng did not hold back and directly commanded. Hey, I will take you to the best pharmacy right away. Xiao Sanzi, hurry and prepare the herbs on the list and bring them over. Seeing Ning Feng's attitude, Li Fu immediately understood what he wanted to do. He never expected this guest to be so young, yet truly be an apothecary. With Leshan about to breach the contract and leave the dojo was in dire need of an apothecary to take command. It just so happened that the lady had a good relationship with this guest. Perhaps this was why the lady specifically brought him in to replace Leshan. At this moment in the pharmacy, faced with the aggressive Leshan and Mo Guangchang, Hai Yafu was so infuriated that tears streamed down. However, she still held back from exploding. It was only because she knew that the Source Holy Dojo truly needed Leshan, this apothecary. If Leshan left, many of the dojo's services would have to be cancelled. Over time, the dojo would inevitably close. Thus, she had to ensure Leshan stayed today. Master Bai, if you are dissatisfied with the salary, the previous contract can be modified. I will give you a salary of 50,000 alliance coins a month from now on. I will offer 100,000. Mo Guangchang quickly interjected without courtesy, following up immediately. Mo Guangchang, you. Hai Yafu was instantly furious. Mo Guangchang controlled several pharmacies in Linhai City and had astonishing financial resources. With her family's background, she simply could not compete. Yafu, just give up. Blame your deceased father for selling the Source Holy Dojo directly to me back, then oh how good would that have been. If he saw your current miserable state, he would surely regret it. Mo Guangchang laughed heartily as he spoke. Do not insult my father. You are not worthy. Hai Yafu clenched her fists, her eyes slightly reddening. Her father was the founder of the Source Holy Dojo, possessing remarkable strength, having broken through to the 3rd grade Jadebone realm during his peak, and even the governing officer of Linhai City respected him greatly. Mo Guangchang sneered. Alright, Yafu, boss Missouri is just fond of talent. I have said that as long as you are willing to be my girlfriend, I will continue to stay in the Source Holy Dojo, of otherwise. Mo Guangchang sneered. Alright, Yafu, boss Missouri is just fond of talent. I have said that as long as you are willing to be my girlfriend, I will continue to stay in the Source Holy Dojo of otherwise. Bailesan flicked his sleeves, speaking with great pride. As long as he could win Hai Yafu's heart, wouldn't the Source Holy Dojo be his? Compared to the conditions offered by Mo Guangchang, he was far more interested in winning over Hai Yafu and the Source Holy Dojo. I said if you want me to be your girlfriend, that's just a dream. Hai Yafu was well aware of his intentions. Yafu, do not be ungrateful. Bailesan was also getting angry. This Hai Yafu seemed quite flirtatious, yet he had pursued her for so long, without even holding her hand. If his friends in Kyoto found out, what face would he have in the future? Boss Missouri, then we shall take our leave. Let's see who will still refine medicine for the Source Holy Dojo in the future. I will say this, within 3 days the Source Holy Dojo will definitely close down. Bailesan snorted coldly, then prepared to leave with Mo Guangchang. In his imagination, although Hai Yafu had rejected his proposal, it would not take 2 days before the Source Holy Dojo faced closure, and she would definitely beg him to return. By that time it would not just be a simple matter of having Hai Yafu as his girlfriend. He wanted to take over the Source Holy Dojo. Once he became the owner of the Source Holy Dojo, he would flatten the place, and then open the largest nightclub, and he would gather all the beauties from the entire Nanhai province. Finally, he would utilize his connections to send these beauties to the big shots in Kyoto. Then Bailesan could ascend to the top in one fell swoop. As for Hai Yafu, when he got tired of her, he would, Bailesan, I signed a contract with the Source Holy Dojo. If you leave, you must pay a breach fee of 2 million. Before the two could leave, Hai Yafu turned around and gritted her teeth. Boss Missouri. Bailesan looked at Mo Guangchang. 2 million. Mo Guangchang's lips twitched. He hadn't expected the breach fee for their contract to be this high. Originally, he thought it would only be a maximum of 1 million. Yet he had just boldly declared in front of everyone that if Bailesan left, he would pay the breach fee. Master Bai has left, so let's go as well. We came here to wait for Master Bai's newly concocted potion, and now that he has left, we should head to the Tianjin pharmacy to continue waiting. Sai, it seems the Yuanqing Dao Pavilion is bound to decline. Who told Hai Yafu to offend Master Bai? Hai Yafu is truly a bit ungrateful. In the alchemy room, a group of onlookers was discussing, not optimistic about the future of the Yuanqing Dao Pavilion. We welcome everyone to our Tianjin pharmacy. Mo Guangchang announced that starting today, all purchases of potions at my Tianjin pharmacy will receive a 20% discount. Mo Guangchang said with a smile, bowing to the crowd. This step was to thoroughly crush the Yuanqing pharmacy. I will also do my best to help Tianjin pharmacy in concocting potions. Bailesan coldly snorted. He did not believe Hai Yafu would not come begging him later. Miss Hai, he said, the guest just now wants to use the alchemy room. At that moment, Li Fu hurried to Hai Yafu's side and briefly explained the situation. After listening, Hai Yafu's expression changed. You mean he is an alchemist? This is impossible, right? That student looked so young, how could he be an? It really seemed impossible. Miss Hai, please take a look at this list. Li Fu hurriedly handed over the list. Spirit snake fruit raspberry. These are indeed materials that can enhance vitality, but why are so many? At that moment, Hai Yafu felt her heart racing uncontrollably. Could that student really be an alchemist? No, you all are taking too long to decide. Just then Ning Feng walked over somewhat impatiently, saying, Are you really an alchemist? Hai Yafu turned her head, looking at Ning Feng with curious eyes. However, Ning Feng did not answer, instead furrowing his brows. I see. The largest alchemy room belongs to you now. Saying this, Hai Yafu ushered everyone out, clearing the largest alchemy room. Wait. But before they could enter, Bailesan's voice called out from behind. This brat is an alchemist. He stepped forward, closely examining Ning Feng. Seeing that he was just a high school student, he revealed a sneer. Hai Yafu, who do you think you are fooling? If this kid is an alchemist, I, Bailesan, will write my name backward from now on. He thought it was a trick set up by Hai Yafu to deceive the guests present. Is it true? Did Hai Yafu really find another alchemist? Impossible. Alchemists are not cabbages easily found everywhere. This young man seems to be wearing a uniform from Linhai High School. My daughter studies there, and I haven't heard of any alchemist coming from their school. Haha, it seems just as Master Bai said, this is indeed a trick created by Hai Yafu. Let's go, we won't waste time here, let's all go with Master Bai to Tianjin Pharmacy. Wait a minute, I want to see the show. I also want to wait, what if he really concocts something? Right, even if no potion is made, it will still be a spectacle. While everyone was discussing, Bailesan and Mo Guangchang exchanged glances and simultaneously stopped. Master Bai, do you think that person could be an alchemist? Mo Guangchang asked with narrowed eyes. He had spent 2 million to poach Bailesan to ensure the closure of the Yuanqing Dao Pavilion. But if Hai Yafu really hired an alchemist, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Moreover, a first-grade alchemist was not worth him spending so much money. Absolutely impossible. Bailesan said fiercely. Alchemists are not so easily cultivated, let alone an underage alchemist, which is akin to a genius. Such a genius could not possibly exist in Linhai City. It is known that an alchemist's level is related to their mental power. The stronger the alchemist, the stronger their mental power. Ordinary people do not qualify to cultivate mental power. Even he had exhausted his family's savings during college just to obtain a low-level mental cultivation method. Having cultivated to now his mental power had reached level 4, but he could only refine some substandard potions. In other words, he was not a first-grade alchemist at all. Initially, he had only deceived Hai Yafu for profit. However, level 4 mental power could still dominate a first-grade martial artist. Many first-grade martial artists might not even have level 2 mental power. Thus, he could refine some substandard potions with level 4 mental power. For example, his best potion, the Vitality Elixir. Let's hope so, Mo Guangchang said, looking at the boy's back. For some reason, he felt a little anxious in his heart. Your name is? Ning Feng. Hai Yafu led Ning Feng into the alchemy room, asking proactively. Then she quickly explained. You have our black gold membership card. I just checked your information at the front desk to confirm there were no issues. MHM. Ning Feng nodded, probably because teacher Hai had entered his information for him. So you really are? How do you have a lot to say? Ning Feng frowned. No, I was just curious. Hai Yafu felt wronged after being scolded. In the Yuanxing Dao Pavilion, and even in Linhai City, who would dare scold her like that? Bring me the medicinal materials, don't ask anything else. Ning Feng said indifferently. Then he closed his eyes. The next moment his consciousness entered the system warehouse space. System, I want to start concocting potions. Current mental power level of the host level 6 conditions met for refining high-grade vitality potion Pun San. Please begin the refining process according to the prescription. Immediately Ning Feng felt a surge in his head, and the method for refining Peyuan San entered his mind. My mental power has reached level 6. Ning Feng recalled that when he checked the system panel yesterday, his mental power seemed to be only level 3. He didn't expect that after one night he had directly advanced by 3 levels. It should be the effect of the mirror spirit cultivation method. At that time he thought this mental cultivation method was not as good as the Great Sun Flaming Blaze cultivation method, since everyone had not cultivated mental power. But now it seems that mental power is the most important thing to become an alchemist. No matter how high your vitality or how strong your physique, if your mental power does not meet the requirements, you cannot concoct potions. Ning Feng, all the medicinal materials you need are here. Do you still need me? Don't talk. Ning Feng ignored Hai Yafu, who had been scolded, and directly opened the furnace, adjusting the firepower according to the prescription before throwing all the medicinal materials in. Seeing this, Hai Yafu couldn't help but cover her mouth. Refining all the medicinal materials at once. How much mental power would it take to achieve that? Outside the alchemy room, everyone couldn't see the situation inside clearly because the door was closed. However, the flames rising from the furnace indicated that the attempt to concoct potions had begun. Such vigorous flames, is that guy preparing to refine dozens of medicinal materials at once? Bailesan looked at the blurred situation inside the room, momentarily stunned. Then he burst into laughter. Foolish. Simply foolish. Even I only dare to refine 2 types of medicinal materials at the same time. This fool dares to refine so many. Does he really think his mental power can control it? Don't let it backfire and end up becoming a fool. Ha ha ha. Refine. In the alchemy room, Ning Feng stood before the cauldron, increasing the fire to refine the herb. Though his eyes were closed, his spiritual power had already seeped into the cauldron, giving him control over the refining process of each herb. Although the refining process was somewhat arduous, everything was proceeding smoothly. Moreover, since it was not a high-grade pill, refining the potion was not particularly challenging for him. Nearly half an hour later, Ning Feng opened his eyes, his face drenched in sweat. A smile appeared on his face as he realized that he had successfully refined all the herbs. Next is the most crucial core step, the level 4 Beast Spirit Core. As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle from his pocket, revealing a spirit core inside. The higher the potion's grade, the higher the required spirit core. For instance, the Qi Nourishing Powder refined by Lesan needed a level 1 Beast Spirit Core for every. The higher the potion's grade, the higher the required spirit core. For instance, the Qi Nourishing Powder refined by Lesan needed a level 1 Beast Spirit Core for every 12 bottles. Upon seeing how many herbs Ning Feng needed for his refinement, she realized the potion he was refining was definitely of a higher grade than the Qi Nourishing Powder. However, she never expected that Ning Feng's potion would actually require a level 4 Beast Spirit Core. My goodness! A shocking thought flashed through her mind. What kind of potion requires a level 4 Beast Essence? Could it be that the potion Ning Feng was refining surpassed the first grade, making him a first-grade alchemist? In you go. Ning Feng was not stingy at all, directly pouring the spirit core from the jade bottle into the cauldron. After all, it was for his own cultivation, so he naturally wanted to use the best. Once successfully refined, the grade of this Pei Yuan powder would far exceed that of ordinary blood enhancement potions. Next, Ning Feng simply sat down in front of the cauldron, as standing for too long had exhausted him. They'll get you a cushion. Seeing this, Hai Yafu hurriedly fetched a cushion to place under Ning Feng. Based on Ning Feng's performance, it was clear he was an alchemist and not of a lower rank than Lesan. Now that the Yuan Sheng Dao Pavilion had lost Bai Leshan, they needed to find another alchemist. Otherwise the fate of the Yuan Sheng Dao Pavilion would be closure. And now with a ready first-grade alchemist before her, she naturally had to personally attend to Ning Feng. Ning Feng did not mind this at all. Another hour passed. The spirit core of the magical beast in the cauldron was slowly being refined, gradually mixing with the potion liquid. A fragrant aroma began to waft from the cauldron. So fragrant. Upon smelling this scent, Hai Yafu felt her whole body soften as the qi and blood within her surged like a flood. This actually has such a strong effect. Once she regained her senses, Hai Yafu was once again astonished. She was a true first-grade warrior, having already transitioned from cultivating qi and blood to refining her physical body. Incredible! This potion's grade must absolutely reach the first grade. Upon realizing this, she felt her heart race. Although Bai Leshan claimed to be a first-grade alchemist, he had never produced a first-grade potion. And the potion Ning Feng was refining was definitely something Bai Leshan could not produce. Be careful, pay attention. Just then Ning Feng suddenly opened his eyes, pouring all his mental energy into the cauldron. Boom. With a loud bang, the cauldron seemed to explode. Outside the alchemy room, why has it taken so long? What could they possibly be doing in there? It's been almost an hour and a half. Even a first-grade potion should be ready by now. I told you that kid is definitely not an alchemist. He probably didn't refine anything and is just too embarrassed to come out now. Pa, what a waste of our time. Geniuses like Master Bai in alchemy are rare. Do you really think that kid could refine potions? Ridiculous. I asked my daughter, and she said there is no student at school who is an alchemist. Oh no, it seems we've all been fooled by a scammer this time. As the crowd debated, Bai Leshan also began to grow impatient. How long does it take? Does he really think he's refining a first-grade potion? Mo, why don't we just leave? As he spoke, he prepared to stand up and leave. However, Mo Guangchang chuckled and said, not in a hurry, not in a hurry. I also don't believe that kid is an alchemist. We've waited this long, what's another moment? If we can witness a joke, that would be the best. Just then the originally quiet alchemy room suddenly emitted a loud noise. Boom. It sounded as if the cauldron had exploded. What happened? What is going on? Oh no, is there an earth? No. It's the alchemy room. Did it explode? Explode? What did that brat do to blow up? How ridiculous. He truly is a scammer. With such a loud commotion, those two inside can't possibly have survived, can they? Oh dear. Hai Yafu is still inside. If this beautiful boss dies, we will have lost a great sight for ourselves in the future. Upon hearing the noise from the alchemy room, Bai Leshan first froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Huh. I told you that guy is definitely not an alchemist. Look, he even blew up the cauldron halfway through refining. Li Fu, hurry and save your boss, as she might already be disfigured from the explosion. Hearing this, Li Fu became anxious. After all, he was the chief steward of the alchemy room. Furthermore, he was the one who suggested to Miss Hai that Ning Feng might be an alchemist. If something really happened to Miss Hai, he would be the greatest sinner. Quick, step aside. Help me rescue her. He hurriedly wanted to take a few staff members to storm into the alchemy room, hoping that nothing would happen to the young lady. However, just as they were about to kick the door down, the door of the alchemy room suddenly opened by itself. Li Fu, go inspect the cauldron. We are fine, but it's all because this cauldron is too low grade and not worthy of Master Ning. And whoever it is, bring me a top-quality jade bottle. Hai Yafu rushed out, immediately giving orders to everyone. Miss, are you alright? What are you standing around for? Hurry up and do as I instructed. Hai Yafu shouted. The potion had already been refined, and she realized she had not prepared any jade bottles. Alright. They'll go get the jade bottles right away. Li Fu hurriedly ran to the storage room and took out a set of 12 jade bottles made of mutton fat jade, each worth. Give them to me. Hai Yafu snatched the jade bottles and quickly went to pour the potion from the tray under the cauldron. What a wonderful fragrance. With each bottle she filled, Hai Yafu could smell the aroma that invigorated her qi and blood. In the end, she filled a total of 12 bottles. Send these for testing. After putting all the potions into the jade bottles and having Li Fu take them for testing, she finally let out a sigh of relief. By the way, Ning Feng, are you alright? She hurriedly turned her head to look at Ning Feng. I'm fine. Ning Feng, sitting on the ground, shook his head. During the final step of the fusion, he realized that the pressure tolerance of the cauldron had reached its limit and could likely explode. That's why he wrapped the potion with his spiritual power, preventing the explosion from affecting the potion. As soon as the refining was completed, he sat down and began to practice the mirror spirit cultivation method, fully restoring his slightly damaged spiritual power. I'm sorry if our cauldron's quality was too poor. Hai Yafu lowered her head, looking very remorseful. I will have Li Fu go to Kyoto to purchase the best cauldron right away. In the future, this kind of thing will definitely not happen again when you are refining medicine. In the future, Ning Feng rolled his eyes and said, I'm not one of your source sacred Dao pavilion members. Are you going to kidnap me to keep refining medicine for your pavilion? However, if one were to find a suitable place for alchemy, the source sacred Tao Pavilion would indeed be the best choice. Moreover, today, it was he who had blown up their cauldron. Initially, Ning Feng was worried that Hai Yafu would make him pay for damages. To his surprise, not only did she not ask him to compensate, but she instead insisted on purchasing the best cauldron for him. This did warm his heart a bit. No, that's not what I meant. Hai Yafu anxiously shook her head to explain. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Ning Feng recalled how, when they met downstairs earlier, Hai Yafu had a proud expression on her face. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile slightly. You smiled. Does that mean you're not blaming me? Hai Yafu blinked and asked. After asking, she also breathed a sigh of relief. What? You care so much about me? Do you think I'm handsome? Or do you just see my ability to refine potions? Ning Feng teased. Well, you saw it too. Bai Leshan broke the contract, and now our source sacred Tao Pavilion indeed lacks an apothecary. If you're willing to be our source sacred Tao Pavilion's apothecary, I will offer you double the conditions. Hearing the first question, Hai Yafu's face turned red, but she also knew Ning Feng was joking. Well, see, Ning Feng did not directly agree, as he was still a student and would soon need to attend university. He simply didn't have time to stay here refining potions. Even if Hai Yafu offered high conditions, it could not compare to going to university, and just then Li Fu's voice of surprise came from outside. The test results are out. As soon as this was said, everyone rushed towards the testing device. No way. This can't be true. Heavens. Did this really come from that boy's refining? No. Wasn't it said to be a failure? This result is terrifying. It seems to be several times better than the chi nourishing powder. Impossible. This definitely wasn't refined by that kid. You must have cheated. The onlookers were shocked, and even Bai Leshan lost his composure, shouting that it was impossible. He could not believe that such a high-level potion was made by that boy. How could such a genius apothecary appear in a small place like Lehigh City? The testing device clearly displayed the pharmacological data of the Peiyuan powder refined by Ning Feng. Ding. Test passed. Potion type Qi and blood stabilization potion grade, first grade perfection, 90 specific effects, enhances vital energy, and blood warms the meridians, replenishes foundation, suitable for martial artists below first grade, with excellent effects, and no side effects. The grade has reached first grade. Ning Feng nodded slightly upon seeing the effects of the Peiyuan powder. If he sold this Peiyuan powder, how much could it fetch? At least one bottle should be worth 10,000 alliance coins. Sure enough, it reached first grade. Hai Yafu clenched her fists in excitement after seeing the data displayed on the testing device. After smelling the fragrance of the potion, she guessed that it had likely reached first grade, and now it seemed to be true. A first grade potion could sell for at least 100,000 alliance coins per bottle. A total of 12 bottles would amount to 1,200,000 alliance coins. Boss Hai, will you sell this potion? I'll offer 80,000 alliance coins. 80,000 alliance coins for 12 bottles. Fool. A first-grade potion is worth at least 100,000 alliance coins per bottle. I'll offer 100,000 for each bottle. So expensive. Then he'll buy a bottle to try its effects. Give me a bottle. Ooh, I want one too. From the looks of it, this effect seems very suitable for martial artists below first grade. It could be gifted to the disciples of influential figures. I'll offer 110,000 for each bottle. After seeing the effects of this potion, everyone went wild, eager to buy as many as possible. This is impossible. How could he possibly refine a first-grade potion? Bai Leshan at this moment was filled with disbelief, taking a few steps back in shock, mumbling to himself in denial. Master Bai, aren't you also a first-grade apothecary? You should be able to refine first-grade potions too, right? Mo Guangchang hurriedly asked. He had spent 200,000 to help Bai Leshan break the contract, valuing the latter's identity as a first-grade apothecary. Of course, I am a first-grade apothecary. This kind of potion is very simple for me to make. Bai Leshan quickly responded, his face reddening as he explained. However, Mo Guangchang felt a bit suspicious about his reaction. It seemed that when they returned to the Tianjin apothecary, he would have to pressure Bai Leshan to successfully refine a first-grade potion, or else he would suffer a huge loss. Everyone, please remain calm. All the potions refined today will not be sold to the public. Please forgive us. Seeing the frenzy of the crowd, Hai Yafu also smiled. Why not? The tests have been successful, why not sell them? Yeah, can't we buy them with money? Boss Hai, what we said earlier was all nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. Right. We won't go to that Tianjin apothecary. From now on, all our potions will be sourced from your source, sacred apothecary. Boss Missouri, why don't you and Bai Leshan leave first? Mo Guangchang, you old fool, don't obstruct Boss Hai. Take that little Bai and leave quickly. Everyone could tell that Master Bai's skills seemed to be less impressive than expected. They had just offended Hai Yafu, and now they needed to mend their relationship. Alright. You're all wondering. In the future, if you have the ability, don't come to my Tianjin apothecary. Mo Guangchang was furious and stormed out of the alchemy room. Seeing this, Bai Leshan hurriedly followed. Now that he had fallen out with Hai Yafu, staying here would only make him a clown. Master Ning, shall we have a talk? Hai Yafu, showing great determination, ordered Li Fu to expel everyone present after Bai Leshan and Mo Guangchang left. This was because she urgently wished to sign Ning Feng. You want me to become the resident alchemist of your Yuanxing Dao pavilion, don't you? Ning Feng understood her thoughts, but he could only refuse. Seeing Ning Feng's attitude, Hai Yafu knew he was inclined to refuse, so she hurriedly stated the terms she had prepared. First, as long as you sign the contract with us, this largest alchemical room will be yours. Secondly, our pavilion will pay you 100,000 alliance coins per month, and we will buy each potion at the maximum recovery price. For example, the potion you just refined will be bought back by our pavilion at 100,000 per bottle. Moreover, all the materials, machines, and testing equipment you need for refining potions will be provided to you free of charge by our pavilion. Hai Yafu's terms were significantly higher than those given to Bai Leshan. After all, Bai Leshan earned 50,000 a month, while she offered Ning Feng directly 100,000. This was because she felt Ning Feng was more important than Bai Leshan. After hearing this, Ning Feng squinted slightly, and he couldn't help but feel somewhat tempted. Leaving aside the other conditions, just the 100,000 alliance coin salary was more than the combined salary of Uncle Xiao and Aunt Li each month. With 3 high school students at home, the expenses for buying potions were already a significant burden. With this 100,000 along with the school's monthly subsidies, Uncle Xiao and Aunt Li's pressure would greatly decrease. The terms you offered are very enticing. However, I still cannot become your pavilion's alchemist. Ning Feng shook his head and said. Why not? Hai Yafu asked eagerly. Now that Bai Leshan had been poached, there were no alchemists left in the pavilion. Although the pharmacy did not exclusively sell qi and blood potions, these potions were the primary means of attracting customers. If the pharmacy lacked qi and blood potions, its business would severely decline. Therefore, she had to find a new alchemist, and Ning Feng was the best choice. Regarding this, Ning Feng shrugged helplessly, saying, because I am still a high school student. After the college entrance examination, I will be going to university. I can't just stay here to refine potions for you, can I? In fact, he also thought Hai Yafu's terms were quite good, but unfortunately he had more important matters to attend to. Although staying here to refine potions would indeed earn him a sum of money in the short term, was he going to spend all his time refining qi and blood potions in the future? Hearing this, Hai Yafu fell silent for a moment. Because Ning Feng could refine first-grade potions, she momentarily forgot that he was still a high school student. She indeed had no right to demand that he not go to university and focus solely on refining potions. However, she truly did not want to give up on a talent like Ning Feng. Now he was just a high school student, yet he could refine first-grade potions. What about in the future? If Ning Feng could grow into a second-grade, third-grade, or even higher-level alchemist, then for the Yuanxing Dao Pavilion, it would be akin to securing a significant asset in advance. It is easy to add flowers to the brocade, but the friendship of sending charcoal in the snow is the deepest. I thought it through. The terms remain unchanged, or as long as you come to the pavilion 1 day a week before you go to university, that's fine. Once you are in university, if you have time, you can refine potions and send them over. At that time, we will sign a new contract. When that time comes, since you will no longer be using our pavilion's machines and materials, we will convert everything into... Hai Yafu looked at Ning Feng with determination in her eyes. She had to firmly secure a talent like Ning Feng. After hearing this, Ning Feng felt that if he didn't agree, he would truly be letting her down. No matter how one looked at it, he had nothing to lose. Instead, it was Hai Yafu who would be investing heavily in him. Alright, I agree. Since the other party had reached this point, Ning Feng naturally had no reason to refuse. Seeing this, Hai Yafu finally let out a sigh of relief. In her heart, she couldn't help but silently chant, Hai Ramon, you've produced a monstrous genius in your class. Next, the two of them found a nearby meeting room, and Hai Yafu first drafted the contract. After both had read the contract and found no issues, they signed their names. Master Ning, your first salary of 100,000 alliance coins has already been transferred to your card. Hai Yafu picked up her phone and said with a smile. Ning Feng, I know what you're thinking. But I'm not worried, because becoming a first-class apothecary at such a young age means that 400,000 is nothing to you in the future. Moreover, my sister is your homeroom teacher, so I'm certainly not afraid that you will run away with the money. After saying this, Hai Yafu couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. Hai Laosher is your sister. Ning Feng was taken aback. No wonder Hai Laosher could directly give him a black gold membership card for the Source Sacred Pavilion. So it turns out they own the store themselves. Bingo. Correct. After finishing her laughter, Hai Yafu threw a flirtatious glance at Ning Feng. With such an outstanding student in her class, why didn't she recommend him to the pavilion sooner? Otherwise, she wouldn't have had to plead with Bai Leshan back then. Alright then. Ning Feng shrugged, indifferent to it. However, he still reminded her, regarding my ability to refine potions, I hope Ms. Hai can keep it confidential. It's not that he didn't want to show off, but he didn't know how to explain it if someone found out. For example, if one day he picked up 100 yuan on the ground, and suddenly someone asked him where the money came from. No explanation would work. To avoid trouble, he didn't want others to know he could refine potions. Moreover, if others found out, it wouldn't benefit him at all. Don't call me Miss. Hi. If I call you Ning Feng, how about you call me Sister Yafu? I will also help keep your identity as an apothecary a secret. After saying this, Hai Yafu once again cast a flirtatious glance at Ning Feng. However, she thought to herself that with Ning Feng's age being able to refine first-class potions, there must be a master apothecary guiding him. Because not everyone can become an apothecary. She wished she could, but she didn't have the qualifications. They chatted idly for a while, and seeing that it was getting late, Ning Feng prepared to leave the pavilion and head home. Ning Feng, shall we meet next week? No need to wait until next week. I might come to the pavilion every day after school to train. After visiting the facilities on the second floor, Ning Feng felt that the equipment there would greatly aid in physical training. Especially that gravity training room. He wanted to try it out tomorrow. Really? That's wonderful. After your training is over, I'll personally take you to the third floor for therapy and relaxation. Hai Yafu said cheerfully, but there was a hint of ambiguity in her words. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng glanced at her, then said, I'm leaving now. I'll walk you out. Although Hai Yafu appeared calm on the surface, her neck hidden beneath her clothing was already blushing deeply. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the public training room on the second floor, a group of boys and girls dressed in white martial arts uniforms were queuing at the front desk to swipe their cards to enter the training room. Each of their martial arts uniforms had a large character, Yuan, embroidered on the front with Lin Hai No. One high school written on the back. Clearly they were all students from the elite class of Lin Hai No. One high school. However, the wealthy heirs from the class did not come to those here were mostly students from ordinary families. Ordinary families did not have exclusive martial arts training rooms and could only train here at the Source Sacred Pavilion after school. Sorry, your membership card has expired. Wang Li, helping to swipe the card for them, discovered that one student's card had indeed expired. Sister, your card has expired. Xiao Bailu asked in surprise. Isn't training for elite class students at the Source Sacred Pavilion free? How could it possibly expire? I am the class president of Elite Class 1 Xiao Jingzhe. You can check my student ID for verification, Xiao Jingzhe said with a slight frown. With her strong personality, she felt somewhat embarrassed encountering such a situation in front of so many people. I'm sorry, your membership card has indeed expired. Once a membership card expires, entry to the martial arts training room is prohibited. This rule is to prevent someone from renting their card to outsiders. You don't need to worry. I'll call our boss right now to have her help activate it for you. Wang Li did not make things difficult for the beautiful student, as she was both an elite class student and the class president, and a front desk worker like her dared not offend her. How long is it going to take? Xiao Jingzhe continued to frown and ask. Our boss is in the pharmacy on the 5th floor, and there might be some issues she needs to handle up there. I'm not sure how long it will take either, Wang Li said, shaking her head apologetically. Sister, why don't you use my card to enter first? Li Jie, can my sister use my membership card to go in? Look, we look exactly alike. Even the machine wouldn't be able to tell the difference, right? This should be fine, Wang Li said, unsure whether to refuse. Oh yeah. Sister, hurry and go. Xiao Bailu happily pushed her sister. Bailu, you. I'm going to find Ning Feng Gidge. He should have finished his vacation and gone home by now. Xiao Bailu giggled. Her brother successfully joined the elite class, and she certainly wanted to celebrate together. Sister, I'm off now. After saying this, Xiao Bailu prepared to slip away. Compared to training, she wanted to see Ning Feng Gidge even more. However, just as she was about to go downstairs, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Sister Yafu, you don't need to see me off anymore. I'll head back first. Then Ning Feng, I'll wait for you at the pavilion tomorrow. You must come. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng shook his head again. Hai Yafu was clearly quite the enchantress, possessing high emotional intelligence and tactics. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to establish herself in the vast city of Linhai. Just as he reached the entrance of the second floor, he paused, his expression showing great surprise. Bailu, who are you chatting with? Xiao Bailu asked, her small fist clenched, but her eyes were fixed on Ning Feng's back, until Hai Yafu appeared before her. Upon seeing Hai Yafu dressed in a cheongsam and elegantly adorned, her face instantly turned pale. She had heard her sister mention that the therapy room was upstairs where one could relax after training, but there were also some private projects. Go, how can you be with someone like that? Xiao Bailu angrily turned and ran away. Just a second ago she was eager to see Ning Feng Gidge, but now she felt full of grievances and never wanted to see her brother again. Ning Feng, is this your girlfriend? Hai Yafu asked in surprise. No, she's my sister. Ning Feng was also anxious and hurriedly chased after her. He had forgotten that elite class students would train at the Source Sacred Pavilion after school, so it was quite normal to run into his sister at this time. However, he just happened to come downstairs with Hai Yafu and was misunderstood by his sister. If he had known this would happen, he would have stayed upstairs for another 2 minutes. Why is she running so fast? Ning Feng wondered. He thought his speed was not slow, but when he ran outside, he found he could no longer see his sister. Fortunately, when he entered the subway station, he finally saw his sister at the ticket barrier. Bailu, Ning Feng shouted while chasing after her. Not listening, go away. An angry woman could increase her speed by 200, even if she was just walking she could outrun others. Xiao Bailu walked angrily forward, yet her peripheral vision kept watching her brother behind her. Until she boarded the subway. At the moment the doors closed, Ning Feng rushed in despite the risk of getting caught. Ouch! Ning Feng felt a pinch on his back from the iron door. Brother, are you okay? Xiao Bailu, who had previously been angry, rushed over anxiously when she saw her brother was hurt. I'm fine, just my clothes got caught. Ning Feng patted his back and smiled. Oomph. I'm not talking to you anymore. Seeing that her brother was fine, Xiao Bailu remembered what had just happened and pouted, deciding not to pay any more attention. Seeing his sister's adorable expression as she pouted in anger, Ning Feng couldn't help but pinch her little face. Xiao Bailu huffed, turning away to continue feigning anger. Alright Bailu, you actually misunderstood. Ning Feng sat beside her and briefly explained. However, he didn't mention what had happened in the alchemy room. That woman just took you for a stroll. Xiao Bailu turned her head, her expression filled with suspicion. After all, she was a big boss, why would she personally accompany her brother for a walk? It happened like this. When I arrived in the afternoon, a few ruffians were bothering that front desk girl. I couldn't stand it, so I chased them away and ended up fighting with them. Coincidentally, that scene was witnessed by the female boss. To thank me, she took me upstairs for a little tour and even gifted me 2 bottles of health potions. As he spoke, Ning Feng pulled out a bottle of Peiyuan powder from his pocket and handed it to his sister. Brother, you fought with her. Xiao Bailu didn't care much about the potion, as she was only concerned that Ning Feng might— It's fine, Ning Feng smiled and said, they were just a bunch of small fry. No matter what, I am still a martial artist. I haven't even broken through to the first rank, yet I can't be considered a real martial artist. Hearing this, Xiao Bailu pouted and then stuffed the potion back into Ning Feng's embrace. This is from that woman, oh I don't want it. Xiao Bailu instantly recognized the high-grade potion. It was definitely more precious than the ones distributed by the school. This kind of potion was more suitable for her brother. No way, you must accept this one. I already have a bottle, this one is for you. Ning Feng's attitude was much firmer than usual. His sister Bailu had talent in martial arts, and he couldn't waste her potential. Brother, Xiao Bailu wanted to say something, but after seeing Ning Feng's determined expression, she closed her mouth. Alright, thank you, brother. Xiao Bailu accepted the potion, completely forgetting about the woman from the dojo. She felt sweet inside, thinking it was a gift from her brother. So obedient. Ning Feng patted her head. His sister Bailu was always this obedient. Brother, I'm a bit sleepy. I want to lean on you to sleep. Sleep, then I will wake you when we arrive. Ning Feng also closed his eyes. Today had been quite eventful. First, he went to the North Campus for an assessment, then fought with Lin Yin, and after that he had a match with Teacher Wu, and upon arriving at the dojo, he also had a fight, and became a contracted alchemist for the dojo. The events of just one day surpassed the total of his 3 years in high school. However, he could feel that all of this was a result of his increasing strength. No matter what, his goal for the future remained the same, to strive tirelessly to enhance his strength. If his sister didn't wish to pursue martial arts, then he must grow rapidly, becoming a formidable powerhouse capable of protecting his loved ones. Just as Ning Feng and his sister Bailu were leaning against each other nearly asleep, the familiar warning announcement echoed again in the subway. An emergency news report. 3 hours ago, electronic information jamming occurred in Majiao Village, Haiwei District, Linghai City. The military has conducted a preliminary investigation of the surrounding area, and martial artists from the Martial Arts Alliance have gone to provide support. According to expert research, Majiao Village is suspected to have encountered a level 3 yellow star realm. Surrounding residents are advised not to cross the warning line into the danger zone. Residents are advised not to panic. Everything is under official control. An emergency news report, Linghai City. Ning Feng opened his eyes slightly, his brow furrowing. A level 3 yellow star realm. Has it become this serious already? He suppressed his inner emotions. Even if it was just a level 3 yellow star realm, a level 4 blue star realm was beyond his capacity to handle. Fortunately, Majiao Village wasn't very close to his happy community, and it should not have been included in the warning area. An hour later, Ning Feng didn't transfer. Instead, he decided to let his sister sleep a bit longer, so he stayed on the subway until the nearest station before switching to the bus. However, there were shared electric bikes outside the station, allowing him to carry his sister home. Majiao Port has arrived. The doors will open on the right side. Bailu, wake up. Ning Feng gently tapped his sister's face and then held her half asleep as they exited the subway station. Brother, are we home? Xiao Bailu rubbed her eyes, sleepily asking. This isn't Beihai Station, and we got off at Majiao Port Station and well switched to a bus later. Ning Feng knew that as long as he was around, his sister would sleep soundly, even outdoors. They'll carry you. You keep sleeping. Ning Feng squatted down and easily carried his sister back. Oh, Xiao Bailu leaned against her brother's warm back and quickly fell asleep again. After exiting the subway station, Ning Feng waited a moment, and when the bus arrived, he carried his sister on board. You two are really lucky. This is the last bus of the day. The bus driver was a man in his 40s who looked somewhat displeased when he saw people waiting at the platform, but his expression softened when he realized they were 2 students. Isn't it still early? How is this the last bus? Ning Feng curiously asked as he took a seat. You don't know? Majiao Port is less than 3 kilometers from Majiao Village, and the nearby residents have already been evacuated. If I stay here any longer, I might just kick the bucket. The man spoke with a lingering fear as if he had seen something earlier. Just as they were chatting, the bus swiftly headed to the next stop, while outside the window several black drones zipped past in the opposite direction. These are the military's reconnaissance drones, and I heard one costs hundreds of thousands of alliance coins. I personally. He held up 5 fingers and said, I saw 5 of these drones being shot down as they entered the high altitude of Majiao Village. Ning Feng's heart tightened upon hearing this. If he wasn't mistaken, these were the military's latest annihilation drones capable of reconnaissance, as well as combat, with astonishing defensive capabilities. He had seen many review videos online before. Even a second-rank martial artist would find it challenging to break through the defenses of an annihilation drone. Could it be that the Star Realm this time was not as simple as the officials described? The announcement for the Happy Community Station has been made. Please let all passengers disembark at the rear door. After the bus arrived, Ning Feng was about to wake his sister, but found that she had already rubbed her eyes and woken up. Brother, I was so sleepy just now. She yawned, seeming to have fallen asleep against her brother's shoulder for a long time, feeling very warm. We're home. Seeing that there were no security checks near the community, Ning Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, upon arriving home, Xiao Bailu immediately kicked off her shoes and lay barefoot on the sofa. Ah, so comfortable. Beside her, Xiao Shengbin shook his head and said in a lecturing tone, Can't you learn to be a bit more graceful like your sister? He then turned to Ning Feng and asked, Xiao Feng, how was school today? Dad, you're biased. Yesterday you said to let your sister learn from me and not be so cold. Who exactly is your little darling? Xiao Bailu pouted and acted cute towards her dad. Both of you are my little Xiao Shengbin said helplessly. Ning Feng simply replied, not bad. He then put on an apron to help in the Xiao Bailu suddenly remembered something and excitedly said, Dad, Mom, didn't you know? Brother was really impressed. Brother is now in the elite class, and he's in the same class as me and sister. Xiao Bailu sat up and began to animatedly recount the events of the day at school. Li Wanfeng, who had been busy in the kitchen, stood in the living room for more than 10 minutes after hearing this news, her expression growing more and more vivid. Xiao Feng, you really entered the elite class. She happily turned to look at Ning Feng, who was busy in the kitchen, and asked, Oh, this is great news. No, we want to eat at home today. Let's go out to eat. Hearing this news, Li Wanfeng was even happier than when she was promoted to a senior position this year. No need, Xiao Jingzhe hasn't returned yet. Besides, I just entered the elite class. It's not like I got into a martial arts university. Ning Feng shook his head. It's quite dangerous outside. It's better to stay at home. By the way, Annie, let me transfer some money to you. He remembered the hundreds of thousands in his bank account which he didn't need for the time being and could take out a portion to help with household expenses. No way, how can I let you pay? I know that the school provides subsidies for students in the elite class every month. Jingzhe received it every month, and both your Uncle Xiao and I know. But that's your own money. Oh, I can't take it. Li Wanfeng quickly refused, as she couldn't accept the money given by the school. Moreover, it wasn't much. It only added up to a few thousand. This money should be kept for Xiao Feng to use himself. All right. But Auntie, you and Uncle Xiao don't need to buy me qi and blood potions anymore. The school provides them, and buying more would be a waste. Ning Feng recalled that Uncle Xiao would buy 3 bottles of low-grade qi and blood potions every month, each costing 5,000 alliance coins, totaling 15,000 alliance coins. Uncle Xiao and Aunt Li's combined salary was only about 20,000. Most of the family's expenses were spent on the 3 of them. Mom, me too. Xiao Bailu raised her small hand and said, No way, there are still 2 months until the college entrance examination. Even if the school provides them, I can't stop. Or what if it can help improve your scores? Before Li Wanfeng could reply, Xiao Xingbin immediately shook his head and said, Your Uncle Xiao is right. We've managed all these years. What's 2 more months? Li Wanfeng smiled. Ning Feng and Xiao Bailu exchanged glances as Xiao Bailu stuck out her tongue, indicating that she couldn't do anything about it. Seeing this, Ning Feng also found it hard to refuse. If conditions allowed, one day he would reveal his identity as a pharmacist to Uncle Xiao and Aunt Li. But at least he had to wait until he entered university. After all, he needed a reason. For example, did he meet an old man with white hair at the university? Or did he help an elderly lady while crossing the street? After a while, when all the dishes were ready, Xiao Jingzhe just returned home. However, she still had that cold expression. After glancing at the dishes on the dining table, she said, Dad, Mom, I'm going to take a shower and then head to my room. Sister, aren't you going to eat? Xiao Bailu asked while eating. I told you this kind of food is of no help to my qi. Sister, is your card ready? It's ready. Xiao Jingzhe didn't explain much. As she prepared to enter the bathroom, she glanced instinctively at Ning Feng, who was sitting next to her sister. I've had enough to eat, Ning Feng said, putting down his bowl. Do you want me to get you another bowl? Li Wanfeng said as she prepared to take Ning Feng's empty bowl to fill it again. No need, I'm going back to my room first. Ning Feng waved his hands repeatedly and walked toward his room. Seeing this, Xiao Jingzhe sighed and said, I heard that some wealthy families buy meat from exotic beasts as ingredients for their children. This kind of food can greatly enhance qi and blood. But it's too expensive. With his salary, it was already tough to buy qi and blood potions for the 3 kids each month, let alone the pricier exotic beast ingredients. Dad, it's fine. I think braised pig trotters are very delicious. Xiao Bailu said happily while gnawing on a pig trotter. She didn't care if it could increase her qi and blood, as long as it tasted good, that was enough. At this moment, as Ning Feng was about to enter his room, he glanced at the opposite side where his sister Jingzhe's room was, and beside it was his sister Bailu's room. Uncle Xiao and Aunt Li's room was in the master bedroom on the other side. After thinking for a moment, he took out a bottle of Pei Yuan sand from the system space and walked into the opposite room. Unlike Bailu's room, which was filled with plush dolls, Jingzhe's room was more elegant with a few large dumbbells and a mat on the floor and a dressing table by the bed. However, there were no makeup products on the table. Instead, it was piled with many books and notebooks, presumably related to martial arts. At the same time, there was a bottle of qi and blood potion on the table. This was likely the one Uncle Xiao had distributed to each of them yesterday. However, Bailu's bottle was given to him. Ning Feng did not dare to linger, quickly replacing the potion on the table with the Pei Yuan sand in his hand. He then left the room. All this took only a few seconds. A few minutes later, Xiao Jingzhe finished washing up and walked into her room while drying her wet hair with a towel. However, as soon as she entered the room, she sensed something was off. What is this smell? Did Dad come in? Her martial arts training focused on surprise attacks, making her very sensitive to her surroundings. The table has been touched by someone. She tensed up, quickly searching for the notebook on the table. After confirming it hadn't been rummaged through, she sighed in relief. No, it's this bottle of potion. She remembered that this potion had a 1 centimeter deviation from its original position. Then she quickly picked up the bottle. What a beautiful jade bottle, the potion inside. Xiao Jingzhe cautiously opened it and took a whiff, suddenly feeling the qi and blood within her body surge like waves, almost pushing her martial arts realm to the brink. Drinking this potion would likely elevate her qi and blood to the standards of a first-grade martial artist. This thought flashed through her mind. What grade of qi and blood potion is this? It has such amazing effects. Who gave it to me? Xiao Jingzhe said, her face filled with shock. Could it be him? System, I wish to cultivate. And you are about to enter the martial Dao simulation training space. Current simulation fidelity 80. Please confirm entry. Confirmed and entering. And inside the room, Ning Feng closed the door and summoned the system to begin. Last time he had been transported to a vast grassland. Whether he would return there or be sent to another region remained uncertain. A quiet anticipation stirred within him. After all, slaying monstrous beasts yielded rare treasures. In moments later, Ning Feng felt his consciousness plunge into utter darkness. Then after several seconds, faint light gradually emerged before his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he found himself back in the same martial Dao training arena as before. And please select a weapon, or default to the spear. Spear. And no sooner had the word left Ning Feng's lips than a spear forged from primordial iron materialized in his hands. Cultivator Ning Feng, physical aptitude level 6 in vital, qi 80 units in fist strength, 419 kilograms in speed 9 meters per second. Spiritual energy level 6 in body cultivation, method solar flame refinement, art and spirit cultivation, method mirror spirit, art martial Dao, proficiency comprehensive tier, Tun combat, intent fist intent, tier 199 spear intent, tier 199 movement art, tier 199. After selecting his weapon, Ning Feng reviewed his stats once more and discovered that every metric had improved significantly since yesterday. You have selected the spear and preparing to enter the simulation combat arena. Prepare yourself. As the system's voice faded, the surroundings began to shift. The stone floor beneath his feet dissolved into loose sand, and the horizon stretched out into an endless sun-scorched desert. Ding, you have entered simulation battlefield, Western Shore Gobi Desert. In current zone, hazard rating level 4. In Ning Feng's pulse quickened. The system had explicitly flagged the danger level this time. Level 4, in. Could this be the stellar realm? Or is this the stellar realm itself? Gripping his spear, Ning Feng strode across the Gobi sands. With each step, he felt the coarse grit shifting beneath his soles, while the blazing sun overhead forced his eyes nearly shut. Having never traveled through a desert before, he now experienced its raw, unfiltered reality. For the first time. Not in life, but within the simulation. Never mind. First find shade. The oppressive heat pressed down on him, unbearable and real. Not far ahead lay a patch of greenery. He resolved to head there for water and respite. Yet knowing danger lurked nearby, Ning Feng stepped with deliberate caution. This barren expanse, he sensed, concealed far more than met the eye. HSSSS. NHSSSS. And as he advanced, a soft rustling suddenly reached his ears, like something stirring beneath the sand. What in the world? And he froze mid-step and glanced downward. Several meters away, a tiny black speck crept steadily toward him. A monstrous beast, not prickle of danger surged through him. He instantly tensed, ready for combat. Yet the speck was minute, whatever lay beneath could not be large. Thinking thus, he took 2 swift steps forward, and drove his spear down upon the dark spot with lethal precision. And Shryak. Not good. A wave of dread crashed over him. In an instant his right arm coiled with explosive force. He thrust upward on the spear shaft and launched himself skyward. And HSSSS, mean the next breath. A colossal gray serpent dozens of meters long erupted from the earth, its gaping maw snapping shut on the air where Ning Feng had just hung suspended. Ning Feng recoiled, heart hammering, chilled by the wind rushing beneath him, and recognized the creature at once. Gray-striped serpent. A Tier 1 monstrous beast, damned, and as the serpent's jaws neared his exposed flank, Ning Feng clenched his teeth, released the spear, and slammed his right boot squarely into the serpent's skull. Boom. And man and serpent crashed together onto the sand with crushing force. Instantly Ning Feng scrambled to retrieve his spear, still embedded deep in the serpent's tail. Indeed, the black speck he'd seen was merely the tip of the gray-striped serpent's tail, deliberately exposed to lure prey. Once the target drew near, it would erupt from behind in a deadly ambush. Fortunately, Ning Feng had struck early, startling it before it could fully commit. Had he delayed even a heartbeat, those fangs would have closed around him. In a Tier 1 gray-striped serpent, its strength rivals that of a first-rank martial artist. In that instant, Ning Feng pushed his movement art to its absolute limit. At the very moment the serpent's jaws snapped shut, a phantom afterimage flickered beside him, while the gray-striped serpent too refused to let its attacker escape. In HSSSS, with uncanny agility it whirled its massive body and lunged, fangs bared, aimed directly at Ning Feng. In that instant Ning Feng pushed his movement art to its absolute limit. At the very moment the serpent's jaws snapped shut, a phantom afterimage flickered beside him, while he himself darted sideways, spear raised high to pierce the serpent's belly. Strike the serpent at its vital point, an ancient adage passed down through generations. But damn it, this beast stretched over 10 meters long, where precisely lay its fatal weak spot. Strike. The spear scraped across the serpent's abdomen, sparking like flint on steel. In incredible defense, Ning Feng stared stunned. His spear, forged from primordial iron, had failed to breach the beast's hide. HSSSS. Realizing it had bitten only empty air, the serpent reared up in fury and lashed its tail like a whip, slamming it toward Ning Feng with devastating force. This time Ning Feng had no time to evade. He raised his spear crosswise before his chest as a shield. Boom. The impact hurled him backward, flying dozens of meters through the air. Thankfully the yielding sand absorbed much of the blow. Ugh. He spat a mouthful of blood. Its strength is monstrous. Recalling yesterday's goblin skirmish, effortless, almost trivial, this contrast stung sharply. Yet today's Tier 1 gray-striped serpent had left him utterly overwhelmed. No counter, no opening. No. I'll die if this continues. Ning Feng was no fool. His own cultivation stood only at level 6, while this serpent commanded Tier 1 power. Without a decisive advantage, prolonging battle meant certain death. Without hesitation, he cast one last glance at the charging serpent, and turned sprinting full speed. Though this was only a simulation, and death here held no permanence, the 80 fidelity meant agony would feel agonizingly real. HSSSS. The gray-striped serpent moved with terrifying swiftness, nearly 20 meters per second, gliding across the dunes as if weightless. Just as its jaws nearly closed upon him, Ning Feng vaulted one final time, plunging headlong into the oasis of greenery. HSSSS. The serpent skidded to an abrupt halt. It reared upright, its meter-long forked tongue flickering, its triangular eyes locking onto Ning Feng with chilling intensity. Yet it dared not advance further. Damn. It's not pursuing me. Ning Feng collapsed onto damp earth, breathing ragged and deep, only now grasping how narrowly he'd brushed against oblivion. One misstep, and he'd have vanished into those jaws forever. And after a moment's rest he rose, and saw the gray-striped serpent still coiled motionless nearby, as if waiting for him to step back into the open. Damn you. Are you begging for death? Once I ascend to first rank, I'll slaughter you like poultry. Ning Feng couldn't hold back. He pointed at the serpent and unleashed a torrent of curses. If he couldn't best it in combat, at least he could vent his fury. HSSSS. The serpent seemed to comprehend. Its gaze sharpened with venomous malice, and its tongue flickered faster sharp. Then, a sight that froze Ning Feng's blood. The gray-striped serpent lowered its massive body and began crawling slowly, deliberately, toward the greenery. What the hell? It's actually coming in. Ning Feng snatched up his spear, ready to flee again. But the moment the serpent crossed into the green zone, shimmering ripples erupted across its perimeter, as if a hidden barrier had activated. Then a towering azure phantom warrior materialized before Ning Feng. The figure stood 2 meters tall, clad in gleaming armor, wielding a massive Mo Dao, his presence radiating indomitable grandeur. Within the lands of Huaxiao, all monstrous beasts shall fall. A thunderous voice echoed forth. Before Ning Feng could react, the phantom blurred, reappearing instantly before the serpent, and brought his blade down in a single unstoppable arc. Whoosh! The 10-meter serpent cleaved cleanly in two, crimson blood arcing across the HSSSS, and terror flooded the serpent's pupils. Its severed head frantically burrowed into the sand, while the tail thrashed wildly, convulsing in final agony. Minutes passed. And then, silence. The serpent lay utterly still. Dead. Ning Feng dropped to his knees, face slack with disbelief. The very beast that had driven him to desperate flight, cut down in a single stroke by this azure phantom. Ni's primordial iron spear hadn't even pierced its hide. Within the lands of Huaxiao, all monstrous beasts shall fall. Ning Feng recalled the phrase, spoken by the phantom himself. Who are you? Why save me? Summoning courage, he stepped forward, toward the towering phantom. Only then did he see his true visage clearly. A thick, unkempt beard framed a stern, fearsome countenance. Gleaming armor sheathed his frame, and his Mo Dao over 2 meters long rested easily in his grip. Yet no matter how Ning Feng spoke, the phantom remained silent, until he reached out to touch the blade. Then the phantom stirred, and murmured softly. Feng Song Lei Zhan, in first form Thunder Split, in second form Swift Gale, in third form Azure Severance. Ding, you have acquired opportunity. Class A martial technique, Feng Song Lei Zhan. NAS confusion clouded Ning Feng's mind. The system's chime rang clearly in his thoughts. Class A martial technique. Ni's pulse quickened. Such techniques fetched over 5 million coins at elite auctions, far beyond ordinary reach. Common cultivators could scarcely dream of them. Even his prior Class B technique, Whirlwind Slash, had been personally bestowed by his martial instructor. But I wield the spear, while Feng Song Lei Zhan is clearly optimized for the blade. Ning Feng pondered whether he could master it. I'll learn it. I'm not bound to one weapon. The spear excelled at mid-range combat. Daggers suited sudden ambushes, longswords dominated close quarters, bows ruled the distance. To survive the monstrous beast arenas, he must master them all. Yet minutes passed, and the azure phantom remained utterly still, offering no instruction. Wait, what's happening? Ning Feng blinked, bewildered. Was this opportunity real, or merely cruel teasing? In defeat, the phantom uttered 3 words, then exploded into motion, his Mo Dao slashing toward Ning Feng with lethal intent. What the hell? Ning Feng understood instantly. He must defeat the phantom to claim the technique. And of course, there was no such thing as a free meal under heaven. Just as the strange blade was about to strike, Ning Feng quickly dodged using his agility, and without waiting for the opponent to react, he swiftly turned and lunged at the back of the shadowy figure. Easy. The tip of the spear pierced the back of the giant, yet it left not even a scratch, failing to breach his defenses. Seeing this, Ning Feng hurriedly jumped back to avoid being caught off guard. However, the shadowy figure showed no intention of continuing the attack. He glanced at Ning Feng, seemingly revealing a satisfied smile. The next moment, the shadowy figure suddenly opened his mouth to inhale deeply, then abruptly closed it. Ning Feng's pupils constricted as he witnessed strands of lightning form at the corners of the giant's mouth. Immediately after, the lightning spread to his arm, ultimately gathering furiously on the strange blade. ZZZ, the blade enveloped in lightning emitted a crackling sound. First move, Thunderstrike. The giant shouted, reminiscent of a thunderclap. He swung the strange blade into the air with lightning continuously spreading, culminating in a breathtaking spectacle. Thunder Dragon. Ning Feng vaguely saw a thunder dragon manifesting on the strange blade. Is this an A-level martial skill? He was utterly astonished. Surely such a phenomenon wouldn't even occur with S-level martial skill. Of course, he had never witnessed the power of S-level martial skill. In the next moment, an even more astonishing sight unfolded before Ning Feng. The shadowy figure exerted force with his legs, causing the ground beneath him to crack, and then he shot forward like a cannonball. Not good. Ning Feng realized the opponent's target was himself, and after reacting, he hurriedly dodged the incoming strike. But no matter how fast he was, he could not match the speed of lightning. Thunderstrike. The shadowy figure reached Ning Feng's side, and the strange blade ruthlessly slashed down. The thunder dragon gathered on the blade, roaring forth. Whoosh. A chasm several meters deep suddenly appeared beside Ning Feng, who was drenched in sweat, collapsing to the ground. The chasm was less than half a meter away from him, meaning he had almost been obliterated. He did that on... Ning Feng looked up at the shadowy figure in shock, catching a hint of mockery on his face. Damn. However, the giant did not give him time to complain. In the next moment, he moved again. Second move, Swift Wind. Suddenly 3 shadowy figures appeared beside him, then merged into one, and as his body surged forward, it emitted a violent sonic boom. 3 shadowy figures. His agility has reached the 3rd level. Ning Feng was deeply moved by to be able to instantly create 3 shadowy figures is undoubtedly a 3rd level agility. How powerful was this guy in his past life? Not only was his attack formidable, but his agility was also remarkable. Although Ning Feng could not perceive the shadowy figure's exact strength, he was at least a 3rd-grade warrior. 3rd move, Azure Slash. The shadowy figure did not stop using his agility to gain speed. He inhaled deeply and exhaled strands of lightning, which spread across his entire body. Finally, he transformed into that thunder dragon. Woo! The entire world seemed to resonate with a deep roar. Slash. The giant leaped into the air and fiercely slashed at the sky. Boom. The thunder and lightning shot into the sky for hundreds of meters before stopping, continuously exploding and creating countless blue sparks, presenting a truly shocking scene. My heavens! Ning Feng was completely stunned by this sight. Wind Azure Thunder Slash. An 11 martial skill, and this shadowy giant could unleash such power. It was very likely that the opponent's proficiency had reached the pinnacle of this martial skill. The proficiency of martial skills ranges from beginner, intermediate to perfection, and finally perfection. Ning Feng had practiced the level martial skill Wind Slash taught by his martial arts teacher for 3 years in high school, and his proficiency was barely at the beginner level. He was still far from reaching the intermediate level. As for perfection, achieving it requires not only hard work, but also immense talent. It could be said that mastering a martial skill to perfection surpasses the original creator of that skill. Incredible. Ning Feng gazed at the shadowy figure filled with admiration. I must learn this martial skill. Saying this, he pulled out a bottle of qi nourishing powder from his space and poured it directly into his mouth. Ding, you have consumed the advanced potion qi nourishing powder during the training period. Your blood qi training speed increases by 200, foundation solidification effect increases by 100, and proficiency acquisition efficiency increases by 100. Effect duration 6 hours. Note: long periods of training will consume mental energy, and frequent consumption of mental energy may lead to a state of unconsciousness. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ning Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected the qi nourishing powder to be so effective. Not only did it enhance his blood qi, but it also solidified his foundation and improved proficiency acquisition efficiency. Truly worthy of being an advanced potion. 6 hours, I must make good use of it. Ning Feng knew that defeating the shadowy giant before him was impossible, but the opponent did not seem to have any intention to harm him. So next he only needed to comprehend the Wind Azure Thunder Slash martial skill from the opponent's attacks. Senior, please instruct me. Ning Feng, holding the long spear, charged towards the shadowy giant. Easy. The spear stabbed fiercely at the giant's throat, yet it still failed to breach his defenses. Instead, strands of lightning crawled along the spear. Feeling his arm tingle, Ning Feng was slightly startled. Could this be? He suddenly had a thought. Let's give it a try. He then began to focus his attacks on the giant's upper body, particularly targeting his throat. This process lasted nearly 3 hours. The giant had shown no intention of using his full strength, remaining in a passive defense, while as time passed Ning Feng's strength waned, and his arm trembled from the incessant shocks of electricity, almost making it impossible for him to lift the spear. However, Ning Feng's eyes grew brighter. He had vaguely grasped a pattern. Half an hour later, Ning Feng collapsed to the ground completely exhausted. Half of his body was charred from the electricity, and he could still see lightning dancing across him. Just as I thought. The breathing technique. This is a method of compressing air to convert it into lightning. A hint of excitement surfaced on Ning Feng's face. The reason the Wind Azure Thunder Slash wielded such power in the giant's hands was that he had mastered a breathing technique. He had previously heard his martial arts teacher mention that some martial artists from certain families would develop various martial skills and power methods based on their characteristics, with the most mysterious being the breathing technique. At this moment, the shadowy giant stood nearby, watching Ning Feng lying on the ground, seemingly showing a hint of encouragement. I understand now. Ning Feng suddenly stood up, mimicking the giant's deep inhalation, feeling his lungs expand while pressing. Minutes later, a spark of lightning appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zzz, the lightning gathered more and more until it began to spread throughout his body. Finally, with a thought, Ning Feng's body surged forward. Boom. Like thunder, his speed was extraordinary. Ha ha ha. At that very moment, the ethereal giant let out a booming laugh. He gazed upon Ning Feng and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Heaven favors our human race. With a final hearty burst of laughter, his form grew increasingly faint, his azure silhouette dissolving into countless shimmering blue motes that drifted toward Ning Feng. Before Ning Feng could react, an alien memory surged into his mind. Lei Long, you wretched spawn. Your mother was nothing but a lowly concubine. Had she not briefly caught the clan chief's favor one night, how could she ever have conceived you? Don't delude yourself just because your name is Lei Long. You are no true scion of the Lei clan. I am Lei Long, born of the Lei clan, yet never accepted by it. The coming of age ceremony begins. Every scion of the Lei clan shall receive a martial technique manual. Lei Long. All the superior techniques have already been claimed. You may take this incomplete manual Windsong Thunder Slash. Windsong Thunder Slash. Why has my cultivation yielded no progress? What is the cause? Ha ha ha. Has that fool Lei Long truly been practicing Windsong Thunder Slash? He hasn't even mastered thunder breathing. How dare he imagine mastering such a technique? Thunder breathing. Only 1% of our entire Lei clan can attain it. A bastard like him stands no chance whatsoever. Lei Long. Report for military service. You are temporarily assigned to the 3rd Legion. It's Lei Meng, the 3rd-rank hetero beast, the Thunder Serpent. Lei Long has been swallowed whole by the Thunder Serpent. Who will save him? Who will save me? My body burns with agony. Lei Long has emerged unscathed from the Thunder Serpent's belly and mastered thunder breathing. Lei Long, congratulations on your appointment as captain of the 20th Battalion 3rd Legion. This Mo Dao forged by Master Du Gu from Primordial Iron is now yours. Captain, what do we do? We're surrounded. Everyone withdraw. Lei Long will hold the rear. Captain, withdraw now. Full retreat. I am Lei Long, born of the Lei clan, yet belonging to none of it. All hetero beasts, die before me. I belong to humanity. Countless fragmented visions swept across Ning Feng's consciousness. A 3rd-tier martial cultivator, captain of the 3rd Legion, born of the Lei clan yet denied recognition by it, who ultimately sacrificed himself to protect humanity. Huff. Ning Feng opened his eyes and exhaled a deep, stifled breath. This was a peerless warrior, a figure worthy of profound reverence. Beyond Lei Long's life story, his lifelong martial insights, combat techniques, thunder breathing method, and profound comprehension of Windsong Thunder Slash now resided within Ning Feng's mind. To fully absorb and internalize these memories in so short a time was impossible. Yet, Ning Feng's gaze sharpened, he drew in a deep breath, and instantly faint arcs of lightning flickered at his lips. His body blurred, splitting into 2 phantom afterimages that converged seamlessly. Then with explosive force he launched skyward, thrusting his spear upward in a thunderous defiant strike. In that instant he had broken through to the 2nd tier of body refining art. Boom. A miniature thunder dragon shot into the air. Crack. It detonated dozens of meters above, blooming into several azure lightning flames. Minor mastery. Windsong Thunder Slash. I've attained minor mastery in a single stroke. Gazing upon the astonishing spectacle before him, Ning Feng broke into an exhilarated smile. According to Lei Long's memories, Windsong Thunder Slash had long been deemed an A-rank technique precisely because its current version was incomplete, yet its true combat efficacy surpassed even S-rank standards. Were the technique restored to its complete form, its rank would likely eclipse S-rank entirely. And then, thunder breathing. Only when synchronized with thunder breathing could Windsong Thunder Slash unleash its full, devastating potential. Moreover, thunder breathing appeared to be a closely guarded lineage art, passed down exclusively within a certain clan. Lei Long, having been devoured by the Thunder Serpent, had, through sheer life-or-death extremity, awakened latent potential and mastered thunder breathing in that crucible of annihilation. Recalling how moments earlier Lei Long had repeatedly shocked him with lightning, charring half his body black, while subtly guiding his breathing rhythm toward thunder breathing, Ning Feng suddenly realized the elder had been teaching him thunder breathing all along. Senior, my deepest gratitude. With that thought, he raised his voice and shouted fiercely toward the heavens. He had now grasped thunder breathing, at least in its foundational form. Yet according to Lei Long's memories, even he had only achieved this rudimentary mastery. Deeper refinements required instruction from the Lei clan itself. Visiting the Lei clan. Best forgotten. Ning Feng shook his head. Lei Long, though born of the Lei clan, had endured inhuman torment and scorn solely due to his mother's low status. Ning Feng bore no ties to them, and risked dissection should he ever set foot there. Ding, your spiritual energy is nearing depletion. Exit from the simulation training realm imminent. Your spoils have been automatically deposited into your inventory. You have acquired Spirit Core of Level 1 Hetero Beast Gray-Striped Giant Serpent 1. You have acquired Gray-Striped Giant Serpent Hide 1, a Bitter Gall 1 of Venomous Fangs 2, Meat Chunks 20. Immediately after the system's chime faded, Ning Feng felt darkness swallow his vision, and he was expelled from the realm. I'm exhausted. Upon returning to reality, overwhelming fatigue washed over him. But rather than succumbing to sleep, he steeled his will and began cultivating the Mirror Spirit cultivation method. Half an hour later, the weariness gradually receded and his awareness regained clarity. There appeared to be. Ning Feng recalled the system's prior notification and hurriedly opened his inventory. His eyes lit up, it overflowed with treasures. First, the fist-sized Spirit Core. A Spirit Core from a Level 1 Hetero Beast. Ning Feng had never imagined he'd claim spoils from a beast he hadn't personally slain. Had he known, he'd have lured more beasts. Enough, just one gray-striped giant serpent nearly killed me. More would have torn me apart before I even reached the verdant shade lands. Ning Feng shook his head. Then he turned his attention to the other items. The gray-striped giant serpent's hide. He'd witnessed its astonishing resilience firsthand. Perhaps it could be fashioned into armor. Its bitter gall seemed medicinal. Its venomous fangs might forge lethal daggers. And the piled meat chunks could be cooked into hetero-beast cuisine far richer in vital qi than ordinary fare. What a windfall! Ning Feng beamed. This expedition had yielded extraordinary rewards. Not only had he mastered the rank martial technique Windsong Thunder Slash and Thunder Breathing, but he'd also amassed abundant resources, more than enough to propel his martial path forward. Thereafter Ning Feng cultivated his spiritual energy continuously until dawn. Exactly at 7 a.m. The alarm chimed, and his eyes opened. Ding, your cultivation session has concluded. Host Ning Feng. Physical aptitude, rank 7. Vital Qi 100 units. Striking power 611 kilograms without thunder breathing. Speed 25 milliseconds without thunder breathing. Spiritual energy, rank 6. Body cultivation method, solar flame cultivation art. Spiritual cultivation method, mirror spirit cultivation art. Martial proficiency comprehensive, rank 2. Fist intent, rank 2. Spear intent, rank 2. Body refining art, rank 2. Martial techniques whirlwind / minor mastery Windsong Thunder / minor mastery. My fist intent, spear intent, and body refining art. All ascended to rank 2. Ning Feng froze in astonishment. After a moment's reflection, he rose from bed, clenched his fist, and delivered a full-force strike forward. Boom! A shockwave slammed into the door. Crack! The wooden door shattered cleanly in two. Outside, Xiao Jingzhe, just stepping out from the opposite room, stood utterly stunned by the sight. Brother, what have you done? At this moment Xiao Bailu also rushed out of her room, and she was stunned when she saw the door break. Xiao Jingzhe stared intently at the crack on the door, which seemed to have been smashed open with a fist. What the hell? Ning Feng was also dumbfounded by his own feat. Is the power of the fist intent really that formidable after breaking through the second stage? To be able to hit a target from a distance, and with such outrageous destructive power. What's going on? How did this door get broken? Li Wanfang hurriedly ran over from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion. Apparently I didn't expect it. Ning Feng scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. Did you do this with your fist? Xiao Jingzhe suddenly interjected. She glanced at Ning Feng's hands, thinking of a possibility. If I'm not mistaken, your fist intent has broken through to the second stage, hasn't it? Really? That's amazing. Xiao Bailu's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. I guess so. Ning Feng shook his head, not intending to show off. At this moment Li Wanfang, hearing the discussion among the three, although she couldn't understand, knew that Xiaofeng must have made a breakthrough in his martial arts training. Xiaofeng, are your hands injured? The door is broken. Oh, it doesn't matter. I will have your uncle Xiaoi buy a new door later. Hearing this, Ning Feng shook his head repeatedly. And my hands are fine. Then you all hurry and eat. I prepared fried dough sticks and meat pies today. After Ning Feng and Xiao Bailu washed up, they began to have breakfast, while Xiao Jingzhe sat at the table waiting for her sister. This scene surprised Xiao Shengbin, who had just woken up. It seemed like the three children hadn't sat together for a meal in a long time. Xiaofeng, it's Saturday. Do you still have to go to school? I should go find Teacher Wu for training. Li Wanfang asked while placing the fried dough sticks and meat pie. Ning Feng took a fried dough stick as he replied. The fried dough sticks, meat pies, and kanji didn't provide him much qi and blood. It was irrelevant whether he ate them or not. However, he had plenty of meat chunks from the gray-patterned giant python in his system storage, which could be used for cooking. Yet he still didn't know how to process these meat chunks. These meat chunks were not ordinary pork or beef. Even the long spear he forged with source iron could hardly cut through them. He would need to find a professional master to handle them. Brother, does Teacher Wu work on Saturdays? Xiao Bailu asked while nibbling on a meat pie. I don't know. Ning Feng shook his head. If Teacher Wu was there, he would spar and train with him. If not, he would train by himself. For the past 3 years, he had spent every Saturday and Sunday this way. Sister said she would go to the Source Holy Dojo for training later. Why don't you come with us? Xiao Bailu quit. Rather than training with her sister, she preferred to stay by her brother's side. Bailu, you didn't train yesterday. Today's task is doubled. Xiao Jingzhe, sitting across from her, said indifferently. She then took out a piece of bread from her bag and began to eat. The bread, though ordinary, was filled with butter refined from the milk of a certain exotic beast, making it very fragrant and capable of providing considerable qi and blood. However, this piece of bread cost 400 alliance coins. Even though Xiao Jingzhe received 8,000 in monthly allowances and her family provided her with living expenses, she could only afford this one piece of bread a day. Huh, I lent you my membership card yesterday. Sister, how could you be so mean? Hearing this, Xiao Bailu was almost brought to tears. If she had known, she wouldn't have joined the elite class. Staying in the regular class with brother Ning Feng would have been so much better. I did it for your own good. Xiao Jingzhe took a small bite of her bread and said calmly, Sister, what kind of bread is this? It smells so good. The little greedy cat Xiao Bailu immediately asked curiously upon smelling the aroma. Honey milk bread. It's made from milk produced by a first-tier exotic beast that resembles a cow, then refined into butter. Saying this, Xiao Jingzhe took out another piece of bread from her bag and handed it to her sister. Thank you, sister. Xiao Bailu quickly took the bread, but instead of eating it directly, she tore it in half and handed one half to Ning Feng. Brother, you should try it too. Seeing this, Xiao Jingzhe looked up at Ning Feng, then took out another piece of bread from her bag. I have one more, you eat yours. Implicitly, she intended to give her bread to Ning Feng. At this, Xiao Bailu, Li Wanfeng, and Xiao Xingbin were all shocked, their eyes wide open. Sister, you. Xiao Bailu covered her mouth. She wanted to ask if her sister had taken the wrong medicine today. Her sister had always disliked her brother. What on earth was going on today? Sister, have you fallen for brother? Bailu asked instinctively. Hearing this, Xiao Jingzhe was taken aback. Her face immediately flushed red, and she threw the bread down on the table. What nonsense are you saying? Then she looked at Ning Feng, her face flushed with anger, and said, Eat if you want. Thank you. Ning Feng smiled, not paying much attention to Jingzhe's rudeness. Others might not know, but he was well aware that Jingzhe had never changed her feelings for him. She always had her brother in her heart. It tastes really good. After finishing the bread, Ning Feng felt a warm energy surge towards his abdomen. Soon after, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Automatically practicing the Great Sun Flame Cultivation method. Cultivation complete. You gained 1 point of qi and blood. In less than a minute, Ning Feng felt that the bread in his stomach had been completely absorbed. The effect was indeed somewhat terrifying. Ning Feng was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected that such a piece of bread could provide 1 point of qi and blood. He knew that he had 20 chunks of first-tier exotic beast meat in his storage. If he absorbed and refined all of it, he couldn't imagine how much qi and blood he would gain. At this moment, Xiao Jingzhe glanced at Ning Feng. She remembered the high-quality qi and blood potion that had appeared on the table yesterday. However, she did not rush to use it, planning to save it for when she attempted to break through to the first tier. Brother, thank you. She silently vowed in her heart. Auntie, Uncle Xiao, we are going out to train. After finishing breakfast, Ning Feng and the others set off to the martial arts gym in the city center. Xiao Jingzhe changed into a white martial arts uniform, tying up her vibrant red hair, looking both refreshing and beautiful. Xiao Bailu also wore a martial arts uniform, but she was too lazy to tie her hair up, letting her blue hair cascade down her shoulders, her 2 small dimples, making her look pure and cute. If I won't pay attention to you. Xiao Bailu pouted, ignoring her sister, then turned to Ning Feng and said, Brother, can you help me tie my hair later? In the past, when they attended school together, Xiao Bailu often didn't get enough sleep and would frequently take naps on Ning Feng's lap while riding the subway. Ning Feng would help her tie her hair and would call her to get off together when they arrived. Ning Feng nodded with a smile. Bailu, I see you've been spoiled rotten. Xiao Jingzhe watched her sister's antics with Ning Feng and felt an inexplicable discomfort, then pointed at her sister, scolding her. Sister, how about you help me tie my hair later? Get lost. Don't you have hands? No, I'm too lazy. Sister, how about you help me tie my hair later? Get lost. Don't you have hands? No, I'm too lazy. Regardless of Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu's personalities, they were both his sisters. Just as the three of them were leaving the neighborhood, Ning Feng's footsteps paused slightly and his brow furrowed. Brother, what's wrong? Xiao Bailu turned back and noticed that her brother had not followed. It's nothing. Ning Feng shook his head. For some reason, as soon as he stepped out of the neighborhood, he felt the temperature around him drop by about half a degree. Due to practicing the Great Sun Flame Cultivation method, he was now very sensitive to temperature changes. He then looked towards the distant sky. The sun was already up and the temperature should gradually rise. With tall birch trees inside the neighborhood, how could the temperature outside be lower than that inside? Brother, hurry up. Xiao Bailu turned back, pulling Ning Feng towards the subway station. Xiao Jingzhe had already entered the subway station, waiting to board. You two are really slow. She glanced back at them and snorted. Sister, we're here. Save a spot for me. And Xiao Bailu always sounded like a lark, her voice pleasant to hear, and combined with her pure and cute appearance, she attracted quite a few passers-by. Several boys instinctively walked over, but upon seeing Ning Feng next to Xiao Bailu, they stopped in their track. Damn, turns out she's taken. Get lost. Don't you have legs? Xiao Jingzhe was not polite at all, directly entering the subway as it arrived. The surrounding boys glanced at Xiao Bailu, then at Xiao Jingzhe, instantly mesmerized. They didn't expect them to be a pair of twin beauties. Excuse me, can I add you on WeChat? I'm a junior at Linhai University. If you ever want to apply to our school, I can provide guidance. After Xiao Jingzhe sat down, a pretentious, bespectacled guy approached, deliberately introducing himself in a smoky voice, thinking he could pique the interest of the beauty before him. Linhai University. Hearing him call her Miss, Xiao Jingzhe's expression turned cold, glancing at him and snorting, what kind of trash university is that? Get lost. The bespectacled guy was stunned. He saw the martial arts uniform with Linhai No. 1 middle school written on the back, and coincidentally, he was also a graduate of Linhai No. 1. He originally thought he could leverage his senior status to get her WeChat. He didn't expect to be humiliated before he could finish his sentence. Junior, how can you? Who is your junior? Xiao Jingzhe clenched her fists, looking at him with a gaze as if she were staring at a dead person. I am sorry. The bespectacled guy suddenly felt a chill down his spine and hurriedly chose. After a while, Xiao Bailu and Ning Feng also boarded the subway. Seeing this, Xiao Bailu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Sister, your charm is really great. She sat directly beside Xiao Jingzhe and pulled Ning Feng to sit down as well. The boys who originally wanted to approach for WeChat instinctively took a few steps back after witnessing Xiao Jingzhe's fiery temper. Additionally, seeing a boy sitting next to them, they dared not approach any further. Ning Feng was already very handsome, standing at 1.8 meters tall, his body well built from years of martial arts training, providing a strong sense of security. Some who realized they were no match for Ning Feng refrained from embarrassing themselves. Bro, didn't you say you were going to ask for her WeChat? Why aren't you going now? Damn, didn't you see that red-haired girl's temper? I definitely won't dare to go over. What about that blue-haired girl? She looks quite pure and innocent. Maybe I can get her contact information. Get lost. The guy next to them is definitely her boyfriend. Ew, I don't want to embarrass myself. Wait, why are these two girls with this guy? Could it be? Damn, this guy really is luck with women. Sister, can I skip double training later? Xiao Bailu looked at Xiao Jingzhe with tearful eyes. She hadn't trained yesterday, and her sister had just said she had to do double training today. Xiao Jingzhe thought for a moment and nodded, saying, all right. Huh. Xiao Bailu, who had expected to be refused, was momentarily taken aback. Sister, you agreed. Brother, quickly pinch my sister and see if I'm dreaming. Hearing this, Xiao Jingzhe rolled her eyes. Why don't you? Woo-woo. I'm afraid of pain. Ning Feng chuckled and said, it should be because you haven't practiced a high-level cultivation method. After practicing the Great Sun Flame cultivation method for a while, he had come to understand the differences between high-level and low-level foundational cultivation methods. Basic cultivation methods focus on a complete set of movements similar to calisthenics from hundreds of years ago, primarily aimed at strengthening the body and converting ingested food into qi and blood. However, the efficiency of this conversion is very low. The vast majority is wasted. In contrast, the Great Sun Flame cultivation method he practiced can also convert food into qi and blood, achieving a conversion rate of 100, and it also allows entering a simulated space for training. Of course, it doesn't mean he can't cultivate normally. He can also practice the Great Sun Flame cultivation method at the martial arts gym. However, this process requires a large amount of food to maintain the consumption of qi and blood. Unlike in the simulated space where he only needs to kill alien beasts or engage in battles to maintain his cultivation state, and the growth of qi and blood after training is substantial. Moreover, he can even obtain various spoils. Hearing this, Xiao Jingzhe looked at Ning Feng in surprise. How did he know this? However, out of concern for appearances, Xiao Jingzhe did not voice her thoughts. Indeed, it is because you have yet to cultivate the 9 foundational cultivation techniques. If there is a significant difference between the elite class and the regular class, it is the cultivation techniques they practice. Regular class students can only cultivate the low-level techniques provided for free by the school. In contrast, elite class students can start practicing the 9 foundational cultivation techniques that only university students are allowed to access. Sister, I've always heard you mention the 9 foundational cultivation techniques, but what exactly are they? Xiao Bailu asked curiously. Cultivating these 9 foundational techniques seems to require testing one's spiritual aptitude. I heard that if your spiritual aptitude is insufficient, you won't be able to cultivate even if you meet all other standards. Ning Feng also looked towards Xiao Jingzhe, feeling somewhat curious as well. Seeing both of them looking at her, Xiao Jingzhe organized her thoughts and then spoke. Several hundred years ago, many masters from the Dragon Kingdom united to compile the first martial arts cultivation manual, and together they developed the 9 foundational cultivation techniques. These 9 foundational cultivation techniques are categorized according to the 9 attributes of fire, wind, lightning, water, earth, metal, wood, darkness, and light. Later generations referred to them as fire attribute cultivation technique, wind attribute cultivation technique, lightning attribute cultivation technique, water attribute cultivation technique, and earth attribute cultivation technique. Choosing a cultivation technique that suits one's attributes can greatly enhance the speed of martial arts cultivation. However, after 100 years of development in martial arts, later generations have created many more advanced cultivation techniques based on these 9 foundational techniques. But those cultivation techniques are far beyond what we can access now. Of course, all advanced techniques are built upon the 9 foundational techniques. Both of you have spiritual aptitudes of a grade and S grade respectively, and next Monday, you can choose one of those techniques to cultivate based on your elemental affinity. Xiao Jingzhe explained in great detail, glancing at Ning Feng when she mentioned their spiritual aptitudes. Yesterday's aptitude test left a deep impression on her. Oh. Xiao Bailu, who was quite clever, immediately understood after the explanation. Sister, is this spiritual aptitude about our compatibility with the 9 foundational cultivation techniques? Pretty much. As long as your spiritual aptitude reaches B grade, you can try cultivating the 9 foundation. Your spiritual aptitude is a grade, so you can definitely cultivate. However, I suggest you be cautious when making your selection. If you choose an unsuitable cultivation method, it won't help your martial arts cultivation, but will instead cause significant interference. Xiao Jingzhe reminded again. When she chose the wind attribute cultivation technique, it was personally selected for her by teacher Hai Ryue. Since her weapon of choice was the dagger, seeking a single decisive strike made speed very important for her. Sister, what should I select? You should choose the water attribute cultivation technique, which should be quite suitable. Why, oi? Because you are quite lazy and the water attribute cultivation technique is gentle in practice, perfectly suited to your temperament. Xiao Jingzhe rolled her eyes and replied. Sure. Xiao Bailu nodded repeatedly. Her sister was absolutely right. It seemed that the water attribute cultivation technique was indeed very suitable for her. Then what attribute should brother choose for his cultivation technique? Xiao Bailu turned to Ning Feng and asked. Ning Feng had intended to say he would decide later. He already had the Great Sun Blazing Flame technique, so it was unlikely he would need the 9 foundational techniques. His attacks are swift and explosive, so choosing either fire or lightning attribute techniques would be fine. Xiao Jingzhe recalled Ning Feng's 2 matches from yesterday, which also left a profound impression on her. Xiao Bailu's eyes twinkled as she leaned against Xiao Jingzhe and said, Sister, I didn't expect you to observe brother so closely. It seems you really care about brother. Hearing this, Xiao Jingzhe immediately shot her a glare, her face slightly flushed as she retorted, Get lost. Then she quickly turned to Ning Feng to explain, I am the class leader of the elite martial arts class, and since you two will be joining the elite class, I naturally need to understand you both. Especially when it comes to selecting cultivation techniques, which is quite an important matter, I must take on the responsibility of a class leader. As she spoke, her voice unconsciously softened. She had no intention of personally helping the boys in the class select their cultivation techniques. If they didn't even care about such a significant life decision, why should she? She wasn't their mother. Thank you. Ning Feng smiled at Xiao Jingzhe. No need to thank me. Xiao Jingzhe turned her head away, continuing to maintain her aloof demeanor. Half an hour later, Xiao Bailu had fallen asleep on Ning Feng's lap, and it wasn't until the subway reached the station that he woke her up. I haven't seen you take training seriously. All you do is sleep every day. Xiao Jingzhe glared at her newly. What did you say, sister? I didn't hear you. Jingzhe said you are like a lazy cat. Ning Feng chimed in with a smile. Brother, I'm angry. To soothe my wounded heart, you have to carry me to the martial arts hall. Xiao Bailu pouted and whined. You two are really something. Xiao Jingzhe shook her head, quickly exiting the station and walking swiftly towards the Source Saint Martial Arts Hall. Ning Feng, meanwhile, carried his sister on his back, while glancing at the several large trucks parked at the subway exit. Dozens of armed soldiers were lined up to disembark from the trucks, their helmets emblazoned with a bright red 5-point star. After getting off, they queued to enter the military subway on the other side. Unlike civilian subways, military subways are exclusively for military use. However, unless there is an urgent military call due to frontline combat or high-risk star realms nearby, one typically wouldn't see the military during the day. After all, an urgent military call indicates that there has been a significant problem somewhere. Could it be Mo family? Ning Feng's heart tightened as he recalled the reports about the star realm appearing in Mo family village that had been broadcast on the subway for the past 2 days, which had previously warned surrounding residents not to cross the warning line into dangerous areas. However, today, he hadn't heard any announcements while on the subway. Such a situation could mean either the star realm had been completely managed, or there was a greater crisis at hand. But if the star realm had been resolved, the major media outlets in Linghai City would definitely report it at the first opportunity, and the authorities would showcase several representatives for commendation. Seeing so many soldiers being summoned now made Ning Feng's heart sink to the bottom. The star realm crisis had probably not been resolved. It might even be spiraling out of control. I hope it doesn't affect Happiness Community, he silently prayed. You two hurry up. At this moment, the front-running Xiao Jingzhe couldn't help but urge. Now the only thing he could do was to grow stronger. He aimed to break through to a first-grade warrior before the college entrance examination. Only by becoming a recognized warrior could he gain the ability to protect his family. By the time the three arrived at the Yuansheng dojo, it was already 8:30 in the morning. The dojo had just opened its doors less than half an hour ago, and the receptionist Mo Lily was helping guests into the training rooms. It's you, Master Ning. Upon seeing Ning Feng, Mo Lily immediately recalled the instructions given to her. That was to inform her as soon as Master Ning arrived at the dojo, and to serve him with the best attitude. Cough, cough. Ning Feng quickly cleared his throat. He didn't want his 2 younger sisters to know that he had become an apothecary. It wasn't that he wanted to show off. Rather, he found it troublesome and didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't just say he suddenly met an old man with a white beard who personally taught him alchemy. We 3 are here to train. Saying this, Ning Feng handed over his membership card. Bro, why is your card? By this time Xiao Bailu had already woken up and curiously looked at the black membership card in Ning Feng's hand, while Xiao Jingzhe frowned slightly. Black, gold membership card. The membership cards in class were all given for free by Teacher Hai. Even she had only received a gold membership card. Yet Ning Feng had obtained a black gold membership card. Could it be that Teacher Hai thinks more highly of Ning Feng? Alright. Wang Li also didn't dare to delay, and quickly swiped the card for the three of them. Just then, it seemed she had received news in advance. Hai Yafu hurried down the stairs in high heels. Ning Feng, little brother, you came so early today. Hai Yafu's face was filled with joy, her eyes looking at Ning Feng full of delight. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu exchanged glances, both feeling a bit confused. Sister, the manager of Yuan Sheng Dojo, Hai Yafu. Xiao Jingzhe said in a low voice. From her understanding of Hai Yafu, this woman was usually quite aloof, and ordinary customers rarely saw her. Even as a black gold member, Hai Yafu wouldn't necessarily come personally to greet them. After all, besides being the manager of Yuan Sheng Dojo, she was also a real second-grade warrior. Even Xiao Jingzhe had only seen her a few times in 3 years. Yesterday, when her membership card expired, she needed the manager's authorization to renew it, and it wasn't necessary for Hai Yafu to come in person. Yet Hai Yafu not only came to the front desk herself, but also looked quite happy, as if something good had happened. However, throughout the entire process, Hai Yafu barely acknowledged her, and just finished with the card before leaving. But what surprised Xiao Jingzhe was that this coldly reputed beautiful manager would treat Ning Feng with such an attitude today. Yafu, sister, don't get too excited, I'm just here to train today. Ning Feng shook his head, and gave her a look signaling that he still had 2 younger sisters behind him. Hai Yafu was also perceptive, and immediately understood his meaning. However, she indeed had something to ask today, how otherwise she wouldn't be acting so anxious. Then Hai Yafu turned to Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu with a smile, and said, you two must be Ning Feng's younger sisters, right? I have a special connection with your brother, and on his behalf I can upgrade both of your membership cards to black gold. Black gold members can choose independent martial arts training rooms, and I can also agree to allow you to use them for free in the future. To please Ning Feng's 2 younger sisters was essentially to please Ning Feng. She understood this principle as well. Then she gave Ning Feng another look signaling that they would talk privately later. No. Xiao Bailu stepped forward and directly refused. She didn't want anyone's charity. Moreover, she had also noticed the eye contact between this woman and her brother, which made her very uncomfortable. I don't need it either. Xiao Jingzhe similarly rejected the upgrade to black gold membership. She first glanced at Ning Feng, then directly walked into the public martial arts training room. What's with that look? Ning Feng seemed to see a hint of disdain in Jingzhe's eyes. Did she think he had done something disgraceful with Hai Yafu? Bro, we're going in too. Saying this, Xiao Bailu pulled Ning Feng along, not wanting to see her brother with Hai Yafu. Seeing this, Ning Feng followed his sister forward, while shaking his phone indicating for Hai Yafu to communicate with him on VX. Hai Yafu's anxious demeanor today surely indicated she had something to discuss with him. However, the agreed time for them to refine the potion was set for next weekend. What urgent matter could make Hai Yafu act so urgently? Once inside the training room, Xiao Bailu stopped and turned around, her face flushed with anger as she questioned, Bro, what is your relationship with her? Why is she so friendly towards you? Are you looking for a sister-in-law for us? The 3 questions directly left Ning Feng in a stupor. It took him a while to react. No, Xiao Bailu, what are you thinking? I'm still a high school student. Oh, what sister-in-law am I looking for you? After saying this, he pinched his sister's nose and then joked, Are you trying to say you want me to get married and move? Of course not. How could I dislike my brother? Xiao Bailu became anxious and quickly wanted to explain. Alright, Bailu, don't think too much about it. My relationship with Manager Hai is quite simple. I can't explain it clearly to you now, but just consider it a cooperative relationship. As for finding you and Jingzhe a sister-in-law, well, I will consider it, but we'll talk about it after I get into college, alright? After saying this, he also patted his sister's head. Oh, Xiao Bailu nodded but still felt a bit uneasy. Will brother really start dating when he gets into college? Lan Qian, why are you here training today? Isn't Lan Qian known for never coming to the free public training room? Lan Qian looks really stylish. It must cost at least 10,000, right? The martial arts uniform Qian is wearing is a celebrity collaboration priced at 20,000 on the official website, and those shoes are a limited edition worth 50,000. While that outfit could match my family's annual income. In the public training room, a group of people surrounded a proud. They were all students of the elite martial arts class. And this young man was none other than the well-known figure in the class, Lan Qian. Dressed in a red martial arts uniform, Lan Qian stood arrogantly among the crowd. Upon seeing Xiao Jingzhe, a smile instantly appeared on his face, and he walked over to her. Jingzhe, you finally came. He had specifically come here today to see Xiao Jingzhe, all to pursue her. Although he had a private martial arts training room at home, Xiao Jingzhe had declined his invitation to train together. Therefore, he had to lower himself and come to this free low-quality training room. Lan Qian. Xiao Jingzhe frowned upon seeing him. Did you need something from me? The two were the class leader and vice-class leader of the elite martial arts class. They usually collaborated on class matters, but outside of that Xiao Jingzhe hardly acknowledged him. Can't I come see you if there's nothing wrong? Didn't I invite you to my house last time, and you turned me down? I specifically came here today just to see you. Lan Xian was bold and spoke without reservation. After all, who in Linghai know? One high school didn't know that he Lan Xian liked Xiao Jingzhe. In his heart, Xiao Jingzhe had become his cherished possession. No one else could come close. If there's nothing wrong, don't bother me. I have nothing to do with you. Xiao Jingzhe first placed her backpack in the locker, and then completely ignored Lan Xian, turning to walk into the training room. Lan Xian couldn't help but feel a little irritated by Xiao Jingzhe's cold rejection. He had lowered himself so much, yet Xiao Jingzhe had never looked at him properly. It was just that he had dated a few girls in the past. He had already explained that those women were merely a fling. In his eyes, Xiao Jingzhe was his true love. But Xiao Jingzhe not only failed to understand him, her attitude towards him had worsened. Just then Lan Xian suddenly spotted Xiao Bailu behind her and felt a surge of joy. Although he preferred Xiao Jingzhe's fiery temperament, as conquering her felt exhilarating, Xiao Bailu, being her identical twin sister, could serve as a substitute. Once he had both women in his grasp, wouldn't he be able to enjoy the best of both worlds? With that thought, he immediately smiled and walked toward Xiao Bailu. Hello, Xiao Bailu. I'm Lan Xian, the vice class leader of the elite martial arts class. You should remember, I have a good relationship with your sister. I can teach you anything you don't understand. He completely ignored Ning Feng, who was beside Xiao Bailu, as he saw him as nothing more than a useless person and posed no threat to him. With a girl as innocent and sweet as Xiao Bailu, he thought that with just a few tricks, she would come willingly to him. Lan Xian, I don't know you. At that moment, Xiao Bailu, who was already angry, showed no mercy to Lan Xian and simply threw him a sentence before walking away. You. Lan Xian clenched his fists and his anger deepened. He then turned to Ning Feng and asked, your name is Ning Feng, right? I heard you live with the Xiaos and are Xiao Jingzhe's brother. He let out a few cold laughs full of disdain for Ning Feng. How about this? I'll give you 10,000 alliance coins to help me pursue Xiao Jingzhe. If you succeed, I'll give you another 10,000 afterward. Lan Xian didn't even look at Ning Feng. To him, offering 2,000 alliance coins was already a generous reward. That parasite probably had never seen so much money in his life. Hearing this, Ning Feng glanced at him, his eyes narrowing, and his aura began to rise. If Gao Hai were nearby, he would immediately know that Feng Ge was angry. Ning Feng, who was usually easygoing, rarely got angry. But whenever it concerned his two younger sisters or family, no matter how small the issue, he would become furious, and it would be terrifying. What? 2,000 isn't enough? Lan Xian questioned again. Get lost. If you dare to say this again in front of me, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Ning Feng glared at him fiercely. Lan Xian stood there stunned for a moment, unsure why he felt a chill run down his back when Ning Feng glared at him. It was as if the other party really dared to kill. Little did he know Ning Feng had not only killed people, but had also taken down several exotic beasts. Alright. Daring to speak to me like this. Just wait in class, I'll make sure you regret it. Lan Xian turned to look at Ning Feng, his expression filled with malice. In Linghai City, who didn't know the Lan family? As the eldest grandson of old Master Lan, he was doted on by everyone in the family, and had never been spoken to like this. This Ning Feng must be taught a harsh lesson in the future. With 3 months until the college entrance examination, he planned to find an opportunity to break Ning Feng's hands and feet, ensuring he wouldn't be able to participate in the exam and become a complete waste. Meanwhile, Ning Feng and the others arrived at the blood test device. Typically, they would check their blood values before training to assess their training results. Xiao Jingzhe was at the front of the line. She extended her right hand into the testing device. After about 2 seconds, the machine beeped twice, indicating a successful test, and the screen displayed her blood value. Test result 132 units. Xiao Jingzhe was not surprised. Sister, your blood value is so high? You're about to break through to a first-grade martial artist. Xiao Bailu exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth. To break through to a first-grade martial artist, one needed to reach a blood value of 150 units along with certain requirements for overall compatibility. Her blood value was only over 80, yet her sister had already reached 132 units. She was only 18 units away from the 150-unit standard. Moreover, her sister's overall compatibility would definitely meet the standard. If you don't slack off, you'll only be higher than me, not lower. Xiao Jingzhe shook her head and said, if all went well, she would break through to a first-grade martial artist this month. By then, she could register at the Martial Arts Alliance Hall and receive a considerable allowance and blood-replenishing potions each month. Next, Xiao Bailu also tested her blood value. Originally, she predicted her blood value would be around, I actually increased so much. Remembering that just the day before yesterday, she had barely reached the 80-unit standard to enter the I actually increased so much. Remembering that just the day before yesterday, she had barely reached the 80-unit standard to enter the elite class, she now had reached 90 units. So unbelievable. Brother, is it because of the high-level blood replenishing potion you gave me? Xiao Bailu quickly looked at Ning Feng and asked happily. Last night she consumed that bottle of potion and felt her blood surging, as if her blood value had achieved a breakthrough. She just didn't expect it to increase so much overnight. High-level potion. Xiao Jingzhe's eyes narrowed as she remembered the bottle of potion on her desk. Cough cough. Ning Feng didn't know how to explain. At that moment Lan Xian walked over speaking in a mocking tone. High-level blood replenishing potion. You say your brother gave you a bottle of high-level potion that even my Lan family finds hard to acquire. Huh. This is probably the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. If he had that ability, he would have long become a big shot in Linghai City. Lan Xian sized up Ning Feng a few times. His whole outfit looked like cheap knockoffs, probably worth only a few hundred. The idea that such a person could have a high-level blood replenishing potion was just laughable. Yes, it's my brother who gave it to me. What does it have to do with you? Xiao Bailu refused to back down. Oh, no one could look down on her brother. Lan Xian shook his head looking at Ning Feng and saying you didn't go and get some expired potion from somewhere and trick Bailu into thinking it's a high-level blood replenishing potion, did you? If you really have a high-level blood replenishing potion, I, Lan Xian, will kneel down and bow to you today. Fool. Get lost. Ning Feng ignored Lan Xian and directly walked towards the blood testing device. Indeed, there were still 7 bottles of advanced Kai-boosting elixirs in the system space, but why should he prove anything to Lan Xian? Engaging with such a fool would only make others think he wasn't normal either. You're scared, aren't you? See, I told you he doesn't have any advanced blood elixirs. This worthless person can only brag. What kind of real man is he? Seeing Ning Feng ignoring him, Lan Xian thought he was feeling guilty and immediately burst into laughter. He then turned to Xiao Jingzhe and said, Jingzhe, I originally had a bottle of advanced elixir, but I accidentally broke it yesterday. When I get another bottle from the old man, I'll give you one. Thinking about the advanced elixir he broke yesterday still made him feel heartbroken. However, Xiao Jingzhe also ignored him. She was still thinking about the bottle of advanced elixir that had been on her desk yesterday. From her sister's earlier words, it was highly likely that it was placed there by Ning Feng. But where did Ning Feng get this advanced elixir from? Who said Ning Feng doesn't have advanced elixirs? Hai Yafu walked over and loudly said, this bottle in my hand is an advanced Kai-boosting elixir. It can not only enhance blood, but also solidify the foundation, making it very suitable for martial artists below the first rank. Ning Feng, if you don't mind, I'll give it to you. Seeing Ning Feng feeling wronged, she naturally wanted to stand up for him. Upon seeing the elixir in Hai Yafu's hand, everyone in the training room instinctively looked over. Is this real? The shop manager Hai actually has advanced elixirs. Wow, why isn't it given to me? That Ning Feng is so lucky he managed to get an advanced elixir for free. Manager Hai, can I buy a bottle? Impossible, this is definitely not an advanced elixir. Originally Lan Xian was momentarily dazzled by Hai Yafu's presence, thinking how delightful it would be to conquer such a sexy woman. However, he didn't expect her to speak up for Ning Feng. Hearing she wanted to give the advanced elixir to Ning Feng, he immediately became anxious. He had just claimed that Ning Feng had advanced elixirs, and if that were true, he would kneel and bow his head. He was a member of the Lan family. In the entire Linhai City, the Lan family always had the final say. If he really had to bow to Ning Feng, then he and the Lan family would have no face left in Linhai City. At this moment, Xiao Jingzhe's eyes suddenly lit up upon seeing the elixir in Hai Yafu's hand, as she recognized that the bottle looked exactly like the one she had placed on her desk last night. Is it this woman who gave it to him? For some reason, she seemed able to accept it if it was given by Ning Feng, but if it was from this woman, she absolutely could not accept it. Especially after seeing her intimacy with Ning Feng, she felt even more disgusted. Hai Yafu, don't mess around at this time. Ning Feng helplessly rubbed his forehead. He had already given a bottle of advanced elixir to both of his sisters. Now Hai Yafu was publicly taking out another bottle. Does this mean the elixirs he gave to his sisters all came from Hai Yafu? Not to mention Bailu Jingzhe would definitely think he was being supported by a rich woman. Ning Feng, I'm giving it to you. Oh, I'm not asking for your money. Hai Yafu asked with some confusion. This is your shop's elixir. I don't need it. You should just do what you need to do. Ning Feng glared at her. Oh, wasn't this making things more chaotic? Hearing this, Hai Yafu felt a bit wronged. She was just trying to help Ning Feng. Why did it seem like she was in the wrong? Immediately Ning Feng ignored them and walked up to the blood testing device, placing his hand inside. Beep beep. Detection successful. Test result 101 cards. Indeed, it has increased by 1 card. It seems that materials from extraordinary beasts are more beneficial for cultivation. Ning Feng nodded slightly. However, those around him were shocked upon seeing his blood value. Master Ning hasn't even broken through to a first-rank martial artist yet. My goodness, he can refine advanced elixirs even without reaching first-rank martial artist status. He truly is a genius. Hai Yafu's gaze towards Ning Feng suddenly became fiery. If the Source Sacred Dojo wanted to become the #1 martial arts dojo in Linhai City, then she must hold on to Ning Feng tightly. He tested at 75 cards yesterday, and today he has reached 102 cards. Xiao Jingzhe looked at Ning Feng's back in disbelief. An increase of nearly 30 cards in a day was simply unheard of. Could it be her? Xiao Jingzhe looked at Hai Yafu. If Ning Feng had a lot of advanced blood elixirs to assist in training, it was indeed possible to achieve such an increase. But why would Hai Yafu help him so much? Ning Feng was handsome, but there were many handsome guys in Linhaino. One high school. Even if she were to choose a pretty boy, it wouldn't be Ning Feng. Brother, you're amazing. Xiao Bailu was the first to react, excitedly running to Ning Feng's side. Brother, your blood is increasing so quickly. Now it's even higher than mine. She was genuinely happy for her brother. During their 3 years of high school, she knew how hard he worked behind the scenes. Even she felt she couldn't catch up to her brother Ning Feng. Fortunately, it's about what I expected. Ning Feng smiled. Impossible. You must have cheated. I've never heard of anyone increasing their blood value so much in just 2. This blood testing device must be faulty. On the other side, Lan Xian was once again losing his composure upon seeing Ning Feng's blood value. Although Ning Feng's blood value was still lower than his, the rate of his increase was simply terrifying. If this continued for another 2 days, wouldn't he surpass him? Even if this guy ate extraordinary beast materials every day, it wouldn't be possible to achieve such a rapid increase. Thus he concluded that Ning Feng must have cheated. However, before he could finish speaking, Hai Yafu approached him with a dark expression. You must be Lan Xian, right? Is your father Lan Jikuan? All the instruments in my source sacred dojo were purchased from the capital. Do you really think I'm going to let you slander? Others may cower at the mention of the Lan family, but I, Hai Yafu, am not afraid. The reason I can run this dojo in the center of Linhai City is not just because my father was once a third-rank source martial artist. Even the current head of the Lan family must greet me with a smile. Not to mention a younger member of the Lan family. Hearing Hai Yafu mention her father's name, Lan Xian's aura immediately weakened. His father Lan Jikuan was not the head of the Lan family. The current head of the Lan family was a woman, and his relationship with her wasn't very good. Although he was quite favored by the old man of the Lan family, his father did not hold power, so Lan Xian's status within the Lan family was not very high. If he really caused trouble within the clan, he would definitely be punished. Lan Jikuan, huh? Hee. Hai Yafu sneered, already thinking about how to teach this guy a lesson to vent Ning Feng's frustrations. I'm sorry. I was a bit agitated just now. Oh, I didn't mean to question the integrity of your shop's equipment. Feeling the pressure from her, Lan Xian immediately broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly bowed his head to apologize. Brother, why does the female store manager support you so much? Xiao Bailu asked Ning Feng with a hint of jealousy. Ning Feng was at a loss for words on how to explain. Oomph. Seeing Ning Feng's awkward demeanor, Xiao Jingzhe snorted coldly and directly walked toward the training room. Once today's training is over, she will return that bottle of potion. Such an unknown potion is beneath her. Seeing Xiao Jingzhe walk over, Lan Xian immediately followed. Jingzhe, what project are you going to practice? He had not forgotten his purpose for today. There was no need for him to stir up trouble with Hai Yafu. He was here to pursue Xiao Jingzhe. As long as he could win Xiao Jingzhe's heart, his goal for today would be achieved. If he could invite Xiao Jingzhe to go shopping, watch a movie, or even go to a hotel tonight, he might just score a home run. Xiao Jingzhe ignored Lan Xian, first warming up on the treadmill before walking straight into the gravity simulation training room. At this moment, the gravity simulation training room was filled with people, all sweating profusely. Class leader, a girl enduring a level 2 gravity, greeted Xiao Jingzhe. Yes. Xiao Jingzhe also approached an area, adjusted the gravity in that section, and began her training. Jingzhe, I'll train with you. Lan Xian entered the gravity training room, but as soon as he stepped into Xiao Jingzhe's area, he suddenly fell to the floor as if struck hard. Crack. The sound of his nose breaking echoed and blood began to flow. Damn. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. The gravity level in this area definitely exceeded level 6. Usually he only trained under level 4 gravity at home. Suddenly entering a level 6 gravity area, he couldn't react in time. Heh. Xiao Jingzhe cast a cold glance at Lan Xian, filled with disdain. Usually Lan Xian maintained the highest vitality level in his grade due to a large number of supplements, and he often used connections with several teachers, so he always scored the highest in exams. In terms of combat ability, Xiao Jingzhe didn't think highly of him at all. Only that girl could be considered her only rival. Is this the gravity simulation training room? Ning Feng asked curiously as he looked at the spaceship. Hai Yafu walked over and introduced. That's right, this is the gravity simulation training room. I spent a lot of money to improve the facilities, especially to build this gravity simulation training room. Aside from the Martial Alliance, our Yuanqing Martial Arts Hall has the most complete facilities in Linhai City. Hai Yafu said proudly. She was fulfilling her father's wishes. Otherwise, with her second-tier martial artist strength, she could earn more by taking a leisurely job in the Martial Alliance than running this martial arts hall. After all, the president of the Martial Alliance was her good friend. Sounds interesting. Ning Feng nodded. He was also eager to try it out. Ning Feng, do you want to train? Hai Yafu reminded him. At first, it's best to adapt to level 2 gravity. The limit for first-tier martial artists is level 6 gravity. That's the gravity level your sister trains at. Hai Yafu had some impression of Xiao Jingzhe because the record holder for the gravity simulation training in the hall was her. Of course, second-tier martial artists like Hai Yafu could easily adapt to the highest gravity levels, but it was unnecessary for her. Currently, all equipment in the hall only recorded martial artists below first tier. What is the maximum gravity level? Ning Feng asked. There are a total of 10 levels. But even first-tier martial artists find it difficult to adapt to level 10 gravity. Hai Yafu shook her head. Alright, I'll give it a try. As Ning Feng spoke, he walked in. Brother, wait for me. Xiao Bailu didn't want to be with Hai Yafu, so she ran in after him. Today seems lively. Hai Yafu looked at the crowded public training room, and suddenly had an idea, then walked to the front desk and announced through the intercom. Welcome to Yuanqing Martial Arts Hall. Starting today, we will update a prize. As long as someone can break the record in the hall and gain the approval of the store manager, they will receive a bottle of high-grade potion for cultivating vitality. That's right, you heard it correctly. As long as you break the record, you have a chance to win a high-grade potion. At this moment, everyone in the martial arts hall heard the announcement. Although high-grade potions were not very useful for martial artists above the first tier, most who trained at Yuanqing Martial Arts Hall were below first tier. For them, even a bottle of low-grade potion was already quite rare, let alone a high-grade potion. Great. If I can get a high-grade potion, I could break through to a first-tier martial artist immediately. At this moment, everyone in the martial arts hall heard the announcement. Although high-grade potions were not very useful, don't stop me. That high-grade potion is mine. Don't take my treadmill. There's still room in the gravity simulation training room. Let me in. In an instant, everyone in the hall became excited. High-grade potion. Many hadn't even seen one in their lives. If one could truly obtain that high-grade potion, wouldn't breaking through to a first-tier martial artist be just around the corner? Store manager, are you really going to give out that high-grade potion? Wang Li asked in surprise. Of course I will. Once I Hai Yafu make a promise, it's as good as gold. To whom it is given must also be approved by this store manager. Hai Yafu revealed a sly smile. After all, this potion was primarily a promotional tool to attract customers, who once the purpose was fulfilled, she would give the potion to Ning Feng. The interpretation rights belonged to the organizer. Meanwhile, in the gravity simulation training room, Ning Feng conveniently found an empty spot next to Xiao Jingzhe. After groping for a moment, he discovered a button in the area. This button could adjust the gravity level and also emergency shut off the gravity to prevent injury. Damn it, this hurts like hell. At this moment, a bloodied Lan Xian crawled up from the ground. Throughout, Xiao Jingzhe didn't turn off the gravity. He had crawled out step by step. Seeing his miserable state, Ning Feng couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? At least I endured level 6 gravity for so long. If you could handle level 6 gravity, I'd take your last name. Lan Xian started cursing again upon hearing Ning Feng's mockery. How could a useless person dare to mock him? No matter what, Lan Xian couldn't be worse than Ning Feng. Is that so? Ning Feng adjusted the button, setting the gravity level directly to 6. Boom. He was suddenly struck hard, making it hard for Ning Feng to catch his breath. However, unlike Lan Xian, he gradually adapted. Bang! Lan Xian fell to the floor again, this time losing a tooth. It hurts like hell. Ning Feng is quite impressive. He can adapt to 6 times the gravity right away. Outside the gravity training room, Hai Yafu was startled to see Ning Feng directly experiencing 6 times the gravity, fearing that he might not withstand it and get hurt. To her surprise, Ning Feng not only endured it, but gradually adapted. This indicated that his limits were far beyond 6 times the gravity, and that he could continue to rise. In comparison, that guy from the Lan family is quite weak. Hai Yafu looked at Lan Xian, who was lying on the ground and wailing with a disdainful gaze. She could tell at a glance that although Lan Xian's vitality was relatively high, it lacked substance, giving off an air of superficiality. She had seen this kind of situation many times before. It was usually due to excessive consumption of supplements without proper cultivation keeping pace. While it's manageable at first, over time it can easily affect a martial artist's potential. Given Lan Xian's vitality, it shouldn't be a problem for him to withstand 6 times the gravity. Yet his earlier performance was truly laughable. Hai Yafu couldn't help but shake her head. As the eldest grandson of the Lan family, Lan Xian was surprisingly weak. The current Lan family was indeed lacking successors. Damn it, how can you a waste withstand 6 times the gravity? Lan Xian, lying on the ground and enduring the pain from his knocked-out teeth, looked up to find Ning Feng already adapting to the 6 times the gravity. Meanwhile, he still felt like he was struggling to breathe and was about to pass out. If you don't want to die, get lost. Ning Feng glanced at him and said directly. As he gradually adapted to 6 times the gravity, he felt that he had not yet reached his limit. He should still be able to increase the gravity level further. Let's try 7 times then. With that, Ning Feng prepared to adjust the gravity level. Wait. Lan Xian, noticing Ning Feng's actions, panicked and frantically crawled out while shouting. He couldn't even withstand 6 times the gravity, let alone 7. If he truly experienced 7 times the gravity, he would likely be crushed. Get out of here, Ning Feng shouted coldly. However, before Lan Xian could crawl far, Ning Feng impatiently pressed the button. Boom. An invisible gravity suddenly pressed down on him. At the same time, Lan Xian was thrown out by a wave of pressure, face-planting onto the concrete. Ning Feng, this is no game. Lan Xian shouted in tears, feeling as if his face was completely shattered. Ning Feng, however, paid no attention to his predicament. At this moment, he was experiencing 7 times the gravity, which felt at least twice as intense as 6 times. Fortunately, he was well prepared. He adopted a semi-squat position, and as the gravity pressed down, he engaged his leg muscles, while simultaneously exerting force from his thighs and waist. After half a minute, he gradually adapted to this gravity. Meanwhile, Lan Xian had finally managed to get up, and when he looked back, his face was one of utter disbelief. Impossible. How can this waist withstand 7 times the gravity? He was completely stunned. If he barely managed to withstand 6 times, he couldn't even dare to think about 7 times. Not only did Ning Feng withstand it, but he also appeared quite relaxed. This was outrageous. While he could still shout that Ning Feng was cheating during the vitality test, how could he now question it? On the other side, Xiao Jingzhe was equally shocked as she saw Ning Feng adapt to 7 times the gravity. He has never trained in the gravity simulation room before. Why is he adapting so quickly? 7 times the gravity, even I. Xiao Jingzhe expressed some reluctance, gritting her teeth as she began to adjust the gravity level. Ning Feng can do it, so can she. She refused to admit she was weaker than Ning Feng. Outside the training room, everyone in the dojo gathered to watch the gravity simulation training. This was because the broadcast had just announced that someone had broken the record in the gravity simulation training. Who is this guy? He can withstand 6 times the gravity. No, it's not 6 times. This is 7 times the gravity. No way. I can't even withstand 4 times. How can he possibly handle 7 times? This guy is definitely a first-grade martial artist. Manager, hi, how did you find a first-grade martial artist to Hearing the discussions around her, Hai Yafu scoffed, saying, who said, he is a first-grade martial artist. His name is Ning Feng, and his recently tested vitality is 101 calories. Anyone who can break his 7 times the gravity record today will receive this bottle of advanced potion. Otherwise, this potion will belong to Ning Feng. She originally planned to give this potion to Ning Feng, but didn't expect his displayed strength to astonish her as well. He broke the record upon entering the gravity simulation training room and set a new one. 7 times the gravity. There probably wasn't anyone present who could achieve it. Look, that girl is also attempting 7 times the gravity. Is she that strong? Even a girl dares to try 7 times the gravity. Did you not see that the previous record holder was this girl? She must be unwilling to have her record broken, so she is trying too. Seeing Xiao Jingzhe attempt 7 times the gravity, Hai Yafu felt skeptical about her chances. 7 times the gravity was twice the pressure of 6 times. If one couldn't walk freely in a 6 times gravity environment, recklessly attempting 7 times would only cause harm to one's body. Instinctively, Hai Yafu took 2 steps forward. As expected, less than half a minute into Xiao Jingzhe's attempt at 7 times the gravity, her body suddenly collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Hai Yafu immediately prepared to rush in and rescue her. However, even though Xiao Jingzhe was kneeling on the ground, she was not pressed down. If he can do it, so can I. Xiao Jingzhe's forehead was beaded with veins as she tried to stand up. Her feet trembled continuously, sweat poured down her cheeks like rain, and the emergency button was right in front of her, but she had no intention of pressing it, because she didn't want to lose to Ning Feng. Half a minute later, Hai Yafu approached her, shaking her head as she said, is it necessary? She could already sense that Xiao Jingzhe had reached her limit. Continuing would only cause irreversible harm to her body. Don't mind me. I can do it. Xiao Jingzhe grit her teeth, blood starting to seep from the corners of her mouth. Due to it, if you keep this up, the one to burst will be your blood vessels. After saying this, Hai Yafu pressed her hand against Xiao Jingzhe's back and then deactivated the gravity in that area. Xiao Jingzhe instantly felt darkness before her eyes as her body fell backward. What a stubborn girl. Hai Yafu held her in her arms helplessly, saying, is that Ning Feng, who just joined our class? He can actually withstand level 7 gravity. No wonder he's the class president. He's truly impressive. Why has Ning Feng, who is so strong, been in the regular class all this time? Lan Xian, are you alright? I can see your teeth have fallen out, and do you need to get them fixed? Not just his teeth, his nose is broken too. Tisk tisk tsk. How tragic. Many elite class students in the dojo were also shocked by Ning Feng's performance. Some of them were concerned about the just emerged Lan Xian. Lan Xian's complexion was extremely poor. Today, he had completely lost face in front of his classmates. Fix my ass. I'm fine. Lan Xian glared at the classmate, trying to comfort him, cursing loudly. What's wrong with Lan Xian? Embarrassed, right? I really thought he had the strength to be the top student. If he can't even compete with a student from the regular class, what is he pretending for? I told you he doesn't deserve to be the class president. Does he even think he can pursue the class president? Uff. Hearing the discussions around him, Lan Xian's face turned completely dark, and he looked at Ning Feng with deep hatred in his eyes. What do you know? I just wasn't used to it earlier. So what if it's level 7 gravity? Ning Feng can do it, does that mean I can't? Lan Xian gritted his teeth and pulled out a beautifully crafted jade bottle from his pocket, then poured out a perfectly round gray pill. This is the pill his father gave him this morning. He said it was acquired at an auction, and this one is worth 250,000 alliance coins. A first-grade pill, the potential pill. Looking at the name engraved on the jade bottle, Lan Xian's eyes revealed a hint of madness. This is a genuine first-grade pill, not some so-called vitality serum. According to his father's words, this potential pill would provide enormous help when he advances to a first-grade warrior. Originally, he planned to use it later. But now faced with Ning Feng's provocation, he must defend his dignity. Ning Feng, I will definitely surpass you. Lan Xian threw the pill directly into his mouth. In the next moment, at the instant the pill melted, he felt a massive surge of vitality boiling within him, exceeding his original vitality by at least double. This means in terms of vitality alone, Lan Xian has already become a first-grade warrior. Huh. Is this the strength of a first-grade warrior? Too strong. I am truly too strong. Lan Xian felt the pain in his body disappear, sensing a tremendous enhancement of his power, and his confidence surged once more. At this moment, everyone around was drawn to his commotion. What the heck? What's going on with this guy? Is he about to break through to a first-grade warrior? Wait, how is he breaking through here? No, this doesn't look like a breakthrough to a first-grade warrior. It resembles the effect of some vitality serum. I saw him eat a pill. What? A pill? Could it be a first-grade pill? Because unranked warriors have low strength and their physical fitness is far inferior to first-grade warriors, they can only consume liquid serums. However, after breaking through to a first-grade warrior, one can start taking solid pills. Different pills have varying effects. Even the most ordinary first-grade pill is dozens of times more effective than similar serums. Quick look. He's back in the gravity simulation training room. Is this guy just trying to challenge the gravity record? No way, he's out of his mind. Wasting such a precious first-grade pill just to challenge a record. Oh my god, look. He's attempting level 7. Amidst everyone's exclamations, Lan Xian approached Ning Feng, his face full of confidence, and he unhesitatingly activated level 7 gravity. Boom. A wave of pressure hit him, and Lan Xian's body pressed down slightly, but he did not collapse to the ground like before. Huh. Did you see that? I withstood level 7 gravity. I, Lan Xian, am the strongest. Lan Xian laughed. Then he directly activated level 8 gravity. Since Ning Feng can withstand level 7 gravity, he will withstand level 8 gravity. No matter what, he must be stronger than Ning Feng. Is this guy crazy? He actually dares to withstand level 8 gravity. Manager Hai, do you want to save him later? What kind of pill did he take to have such a good effect? Look, he seems to have really withstood it. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Lan Xian indeed withstood level 8 gravity, but his face looked somewhat pale, and his body was trembling. However, being able to withstand level 8 gravity has already broken the record in the dojo. At this moment, Hai Yafu noticed the situation in the training room after bringing Xiao Jingzhe to the lounge. How could Lan Xian withstand level 8 gravity? Even she was stunned upon witnessing this scene. Remember, just a moment ago Lan Xian couldn't even withstand level 6 gravity. A pill? What kind of pill? Amidst the discussions around her, she seemed to hear that Lan Xian had just eaten some kind of pill. Suddenly her expression changed. Could it be the potential pill? At yesterday's auction in Linhai City, Tianjin Pharmacy presented several first-grade potential pills claiming they could stimulate a warrior's potential with no side effects. This immediately triggered a scramble among all the attendees. In the end, the pills were all acquired by the Lan Gu and Lei families, each fetching a price of 250,000 alliance coins. Last night at the meeting's conclusion, she was mocked mercilessly by Mo Guangchang. He said, what if she had a mediocre pharmacist? Bai Lesan can now refine first-grade pills, which is enough to ruin the Yuanxing dojo. In the end, Mo Guangchang even posted on his social media that all potions sold by pharmacies under the Yuanxing dojo would receive a 20% discount. Moreover, if one wants to buy his potential pills, they must not go to the Yuanxing dojo. Hai Yafu was nearly driven to death from anger last night and couldn't sleep a wink. So this morning when she saw Ning Feng, she was so excited. The only one who could save the Yuanxing dojo now. However, before she could bring this up with Ning Feng, she saw Lan Xian taking the potential pill. This wasteful brat. A first-grade pill is actually being wasted like this. Although Hai Yafu looked down on Bai Leshan, that potential pill was indeed a genuine first-grade pill. Lan Xian directly consumed the pill to compete with Ning Feng. If old Master Lan knew, he would probably curse him for being wasteful. Meanwhile, in the gravity simulation training room, Ning Feng was also somewhat surprised upon seeing Lan Xian withstand level 8 gravity. This guy seems to have taken some kind of drug. Is he trying to outdo me with drug use? Ning Feng couldn't help but chuckle. However, he wanted to compare as well. Level 7 gravity is still not his limit. Then Ning Feng also increased the gravity level, instantly raising it from level 7 to level 8. Whoa, you all look. Ning Feng is also attempting level 8 gravity. What? Is he crazy? Lan Xian took drugs, but he hasn't. Why does he dare to try level 8 gravity? Oh my god. He seems to have really withstood it. Heaven. This is terrifying. Ning Feng's veins bulged and his expression looked somewhat grim, but he successfully withstood level 8 gravity. I can continue. Ning Feng took a deep breath and once again raised the level 8 gravity to level 9. Instantly a pressure several times heavier than level 8 bore down on him. Not good. Hai Yafu hadn't recovered from Ning Feng withstanding level 8 gravity when she saw him raise it to level 9, and her face changed drastically. Because even a first-grade warrior wouldn't dare to attempt level 9 gravity. Ning Feng absolutely cannot withstand it now. Just as Hai Yafu was rushing in, she saw Ning Feng take a deep breath, and then lightning began to flicker at the corners of his mouth. Thunder breathing. After Ning Feng used the breathing technique of thunder, he felt all the gravity lift off him, and his body instantly became much lighter. Did Ning Feng seem to withstand it? Why does his expression appear more relaxed? Oh my god. Level 9 gravity. Ning Feng really held it. Is he still human? Incredible. Ning Feng is truly remarkable. Most of them couldn't even withstand level 6 gravity, let alone this terrifying level 9. Hai Yafu, possessing keen perception, noticed that after Ning Feng took a deep breath, a hint of lightning appeared at the corners of his mouth, allowing his body to feel significantly lighter. Is this a breathing technique? Does Ning Feng actually have mastery over a breathing method? Even she had not grasped a breathing technique. Most martial artists only learn simple force exertion methods. According to her father, only martial artists above the 5th rank have the opportunity to access breathing techniques, or those passed down within prominent families. For example, one of the 3 major families in Linhai City, the Lei family. Hundreds of years ago, the Lei family was a distinguished clan in the capital until a siege by monstrous beasts resulted in nearly 90% of the Lei family perishing in that calamity. The remaining members of the Lei family chose to relocate to Linhai City. According to her information, the current Lei family seems to possess a fragmented breathing technique. At such a young age, not only can he refine potions, but also master a breathing technique. Could it be that Ning Feng comes from a prominent family in the capital? Hai Yafu's gaze towards Ning Feng was filled with enthusiasm. She truly had stumbled upon a treasure. Meanwhile, in the gravity simulation training room, Lan Xian nearly dropped his eyes in disbelief upon witnessing Ning Feng withstand level 9 gravity. Impossible. You haven't taken a potential pill. How can you be stronger than me? Lan Xian was shocked, but his heart also ignited with intense anger. Lan Xian was a genius. How could this commoner possibly surpass him? Level 9 gravity, I can handle it too. With that, Lan Xian increased the gravity setting from level 8 directly to level 9. Instantly, he felt a pressure several times greater than level 8 bearing down on him. Bang! This time Lan Xian was directly pinned to the ground, nearly flattened. Impossible. How can it be this heavy? Fear flashed in Lan Xian's eyes. He simply couldn't withstand this terrifying level 9 gravity. Help! Me! Quick, save me! I can't breathe, please help! Lan Xian desperately tried to mobilize the qi and blood within him, struggling to rise. But he was like a drowning man. The more he struggled, the more he suffered. Not good. Something's happened to Lan Xian. At this moment, someone finally noticed Lan Xian's predicament. Hai Yafu reacted quickly, rushing into the gravity room and shutting off the button by Lan Xian's side. Save me! I feel terrible. Lan Xian lay on the ground, his face filled with terror, as if he had encountered something horrific. The gravity has been turned off. You're not injured. Hai Yafu glanced at Lan Xian's body. Her rescue was timely, and he had not suffered any. No, something's not right. She seemed to sense something amiss. Hai Yafu squatted down to examine Lan Xian's condition, and her expression changed drastically. Is this possible? During her examination, she discovered that Lan Xian's qi and blood value was dropping at an alarming rate. Generally, such a rapid decline only occurred in 2 situations. One was serious injury, the other rapid aging. If it wasn't one of these 2 situations, then a decline in qi and blood value was a terminal condition in medical terms. Sister Yafa, look at his skin. At this moment, Ning Feng approached with a furrowed brow. He immediately noticed Lan Xian's skin developing wrinkles and black spots resembling signs of aging. What the hell? Hai Yafa became anxious. After all, the incident with Lan Xian occurred at the Source Saint Dojo. If he died here, she would also bear some responsibility. She quickly checked Lan Xian's bone age, her expression changing rapidly again. What's going on? His bone age exceeds 30 years, and he's accelerating in aging. Lan Xian was still a high school student. He couldn't possibly be over 20. To age so rapidly in such a short time was utterly alarming. Hearing this, Ning Feng was equally shocked. He then turned off the gravity button and walked over to the 2. Could it be that potential pill? Sister Yafa, call for an ambulance and send him to the hospital, then contact his family. Given the current situation, sending Lan Xian to the hospital was the only option. Right. Hai Yafa finally reacted, standing up to dial 120. In less than 5 minutes, an ambulance from the City Center Martial Arts Hospital arrived downstairs. What? How can he exhibit the same symptoms again? Upon seeing Lan Qian's condition, the arriving doctor couldn't help but exclaim. They had already received no less than 10 similar cases today at their hospital. What? Hai Yafu and Ning Feng exchanged glances, seemingly understanding something. We're taking the patient. I'll remember to call his relatives over. The doctor shook his head and sighed. What is going on? Ning Feng instinctively asked. Alas, all 10 patients we received today aged decades in an instant, and some have already succumbed. The doctor sighed. It was likely that these martial artists would not survive. Even if their relatives came, they could only retrieve the boy's corpse. Upon hearing this, everyone in the dojo gasped in shock. Manager Hai, what is going on? Could it be caused by him practicing gravity earlier? Nonsense. He clearly took some messed-up pills. Hai Yafu immediately retorted. At the same time, she recalled that Lan Qian had taken the potential pill sold at the auction yesterday by the Tianjin pharmacy. One pill sold for 250,000 alliance coins. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. It had been purchased by the 3 major families. It seems there's a problem with this potential pill. With this thought, she finally felt relieved. Originally, she was worried about being suppressed by that old coot Mo Guangchang, as the Source Saint Dojo could very likely close down. Who would have thought such a thing would happen in less than a day? Surely Mo Guangchang must be anxious enough to want to kill himself. After all, the victims of that potential pill were all from the 3 major families. At that moment, as Lan Qian was being lifted onto the stretcher, the jade vial containing the potential pill fell to the ground. Ning Feng walked over, picked it up, and sniffed it. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Tianjin Pharmacy on Xian Street in Linhai City, Mo Guangchang was once merely an apprentice in a pharmacy, but after marrying the boss daughter, he inherited the establishment. Less than 2 years later, when his wife suddenly passed away, he quickly remarried the daughter of the city's largest potion wholesaler. Thanks to this father-in-law, his pharmacy business grew increasingly prosperous. Tianjin Pharmacy has opened over 20 branches in Linhai City and even expanded into the neighboring city. Master, by the batch of potential pills you refined yesterday really sold well. I initially thought it would take a while to sell out, but unexpectedly all of them were bought up by the 3 major families. We are about to make a fortune. Huh? Mo Guangchang reclined in his office chair, unable to hide the grin on his face as he thought about the 25 million alliance coins that had just arrived. Boss Missouri, what about the dividends you promised me? Bai Leshan's face was also filled with excitement. Ever since leaving the Yuanxing Dao Pavilion yesterday, Mo Guangchang had been urging him to refine first-grade pills. But how could he do that? Fortunately, he had stolen a recipe when he left Kyoto, so he tried refining it, and unexpectedly succeeded. Moreover, after testing the first few pills, indeed showed no issues. However, each pill required a first-tier spirit core and a large quantity of precious herbs. To control costs, Mo Guangchang insisted he use lower-grade spirit cores and expired herbs. Bai Leshan thought since they were for Mo Guangchang to sell, he agreed. Within a day, he successfully refined 100 potential pills. Mo Guangchang had someone photocopy the previous testing results and stick them on the jade bottles, as he believed using testing equipment also incurred costs. Well said. Yesterday, we sold a total of 5 million alliance coins. According to our contract, I will now give you 1 million alliance coins. Mo Guangchang rolled his eyes and said with a smile, you only sold 5 million. Bai Leshan appeared somewhat incredulous. First-grade pills should at least sell for 100,000 alliance coins each, right? With 100 pills, that totals 10 million. How could it only sell for 5 million? Oh, you don't understand, Master Bai. Selling them as a package is definitely cheaper than selling them individually. I sold each to the 3 major families for 50,000, which totals 5 million. No worries, you can earn 1 million a day. If you refine daily, won't you make 30 million in a month? Mo Guangchang, being a cunning fox, hardly regarded Bai Leshan, this fool, as a threat. If it weren't for needing Bai Leshan to make money for him, he wouldn't even want to share that million. It seems that's true. Upon hearing this, Bai Leshan nodded. 30 million a month is indeed a significant amount. Previously, he only earned over 100,000 a month at Haifu. Boss Missouri, it seems coming with you was the right choice, he said with a smile. Of course, Tianjin Pharmacy run by me, Mo Guangchang, is incomparable to that trashy Dao Pavilion of Haifu. I made it clear yesterday that anyone who dares to buy potions from the stores under the Yuansheng Dao Pavilion is opposing me. Opposing me is equivalent to opposing you, Master Bai. With the potential pills, we essentially control all the martial artist cultivation in Linhai City. Who would dare to disobey us? Bai Leshan in high spirits opened a bottle of red wine, and he and Mo Guangchang toasted and laughed heartily. Is that so? That's wonderful. Bai Leshan thought that Mo Guangchang seemed to have a daughter. Although she looked like a fat pig, if he could win her over, wouldn't the pharmacy and the business all belong to him? Or perhaps one day, he could use a slow-acting poison to eliminate Mo Guangchang. Why should he only get 1/5 of the money earned from refining potential pills? Boss Missouri, let's toast to our future business booming even more. Good. Just as the two clinked their glasses, the front desk clerk Xiao Liuzi rushed in anxiously shouting, Boss, something bad has happened. Xiao Yozi, why are you in such a hurry? Mo Guangchang, feeling his mood ruined, set down his wine glass and asked impatiently. Boss, it's the people from the Lan Gu and Lei families. They are looking for you. Looking for me. Mo Guangchang's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that the three major families have discovered the benefits of the potential pills and have come in person to buy another batch? Good. Xiao Yozi, tell them. From now on, the potential pills from Tianjin Pharmacy will be available only on a pre-order basis, with each family allowed to purchase a maximum of 50 per day. If they want to pre-order, they must pay the full amount in advance. And lastly, the price will double. He had originally planned to raise the price to 500 alliance coins each, but since Bai Leshan was present, he had to settle for saying it would double. Boss Missouri, it seems my potential pills are very popular. Bai Leshan also smiled, realizing that his plan could be implemented ahead of schedule. Tomorrow he planned to prepare a slow-acting poison to put in Mo Guangchang's wine glass. Then he would also approach Mo Guangchang's daughter. Two-pronged approach. The Mo family's wealth will eventually be his by Leshan's. No, what you all think isn't the case. Xiao Yozi was in a panic as the three families were there to cause trouble. Just then the door was kicked open, and leading the charge was Lei Hong, the current head of the Lei family, who immediately spotted Mo Guangchang slumped in the boss chair. Old thief Mo. Finally found you. They had smashed up all the branches of Tianjin Pharmacy along the way, and finally found the old thief Mo Guangchang here. Patriarch Lei, what is the meaning of this? Mo Guangchang realized something was wrong, and quickly stood up. If you all want to buy potential pills, only one person is needed to discuss it. Others are not allowed to enter without permission. Bai Leshan also stepped forward and introduced himself with a smile. Patriarch Lei, the potential pills were refined by me, Bai Leshan. Good. Lei Hong immediately laughed, but his gaze towards the two was filled with murderous intent. I was just wondering where to find you, the alchemist, and unexpectedly found you here. My grandson's vitality plummeted after consuming your potential pill, aging decades in an instant. If it weren't for my use of spirit herbs to keep him alive, he would have likely died by now. The others who came with Lei Hong also started cursing. Damn it, my son was killed by you. Capture them both and make them pay for my son's life. Patriarch Lei, if you don't take action, the Gu and Lan families will. Mo Guangchang and Bai Leshan exchanged glances, completely unaware of what was happening. Meanwhile, Xiao Yozi, having seen today's news reports, hurriedly explained the situation. They all suffered due to the potential pills. Mo Guangchang's face changed drastically. This is bad. This can't be possible. The potential pill I refined was fine according to the instrument tests. Hearing this, Bai Leshan felt weak and almost fainted on the spot. No problem. Lei Hong sneered a few times, his gaze towards the two, filled with murderous intent. I have already sent someone to the Alchemist Association with your potential pills for testing. They said this is not even a first-grade pill. They used all the lowest-grade materials costing less than 5,000 alliance coins. Mo Guangchang, how dare you sell us this thing for 250,000 apiece? If it were truly a first-grade pill, 250,000 alliance coins wouldn't be too expensive. Our three clans could afford it. But this is not a first-grade pill. It doesn't even qualify as a pill. Although it can stimulate potential for a short time, it consumes one's lifespan. Rather than a potential pill, it would be better described as a life-stealing pill. A single 250,000 alliance coins. Bai Leshan exclaimed in surprise. Mo Guangchang, didn't you say you only sold it for 50,000 alliance coins each? How dare you? He knew there was some discrepancy in the price Mo Guangchang quoted, but he never expected it to be so exaggerated. In the end, he received less than a fraction. Merchants seek profit. I have done nothing wrong. Besides, didn't I provide the materials, machines, and venue for you? If I had known that this potential pill you refined harmed so many people, I would never have brought you over from Haifu. Saying this, Mo Guangchang surprisingly knelt down before Lei Hong and the others. Leader Lei, please spare me. I'm not an alchemist. These potential pills were all refined by Bai Leshan. I never expected him to be so malicious. I was harmed by him too. Mo Guangchang began to cry loudly, his voice sounding extremely aggrieved. Bai Leshan was left dumbfounded. He hurriedly explained, Leader Lei, you can't believe just his one-sided words. This batch of potential pills was indeed refined by me, but the first batch was perfectly fine. It was that old fool Mo Guangchang who, in order to save costs, replaced all the materials with low-grade expired ones while I wasn't paying attention. After refining, I felt something was wrong. But Mo Guangchang wouldn't let me test them, insisting on selling them to you. As a first-grade alchemist, I would never engage in such harmful behavior. The two blamed each other, shifting all responsibility onto one another. Yet just a few minutes ago they had been so happy they could hardly wait to become sworn brothers. First-grade alchemist. Lei Hong sneered again, then tossed a document forward. My man sent to the Alchemist Association couldn't find any record of you. Instead, they heard about an alchemist apprentice who was expelled for trying to flirt with a professor's daughter at Kyoto University, who seems to be named Bai Leshan. Upon hearing this, Bai Leshan's face turned completely pale. He never expected his background to be investigated so thoroughly. You were just an alchemist apprentice. Damn it, I actually thought you were a first-grade alchemist. If I had known, why would I have gone to bring you over from Haifu? You've really ruined me. Mo Guangchang stood up pointing at Bai Leshan and cursing, then started crying again. And stop fake crying. You two can't escape this. Bind them together and take them to the 3 clans for trial. With a command, the people behind Lei Hong rushed forward, immediately knocking Mo Guangchang and Bai Leshan to the ground, first giving them a severe beating, then binding them. No, you can't take me to the trial ground. I'm not one of your 3 clans, you have no right to judge me. I know the governor, he will plead for me. Lei Hong, you can't use private law, the governing office will make trouble for you. Mo Guangchang shouted loudly while crying. Bai Leshan was knocked out after being beaten. You two have harmed the disciples of our 3 clans, naturally you must go to the trial ground to be punished. Meanwhile, Yuan Shengdao Hall. Sister Yafu, is this what you wanted to discuss with me? After sending off Lan Xin, Ning Feng arrived at the office with Hai Yafu, who began to tell him about the auction event from last night. Of course, you don't know I couldn't sleep all night. Mo Guangchang specifically targeted our Yuan Shengdao Hall, and I was so scared. While making tea, Hai Yafu spoke with a pitiful expression. However, seeing her expression, Ning Feng didn't quite. He shook his head and said, now that the potential pill has issues, Mo Guangchang and Bai Leshan should be in for some trouble. You should be fine, right? Today, after almost a whole morning of practicing in the gravity simulation training room, his biggest gain was that his movement technique progressed from 0 to 8 in the 2nd stage. The effect can be said to be quite significant. He planned to continue training in the afternoon. He just didn't expect to be suddenly pulled into the office by Hai Yafu. Recalling the look his younger sister Xiao Bailu gave him earlier, Ning Feng felt somewhat helpless. Surely she wouldn't think he was being supported by a rich woman. He earned this money through his own abilities. Ning Feng, do you really not want to stay with me? Hai Yafu raised an eyebrow, seemingly a bit jealous as she asked, thinking that Ning Feng's 2 beautiful younger sisters were not as mature as herself. Alright, stop messing with me. Speak, what is it? Ning Feng took the teacup she handed over, and after just a sip, he realized it was high-quality green tea. Preaching Ming Maojian. I arrange for dozens of tea pickers to go out at around 5 in the morning each year, and they only pick the youngest buds. 1 tael of tea leaves 1 tael of gold. Ning Feng, this tea, I only serve to the governor and the president of the Martial Alliance. Hai Yafu said, while sitting next to Ning Feng. Martial Alliance president. As for the governor, he should be a big figure in Linhai City, Ning Feng thought. How could Hai Yafu befriend so many influential figures, yet be scared sleepless by a few words from Mo Guangchang? The current demeanor she was displaying was likely related to today's incident. He thought for a moment, then said, Sister Yafu, are you planning to take advantage of Mo Guangchang's troubles to snatch his pharmacy business? If that's the case, then the energy Hai Yafu would need to mobilize should be considerable. However, this has nothing to do with him, he is just a high school student. Upon hearing this, Hai Yafu was startled. She didn't expect Ning Feng to be so clever, immediately guessing her thoughts. Indeed, she had some connections in Linhai City. But relying solely on herself to swallow Mo Guangchang's business was still not very likely, unless she had an alchemist to help. Speak plainly. What do you wish me to do? Ning Feng set down his teacup and asked. You know Qinjin Pharmacy owned by Mo Guangchang, don't you? Hai Yafu wasted no pleasantries and posed the question directly. Yes, I recall it has numerous branches across Linhai City. There's even one downstairs from my residential complex. But it only dispenses common remedies for fevers and colds, not cultivation-grade elixirs. Ning Feng nodded, memory stirring. Once Mo Guangchang falls, his enterprises will draw covetous eyes from many quarters. I'm not greedy. I seek only 50%. Hai Yafu smiled faintly as she spoke. Ning Feng clicked his tongue thoughtfully. Pharmacy ventures were famously lucrative. Once established, profit was all but guaranteed. 50% at a single stroke. Mo Guangchang would likely choke with rage upon hearing it. Then what? Though startled, Ning Feng remained largely indifferent. After all, it bore little relevance to him. Should I secure that 50%, I'll grant you, my dear junior brother Ning Feng, 25%. How does that sound? Hai Yafu arched a delicate brow, her gaze probing. Ning Feng spat out a mouthful of tea. 25%. What might that be worth? Was Hai Yafu truly willing to part with so much? Or was this merely an empty promise? Yet first I must earn the endorsement of Linhai City's most influential figures. If they deem me incapable, I won't claim even a single drop, not 50%, not a spoonful. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free banquet in this world. Ning Feng shook his head and asked, what may I assist you with? Seeing his receptive stance, Hai Yafu felt a quiet surge of relief. There's an auction next weekend. The perfect opportunity to launch Fengyuan Pharmacy into prominence. Wait, hold on a moment. Ning Feng hastily interrupted. Wasn't it Yuanxing Pharmacy before? Why Fengyuan now? Hai Yafu covered her lips with a soft laugh, then withdrew a deed of ownership from her handbag, clearly stating the rebranding of Yuanxing Pharmacy to Fengyuan Pharmacy. It also listed a newly added shareholder. My name appears here. Ning Feng stared stunned to find his name positioned immediately after Hai Yafu's. I've granted you 30% equity in Yuanxing Pharmacy. Originally, I intended to give you 50%, but my father allocated me only 70% while the remaining 30% remains under Hai Ryue's control. Junior brother Ning Feng, you surely won't find this insufficient. How could he possibly complain? He was profoundly moved by her extraordinary trust in him. 30% equity, surely worth several hundred thousand at minimum. What he did not yet realize was that Yuanxing Martial Arts Hall's land alone was valued in the tens of millions, and the pharmacy occupying its ground floor commanded monthly rent of 100,000. Where the storefront sold outright, its value would exceed 3 million, 5 million when factoring in value-added taxes and ancillary levies. Truly an immense and weighty gift. What can I do? Ning Feng paused briefly, then asked directly, neither declining nor feigning modesty. Since Hai Yafu had entrusted him with such substantial equity, his involvement was clearly indispensable. At his earnest response, Hai Yafu exhaled softly, her tension easing. I hope junior brother Ning Feng will refine for me a batch of Peiyuan powder, and additionally first-rank pills. At this, Ning Feng's brow lifted. Peiyuan powder, he could produce it readily given materials. But first-rank pills, he possessed no formula. How could he possibly refine them? I understand your hesitation. Just recently I dispatched envoys to Jingdu. As she spoke, Hai Yafu rose and retrieved 2 scroll cases from a nearby cabinet. These formulas cost me dearly. Both yield first-rank pills. They were originally meant for by Les Han to refine. She unrolled both scrolls side by side. The first bore 3 bold characters. Xinggu Dan. A brief description followed. Restores severe injuries, especially fractures and bone trauma. Ideal for martial artists at the body forging realm. Required components: Tier 1 Spirit Core, Broken Bone Grass Black, Jade Mending Paste. The second scroll appeared far more arcane. Juling Dan. Enhances the likelihood of unranked martial artists condensing their Cayenne Blood Spirit Pill. He further boosts post-awakening strength by approximately 2 stars. Required components: Tier 1 Wind Attribute Spirit Core, 9 Peak, Lingji Mushroom, Dragon Sundering Root. Senior Sister Yafu. Ning Feng's heart surged with astonishment. These 2 formulas alone were worth over 1 million. Junior brother Ning Feng, you may study both freely, and I shall spare no effort procuring every required ingredient. Within this week, your sole task is to successfully refine 1 full batch. Though both yielded first-rank pills, Juling Dan was indisputably superior in value to Xinggu Dan. Xinggu Dan served battlefield warriors, potentially life-saving in extremis. Juling Dan, though limited to unranked cultivators, ranked among the rarest cultivation-enhancing pills. Not only did it elevate the success rate of Cayenne Blood Spirit Pill condensation, it conferred an immediate 2-star strength increase upon successful breakthrough. The gulf between first-rank and second-rank martial prowess was vast. Advancement demanded 9 stars of accumulated refinement. Juling Dan thus dramatically compressed cultivation time, granting 2 stars instantly upon attaining first-rank status. Such cultivation-enhancing pills inevitably ignited fierce bidding wars, especially among great clans whose wealth knew no limit. Junior brother Ning Feng, what say you? Hai Yafu slid the 2 scrolls toward him. Naturally, she hoped he would refine the more precious Juling Dan, but 1 week was perilously short, especially with his academic commitments. He likely had only a few days available. Even if he produced only Xinggu Dan by weeks, and she would accept it. Are all ingredients prepared? And what of the refining furnace? Ning Feng picked up the scrolls, and at that instant a system chime resonated within his mind. Ding Host has successfully mastered the formulas for Xinggu Dan and Jushua Dan. Spiritual energy threshold met. Pill refinement is now possible. His expression remained unchanged, yet inwardly he rejoiced. His spiritual sense had reached level 6, unexpectedly sufficient for first-rank pill refinement. Initial success rates might remain modest, yet with continued cultivation and practice, proficiency and reliability would steadily rise. Most ingredients are already secured. I dispatched couriers overnight to Jingdu to procure the finest refining furnace available. It should arrive this afternoon. After Mo Guangchang's threat yesterday, Hai Yafu had acted swiftly, not passively awaiting fate. Once the furnace arrives, I'll proceed to the alchemy chamber for trial refinement. Ning Feng declared without hesitation. Refining pills was itself a form of cultivation, and these 2 elixirs would serve him well. Should injury strike, Xinggu Dan would mend shattered bones. And when he stood upon the cusp of first-rank ascension, Juling Dan would accelerate his breakthrough. This? Hai Yafu hesitated, then admitted. I can source nearly all herbs, but Tier 1 Spirit Cores and Essence of Aberrant Beasts fall under strict military regulation. I plan to visit the Military Affairs Bureau today to procure a batch of Spirit Cores. Would you accompany me, junior brother Ning Feng? The predecessor of the Military Supply Office was the Military Supply Bureau. Initially, it was a department that supplied the military, but later it opened up to cooperation with civilian enterprises. Thus, it was renamed the Military Supply Office, which now sells and used materials to businesses. However, without connections or background, one cannot even enter the Military Supply Office. Ning Feng glanced at Hai Yafu and understood why she had the audacity to seize half of Mo Guangchang's business. He did not refuse this opportunity, as it was also a chance for him to broaden his horizons. Seeing Ning Feng nod, Hai Yafu was delighted and asked, "Shall we go now?" "Sure." When leaving the dojo, Ning Feng deliberately sent a message to his sister Xiao Bailu, asking her to return home with Jingzhe tonight. Xiao Bailu quickly replied with a bear emoji that had a question mark. "I'm going out for a bit, I'll be back later." "Okay. Oh brother, come back early." "Alright." After going downstairs, Ning Feng initially planned to take the subway, but Hai Yafu drove a military-registered SUV straight from the garage. "You can only enter with this vehicle," she said as she took the driver's seat. Ning Feng did not hesitate and directly sat in the passenger seat. "What do you think? This SUV is pretty cool, right?" Hai Yafu asked proudly while gripping the steering wheel. Although the SUV looked ordinary from the outside, Ning Feng realized its true value once he got inside. The interior was luxurious with features like massage and multidirectional adjustment for the seats, and the leather upholstery was likely made from some exotic beast's fur, making it very comfortable to sit in. The door panels looked plain, but they were probably made from the bones of exotic beasts, as he could feel their high strength just by touching them. As for the windows, they must be bulletproof glass and capable of withstanding attacks from exotic beasts. This was the car my dad drove before he retired. It was scrapped not long after retirement. My dad went to the junkyard and brought it back, spending a lot to restore it. Hai Yafu said, her tone filled with nostalgia. Ning Feng nodded, slightly understanding now. "Alright, enough about that. The military supply office we're going to is a bit far from the city. It will take about an hour to drive." Hai Yafu said, putting away her emotions. "Okay." Ning Feng had no objections. After all, he was just there to gain knowledge. As the two drove further away from the city, the tall buildings gradually gave way to suburban wilderness. He noticed many large trucks with military plates on the road. "Yafu, do you remember the interstellar crisis reported in the past few days?" Ning Feng suddenly recalled the interstellar invasion crisis in Mediocre. He had seen many soldiers taking the subway that morning. "I know a little." Hai Yafu nodded. She thought for a moment, and then said this crisis might be quite serious. "Quite serious?" Ning Feng's heart tightened immediately. Wasn't this interstellar event only a level 4 blue? "Yes. Originally, I shouldn't casually share this with others. It's mainly to avoid causing panic. But for you, Ning Feng, you're fine." Hai Yafu had connections in the military and naturally knew more about this incident than the average person. "This morning the military has raised the crisis level to orange." "Orange level. Level 2. Ning Feng clenched his fists. A level 2 orange interstellar invasion posed a significant threat to the safety of Linghai City. "Will this crisis spread?" he asked anxiously. Mediocre was not far from his home. If it were to spread, he would need to prepare early. "It probably won't." Hai Yafu shook her head and said the location of this interstellar event is quite remote, posing no threat to most residents of the city. Additionally, according to the information I received, the exotic beasts appearing in the interstellar space seem to be of low levels, generally below level 5. "But why is it classified as level 2 orange?" Ning Feng asked doubtfully. "Well, I don't know much about the specifics. However, both the Martial Alliance and the military have sent significant figures to handle it, so I believe this crisis should be resolved quickly." Seeing Ning Feng's agitation, Hai Yafu cautiously asked, "You don't live in Mediocre, do you?" She had heard that most of the villagers there had perished. "No. My home is in the Xingfu community." Ning Feng felt his emotions were a bit too intense, so he composed himself. "Xingfu community, I know it. It's quite far from Mediocre, so there shouldn't be any problems," Hai Yafu reassured. "Yeah." After another half hour of driving, the SUV stopped in front of a tall steel structure. Because it had military plates and a pass, they successfully entered. Inside was a parking lot that was shockingly large, estimated to exceed tens of thousands of square meters. Ning Feng searched the map in the car and found that this location was completely shielded and unsearchable. "Let's go, follow me to the 3rd floor." After parking the car, Hai Yafu directly led Ning Feng to the elevator, which went straight to the military supply office on the 3rd floor. Just as the two entered the elevator, a few young men followed in as well. The leader was a young man who appeared to be about 26 or 27. He glanced at Ning Feng, but did not engage further. Instead, his expression turned flirtatious upon seeing Hai Yafu. "Yafu, what brings you here?" Hai Yafu merely rolled her eyes and replied, "Lei Yuntao, didn't you take the potential pill?" "I thought you took it too. If you took it, I'd burn paper money for you every year after you kicked the bucket." Lei Yuntao ignored Hai Yafu's sarcasm and moved a couple of steps closer, saying, "Yafu, I know you have a conflict with that scoundrel Mo Guangchang. So how could I consume the pills sold by his family? If I were to take pills, I'd have to take yours." This line was rather suggestive, making Hai Yafu roll her eyes again. Lei Yuntao, put away your flirtatious intentions. I don't have time to play house games with you. I see your brother Lei Hong isn't keeping you in check, huh? Hearing Lei Hong's name, Lei Yuntao coughed twice and restrained his demeanor. He had pursued Hai Yafu for years, but other women would have fallen for him long ago. But Hai Yafu showed no signs of change towards him. This woman really was asking for trouble. Yafu, are you going to the third floor to purchase materials from exotic beasts? No matter what you buy, I'll cover it for you later. Lei Yuntao declared boldly. Really? Perfect, we're about to buy a batch of exotic beast cores, so since you're covering it, why don't you just take all the cores from the military supply office's warehouse? You're buying spirit cores too. Lei Yuntao immediately felt awkward. Even the cheapest grade 1 spirit cores cost over 10,000 alliance credits. The military procurement office's warehouse held at least several thousand, certainly not fewer than 10,000. How could he possibly afford to purchase all the spirit cores in the military procurement office just to gift them to Hai Yafu? He might be a playboy, but certainly not a fool. So you've come to buy spirit cores too. Why not go to the Martial Alliance instead, oi? Hai Yafu frowned and countered. Aside from the military procurement office, the Martial Alliance also traded spirit cores, though in far smaller quantities and at significantly higher prices. Yafu, you jest. Our Lei clan maintains close cooperation with the military. Naturally, the procurement office is more convenient for us. As for you, if you only need a small quantity, wouldn't the Martial Alliance serve you better? Only then did Lei Yuntao notice Ning Feng standing beside Hai Yafu, their proximity sharp and intimate, his gaze instantly hardening with icy disdain. Just because the Lei clan collaborates with the military doesn't mean my Yuanxing dojo lacks such partnerships. Hai Yafu sneered. Yafu, stop teasing me. I've never even heard of your Yuanxing dojo. Even if you intend to produce pharmaceuticals, you'd require only a fraction of the spirit cores we need. Lei Yuntao chuckled condescendingly, his tone dripping with patronizing amusement. He clearly regarded Hai Yafu's modest enterprise as utterly insignificant. In truth, his pursuit of her had little to do with affection. It was the land beneath the Yuanxing dojo he coveted. Strategically positioned at the heart of the city where 4 major avenues converged, it would make an ideal site for a high-end nightlife venue, guaranteed to yield immense profits. And with it, he could quietly expand into other gray market ventures. Yet Hai Yafu had ignored him entirely since the beginning. Who's joking with you? My Yuanxing dojo has just established Fengyuan Pharmacy, and will soon begin mass-producing pharmaceuticals and pills. Naturally, we require large quantities of spirit cores from mutated beasts. Hai Yafu retorted coldly. Fengyuan Pharmacy. Surely you don't have a certified alchemist on staff. Lei Yuntao blinked in surprise, then shook his head with a wry smile. Hai Yafu, I knew you were teasing me. Alchemists are monopolized by the Alchemists Guild. None would ever consent to work in your shop. Even our 3 clans had to bring in a second-rank alchemist from the capital, and merely securing his services required an upfront payment of 2 million alliance credits. Over the past 2 days, many gifted youths within the 3 clans had suffered rapid blood depletion and accelerated aging after consuming potential-enhancing pills. Some had already died. Internal tensions nearly erupted into open conflict. The crisis struck at the very foundation of their lineages. To address it, the 3 clans jointly dispatched envoys to the capital to recruit a master alchemist whose skill had reached the 2nd rank. The master demanded exorbitant fees, not only 1 million credits for the alchemical process itself, but also substantial allowances for travel, lodging, hardship compensation, all totaling well over 1 million alliance credits. Moreover, he stipulated a requirement for hundreds of spirit cores from mutated beasts of any grade, with no upper limit on quantity purchased. He intended to refine the 2nd-rank pill Revenant Blood Pill designed specifically to restore depleted cultivation potential while dramatically reinforcing vital blood energy. Thus, Lei Yuntao had been urgently dispatched today to procure spirit cores from the military procurement office. The master awaited him at the Lei residence, and delay was unacceptable. These were Lei Hong's final instructions before sending him off. As for why Lei Hong himself hadn't come, his recent use of unauthorized punishment against Mo Guangchang had drawn scrutiny from the Law Enforcement Bureau demanding his personal explanation. Though Lei Hong held the prefect in contempt, the Law Enforcement Bureau answered directly to the capital, and its officials were scions of powerful capital families. He dared not offend them. So he had no choice but to attend in person. Revenant Blood Pill, eh? Upon hearing the name, Ning Feng furrowed his brow slightly. The side effects of the potential-enhancing pill, blood depletion and lifespan erosion, meant the Revenant Blood Pill could only replenish lost blood energy, not reverse the irreversible loss of years. Still, he refrained from voicing doubt. After all, the alchemist hailed from the capital and bore the official rank of 2nd-rank master. Ning Feng himself was still a novice in alchemy. The capital, a 2nd-rank alchemy master. Hai Yafu's lips parted faintly, her eyes narrowing with skepticism. On her last trip to the capital, she'd been deceived, hiring by Leshan, a mere apprentice alchemist, believing him to be a genuine 1st-rank master. Fortunately, Mo Guangchang later recruited him away. otherwise had by Leshan refined potential-enhancing pills at Yuanxing Dojo Hai Yafu herself, would now be facing ruin. Last night, she leveraged her late father's connections to contact a professor of pharmaceutical sciences at Capital University. From him, she acquired the finest alchemical furnace, and both bone-reconstructing pills and spirit-aggregating pills were sourced through his direct supply. After all, their formulas belonged to the first-ranked tier, and thanks to those connections the professor agreed without hesitation. What is the name of the master you've invited? Can he truly refine second-ranked pills? Hai Yafu asked directly. Yafu, I know what you're thinking. We're no fools. Before inviting him we verified his credentials with the Alchemists Guild. He is indeed a legitimate second-rank alchemy master. And his demeanor, no ordinary man could carry such authority. Lei Yuntao recalled how upon arriving in Linhai the master had demanded accommodation at a 7-star hotel, and summoned over a dozen courtesans for the evening. The spectacle left him utterly stunned. After all, Lei Yuntao himself dared summon only 5 per night. Anything more would leave his kidneys utterly spent. Is that so? Your 3 clans must be swimming in wealth. Hai Yafu scoffed. At last night's auction she'd intended to bid for a potential-enhancing pill, not to consume it, but merely to let Ning Feng examine it. But the 3 clans swept up every single pill without hesitation. Afterwards she'd approached Lei Hong to request one, only to be rebuffed outright given her acrimonious history with Mo Guangchang. He refused even to meet her face-to-face. That had enraged her deeply. So when this calamity befell the 3 clans, she felt not a trace of sympathy. At that moment the elevator arrived at the 3rd floor. Stepping out they entered a corridor some 10 meters long, designed for security screening detecting any kind. Of course, the moment they entered the building, each individual's identity had already been logged into the military's integrated surveillance system. Beyond the corridor the space opened dramatically. The entire 3rd floor was the military procurement office. Ning Feng paused, surprised. Ahead lay a vast hall reeking unmistakably of blood, an abattoir for dissecting mutated beasts. Make way! Make way! We've captured one alive. Get it to storage first, then transport it out. At that instant several soldiers hurried past Ning Feng, and the others carrying a heavy cage between them. The cage was shrouded in black cloth, its contents obscured. Yet something inside thrashed violently, slamming against the bars, and emitting guttural bestial cries. Bang! A deafening crash. One soldier lost his grip. The cage crashed to the floor with a metallic clang. Instantly a corner of the black cloth tore loose. A massive hand, uncannily human in shape, shot forth from the opening, gripping the edge of the cage as a furious, ragged voice roared, "Let me out! Damn beast!" And before anyone could react, Na figure dashed to the cage. Blade flashed silver in a swift, decisive strike. The massive hand soared into the air, and upon hitting the ground it rapidly mutated. Skin withered, and caved inward nails erupted over 10 centimeters long, and thick black fur sprouted across its surface. Lieutenant Zhang and several soldiers cried out in alarm. And this creature had been ordered by command to be delivered alive. And, if this beast has dared enter our domain, it shall not leave breathing. And Lieutenant Zhang spoke coldly as he hurled his short blade straight into the cage. NSSSSH. Knit cleaved through like a melon. And moments later silence settled over the cage. Lieutenant Zhang, how do we explain this? And several soldiers nearly broke into tears. And, none of this concerns you. Just say I Zhang Jun killed it. A level 1 rat wolf. And Zhang Jun spat contemptuously into the cage. And, these accursed beasts, mean just 2 days they slaughtered an entire village. The military lost numerous soldiers too. And such specimens hold little research value. Their deaths merely supply high-energy rations, processed as beast essence nutrient bars. And the soldiers exchanged glances, then with no recourse lowered the cage and departed the military affairs office. Nonly then did Ning Feng and the others finally regain their composure. A level 1 monstrous beast, slain in a single stroke. And Ning Feng showed no fear. He had encountered such creatures before. Yet he was stunned by the man's sheer prowess. And the man stood at least 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered and powerfully built. Yet his movement technique alone placed him at Tier 2 mastery. Ning Feng himself hadn't even registered his approach. And moreover, a level 1 monstrous beast possessed formidable defenses. Yet this man had ended its life in mere seconds, wielding only a short blade. Lieutenant Zhang, were the Star Realm invaders in Linhai City rat wolves? Mo Yafu hurriedly asked. And if true, it explained why this Star Realm incursion had been classified Orange Level 2. In Zhang Jun's expression softened slightly upon recognizing Mo Yafu. And thus his tone remained seething with anger. The Martial Alliance fools. And they arrogantly assumed they could contain this crisis alone, sending nothing but first-rank martial artists at first. By the time our military arrived it was already too late. And rat wolves were among the rarest of monstrous beasts. They possessed extraordinary offensive power and uncanny mimicry. And after invading Blue Planet, they imitated humans, even mastering human speech within hours. Of course their imitation remained crude. Not careful observer could spot them instantly. But the Martial Alliance's martial artists lacked such expertise. They perished almost immediately upon entering the zone. Worse, the Martial Alliance failed to notify the military upon realizing the severity, resulting in 0 survivors across the entire infected region. Mo Yafu fell silent. And tensions between the Martial Alliance and the military were not hers to meddle in. Ratwolves. Ning Feng's pulse quickened. Has this crisis been resolved? Zhongjun glanced at him, but offered. Instead, he turned toward the front chamber of the office. You've come to the military affairs office seeking materials. And ask no further questions, involve yourselves in no other affairs. Lei Yuntao hastily bowed deferentially. Director Zhang is absolutely correct. NWE civilians have no right interfering in military matters. You brash youth, keep your mouth shut. Did I give you permission to speak? Zhongjun spun around sharply, fixing Lei Yuntao with a stern glare. Director Zhang I. Lei Yuntao's face flushed crimson. He stammered, speechless. Humph. Come in. Were it not for his niece standing nearby, his temper would have expelled them all on the spot. Inside the chamber, Zhongjun picked up a requisition list. Prices are listed here. Choose what you need. He tossed it to Lei Yuntao without another word. Lei Yuntao caught it swiftly, but one glance made him wince. These prices are exorbitant. Level 1 Beast Spirit Core costs 10,000 Alliance credits. Beast Essence, 20,000 Alliance credits. Lieutenant Zhang, these rates rival those of the Martial Alliance. Lei Yuntao grimaced. Then go buy from them. My office does not welcome you. Zhongjun slammed the table, furious. Fine, I'll buy it. Lei Yuntao bowed repeatedly. He knew the Martial Alliance's stock of spirit cores paled beside the military's. Walking out now would surely incur Zhongjun's wrath. Never again would he be permitted entry. Besides, his elder brother had tasked him with acquiring spirit cores, and failure meant returning empty-handed. And that he knew would earn him a brutal beating. Sigh. Nate even planned to skim part of his brother's funds, but that was now impossible. He marked his selections on the list and handed it back. Zhongjun scanned it, frowning. So many. Are the Lei clan preparing to feed 1 core to each member to prolong their lives? Lei Yuntao had requested no fewer than 1,000 beast spirit cores. No, not at all. Lei Yuntao hastily summarized the events of the past 2 days involving the 3 clans. Potential enhancement pills. Blood replenishing pills. Zhongjun repeated the names, a faint sneer curling his lips. Thuff, he said nothing more. Since the order is confirmed, settle payment first. Then my men will escort you to the warehouse. After Lei Yuntao swiped his card and paid, Zhongjun dismissed him with a curt wave. Those 3 clans. Utter fools, he muttered once Lei Yuntao had left the chamber. Uncle Zhang, could the alchemist be fraudulent? Mo Yafu sat beside him, voice tinged with gossipy interest. Though I'm no alchemist myself, years of working alongside them have given me insight into medicinal arts. That blood replenishing pill cannot save any of those 3 clans. They likely hired an imposter, some charlatan posing as a certified practitioner. Mo Yafu recoiled, astonished yet electrified. Surely not. They verified his credentials through the Alchemist's Guild. It should be legitimate. Zhongjun shook his head. Verification only confirms the existence of such a person, not whether the alchemist serving the Lei clan is truly him. As he spoke, his gaze drifted to Ning Feng, standing quietly beside Mo Yafu. Is this your boyfriend, niece? He appraised Ning Feng up and down. Physique is decent. Face bears resemblance to your father in his youth. Thuff, he looks far too green. Mo Yafu's cheeks flared crimson. Uncle Zhang, how dare you speak so carelessly? Nei's my partner, Ning Feng. Partner? Zhongjun was taken aback. Hai Yafu then introduced Ning Feng's identity and the tasks she was about to undertake. After hearing this, Zhongjun looked at Ning Feng, his expression slightly moved. A high school student had actually become a first-class pharmacist. Even having seen so many pharmacists, he had never heard of such talent. Your name is Ning Feng. Yes. Ning Feng nodded. Zhongjun then turned to a computer, entered some information, and searched for a while. He then said, you live in the Happiness Community, which falls within the area currently under military control. Although the interstellar crisis is a bit troublesome, it is generally under control. In a couple of days, we should be able to begin the cleanup work. So you need not worry about whether your family will be in danger. If there is any danger, the military will definitely send people to evacuate the civilians to safe zones in advance. Ning Feng was taken aback by this, not expecting that the other party searched for information just to answer his earlier question. Thank you. However, Zhongjun frowned and continued, the weasel-like beasts are very cunning. Although the military has sealed off the invasion area, a few may escape. It would be best to keep your family indoors at night for the next few days. Every time the interstellar invasion occurs, many people die, and this cannot be avoided. The military can only guarantee the safety of the majority. Now with the interstellar invasion, they will at least send troops in to rescue. In the past, once an interstellar presence was detected, heavy weapons would be immediately employed to bomb and cleanse the area, ensuring the maximum possible extermination of all beasts. Alright, I understand. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. Since you are going to open a pharmacy to sell potions and pills, I happen to have a batch of high-quality spirit cores, and I can sell them to you at wholesale prices. After saying this, Zhang Jun took out a new purchase list. Ning Feng glanced at it, and was immediately surprised, thinking that if Lei Yuntao saw it, he would definitely be furious. The price list showed level 1 Beast Spirit Core priced at 2,000 Alliance coins. Level 5 Beast Spirit Core priced at 8,000 Alliance coins. Level 1 Beast Spirit Core priced at 1,200 Alliance coins. Level 1, a Level 5 Beast Spirit Core priced at 2,000 Alliance coins. After reviewing the prices on this list, Ning Feng felt it was practically like getting them for free. This price is simply too favorable. Uncle Zhang, you know, I will need a lot of spirit cores for the pharmacy. Could you lower the price a bit more? Hai Yafu, however, pouted and continued to bargain. If I lower it further, I'll have to answer for it up top. In the end, Zhang Jun had no choice but to remove some smaller amounts. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Hai Yafu gave Ning Feng a triumphant look. Ning Feng secretly gave her a thumbs up. Having saved so much cost, even if someone wanted to engage in a price war with Fengyuan Pharmacy, they could hold their ground. Forget it. These low-level spirit cores are not of much use anyway. Zhang Jun was well aware of their thoughts, but the spirit cores sold by the military are basically all internal rejections that are no longer needed. Only high-grade spirit cores would be kept. These low-grade spirit cores are piled up like mountains on the front lines, and they can't even be picked up. The ones that can be reclaimed are still of relatively good quality. Of course, he could not give all of them away for free. That would be against the rules. Hayafa was not polite either. She dragged Ning Feng and directly swept the quality spirit cores from the list. Then she also ordered several hundred portions of beast essence. Ning Feng, is this enough? It's enough. Ning Feng calculated that Hai Yafu had bought at least over 1,000 spirit cores, and they were all at least level 6. She also bought 500 portions of white beast essence. The spirit cores would be used to refine bone growth pills, while the beast essence would be used to refine spirit gathering pills. Thinking about how many pills he was about to refine, Ning Feng felt a bit overwhelmed. Taking the list, Zhang Jun, he then said, in the future, if you need to buy spirit cores and beast essence, just send me a message, and I will have someone deliver them to you. You can settle the payment later, there's no rush now. As the head of the military office, his authority is quite substantial. As long as the final payment matches up, it is fine. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. If my father knew you were treating me so well, he would definitely be very happy. Hai Yafa said, full of joy. Hearing this, Zhang Jun also recalled the moments spent with Hai Dage as they were comrades who served together and fought side by side on the beast battlefields. Sigh. Contact me again if anything comes up. Zhang Jun let out a sigh. When Ning Feng and Hai Yafu left the military office, he then asked, is Lieutenant Zhang a comrade of your father? Yes. My father was a third-grade source warrior sacrificed on the battlefield 5 years ago, and it was Uncle Zhang who brought my father's remains back. Hai Yafa's face showed no sadness, but rather was filled with pride. My father founded the Source Sacred Dojo before enlisting, and his greatest wish was to return to continue running the dojo after the war ended. I believe I am fulfilling his wish now. After saying this, she revealed a confident smile. Next, the two drove back to the Source Sacred Dojo. Within half an hour, the military truck arrived at the underground warehouse. A spirit core is roughly the size of a fist. Over 1,000 of them take up quite a bit of space. Sister Yafu, I'll head back now. I'll come back tomorrow morning. Ning Feng glanced at the time. It was nearly 8 in the evening, and he usually would have been home for dinner by now. As for refining pills, that could only wait until tomorrow. Wait a moment. Hai Yafa seemed to remember something. She ran into the cold storage and took out a black box, saying, here are the processed level 1 beast grassy bulls. Although grassy bulls are of a lower grade, they provide a significant amount of vitality energy, making them very suitable for martial artists like you. Receiving the box, Ning Feng felt it weighed at least 50 pounds. Sister Yafa, where did you buy this? He asked, curiously, feeling a warmth in his heart. You can't buy it. I brought it back after killing them during my training in the interstellar realm. Don't worry, these steaks have been processed by the Military Alliance's food service department, and you can just grill them to eat directly. Hai Yafu said with a smile. Then you don't need it. I'm now a second-grade martial artist, and these are of little use to me. It's a waste to leave them in storage, so I'd rather give them to you to replenish your vitality. Thank you, Sister Yafu. Ning Feng did not stand on ceremony. At the same time, he noted down the Military Alliance's food service department. After all, he still had 20 pieces of gray-patterned giant python meat in his system warehouse. In the end, Ning Feng declined Hai Yafa's offer to drive him home, and chose to take the nearest subway instead. It wasn't out of pretentiousness. Sitting in a car for an entire afternoon had left him feeling dizzy, and the subway was simply more comfortable. The doors are about to close. Please pay attention to safety when boarding or alighting. The next station is... Ning Feng was fortunate to find an empty seat after boarding. Taking the subway back from the city, he should arrive home before 9 o'clock. After sitting down, Ning Feng, feeling bored, opened his phone and discovered a flurry of messages on WeChat. 1603, brother, when are you coming home? 1701, brother, mom made a feast today, wait until you come back to eat. 1800, brother, why aren't you replying to my messages? I won't pay attention to you anymore. 1900, brother, you aren't angry with me, are you? Video call missed. 1953, brother, why haven't you come back yet? You're not answering your phone. Are you still at the Yuan Shangdao Pavilion? I want to come find you. Most of the messages were from his little sister Xiao Bailu. Surprisingly, he also received a message from Xiao Jingzhe. 1954, Bailu said she wants to go out to find you, but I stopped her. If you have time, remember to reply to her. At the same time, Aunt Li also sent him several messages asking when he would be back. After reading, Ning Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He directly made a video call to Xiao Bailu, intending to let his sister know he was safe. Meanwhile, at the Xiao household, Xiao Bailu was lying on the sofa, playing a popular martial arts mobile game, occasionally glancing up at the front door. Why hasn't brother come back yet? Why isn't he replying to my messages? I shouldn't have upset brother today, right? In contrast to her worried expression, Xiao Jingzhe had already changed into a set of clothes, preparing to finish brushing her teeth before returning to her room to continue her training. Is it really necessary to worry about him this much? He's not a child anymore. Xiao Jingzhe asked, standing at the sink. Of course he is our brother. Humph. Xiao Jingzhe did not retort, merely snorting softly. For some reason, with one less person at home, Xiao Bailu felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. Although she clearly disliked Ning Feng now that he wasn't home, she found herself feeling a bit unaccustomed. While she was brushing her teeth and looking at her phone, suddenly a video call notification popped up. Upon seeing the caller's avatar and note, her heart inexplicably tightened. Why is this guy calling me for a video chat? Is he trying to mock me on purpose? The first thought that crossed Xiao Jingzhe's mind was that she had sent him a message today, so he was purposely calling to tease her. Oomph. Xiao Jingzhe maintained a serious expression and directly clicked to answer the video call. Immediately, Ning Feng's gentle smile appeared on screen, and from the background it appeared he was on the subway. Xiao Jingzhe was about to ask him what he was doing, when Ning Feng cheerfully said, Bailu, why are you already brushing your teeth and going to bed so early today? Brother had things to attend to this afternoon, and I didn't have time to check my phone. Were you good at home today? Under normal circumstances, Xiao Bailu would definitely pout and say she was the best. But upon seeing her brushing her teeth, Ning Feng continued, didn't you say yesterday that there was a fun martial arts mobile game you wanted to play with me? When I get back, I'll help you rank up to the peak master. Xiao Jingzhe watched the incessantly chattering boy on the screen, biting her lip, suppressing her inner emotions. Finally, she walked into the living room and shouted, Bailu, your brother is calling. Saying this, she tossed the phone towards the sofa. Oh, why isn't brother calling me? Brother, I'm mad. Meanwhile, on the subway, Ning Feng was utterly confused. He hadn't even finished speaking when he saw the phone angle fly toward the sofa, and then he saw Xiao Bailu looking wronged as she picked up the phone. Bailu. Ning Feng's heart sank at once. He quickly glanced at the note, only to see it clearly labeled as younger sister Jingzhe, not younger sister Bailu. Moreover, their avatars looked very similar. So he had mistakenly called the wrong one. Brother, are you on the subway? Xiao Bailu's mood shifted quickly. Thinking that her brother would come back, soon she felt happy again. Mom. Ning Feng glanced up at the subway station and said, there are still 10 stops left, I should be home in about half an hour. Is that still so long? No worries if you and Jingzhe are tired, just go to sleep first. Ning Feng coughed and said, oh. The two chatted for a few more minutes, but because his sister was busy with ranked matches, she ended the video call. Ning Feng looked at the call record with Xiao Jingzhe and felt a bit overwhelmed. He knew Xiao Jingzhe's personality. She was very competitive and would never admit defeat. Just now he had told her to behave, and once he got back, Xiao Jingzhe would definitely be furious. Forget it, I'll deal with it when I get home. Ning Feng shook his head, feeling a bit helpless. As a straightforward guy, he didn't know how to handle the situation. Next, the subway continued towards the final station, and the number of passengers on the train dwindled. Ning Feng didn't pay it any mind. After all, it was nearly 9 in the evening, well past the peak rush hour. The subway would stop operating at 10 o'clock. Good evening, passengers. We have an urgent notice. Due to line maintenance at Beihai Station, the subway will stop at the next station, so please prepare to alight. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience this may cause. Following this, the announcement repeated several times. Hearing this announcement, Ning Feng frowned. If he got off at the next station, he would have to walk for another 10 minutes to reach his apartment. But there was nothing he could do. Subway service interruptions occasionally occurred. Today he was just having bad luck. In another carriage of the subway, 2 men dressed in black robes and masks with only their eyes visible exchanged glances upon hearing the announcement. What should we do next? One of the shorter men asked in a low voice. The other man glanced at his watch, appearing rather composed. Continue with the plan as scheduled. The two fell silent for a moment. After a while, the shorter man gritted his teeth and said, if it weren't for the military capturing number 1, we wouldn't be acting today. It's fine, number 1 has already been dealt with. Next, we just need to carry out our tasks properly. The Beihai Park station has arrived, and the doors will open on the right side. Due to maintenance on the line ahead, this station is the terminus. Passengers, please disembark in a timely manner. Ning Feng stepped off the subway, and not far from the exit found Beihai Park, a place frequented by the local. However, it had nearly been a year since his last visit. With the darkness making the path unclear, he searched for a map before heading in the direction of home. After walking for about 5 minutes, 2 men in black robes approached as he passed by the outer edge of Beihai Park. As the three brushed past each other, Ning Feng paused slightly, but did not show any unusual reaction and continued on his way. What is that smell? Ning Feng frowned. As he drew closer to the 2 men, he caught a whiff of a familiar odor, foul and fishy, nauseating. When the 2 men disappeared completely into the night, Ning Feng halted. The Shrew clan. A wave of shock surged through him. The odor emanating from the 2 men was identical to that of the shrew he had seen earlier in the military facility's cage. He quickly turned his head, but the men were nowhere to be seen. Are they military personnel, or members of the martial alliance? Ning Feng concluded they couldn't be shrews. Although the Shrew clan is skilled at disguise, their mimicry is quite poor, and they all stand around 1 meter 50 tall. The 2 men he had just seen were at least 1 meter 80 tall. With their shrew-like smell, it was highly likely they had recently encountered the Shrew clan. Thus Ning Feng speculated they were either military or martial alliance members, as only these 2 groups could come into contact with the Shrew clan. After pondering for several minutes, he still couldn't come to a conclusion. Forget it, I should head home first. No matter who they were, it seemed irrelevant to him. Ning Feng glanced at his watch. It was already past 9. His sister must be waiting for him to return. After walking for a few more minutes, he found himself in front of a narrow alley after passing through Beihai Park. Both ends of the alley were open. Across the way, several trash bins were placed for the convenience of the local residents. The facilities in the previous happy community were not very complete, and Ning Feng had thrown out trash here several times. Glancing into the dark alley, he felt little fear. After all, most martial artists are atheists and do not believe in the existence of ghosts. Only those with lower education or mental issues would interpret the incomprehensible as supernatural events. Crack! At that moment, a sharp sound echoed through the alley, similar to a can falling to the ground. Ning Feng's heart tightened slightly, but he thought it must be the wind knocking over a can from the trash bin. However, there was no wind around. His expression gradually shifted to one of suspicion. Perhaps it was a stray cat or dog rummaging for food in the trash. He then turned on the flashlight on his phone, casting a beam of white light deep into the alley. However, the flashlight was not very powerful, only illuminating a few meters ahead. As for the deepest part of the alley, it was hard to see clearly. Crack! Just as Ning Feng took 2 steps forward, another sound came from deep within the alley. This time he heard it clearly. It sounded like a rat gnawing on wood. A rat. Ning Feng breathed a sigh. It was quite normal for rats to appear around the trash bins. However, the next moment, he quickly picked up a steel bar from the ground. Damn it! Even if it is a rat, why does the sound seem so loud? He finally sensed something was off. He had heard rats gnaw. As a child, he had dealt with rats in his room, kept awake for weeks by their gnawing on the ceiling. It wasn't until Uncle Xiao bought rat poison that all the rats were finally eliminated. In his memory, that sound was very soft, somewhat like gnawing, barely audible unless one listened closely. But now, standing at the alley's entrance, he was dozens of meters away from the trash can. What kind of rat makes a sound that travels so far? However, he did not turn around to leave. Instead, he gripped the steel bar tightly and charged forward. The further he went, the stronger the foul odor became. He had initially thought it was just the smell from the trash, and so he hadn't minded it. But upon smelling this familiar scent, Ning Feng tightened his grip on the steel bar. The Shrew clan. Squeak! Squeak, squeak! As Ning Feng approached, a loud gnawing sound echoed ahead, and he saw a figure crouched over the trash bin. He shone the flashlight forward, finally seeing its true form. It was a giant rat over a meter long, covered in fur, with a tail swishing behind it. As if sensing the light, the giant rat turned its head to look at him. Ning Feng instinctively took a step back, for he saw that this giant rat had a pointed head, a long snout, and red eyes with 2 ears atop its head. Its features resembled a wolf. Half rat, half wolf. The Shrew clan. Squeak! The shrew dropped the half-eaten food and crawled toward Ning Feng. Its speed rapidly increased, reaching Ning Feng's side in less than 2 seconds. Then it opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and lunged at Ning Feng's neck. Die! Ning Feng reacted quickly, swinging the steel bar with both hands and smashing it down on the shrew's head. Bang! The shrew was struck hard, its body flying back toward the trash bin, crashing into it with a loud noise. A resident from an upstairs apartment opened their window, shouting down angrily. What are you doing making a ruckus at this hour? I have to work tomorrow, so take your noise home. Huff. Ning Feng exhaled sharply, adrenaline surging through him as he poured all his strength into striking the shrew. Is it dead? He looked at the figure lying on the trash bin, his tone filled with doubt. Squeak. The shrew got back up, its eyes turning a deeper shade of red, a menacing aura emanating from it. Upon sensing this aura, Ning Feng's expression stiffened. A first-tier mutant beast. This damned shrew, its level has actually reached first tier. He recalled being chased by a first-tier gray-patterned python yesterday, and his heart sank. Why would a first-tier shrew appear here? Was it possibly escaped from the invading Star Realm? He remembered Director Zhang's warning today that although the Star Realm crisis had been largely controlled, there was still a possibility of mutant beasts escaping. He had also been cautioned not to let his family out at night. Ning Feng never expected to encounter a shrew on it. Moreover, its level had reached first tier. Ning Feng glanced behind him. If he wanted to run now, he could probably. But what about this shrew? Just a short distance away was Happy Community. What if it fled into the community? Thinking of this, Ning Feng gritted his teeth and charged forward again, this time, much calmer, not swinging wildly as he had before. As he approached the shrew, he decisively unleashed a martial skill. A loud bang echoed as the weasel was struck heavily, its chest caving and causing its body to tumble backward for several meters. Ning Feng glanced at his right hand. As the steel bar struck the weasel's body, it also cut into his hand, causing blood to drip down his fingers onto the ground. However, he did not let his guard down. How could a first-tier beast be killed merely with a whirlwind strike? Immediately after, the weasel got back up from a distance. This time it did not rush to attack. Instead, it stared at Ning Feng with blood-red eyes, as if it had realized the formidable strength of its opponent. Yet it also chose not to flee. Instead, it leaped forcefully, jumping directly onto the 3-meter-high wall, then sprinted swiftly along the wall towards him. Damn, what a cunning beast. Seeing this scene, Ning Feng couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. This weasel was not only incredibly defensive and fast, but also cunning. But he was only shocked for a moment, and did not let fear consume him. He bit his tongue to dispel the shock, and raised the steel bar into a defensive stance. Beasts are still beasts. Come on, watch me kill you. In the next moment, the weasel leaped from the wall, pouncing at Ning Feng like a hungry wolf. Screech. The weasel landed on Ning Feng, its teeth biting down hard on the steel bar, producing a deafening. Ning Feng used all his strength to block the weasel's bite, but before he could muster more power, a glint of cunning flashed in the weasel's eyes. He saw its thick tail swing violently towards the back of his head. Damn! As the tail was about to strike his head, Ning Feng quickly shifted downwards, then kicked fiercely at the weasel's abdomen with both feet. Bang! This time, both Ning Feng and the weasel were sent flying backward. Ning Feng landed on his back with a dull thud, crashing heavily against the wall. The weasel staggered back a few steps, but did not fall. After shaking its wolf head, it chose to leap towards the wall once again. Alo! This time it knew that its opponent had completely exhausted his energy. With a howl, the weasel's fur bristled, its claws extended several centimeters, and its body grew significantly larger. At this moment, a full moon hung in the sky behind them. The weasel's shadow on the ground beneath the wall gradually quickened, finally, casting a long shadow directly over Ning Feng. On the 3rd floor, an elderly woman who had just opened the window to yell downstairs heard the continuous commotion below and couldn't help but curse. What the hell is going on? Can't you just go home if you're drunk? A man lying in bed looking at his phone shook his head and said, forget it, it's not a big deal, don't meddle in other people's business. We have to work tomorrow. What time is it still making noise at night? How are we supposed to sleep? The woman was so angry that she didn't even want to apply her face mask and put on her slippers to head out. What are you doing? I'm going to reason with them. What kind of madness is this at night? The woman was the landlord of the building and felt the need to check out the situation. Otherwise, if this happened, often no other tenants would want to continue renting. Oh dear. What business is it of yours, you old hag? What if they get violent with you? The man put down his phone and advised. The woman began to hesitate. Indeed, what if this drunkard attacked her? But just then, bang. Another loud crash echoed from downstairs. No way. I have to go check. How can it be so noisy like this? The woman's temper flared again, and she was determined to teach that drunken. Oh dear. Wait a moment, if not I'll just call the police. The man hurriedly put on his slippers and followed. If the situation was bad, he had to stop his wife calling the police to have them take the drunkard away. Thump, thump, thump. The couple hurried down from the 3rd floor to the 1st. Oh dear, I forgot to take the key. Arriving at the door, the woman slapped her forehead, realizing that the main door locks automatically at 9 in the evening and could only be opened with a key. The so-called key was actually an information card issued to each household by the management. This way, even if someone illegally entered the building, there would be a record. No worries, my phone can unlock it. The man opened an app on his phone. Since many people often forgot to bring their keys, this app allowed users to store their information to unlock the door by swiping their phone. Ding, door opened successfully. The prompt sounded and the door slowly opened. I'm going to see. Who the hell is making noise at night? The woman rushed out eager to teach the young man a good lesson. Oh dear, you should talk properly with people. The man hurried to follow. However, before he could finish his sentence, he stood frozen in place. His phone dropped with a thud to the ground, his expression completely frozen, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Beast! Beast! He saw a young man standing not far away, and against the wall was an incredibly fat rat. Upon seeing this, the woman immediately blacked out and fainted on the ground. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, several flying motorcycles were rapidly patrolling the vicinity of the community. Leading them was a woman in a black leather outfit that accentuated her figure both cold and alluring. Ma'am, this area has been searched and no traces of beasts were found. The woman glanced down, her expression filled with anger. What on earth is going on? Why did several weasels appear throughout the city overnight? And they are all above. First, behind the woman, several people were dragging 3 weasel corpses, one of which was over 2 meters long. Ma'am, don't know either. The group trailing behind wore gray martial arts uniforms with a dojo emblem on their backs and prominently displayed 2 large characters on their chests. Martial Alliance. Hearing this, the woman's expression darkened further. In less than half an hour, several disturbances erupted in the urban area of Lehigh City with casualties exceeding 1,000. The weasels, which originally only appeared in Mo family village's Star Realm, now inexplicably showed up all over the city. Even if that damned weasel can mimic humans, it shouldn't be able to completely hide its traces. What is the military doing? Why did the weasels appear throughout the city from the quarantine zone? Thinking that these weasels might have escaped from the quarantine zone, the woman's anger escalated, and she directly cursed at the military in front of her subordinates. Hearing the woman's words, several subordinates instantly trembled, unsure of how to respond. And madam, there has been no disturbance in this area. Shall we move to the next one? After a moment, one subordinate asked. By now they had reached above Beihai Park. The woman glanced below, confirming that there were indeed no disturbances caused by beast attacks on the residents. With gritted teeth, she said, proceed to the next area. The flying motorcycle was incredibly fast, almost reaching the speed of sound, allowing them to arrive at the next area in mere seconds. Just as the woman prepared to accelerate away, a sudden noise reached her ears. Bang! Her acute hearing caught the sound of a collision from below. Wait! The woman halted the motorcycle, sensed the surroundings for a moment, and quickly locked onto a location northwest of Beihai Park. With that, she swiftly piloted the motorcycle in that direction. Get back! Feeling the commotion behind him, Ning Feng shouted angrily at the 2 who had come downstairs. He recognized it as the woman who had shouted from above earlier. He hadn't expected her to run downstairs at such a time. Did she really not fear for her life? The uncle did not faint, but was frightened to the point of weakness. It wasn't until he heard the youth's curses that he snapped back to reality, rushing over to his wife to pull her away. At that moment, on the wall, a swollen ferret-like creature glared hungrily at the 3 humans in front of it. The next instant, it pushed off with its feet leaping suddenly downward. This time it chose not to attack Ning Feng, but charged directly at the 2 humans. The uncle was filled with shock and regret at this sight. Had he known, he would have stopped his wife from coming down. Damn beast! As the ferret leaped above him, a glimmer of light flashed in Ning Feng's eyes. He gripped the steel bar like a spear, inhaled deeply, and released arcs of lightning from his mouth. The lightning spread from his arm, enveloping the entire steel bar. At the same time, he moved slightly, and 2 shadows appeared beside him. Phantom images overlapped. The second stage of movement technique. At that moment, the ferret leaped above the 2, and the uncle, terrified, closed his eyes, fainting completely to the ground. A gleam of triumph appeared in the ferret's eyes. By consuming these 2 humans, it would regain all its energy. It could also easily deal with the remaining human. It opened its mouth wide, sharp teeth aimed at the target, ready to kill the human in a single bite. And in that instant, Ning Feng's 3 figures converged, his legs slightly bent as he leaped fiercely the steel bar, tracing a brilliant arc through the air resembling a thunder dragon slicing through the night sky. Wind Song Thunder Slash. Ning Feng shouted loudly, his body radiating blue light as he thrust at the ferret with ferocity. Boom. The strike was like a dragon. The thunder dragon pierced through the ferret's body, blood splattering instantly, painting the sky red. With a bang, the ferret's body fell to the ground, its eyes wide open in shock. Why had this human suddenly become so powerful? Bang! Ning Feng's body crashed heavily to the ground. Using the Wind Song Thunder Slash had nearly exhausted all his energy. It would take him a long time to recover. Oh whoa! At that moment, the pierced ferret surprisingly did not die immediately, but howled at the sky. Damn it! Seeing this, Ning Feng was shocked, but quickly propped himself up, wanting to continue the fight. As he approached the ferret, he noticed that the ferret lay motionless as if it were dead. Die! Ning Feng did not let his guard down, swinging the steel bar down hard onto the ferret's head. Again and again. Until the ferret's head was reduced to a pulp, he finally collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Above them, when several subordinates arrived, they saw the woman on the motorcycle, her expression filled with disbelief. The earlier scene had shocked her immensely. She was still processing what had just happened. Madam. The others looked on puzzled. No, look below quickly. One person immediately reminded them. They quickly looked down, and upon seeing the scene below, their faces were filled. They saw a bloodied youth sitting on the ground beside a mutated ferret, which was completely dead. Is that one of our Martial Alliance members? No, there aren't any members that young in the Martial Alliance. Could he be a rogue cultivator? But why would he take action? As they were both shocked and puzzled, the woman jumped off the motorcycle and landed steadily on the ground. At this moment, Ning Feng sensed movement behind him and quickly picked up the steel bar, standing up. I am not a beast. Seeing the youth about to attack, the woman immediately spoke up. Upon realizing the youth's situation, her shock, this youth was definitely under 20 years old. Based on his chi and blood values, he hadn't even broken through to the first rank. How could he possibly kill a first-tier ferret with such a low level of power? The woman was deeply shaken, her gaze toward Ning Feng filled with wonder. Sir. Several subordinates also jumped down immediately. Ning Feng glanced at their martial uniforms and understood their identities. I killed this beast. The other two should just be unconscious. If you don't need me to file a report, I'll be on my way now. With that, he tossed aside the charred steel bar and prepared to wait. I am Lung Bingning, the leader of the Martial Alliance in Linhai City. If possible, please leave a contact number. The woman hurriedly said. Hearing this, Ning Feng halted his steps and replied. My name is Ning Feng, a senior at Linhai No. 1 high school, living in Xingfu community. As for a contact number, forget it. He didn't want to cause any trouble, nor did he want his sister and uncle and aunt to worry because of his injuries. Fortunately, he had not sustained serious injuries, only his right hand had a severe abrasion, but he could just apply some medicine and wrap it with a bandage when he returned. No. Lung Bingning walked closer. Upon learning he was just a student, her resolve deepened. Since they said they would compensate him, he certainly wouldn't refuse. The Martial Alliance will compensate you with 500,000 Alliance coins. Compensation. Ning Feng was taken aback. He had no intention of taking the ferret's body home, as it was foul and smelly, and he wouldn't dare eat it even as a food resource. Since they said they would compensate him, he certainly wouldn't refuse. The Martial Alliance will compensate you with 500,000 Alliance coins and a high-grade chi and blood potion. Additionally, because you successfully killed the ferret, preventing a greater disaster, I will report to the governing hall to grant you the title of City Hero. Ning Feng initially wanted to say that cash would suffice, and he didn't care for titles. But then Lung Bingning continued, the City Hero title can help you gain an extra 30 points in your college entrance examination, and C9 Martial University will admit you based on the undergraduate line. After saying this, she took out a jade bottle and handed it to Ning Feng. You've been injured. This is a personal healing pill for you. It can heal any injury that isn't a severed limb or decapitation. Thank you. This time Ning Feng did not act pretentiously, but accepted the healing pill. At the same time he asked, does the title of City Hero come with additional points? Originally he did not intend to be so ostentatious. But in the moment he killed the weasel, he suddenly grasped some truths. A strong person can never remain anonymous. Gaining the title of City Hero might make him famous overnight, and many reporters would rush to his home for interviews. There will definitely be short-term troubles. But with exposure, he could also gain recognition from others, especially from other strong individuals. His path in martial arts would become much smoother in the future. Not to mention the 30-point bonus for college entrance examinations and admissions to C9 universities based on the undergraduate line. This is equally important to him. That's right. This is also a regulation issued by the Alliance. Anyone who makes outstanding contributions to the city can receive this title. Your performance, just now, was already enough. At this point Lung Bingning instinctively glanced at the badge on her shoulder. This badge not only symbolizes identity, but it also contains a miniature camera. Ning Feng's shot just now was impressive even to her. After returning, she would have to watch it several more times. Alright, I accept. Ning Feng did not hesitate and accepted Lung Bingning's arrangement. Next the two exchanged contact information while the members of the Martial Alliance dragged away the body of the weasel, simultaneously notifying professionals to come and clean the area. Ning Feng, see you later. Lung Bingning smiled at Ning Feng while sitting on her motorcycle. Several subordinates were deeply moved by this scene. Since Lung Bingning took office, they had never seen her smile like this. Ning Feng nodded. When he returned home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The lights in the living room were still on. Xiao Bai was lying on the sofa playing games, and quickly looked over when she heard the noise. Brother. She was initially very happy, but upon seeing Ning Feng's tragic state, she froze in place, clearly frightened. Brother, what happened to you? Her voice was choked with tears as she hurriedly asked. At this moment Xiao Jingzhe also walked out from her room. She was not thinking about Ning Feng. Instead she was preparing to return the high-grade blood replenishing potion to him. However, upon seeing Ning Feng covered in blood, his clothes torn to shreds, and his right hand pitch black with a faint smell of burnt flesh, she was also startled. It's fine. Ning Feng had already swallowed the healing pill earlier and felt that his injuries had improved significantly. He couldn't help but think that this pill given by a prominent figure of the martial alliance was indeed effective. Brother, did you get into a fight? Xiao Bai ran to Ning Feng's side, crying as she asked. Xiao Jingzhe sniffed the air, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Did you encounter a beast? Ning Feng was stunned. Jingzhe, how do you know? It really smells like a beast. Xiao Jingzhe clenched her fists. As an outstanding student from Lehigh No. 1 high school, she would participate monthly as a representative in the Tianlu Martial Arts University seminars. The so-called seminar actually gathers elite students from across the province to select the best through various trials. The most critical trial involves real combat with beasts. However, the beasts they face are generally around level 1, with the highest being only level 6. Even so, there are always students who get severely injured each time. Xiao Jingzhe sensed only the smell of beasts on Ning Feng, and this scent was powerful, far exceeding the beasts she had encountered before. Brother, weren't you on the subway? How did you encounter a beast? Brother, you're hurt so badly you'll go call mom and dad to take you to the hospital. Sister, you come help brother too. Xiao Bai was now focused solely on her brother, tears streaming down her face. Bailu, I'm fine. Ning Feng patted her head, then recounted what had happened earlier. At the same time, he emphasized that he had taken the healing pill and that his injuries had improved significantly. A first-level beast from the Weasel clan. The Martial Alliance. Lung Bingning. The title of city hero. Hearing this, the two sisters were completely stunned. Brother, why do I feel like you are telling a movie story? You mean that person's name is Lung Bingning? Xiao Jingzhe was utterly shocked. What Ning Feng said was probably true. Lung Bingning was the leader of the martial branch in Lehigh City with profound strength and a very cold personality. She had once met this person as a representative of her school, while ordinary students might not even know her name. You mean to say you killed a first-level beast? Heavens, that beast is comparable to a first-grade You actually killed it. Brother, you are amazing. Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her brother was truly incredible. Xiao Jingzhe fell silent. Finally, she said, perhaps reporters will come knocking tomorrow for interviews. She initially wanted to tell them to prepare. But she suddenly remembered how she had looked down on Ning Feng a few days ago. She had always thought that Ning Feng was hindering her sister's training. But now it seemed that Xiao Jingzhe was the one who was a frog at the bottom of the well. Ning Feng, is this bottle of potion from you? Xiao Jingzhe took out a bottle of potion from her pocket. Seeing this, Ning Feng nodded. After thinking for a moment, he said, my relationship with shopkeeper Hai is not as complicated as you think. This potion was not given to me by her. He ultimately felt it was necessary to clarify. Simply hiding one's strength is no different from being a coward. Martial arts have flourished to this day, with countless talents among humanity. Every master has gained fame in their youth, slaying their way to achieve the status of a master. Not given by her. Xiao Jingzhe was once again stunned. She thought that Ning Feng had an improper relationship with Hai Yafu, which was why she would give him such a precious potion. She also inquired with her sister. Ning Feng not only gifted her a bottle, but also gave one to her sister. 2 bottles of high-grade blood replenishing potions would cost at least over 200,000. She was still thinking about how wealthy Hai Yafu was. But she never imagined that this potion was not given by her at all. This potion is called Peiyuan San. MHM. Its effects can be said to be several times better than low-grade blood replenishing potions. I personally refined this. Ning Feng said simply. You refined it. Brother, you can refine potions too. The two sisters were once again shocked. How can you refine potions? That is something only alchemists do. Midway through, Xiao Jingzhe covered her mouth. Could it be that you have become an alchemist? MHM, last time I went to the Source Sacred Tao Pavilion shopkeeper, Hai happened to notice that my spiritual power was quite strong and that I had the potential to become an alchemist. Then I tried it out and found it quite simple. Ning Feng smiled as he said. Of course he would never mention this. Even if he did, others would only think he was crazy. Wow. Brother, I really admire you more and more. You're truly amazing. Xiao Bailu's emotional support was overwhelming. She then turned to Xiao Jingzhe and said, Sister, I told you brother Ning Feng is incredible. You used to look down on him, but now you've been proven wrong. Hearing this, the usually calm Xiao Jingzhe's face flushed slightly, and her heart began to race. When did I ever look down on him? At that moment, Xiao Jingzhe dared not look into Ning Feng's eyes. Alright Jingzhe, just take this bottle of Peiyuan powder. Now that I am a pharmacist, we won't lack for potions in our family. Xiao Jingzhe's voice was very weak, like the buzzing of a mosquito, yet it was the first time she had ever listened to Ning Feng's words after so many years. Next, Ning Feng returned to his room, changed into a new set of clothes, and took a shower, washing away the blood on his body, feeling much more comfortable. He had no external injuries, the blood was from the slain weasel that had splattered on him. The events of the night made him experience the feeling of battling exotic beasts, which was both dangerous and exhilarating. This feeling was something he could not experience in the simulation space. Because in the simulation space, no matter what happened, he would never be injured or die. Fortunately, my strength has been increasing rapidly these past 2 days, and I have learned the level martial skill Wind Song Thunder Slash. Ning Feng did not feel that training in the simulation space was meaningless. On the contrary, it could be considered his greatest advantage at the moment. At the same time, his desire to improve his strength became even more urgent. Facing a first-tier exotic beast, he struggled so much. What if he encountered a higher-level exotic beast tonight? Would he still be able to survive? I must become stronger. Not just in the country, but at least in Linhai City, and even the entire Nanhai province. I want to be the strongest martial artist. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Linhai No. 1 High School, Principal Wang, you have been in a meeting until now. Do you want me to take you home to rest? The secretary asked, looking at the principal sitting at the desk. Not yet. Wang Linheng shook his head. Recently the city had been somewhat unstable, and there were reports of many exotic beasts appearing, causing even the alliance leader of the Martial Alliance to go out for rescue. He was now preparing to inform all class teachers that students must not go out for the next few days. When school resumes on Monday, the school will send buses for pickup. Especially for the elite class students, they are the treasures of the school. Each one has the potential to become a true martial artist. If anything were to happen to these students, he as the principal would surely be held accountable if he had not taken protective measures in advance. Just as he forwarded the notice to each class teacher, suddenly the phone on the desk rang. Didi, who is it? Receiving a call in the office late at night puzzled Principal Wang. However, upon hearing the other party's voice, he immediately stood up and bowed repeatedly, saying yes, yes, yes. Is there a student named Ning Feng at your school? He looked up at the secretary. The secretary quickly recalled and remembered that there was indeed a student who had recently transferred from the ordinary class to the elite class named Ning Feng. So he immediately found the class transfer application that the principal had signed. That's right. That's our student. In fact, he is in the elite martial arts class and is an outstanding student. Principal Wang quickly responded while looking at the documents. Leader Lung, did this student do something wrong? Why did you need to call personally? Before he could finish his sentence, Lung Bingning on the other end of the line briefly explained the situation. Hearing this, Principal Wang's expression became increasingly interesting. Really? He really killed a first-tier exotic beast. That's fantastic. Cough, cough. I mean, as expected of our elite class students, they truly are promising youths. A few days ago, I even had a meal with this student. At that time, I felt he was a dragon among men and would definitely become a powerful martial artist in the future. What? You want to award him the title of city hero? Sure. I will cooperate immediately as the school. I'll go to Ning Feng's house tomorrow to offer my congratulations. Don't want me to go? The mayor of the governor's office will personally go. Hearing this, Principal Wang was completely shocked. Even the mayor is going to congratulate him. This matter is likely to stir up the entire Linhai city. No, he must go. Principal Wang knew this was an extremely good opportunity. After hanging up the phone, he immediately instructed the secretary, I won't go home tonight. We will go directly to Ning Feng's house tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, bring Vice Principal Li, who is in charge of publicity, and gather the publicity team and photography team to come to work. This is the biggest event since the founding of Linhai No. 1 High School. Aside from Linhai High School, many organizations in Linhai City received notifications that all entertainment programs on television would be canceled tomorrow for a live broadcast. Many prominent figures in Linhai City would attend. Each organization was responsible for different project contents, but they all heard the same name. Ning Feng, a senior at Linhai No. 1 High School. With bare hands, he killed a first-tier exotic beast, a teenage hero. Even Hai Yafu from the Source Holy Dao Pavilion heard this news. She immediately video called Ning Feng. If she had known earlier, she should have personally sent Ning Feng home. If anything happened to Ning Feng, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Sister Yafu, I'm really fine. Ning Feng connected several calls in a row. Many of them were from people he wasn't very familiar with. Later, he simply set his phone to reject unknown calls. Really okay. Seeing that Ning Feng in the video indeed had no injuries, Hai Yafu felt relieved. From now on, as long as you are at the Source Holy Dao Pavilion, I will personally drive to pick you up. When you leave, I will also personally send you home. No, I will buy you a house here since you are living at your uncle's place, right? Hai Yafu thought of a good idea. That's right. From what she understood, Ning Feng seemed to have been living at his uncle's place, and it wasn't even a close uncle, nor was there any adoption relationship. If she bought Ning Feng a house in the city center, wouldn't that better guarantee his safety? However, upon hearing this, Ning Feng's heart tightened. He had never thought about leaving this home one day. But when his two younger sisters grow up and get married, would he have to? No, he can't leave. At that moment, Xiao Jingzhe, who had been listening to their conversation at the door, said, Bailu. No, Jingzhe. Ning Feng initially thought it was his younger sister Xiao Bailu, only to find it was Xiao Jingzhe. Xiao Jingzhe had also just happened to pass by, and listened for a while, then instinctively shouted out. She didn't know why hearing that Ning Feng was going to move made her suddenly feel anxious. If you move out, Bailu, and our parents will definitely be sad. I have no objections. But you better think it through, Xiao Jingzhe said, lowering her head. No need to think. Yafu, am doing fine living at home now, and I'm not considering moving out for the time being. Ning Feng replied directly. You are about to enter the martial arts simulation training space, current simulation level 80. Please confirm entry. Confirm. Entering. After 11 o'clock at night, Ning Feng sat on the bed and resumed his cultivation. Suddenly darkness enveloped him, and after a while he arrived in a familiar space. Please choose a weapon, long spear. Selection successful. Preparing to enter the simulated training battlefield. Please get ready. Ding, you have arrived at the simulated battlefield, West Coast Gobi Desert. Immediately the scene before Ning Feng transformed into a vast desert. Suddenly a rustling sound echoed beneath his feet. He sensed something and thrust the long spear at a black spot below him. As if feeling the sting, a gray-striped giant python several meters long emerged from the ground. This time Ning Feng was well prepared. Before the gray-striped python could attack, he activated his level martial skill Wind Song Thunder Slash. The lightning figure pierced through the giant python's body. In the next moment, the gray-striped giant python. Ding, you have successfully killed the gray-striped giant python and obtained one first-order beast spirit core X1. You have also received gray-striped giant python, meat X20, bitter gallbladder X1, venomous fangs X2, python skin X1. The battle has concluded. Ning Feng rested for half an hour on the spot. Upon standing up, he felt a surge of vitality and blood within him. Prior to entering the simulation space, he had consumed a bottle of Kai-boosting potion, significantly enhancing his cultivation speed. In the following hours, Ning Feng walked forward while killing beast after beast. In total, more than 10 beasts fell at his hands. Most of them were around first order. Along the way, he discovered that not all oases were guarded by similar shadowy figures. There may have been in the past, but most had been invaded by beasts. While passing by an oasis, Ning Feng prepared to replenish his water only to have a giant crab over 100 meters long emerge from the water. Caught off guard, Ning Feng suffered a heavy blow and was forced to exit the training. Although this attack caused no substantial harm, he still felt intense pain upon dying from severe injuries. He then chose not to re-enter the training space, instead opting to cultivate his mental strength. He did not open his eyes again until 7 in the morning. Ding, your cultivation has concluded. Host Ning Feng, physical quality level 9, vitality 141 calories, punching power 816 kilograms, without using thunder breath, speed 31 milliseconds, without using thunder breath, mental strength level 7, physical cultivation, method great sun flame cultivation, method mental cultivation, method mirror spirit cultivation, method martial skills, fist intense stage 211, spear intense stage 241, body technique stage 209, blade intense stage 1, martial techniques whirlwind / minor success, wind song thunder / minor success. Ning Feng first checked his body and found that the injuries from yesterday had fully healed. Then he noticed the results of this cultivation. My vitality has reached 141 calories. He couldn't help but be startled, because breaking through the standard of a first-order warrior is 150 calories. He never expected to cultivate so quickly. After all, he had only been officially cultivating for about 3 days. In just 3 days, his vitality had risen from the initial 41 calories to the current 141 calories. It was indeed a bit terrifying. Moreover, he remembered that his sister Xiao Jingzhe's vitality was only around 130 calories. This meant that his vitality had already surpassed that of his sister. My mental strength has also reached level 7. Now trying to refine a first-order pill should have a higher success rate. The system previously reminded him that with level 6 mental strength, he could also refine first-order pills. However, Ning Feng knew that the failure rate would definitely be high. The success rate of refining potions and pills is related to the pharmacist's mental strength. The higher the level of mental strength, the higher the success rate. As for the improvement in martial skills, that was within Ning Feng's expectations. However, seeing that his blade intent had also broken through to the first stage, he was still taken aback, because he had never used a blade. But upon closer thought, whether it was whirlwind / or wind song thunder / both martial skills seemed more suited for a long blade rather than a long spear. Even though he had not used a blade as a weapon, the blade intent had still broken through to the first stage. The improvement in martial skills significantly impacts exam scores. Currently, the college entrance examination considers not only vitality and physical quality, but also students' martial skills. Now my vitality and martial skills should be the highest in Linhai No. 1 high school. Ning Feng thought to himself. Since yesterday, when he heard Lung Bingning say that she would wait for him to obtain the title of city hero before C9 University would admit him based on undergraduate standards. This meant that his sights were no longer limited to Tianlu Martial Arts University in Nanhai Province, but rather to the nationally ranked C9 University. Ding ding. 5000 Alliance coins have been credited to your bank card. Just as Ning Feng was contemplating this, his phone suddenly chimed with a notification. Upon opening his phone, he discovered an additional balance of 5000 in his bank account. The payer was listed as Linhai City Martial Alliance. They transferred it to me so quickly. Ning Feng couldn't help but feel surprised. He had expected it to take at least a week for the process. He never expected it to arrive the next day. Meanwhile, at Linhai City Broadcasting Station. As the provincial capital, Linhai City's economy may not be outstanding, but its entertainment programs are renowned nationwide. Today, all television stations in Linhai City canceled entertainment programming and switched to a live broadcast. Hello everyone, good morning. I am your good friend Wang Binbin. As a reporter today, we will accompany you to interview a city hero. I heard he is also a high school student. A sweet-looking female reporter greeted the camera before boarding the live broadcast vehicle heading towards the destination. At this time it was rush hour and many office workers hurried to catch the subway while looking at their phones. Not only the television stations, but also various online platforms were heavily promoting this live broadcast. What's going on? Why has the morning weather forecast turned into a live broadcast? I can't even bother to point that out. Who watches weather forecasts in the morning? It's just to see the beautiful host. Miss Binbin is also very pretty, so cute. City hero. What the heck? It seems there was a disturbance in the downtown area last night, but it was resolved immediately. Nonsense. I don't know what happened in my neighboring community, but dozens of people died overnight. Did the beasts attack the city? Oh my. I live near Beihai Park, and when I went out this morning, I found a lane covered in blood. It was I can understand the city hero, but why is it related to high school students? Are today's high school students did they really defeat the beasts? What nonsense, they probably just helped to report the incident. Today's high school students are nothing like we used to be. I agree, today's high school students are like sheltered flowers, too well protected. Linhai City is the provincial capital, yet every year's college entrance exam results are still worse than those in less developed areas. It's truly a pity to entrust the country to these young people. I really don't feel reassured. Alright, we've now arrived at a residential area near Beihai Park. There will be many influential figures coming to pay their respects shortly. We just need to follow behind and look for opportunities to conduct interviews. Wang Binbin jumped down from the live streaming vehicle. In front of the entrance of the happiness community, dozens of official vehicles were already parked with the first few cars sporting license plates numbered 00001 and 00002, which looked quite intimidating. Many residents in the community were preparing to go to work. Upon seeing the commotion downstairs, they were all taken. Even if a top scorer from the college entrance examination emerged from this community, such a spectacular scene would still be unlikely, right? Moreover, it is only March, 3 months away from the exam. Alright, the vehicles parked in front are our mayors from Lehigh City. Wang Binbin was just about to introduce. At that moment, the sound of helicopters suddenly echoed from above the community. After a while, several military helicopters were seen. The military has sent people too. Oh my goodness. This situation is indeed a bit frightening. I can understand the mayor coming to pay respects, but why has the military sent someone? Look, someone is descending from the helicopter. The live stream's audience was rapidly increasing from just over 10,000 viewers at the beginning. It now approached 1 million. Lehigh City has just over 10 million residents. This means that at least 1/10 of the population is watching this live broadcast. At that moment, a few helicopters were seen landing on the rooftop of a building. Then several soldiers in military uniforms jumped steadily from the building. Everyone in the live stream was momentarily stunned by this scene. This building is at least several dozen meters high, and they just jumped down like that. Warriors are truly powerful. Only a few can become warriors through cultivation. Most are ordinary people. Upon witnessing this, they wished they could join the military immediately and become powerful warriors. Soon after the military representative arrived, several motorcycles were seen approaching from the sky not far away. Leading them was Lung Bingning. A bunch of show-offs. Lung Bingning glanced at the military representatives below and snorted coldly. They could have driven here, yet insisted on performing this stunt. The military merely wanted to use this live broadcast for some publicity. Leader Lung, how should we go down? Park at the parking lot. Lung Bingning said as she drove her motorcycle to the parking lane outside the community and then got off to walk into the community. Her appearance shocked many viewers in the live stream. Wow, how can a motorcycle fly up into the sky? So cool. Who is this woman? She looks so stunning. She is Lung Bingning, the leader of the Lehigh City Martial Arts Alliance. Don't you all know this? Wow, a big figure from the Martial Alliance. Heavens. Does this woman have at least the strength of a third-tier warrior? Incredible. What is happening today? Not only has the mayor come, but also figures from the military and the Martial Alliance. Everyone grew curious about this high school student who had earned the title of city hero. From the live stream, it seemed this community was not a wealthy area, but rather a very ordinary one. It is known that the strength of warriors is also tied to wealth. Without substantial financial backing, many warriors cannot advance far along the path of cultivation. What qualifications does an ordinary high school student from a regular community have to earn the title of city hero? How could she draw so many significant figures to the scene? Meanwhile, downstairs in the community Lehigh City, Mayor Xiao Jingzhe stood in front of a vehicle conversing with the military representative. They halted their discussion when Lung Bingning approached. Bingning, The military representative was a robust man in his 30s looking at Lung Bingning with a hint of unnoticeable delight in his eyes. Lei Ming, stop pretending to be a good person here. Tell me, why did the Rat Wolf clan escape from the quarantine area last night? Is your military just eating and doing nothing? Lung Bingning didn't care about the other's face directly questioning him in front of everyone. Hearing this, Lei Ming's face showed a hint of embarrassment. However, he still explained, I have already sent people to investigate the matter in the quarantine area, but according to the information I received, the beast from the Star Realm did not escape from there. Last night, after learning that the Rat Wolf clan had appeared all over the city, he was also greatly surprised. He immediately sent people to the quarantine area. However, there was indeed no problem there. Moreover, the locations where the Rat Wolves appeared were quite strange. They seemed to appear at fixed points in the city and were not sighted after escaping from the quarantine area. It was more like they were deliberately released by someone. Hehe. Whether it is the corpses of the killed beasts or the captured living ones, they have all been controlled by your military. This incident is entirely your military's responsibility. Lung Bingning was not trying to shirk responsibility. She was genuinely furious. According to statistical data, the number of people killed by beast attacks last night exceeded 3,000 with over 10,000 injured. Ultimately, more than 20 rat wolves were killed. Each of them had a strength reaching around the first tier, and several were even close to the second tier. At the same time, Lung Bingning noticed that the stronger rat wolves appeared predominantly in densely populated areas. In sparsely populated areas, the strength of the rat wolves was relatively weaker. This indicates that there must be an organization behind all this. Moreover, she now strongly suspected it was someone from within the military. Leader Lung, Lieutenant Lei Ming, could you both do me a favor and stop arguing for now? The mayor Xiao Jingzhe kindly urged. The military, the governing hall, and the martial alliance are the standard trio of organizations in every city within the alliance. The governing hall is responsible for managing political affairs, mainly dealing with ordinary people. The military manages the army with thousands of troops stationed in every city, primarily to guard against invasions by beasts from the Star Realm. The status of the martial alliance is even more transcendent. Because the martial alliance oversees all warriors, any warrior above the first tier must report to the martial alliance upon arriving in this city. The martial alliance manages warriors in two ways. One is registered warriors, and the second is official warriors. For example, the subordinates following Lung Bingning are official warriors of the martial alliance, enjoying salaries and allowances. They can be considered relatively special civil servants. However, they can only act according to the martial alliance's orders and generally cannot cross into areas belonging to other martial alliance branches. Then there are the registered warriors. Achieving the strength of a first-tier warrior allows them to register with the martial alliance. By reporting monthly, they can receive a stipend, with the stipend increasing based on their warrior level. First-tier warriors receive a stipend of 10,000 alliance coins per month. Second-tier warriors receive 30,000 alliance coins per month. Third-tier warriors receive 100,000 alliance coins per month. The benefits for higher-tier warriors are even greater, but they are not interested in such small amounts. However, for those who have just reached the first tier, it is still quite appealing. Lung Bingning let out a cold snort and ignored Lei Ming. In the past, she would have definitely caused a scene at the military over what happened last night. But today she was here for Ning Feng. So she suppressed her emotions and did not argue with Lei Ming. Seeing this, Xiao Jingzhe wiped the sweat from his face. Although he was the mayor of Linhai City, the military and the martial alliance held a position beyond his control. If these two got into a heated argument, or even a fight here, the higher-ups would definitely hold him accountable in the end. Then let's go first. This student, named Ning Feng, should be living on the third floor, right? After saying that, Xiao Jingzhe hurriedly walked upstairs. Bingning. Lei Ming wanted to explain, but Lung Bingning completely ignored him and directly followed him upstairs. Seeing this, many media reporters behind them hurriedly followed. They were all very curious about what kind of student could attract the visit of three prominent figures from Linhai City. From the looks of this community, it seemed quite ordinary. Growing up in such an environment, how could he possibly kill a beast and earn the title of city hero? It seemed a bit unbelievable. Meanwhile, on the third floor at the Xiao residence, Li Wanfang was the first to get up. She was responsible for breakfast at home and woke up every morning at 6. She was used to cooking while listening to the morning news broadcast. This is the early morning news live from Linhai City. Today our reporters have arrived at the foot of the building where the student awarded the title of city hero lives. We will soon interview this city hero. According to preliminary reports, a beast attacked the city last night, causing significant casualties. And there was also a beast near Beihai Park. Beihai Park. Hearing this, Li Wanfang accidentally dropped the spatula in her hand onto the floor. Beihai Park is right next to the Xingfu community. Did a beast really appear here last night? That's terrifying. Wait a minute, Xiao Feng seemed to have not come back last night. Li Wanfang went to bed relatively early last night. After knowing that her daughter had a video call with Ning Feng, she went to sleep with her husband. The thought of Ning Feng possibly encountering a beast on his way home made her anxious. Xiao Feng. She ran to Ning Feng's door in her slippers and turned the doorknob. Finding that the door did not open, she felt a little relieved. If Ning Feng hadn't come home, the door shouldn't be locked from the inside. He must still be sleeping in. She patted her chest and finally felt at ease. Then she returned to the kitchen to continue making breakfast. Everyone, don't panic. Although a beast appeared at Beihai Park, before it could wreak havoc on the city, someone discovered it. That's right, this person is our city hero. Thanks to him, Beihai Park is the only area in Linhai City that did not experience a beast riot. In the live broadcast room, many netizens were astonished upon hearing this news. Wow, I live right next to— oh my god, we escaped the beast's attack. Previously, my husband insisted on buying a house near Beihai Park. I was unhappy because several of my friends bought in the city center. Who would have thought that my friend was attacked by a beast last night and is still lying in the hospital unconscious? I just thought this was a small matter, but it happened right next to me. Who is this city hero? I want to send him a banner at his workplace. I also want to thank him. I heard that the beasts that appeared last night were of high level. How did he manage to deal with this beast? Could he be a formal martial artist? What is the military and martial alliance doing? They can't handle beasts, yet he's stronger than them all. Shouldn't all formal martial artists join the martial alliance? Maybe this hero is from the martial alliance. Isn't it true that the official just gave him a title? Isn't there any real rewards? Exactly. Don't just comfort him with a title. They can give him a house or money. Expecting heroes to sacrifice and cry is that the official attitude. The beast has been dealt with. Hearing this, Li Wanfeng let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, she felt grateful to this hero. If possible, she would also prepare a banner to send to his workplace. In her view, anyone who could kill a beast must be a formal martial artist, likely over 30 years old. Alright, our reporters have arrived downstairs. This is the community near Beihai Park, and it is said that this city hero lives here. The live broadcast shifted from the studio to the foot of a building in a community. Li Wanfeng instinctively glanced over. Her spatula nearly fell to the ground again. Isn't this Xingfu community? She realized that the entrance of her own community appeared in the footage. In the footage, besides the reporter, there were many camera-carrying uncles and reporters with microphones and several official vehicles in front. Li Wanfeng even saw the principal's special vehicle from her school. However, the principal's car could only line up at the back and could not get close. What is going on? Could this city hero also live in Xingfu community? Li Wanfeng was surprised, and having a formal martial artist living in the community is much better than those elderly security guards arranged by the property management. Saying this, she walked to the balcony, opened the window, and indeed saw a crowd gathered downstairs. Old Xiao, get up quickly. A city hero has emerged in our community. Li Wanfeng, with a sense of gossip, pulled Xiao Xingbin up. What? Xiao Xingbin, still half asleep, was directly pulled up. Oh, isn't it just one city hero? He had not finished speaking when he paused, staring wide-eyed. Could there have been a beast attack here? Although he was not a civil servant, he worked at a state-owned enterprise and knew well the significance of the title of city hero as a technician. Because this title can add 30 points to college entrance exams. He remembered this so well because there were 3 high school students at home. He had previously complained to his colleagues that only formal martial artists could obtain this title. How could a high school student earn it? Unless a martial artist who never attended university obtained this title and then applied for college. However, to get into a martial arts university, even an extra 30 points is not that easy. So he complained that this was just to fool the common people. Is it really from our community? Xiao Xingbin put on his slippers and ran to the balcony. In his memory, there seemed to be no formal martial artists living in the community. Most of them were students. Among them, in terms of strength, his eldest daughter was the best, with hopes of breaking through to a formal martial artist before the college entrance exam. Of course, they are about to go upstairs. Should we go take a look? Li Wanfeng asked with a smile. She also wanted to see who exactly this city hero was. She had lived in Xingfu community for quite a while, and was surprised she did not know such a remarkable person. It's fine to go take a look. After all, it's Sunday, and I don't have to work. Xiao Xingbin was not the type to join in on the fun, but if the other party was strong, he wondered if he could ask for some guidance for his 3 students in the future. Let's go now? Li Wanfeng said as she prepared to pull Xiao Xingbin out. Wait a minute, let me grab my phone. Having not checked his phone all night, Xiao Xingbin was worried someone might have sent him work-related messages. When he picked up his phone and glanced at it, he was almost startled. He saw that there were over 100 new messages, all from his superiors. At that moment, Li Wanfeng's phone also— she picked it up and saw it was a call from the principal. Principal, why do you have time to call me? Li Wanfeng asked curiously after answering. On the phone, the principal's tone was very excited. Oh, I was wondering who this city hero is. Previously, because his last name is Ning, I never thought it would be your family. I only found out from Principal Li of the high school department that it is your Ning Feng. Li Wanfeng was increasingly confused, completely not understanding what he meant. At that moment, there was a loud knock on the door. Li Wanfeng instinctively opened the door. Immediately, a crowd of people appeared before her. This is where the city hero lives. Hello, I am Xiao Jingzhe, the mayor of Linhai City. This is Lung Bingning from the Wuming. This is Lei Ming, the military representative. We have come to offer our condolences to the student awarded the title of City Hero Ning Feng. After the three, Xiao Yuehai and his companions entered the room, the staff stopped all the reporters outside. At Xiao Yuehai's words, Li Wanfang and Xiao Shengbin fell silent for a long moment, unable to react. Mayor Wuming, military representative. These were the great people they would never ordinarily encounter. And yet today they had all come to their home. Wait, you mean the city hero you wish to comfort is our Ning Feng? Xiao Xingbin, quicker to react, blurted out. Li Wanfang covered her mouth, her face a portrait of shock. The two of them had just been arguing over who had earned the city hero title. It turned out to be Ning Feng. Xiao Yuehai, Lung Bingning, and Lei Ming exchanged a glance. It seemed the boys' parents were still unaware of the matter. That was hardly surprising if from the look of the neighborhood, it was an ordinary suburban residential area. They were all astonished that the youth who had slain an anomalous beast lived here. Yes, the person we are here to see is Ning Feng. Ning Feng, a senior at Linhai No. 1 high school. Lung Bingning stepped forward and spoke. That was how Ning Feng had introduced himself to her last night. It really is Xiao Feng. Li Wanfang's first reaction was not joy but fear and lingering dread. The thought of him encountering a beast on his way home last night sent her heart racing. Even if he had triumphed, Xiao Feng could not have escaped unscathed, could he? With that thought she turned and Xiao Feng. Before she could knock, the elder daughter's door opened first. Mom. Xiao Jingzhe looked at her mother with a puzzled expression. Jingzhe, do you know anything about your brother? He ran into a beast last night. Li Wanfang was nearly in Oh, I know. He came back last night. He was covered in blood, Xiao Jingzhe answered curt. What? Li Wanfang nearly fainted at the image of him drenched in blood. Mom, don't panic. He's fine, he shouldn't be badly hurt. Xiao Jingzhe shook her head. She wondered whether her mother would have such a reaction if she herself were injured. Jingzhe, how can you say that? Your brother fought a beast. You said he was covered in blood, he must be hurt. Why didn't you call me and your father last night? You should have taken him to the hospital sooner. Li Wanfang pictured Ning Feng soaked in blood and nearly suffered a heart attack from the anxiety. Indeed, Xiao Jingzhe had not checked Ning Feng thoroughly that night. He had insisted he was all right, so she had not paid it much mind. But now, infected by her mother's panic, even she felt a prick of worry. Could Ning Feng really be hurt? At that moment, Ning Feng had just woken from his cultivation. When he opened his eyes, he instantly sensed the commotion outside, though he did not yet know what had happened. He only knew there were more people in the house. With a click, the door opened, and Ning Feng dressed stepped out. Xiao, Auntie, I'm fine, Ning Feng said with a smile. He had overheard the conversation between Aunt Li and Jingzhe and felt a warm flutter in his chest. Are you really all right? Your sister said you were covered in blood, Li Wanfang asked anxiously. Normally Xiao Jingzhe would have snapped that she was not simply Ning Feng's sister. But now she was unusually silent. Auntie, I'm truly fine. Look, I'm perfectly healthy. Ning Feng rolled up his sleeve and flexed his arm, showing off a flash of muscle. Seeing that, Li Wanfang finally exhaled in relief. Then in a chastising tone she said, next time you meet a beast, run for your life. Protect yourself above all, understood? Understood, Ning Feng replied obediently. He knew Aunt Li meant well and harbored no complaint in his heart, nor did he regret what had happened the night before. Were it to happen again, he would act the same. If he had allowed that rat wolf to run rampant, this whole complex might have become a living hell. By the way, Ning Feng, they're here to see you. Li Wanfang suddenly remembered and hurriedly pulled him into the living room. The first person Ning Feng saw was Lung Bingning. Last night, she had worn leather and her features had been indistinct, leaving only a cool, aloof aura. Tonight she wore the Wuming's white uniform, her expression frosty, and her demeanor keeping others at a safe remove. When she saw Ning Feng, she only nodded slightly. Lei Ming frowned at Lung Bingning's movement. He felt the two might know one another. From what he understood of Lung Bingning, she never showed emotion openly to anyone. Even in matters of honoring a city hero, she would not usually come in person. At most, she would dispatch a deputy. This is interesting, Lei Ming said, glancing at Ning Feng as a notion formed in his mind. You must be Ning Feng. My, truly a promising young man. Xiao Yuehai stepped forward and clasped Ning Feng's hand with enthusiasm. Having seen the video of you slaying the beast, I am positively exhilarated. I never imagined Linhai No. 1 high school would harbor such a prodigy. When Alliance leader Lung applied for the city hero title on your behalf, I approved it at once. On behalf of the tens of millions of citizens of Linhai City, I thank you. In addition to conferring the title of City Hero, we will reward you with 500 Alliance coins and 3 bottles of high-grade Kiblet elixirs. Furthermore, if after graduation you wish to pursue a civil service career, the Linhai City Administrative Office will welcome you at any time. Xiao Yuehai's smile was broad. He looked at Ning Feng like a prospective father-in-law eyeing a suitor. He truly did have a daughter just starting university. If Ning Feng were not still in high school, he might well have offered 500,000 Alliance coins and 3 bottles of high-grade elixirs. Ning Feng felt a surge of happiness. He had assumed the 500 promised by Lung Bingning was the entire reward. To his surprise, besides the woman's reward, the administration would also give him a bonus. Just as Lung Bingning was about to speak, Lei Ming cut in. You are the Ning Feng who killed a Tier 1 rat wolf last night, aren't you? According to my investigation, your grades over 3 years of high school were not particularly remarkable until a few days ago when your strength erupted and you suddenly became well known in Lin Hei's schools. At that remark, Lei Ming's eyes narrowed. As a scion of one of the 3 great families, he was well aware of the feud between Ning Feng and Lan Qian. What is this about? Must the military investigate anyone whose power suddenly soars? Ning Feng asked Lei Ming calmly, his face composed and betraying no hint of anxiety. Hee. Seeing Ning Feng's attitude, Lei Ming couldn't help but smile. No wonder you are the young hero who can slay a first-tier beast, the rat wolf, with your bare hands. If only the descendants of my Lei clan had your kind of spirit. He shook his head. The past few days had seen turmoil among the 3 families due to the issues surrounding the potential elixir. Fortunately, a second-tier alchemist had been invited from the capital, which should resolve all issues. Ning Feng, I personally admire you very much. If possible, how about joining the army directly after you graduate from high school at 18? Lei Ming believed that with Ning Feng's talent, he could at least become a 3rd-tier warrior in the future. He was preparing to win Ning Feng over in advance to become his right-hand man. If Ning Feng remained loyal to him, he could also bring him along when he promoted in the future. Even if he couldn't take him away, he could have Ning Feng stay with the Lei clan to protect the Yetagro youth. Join the army. Ning Feng was slightly taken aback, not expecting this military representative to invite him to enlist right away. This caught him off guard. However, before he could speak, Lung Bingning coldly laughed and said, Representative Lei really has a lot of nerve. To let a talented young genius with infinite potential skip martial arts university and go directly to the army after high school graduation. Without a martial arts university diploma, Ning Feng would only be a conscript in the army with no military rank and no chances for promotion. I really can't tell if you are being kind-hearted or trying to suppress talent on purpose. She understood Lei Ming's character and thoughts well. The biggest flaw of the 3 families was their arrogance. They never regarded ordinary civilians with any respect. It seemed a great honor for them to serve the 3 families. Lei Ming merely wished to win Ning Feng over early, binding him tightly to the 3 families. As for the status he offered Ning Feng, on the surface it was as a protector of the 3 families' descendants. In reality, it was merely a watchdog. Bingning, your words have misunderstood me. Indeed, although Ning Feng would enter the army without a military rank after high school, who among the generals did not rise from being a private? And since I proactively invited Ning Feng to enlist, I will naturally allocate training resources to him in the future. Do you think his family can support his future cultivation path in their current situation? Mayor Xia just said he would reward Ning Feng with 500,000 alliance coins. Indeed, this is quite a lot for a warrior yet to be ranked, but what about when he breaks through to a 1st-tier warrior? Just a single bottle of 1st-tier medicinal pills costs tens of thousands. How long do you think this 500,000 will last? Lei Ming crossed his arms and spoke arrogantly. He did not look down on Ning Feng. Instead, he recognized Ning Feng's cultivation talent, which is why he chose to extend a helping hand. Do not be fooled into thinking that Ning Feng is a genius in Linhai City. In the entire Nanhai province, what does that mean? On a national scale, what does it amount to? Throwing Ning Feng among the 3 families only places him at a mediocre level, far from being a so-called genius. Shut up. Lei Ming, don't use your military PUA tactics on us here. Even if Ning Feng doesn't enlist, he can still join the Martial Alliance, and his future prospects would still be promising. Lung Bingning certainly did not regard Ning Feng as an ordinary student. Last night, she had witnessed Ning Feng slay the rat wolf in a stunning display. If this does not qualify as genius, then who can be called a genius? This was also the reason she came to visit Ning Feng's home today. At this moment, after hearing Lei Ming's words, Ning Feng frowned. The other party kept saying it was for his own good, but the tone was truly irritating, especially when he ridiculed his family's conditions. This further fueled his impulse to expel him. Were the Lei Gu and Lan families all fools? Ning Feng, don't listen to his nonsense. I truly recognize your talent and strength. Although your vitality level hasn't reached the standard of a 1st-tier warrior, the fact that you successfully killed a 1st-tier beast is enough to prove you already possess the strength of a 1st-tier warrior. As Lung Bingning spoke, she took out a bronze badge. This is a customized badge for a 1st-tier warrior. With this badge, you can enter and exit the Martial Alliance freely without restrictions. Additionally, you can receive 50,000 alliance coins and 5 body refining pills every month. After saying this, Lung Bingning handed the badge to Ning Feng. After Ning Feng took the badge, he found it quite heavy with an overall hexagonal shape. The front bore a faintly glowing character 1 alongside 9 unlit stars, while the back displayed a model of a martial arts hall. At this moment, Xiao Jingzhe, standing behind Ning Feng, looked at the badge with envy. Her goal was to reach a vitality level of 150 calories before the college entrance exam, while testing to become a true warrior in the martial alliance. And this badge was a symbol of strength and status. She never expected that Ning Feng would obtain a warrior badge before her. 50,000 alliance coins and 5 body refining pills. Upon hearing the conditions offered by Lung Bingning, Lei Ming's expression immediately soured. He had planned to offer Ning Feng a monthly allowance of 10,000 alliance coins and 1 body refining pill. In his view, this was already quite enticing. 10,000 alliance coins isn't much. The key was the body refining pill, which had a market price of at least 120,000 alliance coins. What he did not expect was that Lung Bingning was offering several times that. 5 body refining pills, worth at least 600,000 alliance coins. Lung Bingning had just taken office not long ago, yet she dared to offer Ning Feng this price. Did she not fear punishment from her superiors? Thank you. Ning Feng was not polite and directly accepted the badge. As for the monthly allowance of 50,000 alliance coins and 5 body refining pills, he did not pay much attention to it. After all, he was an alchemist. Refining first-tier medicinal pills was not particularly difficult for him. Moreover, he had not yet become a formal warrior and did not know the specific effects of these body refining pills. Had he known, he might have been even more moved. Because even as a formal member who entered the martial alliance, one would not receive such generous benefits. At this moment, Xiao Jingzhe and Li Wanfang exchanged glances, both feeling extremely excited. Originally, they were a bit fearful after Ning Feng encountered the beast last night, but now they were nearly stunned by the benefits offered by Xia Yuehai and Lung Bingning. One directly offered 500,000 alliance coins, and the other offered a warrior badge from which one could even receive money monthly. They were both formal civil servants. While 500,000 alliance coins was indeed a lot, the monthly 5,000 alliance coins was even more important. This was higher than both of their combined salaries. It was equivalent to Ning Feng gaining a stable source of income in the future. Humph. Lung Bingning, you truly possess extraordinary audacity. I shall wait to see whether you can ever retract these words. Lei Ming sneered coldly upon hearing Lung Bingning's terms, knowing he could not compete, and promptly departed. He glanced back at Ning Feng. This youth indeed possessed remarkable talent. Barely 18 years old, yet capable of slaying a Tier 1 monstrous beast barehanded. In Linhai City, such a feat was exceedingly rare. Yet Linhai City's annual college entrance examination scores ranked only mid to lower tier province-wide. In his estimation, Ning Feng was merely a student of modest aptitude, likely ranking somewhere within the province's top 1,000. At best, he might barely qualify for admission to a martial academy. Even upon graduation, such a student would scarcely merit consideration for military enlistment, let alone be granted direct commissioning, as Lei Ming had just offered. That gesture alone was an extraordinary concession. 5,000 alliance credits and 5 bottles of body-forging pills. These terms were undeniably alluring. Yet Lung Bingning was gambling. Should Ning Feng's growth fail to match the magnitude of these benefits, she risked severe accountability from higher authorities. Lung Bingning, I'll be waiting for the day you're humiliated beyond redemption. Lei Ming scoffed bitterly. They had been university classmates once he'd even pursued her earnestly, only to be dismissed outright. Upon learning she had assumed leadership of Linhai City's martial alliance, he immediately extended an invitation to a gala, only to receive no reply whatsoever. He had arrived today utterly confident he could recruit Ning Feng into the military, only to find Lung Bingning deliberately opposing him once again. He already anticipated the day Ning Feng would crumble into mediocrity, and wondered whether Lung Bingning would regret her decision then. Once back in his private vehicle, Lei Ming paused, then dialed a call directly. Lei Qian, you've arrived in Linhai with your master, haven't you? Your master still requires time to complete his alchemical work. Here's my arrangement, I'll transfer you to Linhai No. 1 High School. With less than 3 months until the college entrance examination, your objective is clear, to become the school's top-ranked senior student. And should you encounter a student named Ning Feng, ensure he receives a thorough lesson. On the other end of the line, a young man of defiant bearing stood amidst several girls on a dance floor. Initially irritated by the call, he instantly adopted a deferential posture upon recognizing the caller, his influential elder cousin from the Lei family. Cousin, you want me transferred to Linhai No. 1 High? Lei Qian inwardly recoiled at the suggestion. He attended Jingdu affiliated high, where a month prior he had broken through to first-rank martial cultivator status, and concurrently apprenticed under a second-rank alchemist. His soul's exceptional resonance granted him innate aptitude for alchemy, a rare gift that brought him here alongside his master. He planned merely a brief home visit before returning to school, never imagining his cousin would suddenly summon to transfer from a nationally renowned institution to the lackluster Linhai No. 1 High would invite merciless ridicule from his peers. What? Are you reluctant? Lei Ming frowned. No, not at all. If this Ning Feng offends you, cousin, I'll simply gather some fellows and teach him a brutal lesson. With the exam looming, why not cripple him? shatter his limbs so he cannot sit for it. Wouldn't that bring you greater satisfaction? Lei Ming fell silent for a moment. Lei Qian's words struck deep. If Ning Feng failed, even undergraduate admission, Lung Bingning's investment would evaporate like mist. Yet he ultimately shook his head. No. As a scion of the Lei family, inflicting such grievous harm upon Ning Feng would inevitably embroil our clan in serious complications. After all, Ning Feng was now Linhai City's celebrated civic hero. Were news to spread that the city's protector lay incapacitated, unable even to care for himself, it would ignite widespread public outrage. He dismissed the notion. Lei Qian, your transfer to Linhai no. 1 high lasts only 3 months. Attendance is optional. Each month I'll provide you 30,000 alliance credits and 1 bottle of body-forging pills. You understand their significance, don't you? Lei Ming laid out the terms plainly, and Lei Qian's eyes gleamed instantly. He knew precisely how vital body-forging pills were. Unranked martial cultivators cultivated ki blood, first-rank cultivators forged the physical body, its peak manifestation being flesh turned stone-like, impervious to assault. There existed no shortcut to such mastery. Only one alchemical formula accelerated bodily refinement, the body-forging pill. Even as an apprentice alchemist training under a second-rank master, Lei Qian could not casually synthesize them. Nor would his master deign to craft them for him personally. Cousin, what then do you require of me? Is it merely to discipline Ning Feng? What is his strength level? Lei Qian probed cautiously. Merely an ordinary high school student. Unranked, not yet a formal martial cultivator. Lei Ming replied impassively, omitting entirely Ning Feng's feat of slaying a Tier 1 monstrous beast barehanded. An ordinary student. Cousin, you may rest assured. Tomorrow I enroll at Linhai no. 1 high, and prepare for Ning Feng's utter annihilation. I cannot strike him outside school, but within its walls I need only contrive a pretext for sparring. Then I'll break his limbs, ensuring he scores 0 on the exam, failing even junior college admission. Cousin, how does that sound? Relieved by Ning Feng's apparent weakness, Lei Qian relaxed completely. Given such generous terms, fulfilling his cousin's request became his solemn duty. Very well. I await your success. Lei Ming ended the call, utterly unconcerned about Lei Qian's odds against Ning Feng. What did it matter if Ning Feng had slain a Tier 1 beast? Lei Qian, a prodigy long ascended to first-rank cultivation, far surpassed him in raw power. Once Ning Feng suffered Lei Qian's crushing defeat, he yearned to witness Lung Bingning's expression. Ning Feng, let's take a photo together. Should you face any academic or personal challenges, feel free to approach me anytime. And if you decline the Martial Alliance, the Municipal Executive Office warmly welcomes your future service upon graduation. Xiao Jingzhe spoke with a gentle smile, and before departing posed for a photograph with Ning Feng, primarily for official promotion. Otherwise, who would know the mayor himself had paid tribute to the city's heroic defender. Ning Feng paid no heed to Lei Ming's words. While familial resources offer tremendous advantage early on, they eventually constrict growth in later stages. Of the 9 Grand Masters who once defined our Longwa nation, not a single one rose from noble lineage. They all began as commoners. I hold great promise for your future. Visit the Martial Alliance whenever possible. The cultivation environment there far surpasses ordinary dojos. Lung Bingning rarely smiled, but when she did, it was genuine, directed solely at Ning Feng. She truly believed in him. Otherwise, she would never have leveraged her authority to grant such extraordinary. Ning Feng hesitated briefly before replying. Director Long, such generous provisions must come with expectations. What precisely do you require of me? He knew better than to believe in windfall fortune. Even he sensed her uncommon favor. 5,000 alliance credits and 5 vials of body-forging pills exceeded standard treatment for a first-rank cultivator. Lung Bingning's expression flickered faintly. Then she shook her head. Nothing is required of you. The Martial Alliance's sole purpose is to nurture every individual destined to stand against monstrous beasts. You meet both criteria perfectly. If there is one thing I ask, that you remember why last night you chose battle over flight when confronting the Weasel Wolf. That very resolve was why she placed such faith in him. Some possess formidable cultivation talent, yet shrink from combat with monstrous beasts, refusing battlefield duty at any cost. Such individuals are unworthy of the title martial cultivator, and certainly undeserving of alliance membership. Only those like Ning Feng, aware of probable defeat, yet choosing to fight solely to protect civilians, embody true martial virtue. Even if his strength remained modest, Lung Bingning would spare no resource, devoting her full authority to his advancement. I understand now. Ning Feng nodded, beginning to grasp the character of Lung Bingning. After that, Lung Bingning did not say much more. With the beast attack on the city last night and a multitude of matters to handle at the Martial Alliance, she reminded Ning Feng to report in at the Martial Alliance before choosing to leave. Before Xia Shengbin and Li Wanfang could ask Ning Feng anything, a large group of media reporters suddenly surged in as the main door opened. Hello, I am a reporter from Southern Media. May I interview the city hero Ning Feng? Is this the city hero? He looks so young. Everyone step aside, I haven't interviewed yet from the Linhai official media. What does Linhai official media even count for? I am from the Nanhai province official media. Don't rush, let us interview first. To compete for the headline news of interviewing the city hero, many reporters at the scene went crazy. At this moment, the newly awakened Xiao Bailu walked out of her room and looked at the chaotic scene before her, momentarily dumbfounded. Brother, why are there so many people? She instinctively shouted towards Ning Feng. Ning Feng was equally helpless. He thought there would only be 2 or 3 reporters at most, but he did not expect so many. Xiao Jingzhe pulled her sister back into the room. Then she shouted to Ning Feng, "Hurry up and finish the interview, we need to go to the dojo for training together later." Seeing this, Ning Feng had no choice but to answer a few questions simply. He mainly summarized what happened last night during the beast encounter. Ning Feng, I heard that while killing the beast you also saved 2 ordinary citizens. Truly a young hero, to be able to battle beasts at such a young age. May I ask why you didn't run away at that time? The initial questions were quite normal, but they became increasingly absurd as they went on. Ning Feng, you are so impressive. Do you have a girlfriend? You must have many admirers in school since you're so handsome. My niece is a top student at Tianlu Martial Arts University. Would you like me to introduce you to? For these questions, Ning Feng could only shake his head and ignore them. In the end, he simply pushed Uncle Xia and Aunt Li forward, letting them take the interview. Mainly, he noticed Aunt Li's expression was very excited, clearly enjoying the interview. As expected, after Li Wanfang accepted the interview, she began to enthusiastically speak about Ning Feng's many virtues, even mentioning a time from his childhood when he helped an elderly lady cross the street. Xia Xingbin also continuously praised Ning Feng. These media reporters were primarily seeking more sensational material and did not care about the truth. The more exaggerated the better. Seeing this, Ning Feng simply returned to his room to change into his martial arts uniform, then quietly decided to sneak away with Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu. Phew, Xiao Bailu took off her mask and excitedly said, "Brother, I feel like you're almost becoming a celebrity now. So many people want to see you." Just as she was speaking, several girls walked by. "I heard that the city hero lives here. I just watched the live broadcast. He is so handsome. I really think he's handsome too. I think his name is Ning Feng. He is a student from Linhai No. 1 high school. If I can't see Ning Feng today, they'll go to school tomorrow." Ning Feng instinctively adjusted his mask and quickly headed toward the subway station with his 2 sisters. Once they entered the subway station, he let out a sigh of relief. I should have never agreed to that interview. Ning Feng, after the 3 of them boarded the subway, they found that every place with a large screen was live broadcasting. Seeing this, Ning Feng had no choice but to keep his mask on. "Brother, you are really famous now. Have you considered debuting?" Xiao Bailu leaned on Ning Feng, smiling. As martial arts developed, the times also progressed. Last year, Linhai Entertainment launched a martial arts training. They recruited a total of 100 handsome martial arts trainees for a collective PK, ultimately gaining a chance to debut. In no time, it became a sensation nationwide. Ning Feng rolled his eyes. Those so-called martial arts trainees, the strongest among them, barely reached level 6. They may not be strong, but their appearances were all overly delicate. After the arrival of beasts in the world, this kind of trend was completely curtailed. Major platforms no longer allowed the promotion of effeminate culture. Unexpectedly, Linhai Entertainment simply created a martial arts trainee program. Everyone practicing martial arts together. Isn't that against the rules? Of course, the core remains the same as the previous talent shows. Bailu, if your brother were to debut, he would definitely outshine that Kuan-gu you like. Xiao Jingzhe teased back. Among the 7 who debuted, the top-ranked one was indeed that Kuan-gu. He looked quite masculine, distinctly different from the other 6. Xiao Bailu had been following stars recently, and her favorite was that Kuan-gu. Forget it. Kuan-gu has recently fallen from grace. Xiao Bailu pouted. That Hao Gu built a persona of being specialized in martial arts, having an excellent talent for martial arts since childhood, with hopes of breaking through to first rank before he turns 20. However, he was recently exposed for relying on drugs to enhance his strength, never liking to train, and having dated more than a dozen girls in the circle. It seems that it was discovered when 4 of those girls gathered to play mahjong. I now realize that all celebrities, they do that just for us to see. My brother is the best. After saying this, Xiao Bailu rubbed against Ning Feng. Ning Feng smiled. He usually did not pay much attention to these things. Jingzhe, your blood chi value should be approaching the standard for a first-rank martial artist, right? He looked at Xiao Jingzhe and asked. Xiao Jingzhe was taken aback, not expecting Ning Feng to take the initiative to talk to her. For a moment, she felt a bit awkward, not knowing what to say. In the end, she nodded and replied, yeah. Yesterday, I used the high-grade blood chi potion you gave me, and my blood chi value should be around 140. The Gathering Spirit Pill can assist martial artists in consolidating their vital energy and blood, thereby enhancing the success rate of breakthroughs. It can even elevate one's level by 1 or 2 stars. Such cultivation pills have always been favored by all martial artists. However, not all martial artists can afford it. After successfully refining some today, Ning Feng was prepared to give one gathering spirit pill each to Jingzhe and Bailu. They would use it when they break through to the first grade of martial artists in the future. Brother, you're famous now, will you leave us? Xiao Bailu asked with a pitiful tone. What are you thinking? Ning Feng flicked his sister's forehead with his, you will always be my sisters. No matter what happens, I will never leave you. You're the best brother. Bailu said with a smile, while hugging Ning Feng's arm. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingzhe felt a slight blush creeping onto her face for reasons unknown. Previously, she disliked being referred to as Ning Feng's sister. Now, seeing the close relationship between Bailu and Ning Feng, she felt a pang of envy. She wanted to call him brother like Bailu did, but she just couldn't bring herself to do it. The subway slowly made its way towards the city center. The number of passengers getting on and off was slightly less than usual, mainly because today was a holiday and everyone was on vacation. Of course, there were also plenty of martial arts students like Ning Feng. Just then a few drunken youths entered the subway making a racket. Brother Lei Qian, since you have a Ferrari, why do you still make us take the subway? Yeah, brother Qian, we want to ride in your Ferrari. In front of them was a somewhat effeminate-looking youth. Upon hearing the words of the sycophants, a hint of derision appeared on his face. His Ferrari was specifically for picking up girls. It was not something these sycophants could ride in. The only reason he was out with them at the bar was to show off his luxurious lifestyle in Kyoto. Don't you know that drinking and driving don't mix? Let's talk about it next time. Lei Qian casually waved him off. As he was about to find a spot to sit down, he happened to catch sight of two girls not far away, instantly sobering up. So beautiful. And they are twins. Lei Qian instinctively licked his lips. He hadn't encountered such exceptional girls even after a whole night at the bar yesterday. He never expected to see them as soon as he got on the subway. Even if these two girls were placed in Kyoto, they would be among the top beauties. However, such high-caliber girls were definitely not for him. They were likely already taken by the rich young masters of Kyoto. Looks like I'm incredibly lucky to be back in Linhai. Although he had transferred from Kyoto to Linhai No. 1 high school, his cousin sent him 30,000 alliance coins every month along with a bottle of body refining pills. Although he had transferred from Kyoto to Linhai No. 1 high school, his cousin sent him 30,000 alliance coins. Just the thought of being able to enjoy the company of both made his heart race. With that in mind, he immediately walked towards his target. However, when he saw Ning Feng sitting between the two girls, his expression suddenly darkened. What's going on? Has someone already claimed them? Brother, what are we practicing later? Maybe Manager Hai will want to discuss something with me today. Brother, are you leaving again? I won't leave the dojo, I should be in the alchemy room upstairs. After hearing their conversation, Lei Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. So it's just siblings. He then walked over and directly said to Ning Feng, hey, you get up and give me your seat. Being squeezed between two girls was thrilling to think about. He planned to take this opportunity to add the two girls' contact information and invite them out to have fun in the evening. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng and the others looked over. Who are you? Why should my brother give up his seat for you? Bailu's good temper was reserved for her brother. She was not as easygoing with outsiders. Can't you see I'm drunk? What if I faint while standing? Hurry up and give me your seat. If it weren't for the fact that I can't drive after drinking, I would have driven my Ferrari home by now. Lei Qian crossed his arms, speaking with pride. Look at that. He drove a Ferrari, yet you're not rushing to fawn over him. Why follow this poor guy? At this moment, a few sycophants also chimed in. They immediately understood Lei Qian's intentions. Yeah, my brother Lei Qian comes from a prominent family. How could someone like you compare? Do you know how much a Ferrari costs? Look at your pitiful appearance. Can you even take out a few thousand coins? Why don't you just stand up already? You really have no sense of awareness at all. If you don't give up your seat, do you believe we can make you kneel? The few of them kept chiming in. They almost spat in Ning Feng's face. Ning Feng glanced around and noticed that there were plenty of empty seats. The other party was clearly trying to provoke him. Moreover, judging by Lei Qian's gaze, he seemed particularly interested in his two sisters. Ning Feng's expression gradually turned cold. Lei Qian, from the Lei family. Is Lei Ming your elder? He asked with a cold smile. Originally, Lei Qian had been quite dismissive, but upon hearing this, he was suddenly startled. Lei Ming was his cousin and the only representative of the family in the military. Lei Yuntao was his uncle and the brother of the current clan leader. However, he usually had a better relationship with Lei Yuntao. Their personalities were quite similar, both enjoyed hanging out at bars and chasing girls. Hearing that this guy actually knew his two elders, Lei Qian was shocked, yet somewhat suspicious. He hoped he hadn't provoked someone he shouldn't. You? Who are you? He raised his hand to stop the sycophants and asked Ning Feng. Does it matter who I am? Ning Feng retorted without any expression. Indeed, another member of the Lei family. In these three families, how come there isn't a decent one? Brother Qian, why bother with him? Just beat him up. Yeah, he's just a pretty boy, or a beating will make him behave. My brother Lei Qian is not only a first-grade martial artist, but also an alchemist. If you dare provoke him, just wait to die. However, Lei Qian did not continue to stop his sycophants. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Ning Feng. No matter what they said, Ning Feng always maintained a very normal expression. This made him even more suspicious. Usually when people heard he was a first-grade martial artist or an alchemist, they would show some reaction. This guy didn't react at all. Could he really be some big shot's child? Forget it. Since you know my cousin and uncle, I'll let this go for today. With a cold snort, Lei Qian chose to leave. However, he took note of Ning Feng and the two girls' appearances. It wouldn't be too late to act once he found out their identities. After all, he had to get his hands on these two girls. Once he got bored with them, giving them to the rich young masters in Kyoto didn't seem like a bad idea. Brother, who are these people? Upon seeing a few individuals leave, Xiao Bailu said angrily. Xiao Jingzhe then glanced at her right hand. Just moments ago when they insulted her, she had already prepared to stand up and teach these guys a lesson. However, Ning Feng had held her hand back. Until now, Ning Feng still had not let go of her hand. They are from the Lei clan. Ning Feng sat down and shook his head. Then he noticed that he was still holding Xiao Jingzhe's hand, so he hurriedly released it. Jingzhe, their strength has already reached the level of a first-grade martial artist. If you clash with them only, you will suffer. Ning Feng immediately explained. I understand. Xiao Jingzhe did not question this, but lowered her head in acknowledgement. At this moment her neck had turned completely red. There was still a lingering warmth on her right wrist. This made her heart race. So this is what it feels like to be protected. Meanwhile, in Lehigh City, in the central district on the third basement level of a commercial building. In the dim environment, several skull flags hung on the surrounding walls, and an oversized red skull flag hung in the central area. Below the flag there was a long rectangular table. 7 individuals dressed in coats sat beside the table, each wearing a mask that obscured their features, making them quite mysterious. The one in the first seat was a man in red, while the other 6 were all dressed in black. The overall execution of last night's attack was excellent. Using the beast attack to create panic in the city, causing the citizens to doubt the governing Hall military and martial alliance. This way our organization can continue to grow. But why did the attack in Beihai district not occur? The man in red suddenly turned to question the 2 men dressed in black at the end. The 2 were also taken aback. The tall man quickly stood up to explain. I and the fat guy did successfully release that weasel in an alley in Beihai district, and then we left. The martial alliance and military's response shouldn't be that quick, right? Oomph. The man in red snorted coldly. Then he took out a photo from his pocket and tossed it over. The photo depicted 2 individuals. One was the mayor of Lehigh City, Xiao Jingzhe. The other was Ning Feng. This young man? The tall man asked in confusion. After you 2 left last night, this youth named Ning Feng killed that weasel. The attack in Beihai district did not take place. He killed the weasel? Impossible, he is so young. The tall man was stunned. He had anticipated that the martial alliance and military would send someone to deal with the weasel, but he never expected that such a young boy would have killed it. Wait a minute. Looking at this face, he felt it was somewhat familiar. Fat guy, isn't this the student we passed by yesterday? He hastily asked. The fat guy sitting beside him also took a good look, then immediately nodded, saying, I've already checked the information. This youth is a senior student at Lehigh No. 1 high school named Ning Feng. He was not previously on our elite hunting plan list. After the man in red finished speaking, he took out a list. It was densely filled with names. These were students who had shown promise in martial arts in Lehigh City. The first on the list was Xiao Jingzhe. Next were Wu Roqing, Lan Qian, and even Xiao Bailu was on the list. However, Ning Feng's name was absent. Your Excellency, is this person a recent transfer to Lehigh City? A black-clothed woman sitting nearby asked proactively. No. He grew up in Lehigh City, but his strength was average with no martial arts talent at all. However, 3 days ago his strength underwent a dramatic surge, not only defeating Lin Yan, but also winning against Lan Qian in the gravity simulation match. Lan Qian has become a waste now, so he can be removed from this list. As for Ning Feng, put him on the elite hunting list in the first position. At this point the man in red stood up from his chair holding a scepter, gazing at the skull flag above with fiery eyes. According to the instructions of the evil god, we must comply. The next invasion from the star realm will cause even greater disasters. This is the punishment that the evil god has for all non-believers. Evil god eternal. Everyone stood up, placing their right hand on their chest as they shouted in unison. Evil god eternal. Meanwhile, after Ning Feng and the others got off the subway, they went straight to the Yuan Shengdao Pavilion. Hai Yafu had been standing at the door, and upon seeing Ning Feng, she immediately welcomed him. Ning Feng, are you okay from last night? If I had known you would encounter a beast, I should have taken you home. Saying this, Hai Yafu also held Ning Feng to check if he was injured. Humph. Seeing this, Xiao Jingzhe huffed a bit, feeling annoyed, and led her younger sister inside. Sister, Ning Feng said with a smile. You seem to have more vitality. Hai Yafu was taken aback. She did not expect that after Ning Feng experienced a battle, his vitality not only remained intact, but had increased significantly. He was almost on the verge of breaking through to a first-grade martial artist. This was indeed surprising. Sister Yafu, have you prepared the furnace and everything? Yes. The best furnace I bought from Kyoto arrived this morning. All the various herbs have also been, Hai Yafu hurriedly said. She had not been idle these past 2 days, not only purchasing spirit cores, but also buying a large amount of necessary herbs. Even the furnace was airlifted from Kyoto. Just the air freight cost over 10,000 alliance coins. However, this was nothing compared to what Ning Feng was about to do. Alright, let's head to the alchemy room first. Ning Feng planned to finish the important matters before anything else. Okay. Let's go now. Hayafu was thinking about waiting for Ning Feng to finish training before going to the alchemy room. She did not expect to start so early. Excitedly, she recalled something. Ning Feng, did I tell you before that the Lei, Gu, and Lan clans invited a second-grade alchemist from Kyoto? Yes, you mentioned it yesterday. Ning Feng nodded. I initially thought this guy was a fake. I didn't expect he really has some skills. According to the information I received, that guy refined a batch of pills called turtle longevity pills, which really made those who consumed potential pills stop aging. However, the price of these turtle longevity pills is outrageous. Even with the 3 clans providing materials, furnaces, and refining locations, they still cost 200,000 each. Moreover, that guy also refined a batch of first-grade pills intending to sell them at tonight's auction. Upon hearing this news, Hayafu immediately became anxious. This was because she planned to take the pills refined by Ning Feng to the auction a week later. Taking advantage of the fact that the Tianjin pharmacy was facing bankruptcy, she wanted to establish the reputation of the Fengyuan pharmacy at the auction before gradually swallowing half of the market share. However, she did not expect that someone else had thought of this trick. The 3 clans also opened a pharmacy today. What they wanted was the entire market share. Tonight, Ning Feng frowned. He had planned to complete all the alchemical preparations next weekend, but it seemed he would have to move it forward. However, it shouldn't be a problem for him. Let's go to the alchemy room first. He didn't delay and prepared to refine a batch of pills to test. Alright. Hayafu quickly followed him. This scene left the receptionist, Mo Lily, dumbfounded. Who was, or has the shop manager become the lady boss? When the two arrived at the alchemy room, the head steward Li Fu was directing the staff to set up the newly purchased furnace. Manager, what brings you here? Seeing Hayafu, Li Fu quickly came to greet her. Has Master Ning arrived early today? Can we start refining the pills now? Hayafu said sternly with a cold expression. Yes. Privately, she could refer to Ning Feng as her younger brother, but in front of others she had to maintain her authority and let them know how significant Ning Feng's position was within the dojo. Upon hearing this, Li Fu immediately replied respectfully, the furnace will be set up shortly. Does Master Ning need us to prepare anything? First, prepare a set of alchemist robes for me. Bring over the herbs, spirit cores, and beast essence. Ning Feng then looked at the furnace not far away. The furnace was nearly half the size of the largest alchemy room, presenting a resplendent golden color with 4 dragon heads surrounding its body. This looked far more advanced than the previous furnace. What do you think? This furnace was specially purchased from the best furnace shop in the capital. The price. Cough cough. Hayafu initially wanted to show off, but felt it unnecessary. This furnace must cost at least over 10 million alliance coins. Ning Feng directly stated, even the simplest blood testing device at the school costs a few million alliance coins. Not to mention such an excellent furnace. It seemed Hayafu was quite thoughtful about that. Hayafu smiled slightly, having spent 15 million alliance coins for the furnace, with an air freight fee of 1 million plus various labor costs, totaling over 17 million. However, this was trivial compared to the significant task Ning Feng was about to undertake. Ning Feng did not inquire further. Although he had known Hayafu for less than 3 days, they had already formed a preliminary understanding. Next, he changed into a white alchemist robe and entered the alchemy room. Can I come in? Hayafu initially didn't want to disturb Ning Feng, but she couldn't bear to stand outside and feel free. Once the staff brought the first batch of herbs, spirit cores, and beast essence from the first floor, Ning Feng entered a focused state for refining. System prepared to refine the bone growth pill. He closed his eyes and silently chanted in his heart. Ding. Your mental power is at level 7, meeting the requirements for refining the bone growth pill. Current success rate is 70. Note the success rate is related to mental power level and proficiency. Please begin the refining process according to the prescription. Only 70. Ning Feng frowned slightly. He had hoped for a success rate of 100. But upon reflection it made sense. The bone growth pill was still a first-grade pill, and his current mental power level was only at 7. Generally, only when mental power reaches level 10 could the success rate for refining a first-grade pill possibly be 100. It seemed he would need to train his mental power more in the future. However, what Ning Feng did not know was that many alchemists had no method to train their mental power. Typically, mental power could only slowly increase with age. The rate of this increase was related to the inherent talent of the alchemist. Most first-grade alchemists had mental power levels that might not even reach level 4. For second-grade alchemists, reaching level 8 was already quite good. Only alchemists of the 3rd grade and above could possibly break through level 10, entering a new selection of talent skills. For Ning Feng to achieve a 70 success rate on his first attempt at refining a first-grade pill was completely unbelievable to other first-grade alchemists. Because for them a success rate of 10 on their first attempt would already be considered genius. Many would see their success rate improve with increased familiarity with the refining process. However, they would only reach a maximum improvement of around 50, which was already their limit. Thus not all alchemists could make a profit. Some alchemists with low success rates would even end up losing money. Moreover, the initial investment to cultivate a qualified alchemist was astronomical. Only those from affluent families who were not short on money and had relatively high mental power could possibly become alchemists. Alchemists were indispensable talents. A general who once fought in the beast battlefields once said a 6th grade alchemist's contribution to the military is equivalent to several master-level warriors. Ignite. Refine. After absorbing the knowledge of the prescription, Ning Feng was thoroughly familiar with the entire process of refining the bone growth pill. He tossed each type of herb into the furnace one after another: broken bone grass, black jade, discontinuity, root lotus, bodhi seeds. This time he was more cautious and did not refine everything at once as he did last time. First, to avoid another explosion of the furnace. Secondly, he wanted to familiarize himself with the refining process. After a few minutes had passed, all the herbs had been refined, and in his spiritual perception these herbs had transformed into a mass of medicinal liquid. Next came the refining of the spirit core. Ning Feng took a deep breath, took a first-tier spirit core from a nearby box, and tossed it directly into the furnace. Previously, refining this spirit core would have taken at least 15 minutes. But after switching to the new furnace, it took less than 5 minutes to successfully refine the spirit core. Inside the furnace, the originally fist-sized spirit core had shrunk to the size of a yellow soybean, now more solid and radiating a golden glow. Merge. Ning Feng extended both hands, controlling the refined medicinal liquid to envelop the spirit core, eliciting a special reaction. Sizzle! It made a loud noise like a red-hot iron clamp meeting cold water. Ning Feng's expression remained unchanged as this was all within his expectations. At this moment, although Hai Yafu could not see what was happening inside the furnace, watching Ning Feng's focused expression and the sweat dripping from his face made her momentarily captivated. This man is really handsome. Fuse together for me. Ning Feng suddenly shouted, unleashing a massive mental force to suppress within the furnace. The spirit core, which had been resisting, instantly dropped all defenses. Splash. The medicinal liquid quickly enveloped the spirit core, transforming from liquid to solid, a unique fragrance gradually emanating from the furnace. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Ning Feng finally withdrew his mental force, a smile appearing on his face. He had succeeded. In the next moment, he turned off the flames of the furnace and slapped down hard, instantly revealing a golden pill in his hand. Bone regeneration pill. He lowered his head to take a whiff, instantly feeling it tingling in his bones. The effect is really impressive. Next to him, Hai Yafu was also startled by this scene. You succeeded so quickly. She hurriedly focused on the pill and shouted, Li Fu, quickly bring me the best jade vial. She initially thought that Ning Feng's success rate for his first attempt would be low, expecting at least a dozen tries before achieving a successful outcome. Just producing one bone regeneration pill today was already quite good. But what she didn't expect was that Ning Feng actually succeeded on his first try. This was simply incredible. Coming right up. Li Fu, who was waiting outside, hurriedly retrieved the best batch of jade vials from the warehouse and brought them into the pharmacy. Let's test it first. Ning Feng tossed the bone regeneration pill directly at Hai Yafu, causing her to fumble for a moment. Then she shot Ning Feng a charming glare. This was a precious first-grade pill. What if it fell on the ground? She personally went to the testing room and placed the jade vial into the machine. After a while, the machine beeped, indicating that the test was successful. The screen prominently displayed the pharmacological data of the bone regeneration pill. Pill name: bone regeneration pill. Pill grade: first grade, perfection, level 95. Specific effects: suitable for martial artists with fractures, broken bones, or crush injuries, with no side effects after treatment. It really succeeded. And the perfection level reached 95. Hai Yafu looked at the data displayed by the machine, unable to suppress the daze in her mind. Ning Feng truly was a genius, achieving such perfection on his first attempt. At this moment, Ning Feng frowned slightly upon seeing the 95 perfection level. It seemed there was a slight flaw during the fusion process earlier. However, it wasn't a major issue. As long as the perfection level exceeded 50, it was considered a finished pill. A perfection level exceeding 80 could fully unleash all the medicinal properties. As for a 100 perfection level, it was nearly impossible for a first-grade alchemist to achieve. Unless a third-grade or fourth-grade alchemist crafted this bone regeneration pill, it might reach a 100 perfection level. Continue refining. Ning Feng did not rest, but chose to continue his alchemical endeavors. He refined several more times, experiencing 1 or 2 failures in the process. However, this also made him increasingly familiar with the entire refining process. Finally, when refining the 16th bone regeneration pill, he managed to elevate the perfection level to 100. 100 perfection level. Hai Yafu exclaimed in shock, covering her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. She felt that Ning Feng was not just a genius, but truly a monstrous talent. He was practically a natural-born alchemist. Sister Yafu, this bone regeneration pill is for me. Next I will speed up the refining process. Ning Feng sat on the mat for a brief rest, practicing the mirror spirit cultivation method to fully restore his mental energy. Then he prepared to attempt large-scale production of the bone regeneration pill. Alright, I will put this pill into a box for you. As she spoke, Hai Yafu took a more precious jade box and placed the perfectly 100 bone regeneration pill inside. Ning Feng stood up. This time he threw all the necessary materials to refine dozens of bone regeneration pills into the furnace. Refine. Ning Feng no longer pursued a 100 perfection level, but chose to accelerate the process. After all, this batch of pills was meant for sale. A slightly lower quality was acceptable. In fact, as long as the perfection level exceeded 80, it would be considered excellent. So many materials. Hai Yafu once again covered her mouth, feeling this was too terrifying. Next, Ning Feng intensified the flames using his mental force to completely refine this batch of materials. Half an hour later, it's ready. He breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was under his control. Then he picked up a basket of spirit cores, at least 20 of them, and tossed them all into the furnace. Boom. At the moment the numerous spirit cores made contact with the flames, a massive fire erupted from the furnace. Suppress it for me. Ning Feng gritted his teeth, controlling his mental force to begin the suppression. Although the spirit cores were now unclaimed objects, they contained a trace of wild beast's nature, which would automatically resist external forces. Only by extinguishing this trace of beastly nature could they truly become the core of the pill. Bang! Bang! A series of explosive sounds erupted within the furnace. Under the scorching heat, the numerous spirit cores gradually shed their outer layers, revealing their essential cores. Fused. Ning Feng controlled the medicinal liquid to envelop these spirit cores. After a long hour passed, a rich and unique fragrance gradually formed within the furnace. The aroma even began to drift outside the dojo. On the streets outside, everyone upon catching the scent couldn't help but look up. So fragrant. What is that? Above is the Yuan Sheng dojo. This smell seems to be the fragrance of pills. Pills. Could it be a first-grade pill? God. The Yuan Sheng dojo actually invited a first-grade alchemist. Wait. My arm. I clearly fractured my left arm yesterday. How come it feels almost healed now? What? Is this pill really that impressive? Just the aroma alone has such effects. Grandson, quickly open your mouth and inhale this fragrance. This is the scent of a pill. Grandma, I don't want to. I feel like all my bones are crazily absorbing this fragrance. Let's go check out the Yuan Sheng dojo. If they really have first-grade pills for sale, we should buy a few vials. Beep. Test pass perfection, level 80. Beep. Test pass perfection, level 80. Test pass perfection, level 81. Beep. Test pass perfection, level 85. One by one the pills were sent into the testing device for examination, and once completed the qualified labels were affixed to the jade vials. Hai Yafu had already become somewhat numb by this point. From the moment she saw Ning Feng refining dozens of bone regeneration pills simultaneously, her expression had been dumbstruck. Until the refining was completed, and after testing all these pills had a perfection level exceeding 80, she felt her heart racing. This was too incredible. Too shocking. Even a third-grade or higher master alchemist wouldn't be able to achieve such a monumental feat. Ning Feng was simply a treasure of a youth. Hai Yafu felt she had truly stumbled upon a gem. Store manager, so many pills. And even at 10,000 alliance credits per pill, the total would amount to several 100,000 credits. Enli Fu carefully placed each refined pill into a jade vial, unable to suppress a low whistle of astonishment. 10,000 per pill, and humph. And each one must sell for at least 100,000 alliance credits. Hai Yafu sniffed haughtily, her expression brimming with pride, as if she had personally refined them. 100,000. Enli Fu nearly popped his eyes out of their sockets. And are these pills truly that valuable? He himself had procured every herb required for their refinement. Non-average, the cost per pill stood at merely 2,000 alliance credits. Initially, he believed 10,000 credits per pill was already an excellent price. Yet now, it was to be tenfold higher. And of course, not only do we factor in herb costs, but also spirit cores and equipment depreciation. Most importantly, these were refined by Master Ning himself. And in Linhai City, who else could possibly secure the services of such an extraordinary alchemist? Only I could make it happen. And had market dominance not been at stake, Hai Yafu might even have priced each pill at 200,000 credits. After all, this was a seller's market. They could set whatever price they wished. Li Fu, store all these pills in the vault. No one may retrieve them without my explicit permission. If this batch sells well, your salaries and benefits this month will double. Enhai Yafu trusted Li Fu, after all he had served in the shop since her father's time, and remained unwaveringly loyal to her. Yet she could not say the same for the rest of the staff. This was a pivotal moment for Fengyuan Pharmacy's campaign to seize market share in Linhai City, and there could be no misstep now. En Li Fu's expression tightened instantly. "Young madam, I understand." Normally he addressed her as store manager, reserving "young madam" for private moments. In hearing those words he immediately grasped the gravity of this batch. And also please have another batch of herbs brought up, and I'll head back to the alchemy chamber. And upon returning, Hai Yafu found Ning Feng seated cross-legged on a mat resting quietly. Nearly half an hour later Ning Feng opened his eyes. Senior Sister Yafu, the quality of this batch may be slightly inferior. That should be acceptable. And were he refining them individually, he could maintain perfection above 95%, but speed demanded compromise. Perfectly acceptable, and every pill in this batch exceeds 80% perfection. It is exquisite. Hai Yafu shook her head emphatically. Pill prices varied according to perfection level. Below 80% warranted a 10% discount, and below 60% a 20% discount. Pills below 50% perfection were questionable. Even whether they qualified as successfully refined remained uncertain. And consuming them risked unforeseen consequences. Very well. Ning Feng rose. And over the next 2 hours he refined 3 more batches of bone rejuvenation pills. And final batch achieving perfection exceeding 90% across all pills. 321 bone rejuvenation pills in total. And after counting, Hai Yafu felt her hands tremble. In less than half a day, Ning Feng had produced this many bone rejuvenation pills. And the entire stock of herbs Li Fu had procured was now exhausted. And she had originally purchased enough for half a month, accounting even for expected losses during refinement. And for a novice alchemist, typical loss rates exceeded 50% on the first attempt. She had considered producing 100 pills a commendable outcome. Yet what unfolded defied all expectations. Though Ning Feng was refining bone rejuvenation pills for the first time, they did so with astonishing speed and minimal loss. At 100,000 alliance credits per pill, 321 pills amounted to 32.1 million credits, and creating nearly 30 million in value before noon. Perhaps I ought to increase brother Ning Feng's share. Hai Yafu murmured, dazed. In her original contract offered him a monthly salary of 100,000 credits plus 30% equity in Fengyuan Pharmacy. Now 50% seemed the only appropriate adjustment. And it must be raised, nor brother Ning Feng's future ambitions may soon eclipse this humble pharmacy. Inside the alchemy chamber, Ning Feng paid little mind to the staggering profits. And tough money was indeed vital to him now. Yet something else occupied his thoughts more deeply. Your spiritual energy has ascended to level 8. And you are automatically cultivating the mirror spirit cultivation art. Your spiritual energy continues to rise gradually. And during alchemical refinement, he sensed his spiritual energy growing denser, more refined. Only then did he realize the mirror spirit cultivation art, which normally required absolute stillness, was progressing automatically, and his spiritual energy had successfully transcended from level 7 to level 8. Cultivating spiritual energy progressed far slower than enhancing physical vitality, and he knew not how others fared. But for him, spiritual growth had always lagged behind bodily strength. Now, however, it appeared to be catching up. Refinement seems to accelerate my cultivation of the mirror spirit art. Ning Feng contemplated this for a moment, and then turned his gaze toward the second formula stored within his system repository. Spirit Gathering Pill. And though both Spirit Gathering Pills and Bone Rejuvenation Pills ranked as first-rank elixirs and former held greater intrinsic value, and demanded significantly greater mastery to refine. System attempt refinement of the Spirit Gathering Pill. And he intoned silently. Your spiritual energy is level 8. Meeting the prerequisite for Spirit Gathering Pill refinement. In current success rate 50%. Note success rate correlates with spiritual energy level and proficiency. Proceed with refinement according to the formula's prescribed sequence. 50%. Ning Feng frowned again. Ni's spiritual energy had risen from level 7 to level 8. Yet his success rate for Spirit Gathering Pills remained lower than for Bone Rejuvenation Pills. Clearly this elixir was extraordinarily difficult to refine. Let me try once more. He adjusted his mental state, waited until his focus was fully restored, then began. First 9th rank Lingji Dragon Severing Root Spirit Ascension Lotus Stem. He fed each herb into the furnace. Each stage proceeded flawlessly, but when all essences fused, a sudden rancid stench erupted from the furnace. Failed, not that acrid odor. Ning Feng froze. He extinguished the furnace flame, extracted the semi-refined mass. Gray viscous sludge oozed from the crucible. He pinched a trace between his fingers and inhaled deeply. By the heavens, how foul! He hastily wiped his fingers with paper. Ethan stood motionless reflecting. And the procedure was flawless. I followed the formula precisely. And could it be? The flame. And throughout refinement, he had maintained uniform flame intensity, applying identical heat to every herb. Evidently, the flame intensity had been improperly calibrated. However, the formula does not specify the intensity of the flames needed for refining each type of herb. It seems that I will need to engage in continuous exploration. Ning Feng inwardly acknowledged the difficulty of crafting the spirit-gathering pill, which could directly aid warriors in their breakthroughs, far surpassing the complexity of the bone growth pill. Let's try each one in turn. He knew that refining medicine could not be rushed. The more urgent one was the easier it was to make mistakes. Thus he proactively slowed down his pace. First, the 9th grade spiritual mushroom. The flame intensity is moderate. The refining speed is acceptable. Let's increase the firepower a bit. Damn, how did it get burnt? When Hai Yafu returned to the alchemy room, she found Ning Feng focused on refining herbs, occasionally showing signs of frustration. Is he crafting the spirit-gathering pill? She was suddenly delighted. Previously, when she bought these two formulas, the alchemy master mentioned that while the bone growth pill was not difficult to refine, the spirit-gathering pill was beyond the capability of an ordinary first-grade alchemist. Even second-grade alchemists had a high failure rate when attempting to craft the spirit-gathering pill. Hai Yafu had hesitated whether to purchase the formula for the spirit-gathering pill. However, thinking of Ning Feng's alchemy talent, she ultimately decided to take a gamble. Even with a success rate of only 10, it would still yield substantial profits. For the next 2 hours, Hai Yafu watched from the side. She noticed that Ning Feng was trying to refine each herb. Each time he refined a type of herb, he would mutter about the required flame intensity. She glanced at the time and realized it was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Ning Feng, why don't we have lunch first? Crafting the spirit-gathering pill is indeed challenging. Perhaps we should just give up for today? Even she could see that Ning Feng was encountering some setbacks in crafting the spirit-gathering pill. However, she could understand as the difficulty of crafting the spirit-gathering pill was evident. If we go to the auction tonight, the more than 100 first-grade bone growth pills should be enough to establish the reputation of the Fengyuan apothecary. Shoo! Ning Feng frowned and shot a glare. Oh! Hai Yafu immediately closed her mouth obediently. Ning Feng exhaled a breath. After several hours of attempts, he finally tested the flame intensity required for refining all the herbs. Next, let's speed up. Saying this, he picked up a basket of 9th grade spiritual mushrooms and threw them all into the cauldron. Refine. With a command, a vast mental force surged forth, controlling the flames within the cauldron to begin refining this batch of herbs. Less than 2 minutes passed. All the 9th grade spiritual mushrooms were refined into droplets of golden energy. Dragon's root. Ning Feng then tossed a basket of black dragon's root, each a length of an arm, into the cauldron. This time his speed was even faster. In less than a minute, all were successfully refined. Spirit lotus stem. Gather 5 spirit leaves. A basket of herbs was thrown into the cauldron, and finally everything was successfully refined. Lastly, the essence of the exotic beast. Ning Feng reached out to grab it, but found it empty. I'll get it for you. Hai Yafu hurriedly jogged over and handed him the jade bottle containing the essence of the exotic beast. 1 bottle is not enough. Ning Feng was not polite. He directly opened all the jade bottles and poured the white essence of the exotic beast into the cauldron. Drop by drop. The essence of the exotic beast is more precious than the spirit core. 1 drop of the essence is equivalent to 10 spirit cores of the same level, aside from its low drop rate. Another reason is that the essence of the exotic beast has mild properties, allowing it to merge with herbs to form pills without the need for refining. Now merge for me. Ning Feng shouted loudly. The medicinal liquid within the cauldron divided into several zones and evenly flowed towards the essence of the exotic beast. The first one, spirit-gathering pill. Come out. With a thunderous sound, a golden pill shot out from above the cauldron. Yafajia. I'm coming. Hai Yafu, not daring to hesitate, hurriedly rushed over to catch it. After she caught the first pill, another one followed. One after another. It smells so good. Although I am a 3rd-grade warrior, upon smelling this aroma, I can feel my strength subtly increasing. Hai Yafu was quite astonished. The effect of this spirit-gathering pill is unexpectedly good. Yafajia, hurry and catch them. At this moment, Ning Feng urged loudly. Huh. Hai Yafu instinctively looked up, then was stunned by the sight before her. Golden pills were soaring into the air. It felt like a dream. Oh, she finally reacted. In the next moment, 5 phantoms appeared around her, and they all dashed out simultaneously. Phantoms turned solid. What level of movement technique is this? Ning Feng was equally shocked. He almost forgot that Yafajia was not only his partner, but also a genuine 3rd-grade warrior. However, at this moment, this 3rd-grade warrior was devoid of the demeanor of a strong person. Hai Yafu was frantically trying to catch the pills while exclaiming excitedly. This left Li Fu and others outside the alchemy room exchanging glances, unsure of what was happening inside. Li Stewart aren't there, just the store manager and Master Ning inside. Shut up. Speak such words again, and he'll slap you. Li Fu glared at the other and said sternly. Ning Feng received the last spirit-gathering pill from the cauldron, then sniffed it instantly, feeling his vital energy rising. Not bad. A smile appeared on his face. The value of this spirit-gathering pill should far exceed that of the bone growth pill, especially for most warriors who had not yet broken through to first grade. However, for those who had already broken through to first grade and frequently found themselves on the battlefield, the bone growth pill was evidently more practical. Ning Feng, there are a total of 28 spirit-gathering pills here. Hai Yafu said with excitement on her face. I want to take 3. You can sell the rest. Ning Feng said directly. Alright, let's first test them, and keep the 3 of the best quality for you. Naturally, those of lower quality will be sold first. The good ones will be kept for personal use. This is also Hai Yafu's value perspective. Money is indeed important, but it is meant to be spent. One must not lose sight of the goal. Keeping 3 for Ning Feng, the remaining 25 are more than enough. Hai Yafu believed that the pricing for these spirit-gathering pills should be at least above 300,000 alliance coins. Otherwise, she would rather store them than sell them. Next, Hai Yafu handed over the batch of refined spirit-gathering pills to Li Fu for testing. After more than 10 minutes, all the spirit-gathering pills had been tested and labeled. Each of them had a perfection rate exceeding 90. Among them, 3 pills even achieved a perfection rate of 100. Ning Feng was not surprised by this, as he had been particularly meticulous in refining these 3 spirit-gathering pills, making the high perfection rate quite normal. These 3 are from Master Ning Feng. The others are all packed. I have great use for them tonight. Hai Yafu. At 6 o'clock in the evening, after a brief rest, Ning Feng followed Hai Yafu back onto the military-licensed off-road vehicle, but this time their destination was not the military office, it was the largest underground auction house in Linhai City. The Jingwan Auction House holds an auction once a week, typically scheduled for Saturday evenings. During this time, prominent figures from Linhai City gather together. In fact, there are many auction houses of various sizes in Linhai City. However, the Jingwan Auction House has become the largest and most popular due to its lack of restrictions. As long as you have something valuable, you can bring it for auction, unlike some auctions that require verification of the provenance. Additionally, the organizers maintain absolute confidentiality regarding member information, so there is no need to worry about privacy being exposed after buying or selling items. This has made Jingwan Auction House the most renowned auction house in Linhai City and even the entire Nanhai province. Sister Yafa, listening to you makes me feel like this is a black market. Ning Feng, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but say, black market? Ha. Hai Yafa laughed. Well, it's kind of like one, but not entirely. For Jingwan Auction House to grow this large, there must be military support or backing from the martial alliance. Otherwise, would the 3 clans not be envious of such a large market? Mentioning the 3 clans made Hai Yafa furious. After the collapse of Tianjin Pharmacy, the 3 clans hastily established a new pharmacy and declared their intent to dominate the entire market share. They even claimed it was because Tianjin Pharmacy's Mo Guangchang caused the deaths of many of their disciples, and monopolizing the market was a form of compensation. Infuriated, Hai Yafu directly cursed their compensation. Clearly, it was their greed that led them to buy up all the potential pills. At the time, Hai Yafu sought a single one from Lei Hong, but he resolutely refused. Now they were playing the victim. They had it coming. Sister Yafu, what exactly is the situation with these 3 clans? Why do I feel they are more powerful than the military, the martial alliance, and the governing hall? Ning Feng asked curiously. He had never heard of these 3 clans before and assumed they were inaccessible to ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Hai Yafu fell silent for a moment, then countered, if a person becomes a billionaire, would they prefer to support unknown strangers or their relatives and friends? Of course it would be my own relatives and friends. Ning Feng answered without hesitation. For instance, if he became an alchemist, he would naturally want to leave a portion of the pills he refined for his 2 younger sisters. If that guy Gao Hai worked hard enough in his cultivation, he would also prepare a gathering spirit pill for him. Isn't that right? Everyone's thoughts are the same. Powerful warriors feel the same way. Martial arts have evolved to this day, and some powerful warriors choose to establish martial arts universities to share their knowledge with all students. Yet most warriors prefer to help their own relatives or friends first, and over time these people gather together to form a family. Such families have strong overall strength and monopolize most of the cultivation resources, but their common characteristic is extreme exclusivity. Sometimes, even resources they cannot use will not be shared with outsiders. They would rather let them rot in the warehouse than give them to others. The last potential pills were desired by many in Linhai City, but they were scared off by the 3 clans. As she said this, Hai Yafu sneered. Ning Feng fell silent for a moment, then continued to ask, does the government not care? Such family-style monopolies must be detrimental to the overall martial community. As she said this, Hai Yafu sneered. Ning Feng fell silent for a moment, then continued to ask, does the government not care? Such family-style monopolies, for example, the Lan and Lei clans were originally large families developing in the capital. Many years ago, during a beast siege, countless warriors from both families were killed or injured, leaving only over 100 who relocated to Linhai City. Yafu shook her head. This is a double-edged sword. It all depends on whether the swordsman can control it. What about the Gu clan? Ning Feng sensed a hint of meaning and continued to ask curiously. The Gu clan has always developed in Linhai. It used to be a small family and was not significant even when the Lan and Lei clans moved to Linhai City. Until a major local family was defeated by the Lan and Lei clans, the Gu clan harvested greatly during that opportunity and gradually became one of the largest families in Linhai today. Among the three clans, the Gu clan is also the most low-profile, obeying the government's orders and mobilizations the fastest. Yafu, who usually interacted quite a bit with the Lan and Lei clans, was relatively familiar with them, but the Gu clan was very mysterious. Even she had only seen their clan leader once or twice. Sister Yafu, what is the strength of the clan leaders of these three clans? Ning Feng suddenly asked. Yafu turned her head to glance at him, and replied, the Lei clan leader Lei Hong and the Lan clan leader Lan Su are both third-grade warriors like me. Of course, the three of us are all around 30 years old. As for the Gu clan leader Gu Qianqiu, he is also a third-grade warrior, but he is already over 70 years old. 70 years old, and still a third-grade warrior. Ning Feng was somewhat surprised. These families don't seem as powerful as he imagined. Yafu rolled her eyes at him. Do you know how many warriors are stuck at first grade and cannot advance to second grade? How many second-grade warriors never reach the threshold of third grade in their lifetime? As for the process from third grade to fourth grade warriors, it is even more perilous. As for the strongest ninth grade masters, the number of masters in Long Kingdom can be counted on one hand. In other regions within the alliance, the combined number of masters is even fewer than in Long Kingdom. This is why Long Kingdom can always maintain its position as the elder brother in the alliance. Alright, let's stop talking about this. We are almost at Jingwan Auction House. At this point, the two had already left the urban area and arrived at the entrance of an inconspicuous residential area. Here, after getting out of the car, Ning Feng surveyed the surroundings and found it no different from the happy community where he lived. Shouldn't there be a big sign on the street declaring this is the Jingwan Auction House? Yafu rolled her eyes. As the two parked the car and prepared to enter the community, Ning Feng finally noticed some differences. There were numerous security cameras outside the community, many of which were quite hidden, especially near the main entrance where there were dozens of cameras. At the entrance of the community, the guards were not elderly men in their 60s, but rather several muscular men in suits, their strength even above first grade. Miss Yafu, do you need to wear a mask? The captain in charge of guarding the entrance was clearly familiar with Yafu and asked her with a respectful expression. I don't need one. Ning Feng, do you want one? After entering the auction house, one could choose to wear a mask primarily to conceal their true appearance. But Yafu was indifferent to this. Ning Feng glanced at the several masks in her hand, and then nodded, saying, give me a fox mask. It wasn't that he didn't want to reveal his identity. In fact, his name should have already echoed throughout the entire Linhai city. However, after all, he was just a student. Following behind Yafu, being too youthful, made him easily looked down upon. Wearing a mask was quite good. Isn't that, Yafu? Just as Ning Feng put on the mask, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Yafu's expression instantly turned sour. Let's go, ignore him. Saying this, she pulled Ning Feng and prepared to enter the auction house. Yafu, wait for me. Lei Yuntao quickly chased after them. When he saw Yafu holding hands with a masked man, his expression immediately darkened. Who the hell are you? Dare to touch my girlfriend? Do you believe I will chop off your hand? Lei Yuntao rushed in front of them, angrily shouting. Lei Yuntao, shut your mouth. Am I your girlfriend? I'd be more like your grandmother. Yafu retorted without. Yafu, what's wrong with you? Lei Yuntao was momentarily taken aback. He said this to publicly make others think they were indeed in a relationship. Then he could straightforwardly drive away this little pretty boy beside Yafu. However, he didn't expect Yafu to have this attitude. Get lost. Yafu completely ignored Lei Yuntao. In her eyes, he was just a good-for-nothing playboy. Every day, he was either chasing girls or on the way to chase girls. How could he pretend to be interested in her? It was just because he had his eyes on the source of the sacred Dao pavilion left by her father. If it weren't for Lei Yuntao being from the Lei family with Yafu's temper, she would have long since slapped him dead. Then Yafu continued to pull Ning Feng towards the auction house. Lei Yuntao stood frozen in place for a long time. His expression grew darker, and he finally looked at Ning Feng's back, saying fiercely, Yafu, I may not dare to touch you, but I must make this little pretty boy suffer. In Linhai City, no one dares to take my woman. The Jingwan Auction House. This was the only building in the entire complex. On the surface, it still didn't look very eye-catching. But upon entering, one would discover it was a world of its own. The upper floor is a massage parlor and private chat rooms. Usually when there are no auctions, the business here is also quite good. However, the consumption threshold is relatively high. At least one must spend over 1 million at a time. Upon hearing about the consumption threshold, Ning Feng didn't pay much attention. Until he heard that spending over 1 million was required, his expression showed shock. Some middle-class families in Linhai City barely earn a few tens of thousands a year. But to spend over $1 million just once here is $1 million a lot. The bone-replenishing pills and spirit-gathering pills you refined today are worth at least tens of millions. Ning Feng, you're no longer an ordinary person. Hai Yafu said. It seems. That makes sense. By the way, Sister Yafu, how will the refined pills be brought over? Do we need to wait for Manager Li? Ning Feng suddenly remembered something. The pills he refined seemed to have all been put into storage. He was unsure if there was still time to bring them over. Don't worry. I have this. Hai Yafu extended her right hand, revealing a snow-white arm adorned with a black bracelet. Seeing Ning Feng's puzzled face, she continued to explain, this is the Blackstone bracelet left by my father. Blackstone is not originally from Blue Star, and it only has a probabilistic appearance in the star realm. The bracelet made from processed Blackstone can serve as a storage space. This bracelet can probably store 1 cubic meter of items, just enough to hold all the refined pills. So magical. Ning Feng thought for a moment, isn't it just similar to his own system space? However, his system space has no... However, Hai Yafu's Blackstone bracelet can only hold 1 cubic meter of items. Sister Yafu, is there a Blackstone bracelet with no storage limit? He asked instinctively. No storage limit. How could that exist? Even if it did, it would be astronomically... It would take at least the entire fortune of the 3 major families to afford it. Hai Yafu laughed, covering her mouth. She thought Ning Feng was joking. Let's first find the auctioneer here. Let him set a starting price for the bone-replenishing pills and spirit-gathering pills, and then we can go to the auction. The auction wasn't on the upper floor, but underground. Sellers need to have their auction items appraised by the auctioneer in advance before they can enter the auction. If the auction is successful, Jingwan Auction House will take a commission. If the item fails to sell, only a basic appraisal fee is required. On the first floor appraisal room. Miss Hai, what good items are you preparing to auction this time? The one responsible for the appraisal was a bespectacled uncle in his 50s. Hai Yafu took out the 2 bottles of bone-replenishing pills and spirit-gathering pills and said, Pills. Hai Yafu took out the 2 bottles of bone-replenishing pills and spirit-gathering pills and said, Pills. Chong Lu curiously picked up the 2 bottles of pills and asked. As far as he remembered, the Sacred Tao Pavilion didn't have any pharmacists. Then he glanced at Ning Feng, who was standing beside Hai Yafu, and nodded slightly. Do you have an appraisal certificate? Yes. Hai Yafu pointed to the label on the jade bottle and said, Alright, I'll need to use a machine to appraise it. Chong Lu wasn't a pharmacist, but he had all the necessary equipment, and appraising ordinary pills wasn't difficult. A few minutes later, he walked out holding the 2 bottles of pills, but his expression was no longer as calm as before. Miss Hai, these 2 pills are respectively the bone-replenishing pill and spirit-gathering pill, both with a perfection level above 80. The starting price for the bone-replenishing pill should be set around 12,000. As for the spirit-gathering pill, I suggest a price of 500,000. For the 2 pills together, they should be able to sell for over 600,000. Changla calculated and said, 2 pills. Who said I only have 2? At this moment, there remains less than half an hour until the auction begins. The auction venue is filled with seats, nearly all of which are occupied. However, looking at the seating arrangement, it is evident that those of higher status are seated in the front, especially the seats in the first row. Look quickly, it seems all the clan leaders from the 3 clans have arrived today. That's right. The leader of the Lei clan, Lei Hong, the leader of the Lan clan, Lan Su, and the leader of the Gu clan, Gu Qianshou, all 3 clan leaders are actually here. It's normal for Lei Hong and Lan Su to come here. But didn't I hear that Gu Qianshou has been recuperating after a serious illness for some time? Why has he come to the auction today? You all may not know, but something significant has happened recently among the 3 clans. The crowd in the back rows whispered among themselves, and those in the know began to recount the events that transpired after the last auction. Oh my! Such a major event has occurred in the 3 clans. Does that mean our families? Fatty from the Li family, you're overthinking it. Didn't you notice that none of the clan leaders of the 3 clans are seated in the prime position? At this moment, everyone realized that the center seat in the first row was not occupied by any of the 3 clan leaders, but rather by a young figure dressed in a white alchemist's robe. When someone took a closer look, they could finally discern the person's appearance. He was a handsome man with a slightly feminine aura, squinting his eyes with a confident expression, though his complexion was quite pale. Gulao, I thought you weren't coming today. Lei Hong said to Gu Qianshou, who was seated beside him. In terms of seniority, Gu Qianshou belonged to his father's generation. However, Gu Qianshou had lived long enough. Even at over 70 years old, he still held the position of clan leader of the Gu clan. It's not that Gu Qianshou was obsessed with power. Rather, several of his sons had died over the years on the battlefield against alien beasts. Thus, in his old age, Gu Qianshou had no choice but to shoulder the burden and continue as clan leader. Among the 3 clans, the Gu clan had the weakest foundation and had become one of the 3 clans by sheer luck in the past. If Gu Qianshou were to pass away one day, the Gu clan might very well fall. Master Mo, you personally came here, so I naturally had to follow. Gu Qianshou said, trembling, his withered face and voice lacking any vitality, making it clear to everyone that his lifespan was nearing its end. Gu Lao, you should rest more. Lei Hong shook his head with a sigh. Although there was competition among the three clans, there was also considerable cooperation. The fate of the Gu clan was after all tied to the future of their Lei clan. I will remember what the Lei clan leader said. But my clan. Sigh. Gu Qianshou's expression suddenly aged a little more, as if he thought of the fate of several of his sons. Lei Hong, don't act like the big brother. Among the three clans, your Lei clan isn't even the oldest. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman seated on the other side suddenly criticized Lei Hong. Lei Hong turned to look at her, his expression not showing much surprise. Lan Su, wasn't it just that last time you lost a business deal to us? The other party chose to cooperate with us because they favored our Lei clan. That was unavoidable. Lei Hong did not underestimate her. Lan Su was notorious for her cunning and ruthlessness. Under her leadership, the Lan clan had eliminated many small families over the years and was rapidly approaching the strength of the Lei clan. He had initially intended to let the last business deal go to the Lan clan, but thinking of Lan Su's methods over the years, if he handed over every deal to them, the future of the Lei clan would likely not differ much from those small families. Thus he ultimately chose to cut in decisively. After this incident, Lan Su was furious and threw quite the tantrum. It was said that everyone in the Lan clan was trembling in fear, and several subordinates were even whipped to death by Lan Su during that time. Lei Hong, don't act like you've got the upper hand. As for this time, why does our jointly opened pharmacy only grant my Lan clan 20 of the shares? Recently, the three clans had conspired on a major plan. They intended to take advantage of the closure of the Tianjin pharmacy to divide the entire market share among themselves. The pharmacy not only could help them earn money, but also control most of the martial artists. Every martial artist would need potions and pills. Once they monopolized this industry, anyone who served their three clans would receive pills from them. If someone opposed them, they could expect to be blacklisted by all pharmacies. Lei Hong glanced at Mo Ye, who was seated in the center. In the pharmacy jointly opened by the three clans, Mo Ye was supposed to take 40 of the shares, while the three clans could only share 20. Originally, Mo Ye had directly requested 50 of the shares. Lei Hong had promised some other concessions, which is how Mo Ye agreed to only take 40. He had no way to contest this. After all, the other party was a second-tier alchemist. Moreover, the pills crafted by him indeed captured the lives of the younger generations of their three clans. Lan clan leader, are you dissatisfied with my 40 share? At this moment, Mo Ye opened his eyes and looked at. He scanned Lan Su's figure, his gaze filled with a hint of interest. This enchanting beauty was indeed different from ordinary women. So you gave Master Mo 40 of the shares. I thought Lei Hong had taken it all. In that case, I have no objections. Lan Su said with a smile, even leaning a little closer to Mo Ye. Ha. The Lan clan leader is quite perceptive. I heard your Lan clan produces many beauties. If you could send a few my way tonight, I would definitely provide your Lan clan with more batches of pills in the future. Mo Ye directly grabbed Lan Su's hand, laughing heartily. Naturally. As long as it pleases Master Mo, our three clans will do anything. Lan Su also did not resist smiling as she spoke. Sacrificing a few clan members in exchange for greater benefits was not a difficult choice for her. Good. If the Lan clan leader could personally accompany me tonight, I might be even more satisfied. As Mo Ye spoke, he began to reach up. Do you think Master Mo poses a threat to our business? Lei Hong asked cautiously. He had learned last night that Lei Yuntao had met Hai Yafu at the military office, and she seemed to have brought along a young alchemist. The Tianjin pharmacy went bankrupt. Those with a bit of influence in Linhai City would choose to test the waters. Hai Yafu also seemed to have found an alchemist from somewhere. It was said that they were preparing to seize half of Linhai City's market share. That alone was enough for him to take it seriously. The three clans wanted to take all the market share, not leaving any for outsiders. After all, Mo Ye was set to take 40 for himself, while the three clans would only average 20. If they gave more to outsiders, it would be a tremendous loss. Are you joking, clan leader Lei? He is merely a small pawn, not even worth a finger of mine. Do you not know the weight of the pills I refined tonight? Mo Ye retorted coldly. He had come to the auction today specifically to bring a batch of pills for sale. His main aim was to enhance his reputation in Linhai City. Hearing this, the three of them smiled with delight. Of course, the pills refined by Master Mo must be the best. After a while, as the auction was about to begin, Ning Feng and Hai Yafu, who had arrived late, finally entered the venue. Master Ning, Miss Hai, your seats are in the front row. From today onwards, you are VIPs of the Jingwan auction house. Chang Lu, with a beaming smile, first handed them VIP cards, then guided them to take their seats in the front row. Brother Ning, I've benefited from you this time. I used to only sit in the second row. Hai Yafu also couldn't hide her smile. What's the difference between the first and second rows? Ning Feng did not understand these things. After all, the seats there weren't particularly comfortable. He actually felt more at ease sitting at the back. You'll know once you go. The first row is filled with important figures. As Hai Yafu spoke, she walked towards the front. At this moment, Lei Hong and his companions also noticed the two of them. Mo Ya's expression shifted slightly in surprise upon seeing Hai Yafu, his gaze filled with fervor. This woman is even more stunning than Lan Su. Clan leader Lei, who is this woman? He quickly inquired. This is Hai Yafu, the owner of the Yuan Shengdao Pavilion. Her father was a third-grade Yuan warrior. He sacrificed himself on the battlefield against the exotic beasts a few years ago, Lei Hong quickly introduced. Originally, Mo Ya was startled upon hearing that her father was a third-grade Yuan warrior, but he felt at ease upon learning that he was already deceased. A dead person, no matter how strong they were in life, was of no use. This woman would indeed be a fitting addition to his collection. Once he returned to the capital, he must take her with him. Just as he was lost in thought, Hai Yafu and Ning Feng reached their seats in the front row and sat down. Seeing this, Lei Hong frowned. Before he could speak, Lan Su coldly shouted, "What kind of status do you have to sit in the front row with us? Shameless wretches, why don't you just leave?" She was clearly insulting Ning Feng and Hai Yafu. Ning Feng hadn't reacted yet, but Hai Yafu immediately shot back, "Some people really are shameless. Just because your husband cheated on you, you hold a grudge against all beautiful women. If you ask me, some people shouldn't be looking for a husband, but rather a stick." As soon as these words were uttered, people in the few rows behind couldn't help but laugh. The gossip about Lan Su's domestic issues had spread throughout Linhai City, but no one dared to say it to her face. Hai Yafu's words struck directly at Lan Su's heart, showing no mercy. "Hai Yafu, say that once more." Lan Su stood up, glaring at Hai Yafu, and shouted. Suddenly, she noticed Ning Feng beside her wearing a mask. She then coldly sneered, "You vixens still have the face to talk about me, yet you're not even married, and have found yourself a pretty boy. Just don't know if this pretty boy can satisfy you." To this, Hai Yafu showed no signs of being rattled. Instead, she smiled, and replied, "You can rest assured he is quite vigorous in that regard." After saying that, she even glanced at Ning Feng. "Hai Yafu, you little wretch." Lan Su was instantly furious, wanting to rush up and tear Hai Yafu's face apart. In the end, Gu Qianxiu shook his head and said, "Enough, let's not embarrass ourselves in front of the juniors. This gentleman should be the alchemist invited by Miss Hai, right? Though you're wearing a mask, I can see that you are under 20. To become an alchemist at such a young age is truly a genius." After finishing this line, he couldn't help but cough violently for a while. At this time, everyone finally noticed Ning Feng beside Hai Yafu. The quickest to react was Mo Ya. He first sensed that Ning Feng's vitality had reached around 150 calories, indicating he was a genuine first-grade warrior. Next was the strength of the other's spirit. His mental strength had just reached level 10, and for some reason, he felt that the other's spiritual intensity was not much different from his own. "This is impossible." He immediately shook his head. Alchemist rankings are not based on their vitality, but on whether they can refine pills of the corresponding grade. Generally, first-grade alchemists have mental levels around 4. Second-grade alchemists are above level 8. Only those with a mental strength above level 8 have a very low probability of successfully refining second-grade pills. His mental strength was at level 10, and the success rate for refining second-grade pills was only about 5. For first-grade pills, the success rate could reach over 80. Thus, he usually focused on refining first-grade pills. He only refined second-grade pills to level up. A first-grade alchemist. Without a doubt, the young man before him was definitely a first-grade alchemist. Moreover, he was surprisingly young. Mo Ya felt a stir in his heart. At his age, he was still just an apprentice alchemist, just beginning to touch upon the art of refining. "Old Gu, you indeed have an eye for talent," Hai Yafu said with a proud expression. "In the future, it will still be the world of the young." Gu Qianxiu shook his head. At the same time, he also cupped his hands to Ning Feng in respect. Ning Feng hurriedly returned the gesture. He is just a mediocre alchemist. How can he compare with Master Mo Ya?" Hearing that he was a first-grade alchemist, Lan Su finally restrained herself somewhat. No matter how bold she was, she wouldn't dare offend an alchemist. However, after sitting down, she still threw out a harsh remark. Meanwhile, a drum sounded in the venue. The auction was finally starting. On stage, the curtain slowly opened. The auctioneer Chang Lu appeared before everyone, and a gray manual was placed in front of him. "Alright, I Chang Lu welcome everyone to the Jingwan auction house. Without further ado, the first auction item today is an engraved martial art Great Jade Shattering Palm. Starting bid is 1 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in excitement. What the hell? The first auction item is an engraved martial skill. This is fantastic. I knew I should have come to the auction today. An engraved martial skill. Many third-tier warriors might not even have practiced it right. They'll take it for 1 million. I offer 1,200,000. Old Huang, at your age, what martial skill are you still practicing? Is it wrong for me to leave it for my grandson? Your son was fathered by the old Huang next door. How do you have a grandson? Say that again. On the stage, Chang Lu looked at the chaos below and couldn't help but smile. An engraved martial skill, it had been a long time since they had seen one. If this weren't just a fist technique, it would have been taken by them internally long ago. Why would they choose to auction it off? Those who could buy this martial skill surely weren't the ordinary folks in the back rows. Only the big clients in the front row had the financial means. Thus, upon hearing the bids from the crowd, he remained silent and did not respond. This martial skill was accidentally obtained by a herbalist on the mountain. Rest assured the source is absolutely reliable. Furthermore, our auction house promptly went to the scene for inspection and found a corpse suspected to belong to a 4th-tier warrior not far from the manual. This means that this grade martial skill Great Jade Mountain Palm is very likely what this 4th-tier warrior practiced in his lifetime. Just think, if everyone could learn this martial skill, perhaps they could become 4th-tier warriors in the future. Seeing that the 3 clan leaders in the audience had not yet made a move, Chang Lu continued to smile and elaborate on his introduction. His words undoubtedly further incited the frenzy among the crowd. After all, many people were merely 1st-tier warriors or even hadn't reached the 1st tier. If they could really cultivate this grade martial skill to become 4th-tier warriors, wouldn't they be more formidable than the clan leaders? After all, the 3 clan leaders were merely 3rd-tier warriors. I bid 1,300,000. 1,350,000. 50,000 is all you dare to raise. I bid 1,500,000. Although over $1 million was a high price, many seated were businessmen who could still manage to afford it. As long as they could become 4th-tier warriors, 1 million and some change was nothing. With such immense power, the wealth they could acquire would be endless. Meanwhile, in the front row, the first to lose patience was Lan Su. Although she knew this was the usual trick of the Jingwan auction house, the possibility of becoming a 4th-tier warrior still tempted her. 3 million. As others were still raising bids of over $1 million, Lan Su's declaration of 3 million silenced the crowd. 3 million. I could scrape together 3 million by emptying my savings and borrowing a bit, but, sigh. Lan clan has made their move, we have no hope now. 305,000. A muscular man somewhat unwillingly continued to raise his bid. He was the manager of the largest boxing gym in Linhai City, and he also owned several branches. Moreover, he was a 2nd-tier warrior specializing in fist techniques. After years of cultivation, his fist intent had reached a pinnacle, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd tier. This fist martial skill was exceptionally suited for him. Thus, when Lan Su called out the 3 million price, he gritted his teeth and wanted to keep bidding. That's Ali from his father, trained in our clan for a time back then. Gu Qianqiu did not turn around, but recognized him just by. He said this to persuade Lan Su to give the martial skill to him for his sake. After all, a fist martial skill was not something Lan Su excelled in. I don't care who he is. Lan Su was furious at this moment. If this Ali were to kneel and beg her, she might consider giving the martial skill to him. She had already made her bid. How dare this person compete with her? It was truly a case of overstepping bounds. 5 million. Lan Su stood up on her chair and coldly shouted. After all, her Lan clan's enterprises were spread across the entire city, with many businesses supported by her clan, even in several other cities within the province. What was 5 million alliance coins to her? 505,000. At this moment, Ali still wanted to continue bidding, even if it meant selling his entire boxing gym. However, before he could finish his bids, several friends around him quickly pulled him back. Ali, are you crazy? That's the ruthless Lan Su, you must not provoke her. But I really want this martial skill, Ali said somewhat absent-mindedly, while sitting in his chair. You must be out of your mind. If she can call out 5 million, she'll soon call out 8 million. Can you keep up? Don't provoke the 3 clans. Under the persuasion of several people, Ali finally gave up on bidding. 5 million once. 5 million twice. 5 million 3 times. Sold. On stage, Chang Lu raised his small hammer and loudly declared, this grade martial skill now belongs to Clan Lan. At this moment, he was very pleased. To ensure a smooth auction, he had arranged several people to follow the bids, all to achieve a good price. Originally, he had expected this martial skill to sell for around 3 million alliance coins at most. After all, warriors who cultivated fist techniques were in the minority. If it were about gun techniques or sword techniques, it would be entirely different. A bunch of clowns. After successfully obtaining this martial skill, Lan Su coldly laughed and sat back down. As long as it's something she fancies, no one else could take it away. However, she did remember that Ali. In a few days, she would use some means to have his boxing gym shut down, then force him to kneel and apologize to her in the Lan clan. Clan leader Lan, such behavior will make everyone in Linhai City treat our 3 clans as public enemies. Lei Hong said with a frown. Although he was the clan leader of the Lei clan, he was also the president of the Linhai City Chamber of Commerce. Coincidentally, this Ali was also a member of the chamber. A grade martial skill is indeed quite impressive. However, the Lan clan practices the long whip and fist techniques are not suitable for them at all. Even if Lan Su bought this fist martial skill, it would eventually just gather dust in a warehouse. Become public enemies. In an instant, Lan Su couldn't help but laugh. Well, I actually hope they come to challenge us themselves. Just in time, my Lan clan still has some businesses that haven't been touched. Whoever comes will be waiting to be acquired. Upon hearing this, Lei Hong shook his head. In recent years, Lan Su had swallowed up many enterprises offering only bankruptcy prices, which were practically given away. Especially last year, a very promising electronics company which had not yet gone public suddenly faced a slew of negative press, and the founder chose to end his life by jumping off a building the next day. The next auction item is, following that under Chang's direction the staff rolled a black motorcycle onto the stage. Indeed, this is the latest XR2 series flying motorcycle. It is well known that only the Martial Alliance and the military can obtain this series of flying motorcycles. Others can only purchase civilian flying motorcycles with a regular driver's license. However, this flying motorcycle has been registered with a regular license plate through special channels allowing anyone with a regular driver's license to operate it. Just imagine how exhilarating it would be to ride this high-performance flying motorcycle in the vast sky. The starting bid is only 200,000. Compared to the first-grade martial arts technique, not many people in the audience were interested in this flying motorcycle. After all, not everyone is a Ghost Fire youth. However, there were still some who were quite interested in the motorcycle, and after several rounds of bidding it was finally sold for 500,000 Alliance coins. The successful bidder was a young boy with yellow hair who was now beaming with excitement. With this flying motorcycle, wouldn't it be much easier for him to impress girls? Next, various collectibles were auctioned off one after another. Crade martial arts techniques, herbs, beast spirit cores, beast corpses, and so on, most of which were related to exotic beasts. Some of the beast corpses were well preserved and could be processed for culinary use. The three clan leaders in the front row showed no interest in these auction items. Emoya found it particularly dull. Compared to the auctions in the capital, this one was simply at a sewer level. It wasn't until Chang Lu picked up a milky white stone to introduce it that he curiously looked over. This is a rather decent quality Lingyun stone. It is well known that during cultivation one can easily fall into a trance, but this Lingyun stone can nurture the spirit and keep one alert at all times. If there is a warrior on the verge of a breakthrough, this would be a good purchase to try out. The starting bid for this Lingyun stone is 500,000. Initially, many in the audience were quite interested, but upon hearing such a high starting price, they were all frightened away. It's not like it's a martial arts technique or something. A Lingyun stone might not even have any effect. If it turns out to be useless, that would be a huge loss. The auction house's rule is that once a bid is successful, it cannot be returned. At this moment, after hearing about the effects of the Lingyun stone, Hai Yafa looked at Ning Feng and said, "This stone seems quite suitable for you. Typically, alchemists need to use mental energy when refining pills, and this Lingyun stone is actually more suitable for alchemists." Ning Feng nodded. However, he didn't pay much attention. With the mirror spirit cultivation method, even if his mental energy was depleted, he could quickly recover in a short time. This Lingyun stone wasn't particularly useful for him. "Alright then, I'll help you bid for it." Saying that, Hai Yafu shouted a bid of 60,000 at the stage. "Wait, I didn't say I wanted to buy it." Ning Feng was taken aback. Although he had 5 million Alliance coins that Lung Bingning had sent him that morning, the governing office was also about to give him 3 million. That adds up to 8 million Alliance coins. But he was used to saving and didn't want to spend all his money casually. "It's fine, consider it a gift from me." Hai Yafa blinked and said she wouldn't let Ning Feng pay. She had planned to buy a few items for him at the auction. For some reason, Ning Feng felt as if he was being pampered by a rich woman. 60,000 once. 60,000 twice. 60,000 three. Just as Chang Lu was about to strike the gavel, you sitting in the front row said 100,000. After shouting, he glanced at Ning Feng with a very contemptuous expression. As a second-grade alchemist, he had plenty of money. He wanted to see if Ning Feng would dare to compete with him. 100,000. Chang Lu was somewhat dumbfounded at the stage. After evaluation, this Lingyun stone was worth at most 60,000. There simply weren't many people who wanted to buy it. He was already prepared for it to go unsold. He never expected someone to shout a bid of 100,000. This made him extremely happy. He then shook his head at the few people below who were scheduled to bid, signaling them not to raise the price. After all, if this fellow backed out, the auction house would suffer a huge loss. 100,000 once. 100,000 twice. This time, before he could finish speaking, Ning Feng, wearing a mask, stood up and directly shouted 150,000. Chang Lu was so delighted, he almost fainted. The higher the auction price, the more commission he would earn. 150,000 meant he could at least get 20,000 as commission. However, this customer was a VIP of the auction house. They always valued their VIPs and wouldn't just take it, so he immediately shouted quickly 150,000 once. Twice. 3 times. "I bid 3. This time, Imoya also stood up and shouted arrogantly. As soon as this was said, the entire venue was, "What the hell? 300,000 for such a thing? Damn, how can there be so many rich people? Who are these two? Why don't I recognize them?" The one in the middle is a second-grade alchemist invited by the 3 clans, and the one wearing the mask seems to have been brought by Hayafu. A second-grade alchemist. No wonder they dare to bid such high prices. These alchemists are never short of money. This is amazing. They casually bid millions. Will these two continue to bid? All eyes in the venue turned to Imoya and Ning Feng. Ning Feng, however, smiled and said, "Since you want it so much, I'll let you have it." He then sat down muttering to himself about how this Lingyun stone worth at most 60,000 was actually bought for 300,000 by this fool. At this moment, you gradually realized. This guy was actually deliberately trying to con him. Damn it. He sat down with a face full of anger. Originally, he should have felt quite satisfied after competing with the other party, but now he felt extremely disgusted thinking about being tricked. Alright. He'll remember, you just wait and see. He glared deeply at Ning Feng. Then he said to Lei Hong, and the others, you guys help me pay for this later. Once the pharmacy makes money, just deduct it from my dividends. Anyway, it was impossible for him to spend his own money. Hearing this, Lei Hong frowned. The pharmacy wasn't even open yet, where would the dividends come from? However, he couldn't say much and could only agree. Understood. The next auction item is quite rare. I believe everyone present will be very interested. Selling a Lingyun stone for 300,000 at this moment, Chang Le's face was filled with excitement, wishing he could sell the remaining items to this foolish big spender. Speaking of which, Chang Le first had the curtains raised and then pushed a cage onto the stage. At this moment, everyone in the audience curiously stretched their necks to see what was inside. They had no idea what auction item could be so mysterious. After a while, the curtains slowly opened again. This time a cage appeared on the stage. Upon seeing what was inside the cage, everyone became excited. Exactly. This is a cat girl we captured. The starting bid is 1 million. Inside the cage, a blue-haired girl with cat ears lay on the ground, her beautiful tail hanging down. When she raised her head, her amber eyes shone, and her appearance was utterly adorable. Humans are the most despicable creatures. Our settlement lies close to the human battlefield. Whenever you young cat girls venture outside, flee immediately upon sighting a human. Uncle, why must we wage endless war against humans? Can't we coexist in peace? Xiaolon, you must know our ancestral homeland is Catgirl Star. Centuries ago, humans from Blue Star invaded our world and abducted countless catgirls to enslave them as playthings for their amusement. It was not we who sought war. It was they who first violated our sacred soil and dragged our ancestors here by. Humans are our greatest enemy. Xiaolon Xiaozi, take care today while gathering fruit. Under no circumstances enter human territory. Mother, I understand. Xiaozi, look, someone's lying over there. A human. Xiaolon, mother warned us to flee at once upon seeing a human. We must leave now. But he appears gravely wounded. I cannot abandon him to die. All humans are deceivers. Don't be fooled by his innocent facade. I'm returning home to fetch father and mother. Yet I wish to stay and save him. Who are you? Why am I here? I am Xiaolon. You collapsed on the mountain. I carried you back. Wish to stay and save him. Who are you? Why am I here? I am Xiaolon. You collapsed. What is WeChat? Surely you don't even own a smartphone. Let me teach you. It's wonderfully engaging. Wow, this game is utterly captivating. Xiaolon, we're friends now, aren't we? Yes, the dearest friends imaginable. Uncle's words weren't entirely true. Humans aren't all evil. Boss, the cat girl inside has been sedated. I've secured her for transport. Gao Fei, you truly outdo yourself. 3 catgirls this month already. Boss, the price. Given your diligence and her exceptional beauty, I'll grant you 100,000 alliance credits. Thank you, boss. Safe travels. Where am I? Why does my head throb so fiercely? So, a memorable name indeed. Gao Fei sold you to our merchant guild. The boss had intended to train you, but a client demanded immediate delivery. Tomorrow you'll be sent to the auction house. You'll become a catgirl servant henceforth. An auction house? A servant? Impossible. A Fei is my friend. He'd never do such a thing. Slap. That strike teaches you humility. Servants possess no right to raise their voices. The Fei you speak of has already sold 3 catgirls to us this month. Were you not the most exquisite, the boss would have kept you overnight. A Fei? Impossible. How could he? Father, mother, I was wrong. I refuse to be a servant. I long to return home. Who will rescue Xiaolon? Our featured lot tonight, a stunning catgirl servant. She bears no name yet. Her new master shall bestow one upon purchase. Though untrained, she remains a pristine canvas, untainted, pure. Imagine possessing such a creature. How sumptuous your life shall become. Chang Lu gestured enthusiastically toward the blue-haired, cat-eared girl confined within the cage. At that moment, Xiaolan's expression hardened into stark terror upon recognizing the scene beyond the bars. Especially the leering gazes of the burly human men, hungrily predatory as if poised to rend her apart. I have a name. I am Xiaolon. She rose shakily and declared, voice trembling yet defiant. What? Chang Lu blinked in surprise, then shot a sharp glance to the nearby beast tamer. Instantly the tamer raised his whip and struck. Crack. Dare a servant speak back? Agonizing. Already weakened by starvation, Xiaolon staggered, nearly collapsing under the blow. The crowd below erupted, frenzied, intoxicated. Exhilarating. Utterly thrilling. She's ravishing. I'll buy her for my household. Will your wife consent to bringing home a cat girl? What of it? She's merely a lowly servant. No threat. 1 million credits. I claim her. 1.2 million. 1.5 million. Live exotic beasts were rare enough, but a creature of such ethereal beauty, unprecedented, which man present wouldn't covet her. Yet some remained pragmatic. Strength mattered above aesthetics. A first-tier beast would serve far more usefully than mere ornamentation. A powerless catgirl, merely a decorative vase, soon discarded once novelty faded. Thus, though bidding surged wildly, Lei Hong and his companions in the front row paid no heed. Uffed, just a catgirl. Lan Su curled her lip. She owned several formidable beasts, including a werewolf she particularly favored. Obedient, fierce, enduring. As for this catgirl, she held no allure. I, however, find her intriguing. Emoya gazed upon the caged figure on stage, and moistened his lips. He had never tasted an exotic beast of her kind. Clan Chief Lei, acquire her for me. I demand this catgirl. He smiled, teeth gleaming. Lei Hong, unsurprised, replied, Master Emo, the apothecary's projected first-month profit stands at roughly 20 million credits. After cost, your share amounts to 7 million credits. You've already spent 3 million acquiring that spirit. He left unsaid what followed. Purchasing the stone had been reckless. Buying an unarmed catgirl was sheer folly. Emoya frowned, unprepared for such meager returns. 2 million credits. He rose abruptly, voice booming across the hall. Even with only 7 million, do his personal reserves suffice to secure her? Yet he was calculating. Now, his sudden bid aimed to intimidate rivals into retreat. And indeed, murmurs rippled through the rear rows, hesitation blooming like frost. After all, this man had just spent 3 million on a spirit rhythm stone. Who dared compete? Moreover, was he not honored guest of the 3 clans? After all, this man had just spent 3 million on a spirit rhythm stone. Who dared? Emoya sneered coldly. Cowards, every last one. When he entered the fray, who dared oppose? Xiaolon. Ning Feng gazed at the blue-haired, cat-eared girl confined in a cage upon the auction stage, her delicate features stirring memories of his younger sister, Xiao Bailu. Xiao Bailu too possessed hair of the same azure hue, sharply contrasting with Xiao Jingzhe's crimson locks. Little brother Ning Feng, are you planning to bid for this catgirl? Hai Yafu, noticing his expression, asked curiously. So Ning Feng truly favored such petite, adorable girls? No. Ning Feng shook his head. Though he doted deeply on his 2 sisters, he was no benevolent saint. The fates of others had never been his concern, much less that of a beastkin. Buying her would be quite convenient. You'd have someone to attend to you each night. Hai Yafu continued, her tone laced with playful provocation. Ning Feng rolled his eyes at her. If you're not bidding, then I will. Indeed, Hai Yafu intended to purchase the cat, chiefly because she believed the upcoming Fengyuan pharmacy would require a receptionist, and she held no fear of betrayal or escape. Once acquired, a blood oath could be forged granting her absolute dominion over the catgirl's life and death. 2,500,000. Hardly had Emoya announced his bid of 2 million than Hai Yafu countered without hesitation. What? Emoya had assumed victory was assured. He hadn't expected anyone to dare challenge him, especially not Hai Yafu. Upon recognizing her voice, his face darkened considerably, for he recalled how Ning Feng had tricked him earlier during the Spirit Rhythm Stone auction. 3 million. Yet he refused to yield. 3,500,000. Hai Yafu too declined to concede, having already calculated the long-term value, no wages, endless service, and undeniable profit. Fine, fine, fine. Veins bulged across Emoya's forehead as he gritted his teeth and sank back into his seat. Spending such a sum on a beastkin was utterly senseless. 3,500,000, once. 3,500,000, twice. 3,500,000, 3 times. Congratulations. This catgirl has been successfully acquired by Miss Hai. Chong Lu beamed. The creature purchased for mere hundreds of thousands now sold for 3.5 million. The auction house had profited handsomely. Upon conclusion of the auction, Miss Hai may formalize the blood oath with her new acquisition. From this moment forward, you shall be her sovereign. With that, Chong Lu gestured for attendants to carry the cage away. Next, a succession of rare artifacts were presented. Among them, Lei Hong himself acquired a lightning attribute cultivation orb. Half an hour later, the auction neared its close. Very well. The following lot is rather extraordinary. Recall the rank martial technique, Great Jade Shattering Palm, auctioned earlier. This artifact, like that manual, was discovered upon the body of the same 4th-rank martial artist. Chong Lu then placed a fist-sized gray stone upon the stage. Preliminary analysis indicates it intermittently emits faint energy traces. Perhaps this stone holds the key to unprecedented opportunity. For those who seek swift ascension to true strength, this stone may well prove indispensable. He wiped sweat from his brow. The stone was peculiar. Despite exhaustive efforts, the auction house's senior appraisers remained unable to discern its internal composition. Yet they dared not cleave it open. What if it proved merely ordinary? In the end, the proprietor authorized it. After all, it had been found not bought. No loss in parting with it. Still following Chang Li's introduction, the hall fell into profound, eerie silence. Finally a voice broke the stillness. Master Chang, what is the opening bid for this stone? A few attendees intrigued by its connection to the rank technique voiced tentative interest. Precisely 50,000 alliance credits. Chang Lu smiled warmly. What? 50,000 for it? Preposterous. Truly astonishing. We're meant to believe we're fools. Next lot. Remove this stone immediately. Has Jingwan auction house resorted to such gimmicks now? What stone warrants 50,000? Exactly. You claim it was found near that 4th-rank martial artist. Well, tomorrow I'll stake out the entrance of the capital's grandmaster's residence and collect their morning urine. I'll sell that to your auction house for 1 million credits no less. Ha ha ha. Brother, you're brilliant. I'm doubled over laughing. Truth be told, I could pick up any random stone off the street and list it for 50,000. Your word alone suffices. Laughter rippled through the audience. Chang Lu stood flustered. Truth be told, even he doubted the stone's worth and had mentally prepared for its unsold status. Should it remain unsold, he'd simply discard it in the latrine. 50,000, I'll take it. At that moment a voice rang out. Chang Li's face lit with elation as he turned toward the bidder. Ning Feng, you wish to acquire this stone? Hai Yafu leaned toward him curious as he rose to bid. If you enjoy collecting stones, I'll drive you to the river tomorrow. We'll find far more exquisite ones there. She assumed he merely sought a novelty. Ning Feng responded with another wry glance. Yet something inexplicable stirred within him. The instant his gaze fell upon the stone, his blood pulsed faintly, as though answering a summons long awaited. This stone was no ordinary relic. 50,000 once. 50,000 twice. Though Ning Feng was a VIP patron, selling the stone was welcome news. Chang Lu seized the moment without delay. 60,000. Just then Mo Ye rose once more, challenging Ning Feng's bid. As an alchemist, his spiritual perception far surpassed that of ordinary mortals. And as he scrutinized the stone, he sensed something unusual. Master Mo, do you intend to purchase this stone? Lan Su asked, intrigued. Lei Hong merely shook his head, assuming Mo Ye had simply reignited his rivalry with Ning Feng. Merely for amusement, Mo Ye replied tersely. 70,000. Ning Feng raised his bid again. So long as the price stayed below 100,000, he judged the acquisition worthwhile. Dare you defy me again? Mo Ye's expression hardened upon hearing Ning Feng's counter. 80,000. After a pause he declared. Master Mo, beware of being deceived once more, Lei Hong remarked coolly. 90,000. Raise it further, and the stone is yours freely gifted. Ning Feng smiled faintly before sitting. His posture suggested he would indeed withdraw, should Mo Ye press 1. Mo Ye nearly cried out, 100,000, but caught sight of the subtle smirk curling Ning Feng's lips, and instantly understood. Blast it, he's tricking me again. I withdraw. 90,000 for a worthless stone. Some people are truly beyond foolish. With that Mo Ye slumped back into his seat. 90,000 once. Twice. 3 times. Sold. Hearing the final gavel, Ning Feng exhaled. His heart settled, certain he now held something extraordinary. Alright, the auction event is nearing its end. However, everyone knows that the grand finale is where the true treasures are unveiled. On the stage, Chang Lu teased the crowd. Soon they saw 2 beautiful ladies in qipao carrying 2 jade vials coming forward. That's right. The last item we will auction is a medicinal pill. First up is the grade 1 pill, the Xinggu Dan from the Fengyuan pharmacy. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted into discussions. Medicinal pills. Are they auctioning pills again this time? I remember the last auction also had pills, something called the Qianli Dan. Yes. It was the Qianjin pharmacy's Qianli Dan, and in the end they were all bought by the 3 clans. Qianli Dan. Hey, that's just a harmful pill. Can't I buy medicinal pills from the Wuming? Brother, the types of pills sold by the Wuming are limited, and it's impossible to buy several bottles. At least it's better than buying those harmful pills that could kill people. Wait a moment, Fengyuan pharmacy. I've never heard. It should be a newly opened pharmacy in Linhai City. Anyway, if it's not an officially sold pill, I won't buy it. There's no guarantee. In the front row, Lei Hong and his companions were smiling as they heard the announcement of the medicinal pill auction. They had brought a batch of pills to auction as well. Their goal was to make a name for their newly opened pharmacy among the 3 clans. They even chose a very straightforward name for the pharmacy, the Sanzhu Pharmacy. According to their plan, within 6 months the number of branches of the Sanzhu Pharmacy should reach at least 50. Next year they would start expanding into other provinces. Master Mo, it will soon be our turn. Lan Su said with a flattering smile. The 3 clan leaders can rest assured, as long as the pills I refine are auctioned, they will definitely cause a frenzy. Once the pharmacy starts operating, remember to give me my share. As a grade 2 alchemist, the reason Mo Ye came here tonight was to cooperate with Lei Hong's plan to get the pharmacy up and running for profit. The share will definitely be given. I just wonder if the body refining pill Master Mo refines will attract everyone's interest. At this moment Lei Hong frowned. Originally, he had asked Imoya to refine two types of pills for auction. One was a regular cultivation pill, and the other was a rarer functional pill. Auctioning two types of pills would also let everyone know the strength of their pharmacy. This was definitely more attractive than just the title of a grade 2 alchemist. However, Imoya found it troublesome. In the end, he only refined a few bottles of body refining pills. He insisted that these pills could be used by all grade 1 warriors and would surely cause a frenzy. To this, Lei Hong had no way to respond. Leader, lady, you not trust me? Imoya's expression instantly darkened. A grade 2 alchemist is always treated as a distinguished guest wherever he goes. If it weren't for the desire to earn big money, he wouldn't want to stay in such a desolate place as Linhai City for so long. That's not what I mean. I just feel that the body refining pill is rather common, plus the price at the Wuming isn't high. Before Lei Hong could finish his words on the stage, the auctioneer Chang Lu announced the Xingu Dan refined and sold by Fengyuan Pharmacy with a starting price of 80,000 yuan per bottle. What? Xingu Dan? Isn't that the body refining pill? What kind of place is Fengyuan Pharmacy? Imoya was instantly dumbfounded. Fengyuan Pharmacy, if I'm not mistaken, should be the pharmacy just established by Miss Hai and that alchemist. Fengyuan, the origin of the wind. That's quite a good name. Gu Qianqiu, who was sitting nearby with his eyes closed, said with a faint smile. Is it that sly fox Hai Yafu's pharmacy? Lan Su immediately screamed loudly. Seeing Hai Yafu making money was even more painful than killing her. Everyone calm down. Why are you all making such a ruckus? It's normal for them to auction pills since they have an alchemist. The auction placing their pills before ours also indicates that our pills are more important. Lei Hong remained very calm. He understood the tricks of the auction well. Generally, the first and last items in an auction are the most attractive. The Xingu Dan from Fengyuan Pharmacy was placed before their body refining pills. This only demonstrated the value of the body refining pills. It was very possible that the body refining pills would be the grand finale of this auction. Master Emma, will you be able to refine the Xingu Dan? Lei Hong asked again. Since the other party already had the idea of competing, they needed to be prepared early. Xingu Dan. Imoya sat back in his chair and sneered, just a run-off-the-mill grade 1 pill. I have no time to refine such low-grade goods. The only pills he would personally refine are those that could sell for a lot of money. Xingu Dan being a trash pill simply wouldn't fetch a good price. If that's the case, let them sell their low-grade goods at Fengyuan Pharmacy. Our pharmacy will focus on high-end products. Imoya had an idea. Anyway, he wouldn't touch those low-grade pills. Since Fengyuan Pharmacy wants to sell them, he didn't mind. His pharmacy, jointly established with the three clans, would take the high-end route to earn more money. However, capturing the market early is crucial. If customers get used to going to Fengyuan Pharmacy, then we will. As the president of the trading association, Lei Hong was very familiar with certain commercial tactics. Sometimes penetrating the lower market is also very important, because it allows customers to develop purchasing habits. In the future, when people think of buying pills, they will go to Fengyuan Pharmacy. Who would come to their Sanzhu Pharmacy? Alright, Leader Lei. I think Master Mo's words are valid. With Master Mo in charge, we naturally need to take the high. Selling those low-grade pills would only tarnish the reputation of our three clans. Lan Su immediately interrupted Lei Hong. There are so many warriors in Linhai City. As long as they manage the high-end market, they wouldn't have to worry about selling pills in the future. Moreover, this is a pharmacy jointly established by the three clans. She doesn't want Lei Hong to take the lead. She instinctively opposed any of Lei Hong's opinions. But Lei Hong was thinking long-term. With Imoya's temperament, he would definitely not stay in Linhai City for long. He would surely return to Kyoto later. However, he had also communicated with Imoya about this matter. If Imoya leaves, he would later recommend a few of his junior brothers to come over. Most of his junior brothers are grade 1 alchemists. If the Sanzhu Pharmacy takes the high-end route now, what will happen when there's no one to refine those pills? At that time, it's very likely that their pharmacy would go bankrupt. Bone Regenesis pill, starting bid 80,000 yuan. This is a genuine grade 1 pill primarily designed to heal fractures and traumatic injuries. So long as the injury is not fatal, full recovery is assured, and each pill boasts an efficacy perfection rate of 80%. On stage, Chang Lu frantically promoted the pill. Just moments earlier, Jingwan Auction House had entered a strategic partnership with Fengyuan Pharmacy. Henceforth, the pharmacy would supply a batch of pills for auction. In return, the auction house would receive a share of the proceeds. Yet despite Chang Li's fervent pitch, the audience remained guarded and skeptical. After all, only last week's potential enhancement pill scandal had left victims gravely harmed. No one wished to suffer the same fate as the three clans. Naturally, several martial cultivators who routinely fought monstrous beasts on the front lines were also present. Upon hearing the pill's purported effects, they grew intrigued. Moreover, the price seemed reasonable. Still, none could verify its actual efficacy. What if its effects proved disappointing? Seeing widespread disinterest, Chang Lu grew visibly flustered and turned his gaze toward Hai Yafu. Meanwhile, Imoya and his companions could not suppress their laughter. I told you, such low-grade merchandise would never draw attention. Fengyuan Pharmacy. A farce. Mo scoffed outright. Clearly Master Mo reigns supreme. Once your body-forging pill launches, it'll spark a frenzy of bidding. Lan Su hastily offered flattery. Even Lei Hong nodded in agreement. Evidently caution prevailed among the crowd. Though the bone regenesis pill might indeed be effective, its unproven performance deterred purchase. By contrast, the body-forging pill was indispensable to most Grade 1 martial cultivators. Daily cultivation demanded it. Many devoted nearly all their earnings solely to acquiring it. Launching the pharmacy's debut product with the body-forging pill would almost certainly avoid such an awkward silence. At that very moment, Hai Yafa, witnessing the tepid response, began to panic. She had anticipated at least partial interest and subsequent purchases. Her vision was clear. Once a few tried it and attested to its efficacy, word would spread, 10 by 10, 100 by 100, gradually elevating Fengyuan Pharmacy's reputation. Yet not a single bid had been placed. Would the bone regenesis pill truly go unsold? Sister Yafu remained calm. Ning Feng remained composed. He understood perfectly the assembly simply lacked first-hand knowledge of the pill's effects. Compounding this was lingering distrust from the recent potential enhancement pill incident. Pausing briefly, he rose decisively to his feet. Facing the entire hall without hesitation, he declared, "I am the apothecary of Fengyuan Pharmacy, and I personally refined this bone regenesis pill. Henceforth, any pill purchased through official channels from our pharmacy, if found ineffective or causing adverse reactions, will be fully refunded. We further guarantee full coverage of all associated medical expenses." Though classified as a Grade 1 pill, the bone regenesis pill benefits all martial cultivators alike. As he spoke, his eyes fell upon a man seated in a wheelchair at the rear, his legs encased in plaster. Ning Feng turned toward him directly. "Brother, your fracture appears severe. Why not test this pill yourself?" Startled to be singled out, the man tensed visibly. His injury had occurred during a mission, tumbling down a mountain slope, shattering both legs. Though plastered, doctors estimated 6 months bed rest, and even then full recovery remained unlikely. Permanent impairment loomed as a grim certainty. Hearing he might try the bone regenesis pill, however, stirred faint hope within him. "Then the cost, eh? Completely free," Ning Feng replied calmly. Offering trial doses gratis was itself a generous concession. Normally testers received compensation. "Very well, I'll try it. If it works, I'll gladly pay. But should it prove useless, I'll part with no coin." The man muttered reluctantly. "Agreed." With that, Ning Feng handed him a single pill. Instantly, every eye in the hall turned toward them. Curious, expectant, skeptical. "Isn't that Wu Laosan? Rumor says he broke his legs on a mission. Wu Laosan is a Grade 1 cultivator, and even physicians declared his legs irreparable. Could this bone regenesis pill truly restore them?" "Impossible. No pill delivers such miraculous results. At best it may accelerate healing, but regenerate bone and mend grievous wounds. Even marginal efficacy would be valuable. We'd carry one on every mission." "Well, Ning Feng asked as the man swallowed the pill. "Nothing unusual, no sensation whatsoever." Wu Laosan rubbed his leg, assuming any effect would take 2 or 3 days. Yet barely had he spoken when an odd itch surged through both legs. He couldn't suppress a low moan. "It itches. It feels sublime." A tremor rippled through his very soul. Nearly 10 minutes passed before the sensation subsided. He finally stilled. Some spectators, unaware of what transpired, assumed Wu Laosan had slipped into delirium. "Try standing now," Ning Feng instructed. "Huh?" Wu Laosan blinked, bewildered. He recalled his fresh plaster cast and the physician's stern decree, 6 months immobility. Before he could protest, Ning Feng gently lifted him upright. "Wait. My feet are injured. I cannot stand." Wu Laosan cried out in alarm, yet everyone around him stared stunned. For Wu Laosan stood firm upon his own 2 feet. "My legs, no pain, none whatsoever." It dawned on him slowly. Even slight movement had previously seared agony through his limbs. Now utter numbness reigned. Only then did he realize he was standing. "Heavens, I'm standing." Cautiously he took several steps forward. No twinge, no sting, no ache. Had plaster not bound his legs? "Master, this pill." Overwhelmed, he gazed at Ning Feng, breathless. "Bone regenesis pill," Ning Feng replied, smiling. Yes. I'll buy it immediately. Give me more, several more." Ecstasy flooded his being. He had never imagined such extraordinary efficacy. Had he carried this pill on his last mission, such suffering would have been spared. "Visit Fengyuan Pharmacy after the auction concludes," Ning Feng added warmly. Simultaneously, the entire hall stood transfixed, astonishment rippling like wildfire. Heavens, does the bone regenesis pill truly work this well? Incredible. I must stock several myself. 80,000. I'll buy 10. Numerous merchants present instantly grasped the pill's immense commercial potential. Acquiring bulk quantities for resale promised tremendous profit. 80,000 per pill. That was merely the opening bid. To patients with critical fractures, 800,000 would be a bargain. 80,000. That's just the starting price. 90,000. For 50 pills. 100,000. I bid higher. You're all miserly. Can a grade 1 pill truly be worth so little? 15,000 per pill. I raise my bid. Damn it, back off. 20,000 per pill. Chaos erupted. The hall descended into frantic bidding. Some bidders nearly came to blows over competing offers. At this moment, Mo Ya's expression darkened to an extreme degree. He had assumed the Xingu Dan would fall flat, but instead, after merely demonstrating its effects, it ignited a frenzied bidding war. Indeed, the Xingu Dan proves remarkably effective, Lei Hong murmured, nodding in reluctant admiration. That Wu Laosan was certainly no hired actor. The effect witnessed was genuine and immediate. Even he felt a stirring of desire at the sight. Master Mo, might you be capable of refining this Xingu Dan? He turned and asked, eyes fixed upon Mo Ya. Refine it? Not a chance. Such inferior pills are beneath my dignity to even study. Mo Ya spoke coldly, his face rigid with disdain. For apothecaries like him, mastering pill refinement followed only two paths. The first led to the university's archive pavilion, where alchemical formulas could be exchanged for a price. Students earned abundant merit points by participating in Secret Realms monthly evaluations, in university leagues, and frontline military campaigns. Only with these merit points could one redeem coveted formulas. The second path required passing the apothecary certification examination and joining the apothecary guild, where formulas were likewise accessible. Yet the guild imposed numerous strictures, severely limiting personal freedom. Thus Mo Ya had always relied solely on the archive pavilion. Merit points were exceedingly precious. Naturally, he reserved them for rare and refined formulas, never squandering them on trivialities like the Xingu Dan. This, Lei Hong visibly stiffened, awkwardness tightening his features. In the end, he could only shake. Had the guild's apothecaries not been so arrogantly insular, refusing to leave their sanctum, he would never have invited Mo Ya in the first place. Master Mo speaks wisely. The Xingu Dan treats only external wounds. It offers no benefit whatsoever to cultivation practice. Carrying one as a daily precaution suffices. It is utterly unsuitable as a consumable. By contrast, Master Mo's Danny Dan is indispensable for every Tier 1 martial cultivator, far more compelling than the Xingu Dan. Indeed, Lan Su chimed in lavishing praise. Only then did Mo Ya's countenance soften, though Guan Xianqiu, who had sat motionless, eyes closed, suddenly opened them. And what, Master Mo, is the opening bid for your Danny Dan? 300,000. Without hesitation, Mo Ya declared. His creations demanded premium pricing. Anything less would betray his exalted status. Guan Xianqiu fell silent, then shook his head slowly. Glancing toward Ning Feng and Hai Yafu across the hall, he inwardly lamented this time the three clans would surely lose to two young upstarts. Just as the crowd's frenzy over the Xingu Dan threatened to erupt into open conflict, Hai Yafu rose calmly and announced, "Please everyone, remain composed. The Fengyuan Pharmacy guarantees ample supply of the Xingu Dan. After the auction concludes, all who wish to purchase may visit our pharmacy directly. Moreover, esteemed guests who secure purchases here today will be granted gold membership, entitling them to bulk order discounts on future acquisitions." Ning Feng gave a slight approving nod. Hai Yafu's quick wit never ceased to impress. Though they brought every pill they'd refined to the auction, long-term distribution would center exclusively at Fengyuan Pharmacy. If attendees rushed to bid now, only to discover lower prices at the pharmacy afterward, they'd feel deeply. Hai Yafu's announcement deftly dissuaded cultivators from competing further. Why bid when they could simply walk away and buy later? Meanwhile, major buyers, though paying more now, secured future discount privileges. For those planning wholesale redistribution across provinces, such terms promised far greater profit margins. Upon hearing her words, independent cultivators abandoned bidding altogether, while several elite patrons, recognizing the embedded advantage, launched into fierce competition. They cared little for the pill's intrinsic value, only for the guaranteed discount on future bulk orders from Fengyuan Pharmacy. 300,000, 350,000, 400,000, 500,000. In the end, a wealthy merchant secured the Xingu Dan for 500,000. Onlookers watched with envious awe. Paying $500,000 for a Tier 1 pill was undoubtedly a loss, yet it purchased partnership with Fengyuan Pharmacy. Mo Ya and his companions exchanged uneasy glances. What a Xingu Dan sold for 500,000. Then my Danny Dan must fetch at least 1 million. Indeed, Mo Ya exclaimed, elated. Lei Hong only sighed and shook his head. Had Mo Ya not been present, he himself might have jumped into bid. He too had glimpsed the opportunity, purchasing Xingu Dan from Fengyuan Pharmacy, then distributing through the Lei clan's network, guaranteeing astronomical returns. The winning bidder was no stranger. He was Linhai City's premier real estate magnate, whose enterprises developed over half the city's properties. A partnership with Fengyuan Pharmacy could significantly undermine the influence of the three clans. Meanwhile, Chang Lu, having just sold the Xingu Dan for 800,000, beamed with unrestrained delight. The auction's conclusion promised him a handsome commission. And beyond this single pill lay two far more consequential offerings. Excellent. Congratulations to our esteemed guest on acquiring the Xingu Dan. Next we present another pill, refined by Master Moya himself, the Danny Dan. A woman in an elegant cheap house stepped forward bearing a jade vial carved from premium sheepfat jade. The Danty Dan requires no introduction. Many Tier 1 martial cultivators here rely on it daily for foundational training. This specimen boasts over 80% perfection, a truly exceptional refinement. Chang Lu extolled its virtues with practiced fervor. Every successful sale meant a larger cut. And indeed his words captivated the audience. Unlike the Xingu Dan, merely an emergency reserve perhaps never needed, the Danny Dan was essential. Every Tier 1 cultivator required it regularly. Enough preamble. What's the opening bid? Someone shouted from below. Ahem. Chang Lu cleared his throat. The opening bid for this Danny Dan is 300,000 alliance credits. As the figure rang out, the hall erupted. Not in excitement, but preposterous. A Danny Dan starting at 300,000. Utter nonsense. I waited all this time. The Martial Alliance sells them for 200,000, with subsidies and discounts far exceeding this. At 300,000, I'd need a full month's mission earnings just to afford one. Get it off the stage. What trash. Tier 1 cultivators knew the Danty Dan intimately. Each stage of body forging demanded it. Most required one pill per month, and nearly all purchased through the Martial Alliance. Their state subsidies applied, frequent mission completions unlocked additional discounts, bringing the effective price down to roughly 150,000 alliance credits. The Danty Dan functioned much like keen-hancing elixirs for prettier cultivators, subsidized by national policy. Hearing its opening bid set at 300,000 provoked universal fury, yet several major buyers remained unmoved. Though steep, the price held promise. If future discounts mirrored Feng Yuan's model, it would prove invaluable. One rose and asked, Master Mo, if we acquire this Danny Dan today, may we expect volume-based discounts on future orders? Moya responded without pause, discounts. What utter nonsense. My pills are peerless. Gracing you with their availability is already extraordinary fortune. To demand concessions is sheer audacity. Let me speak plainly. I've co-founded a pharmacy with the Lei Lan and Guan clans. Henceforth, all pill procurement must occur through our establishment. 300,000 per Danny Dan is already a bargain. Do not mistake generosity for weakness. His nose tilted skyward, his contempt for the assembled crowd absolute. The questioner flushed crimson before collapsing back into his seat, humiliated. Lei Hong and his companions stared stunned into silence. Master Mo, surely this approach is unwise. Lan Su asked, her expression twisted with discomfort. She herself dared not speak so brazenly in public. Unwise. Have I erred? My refinements rank among the finest in Jingdu. That commoners may purchase them at all constitutes immense privilege. Discounts. Huh. You jest. Moya sneered, disdain etched deep into his features. Lei Hong's face tightened with mounting dread. He'd agreed to this auction solely to elevate prestige. Now Moya had shattered it entirely. Who would ever patronize their pharmacy again? All would flock to Feng Yuan Pharmacy instead. Why no bids yet? Moya asked, bewildered. The Xingu Dan fetched 500,000. Surely my Danny Dan warrants at least 1 million. His confusion deepened. How could silence persist so? Chang Lu stood flustered on stage. After announcing the opening bid, not a single voice had risen in response. 300,000 per Danny Dan. 80% perfection. As all know, the Martial Alliance's stock averages only 60% perfection. Mediocre at best. This specimen was personally refined by Master Mo. Its superior quality makes it ideal for cultivators ascending critical thresholds. Bidding begins now. Chang Lu repeated his pitch, yet the audience remained impassive. Independent cultivators cared only for price, not perfection. Major buyers, having been publicly scorned, refused to invite further humiliation. Let Moya sell it himself. His arrogance would be his own undoing. Chang Lu ceased calling. Without viable items will depart immediately. Precisely. Whoever bought 30,000. Keep it as candy if you're rich enough. Let's go. Only the Xingu Dan and that A-rank martial technique held merit. Dull. Such a worthless pill as the finale. I won't attend the next auction. As attendees began rising to leave, Chang Lu grew desperate. Gentlemen, please, hold a moment. One final item remains. He shot Moya and Lei Hong a helpless glance. Not for lack of effort, but because no one wished to buy. The Danny Dan would go unsold. At his words, the hall quieted. Except for Moya, whose face contorted. His Danny Dan unsold. What madness was this? Why does no one purchase my Danny Dan? These wretches. I granted them the honor of buying my pills, and they spurn it. Fine. Fine. From this day forth, every attendee is blacklisted, forever barred from purchasing any pill from our pharmacy. Rage now consumed him, burning hotter than any furnace. He had extended unparalleled generosity, yet they repaid it with indifference. Sigh. Lei Hong exhaled heavily. He regretted inviting Moya tonight. The man appeared dangerously unhinged. Clan Chief Lei, what now? Lan Su pressed urgency, sharpening her voice. We wait. If I'm correct, the final item will also be a Fengyuan pharmacy refinement. Lei Hong had earlier planned for Moya to refine two distinct types, one for cultivation advancement, another for functional utility. Fengyuan pharmacy likely shared this strategy. True enough, a woman approached the stage holding yet another pill vial. Another pill, eh? Is this an apothecarianly auction? Tiresome. Surely not another of Master Mo's creations. If it's from Fengyuan pharmacy, however, I'm intrigued. Indeed. Who wishes to endure humiliation while purchasing pills? As you see, Chong Lu declared, our final offering is once again a pill. Yet this one is refined by Master Feng of the Fengyuan pharmacy, the Juling Dan. At the name, Juling Dan, murmurs rippled through the hall, until realization struck and faces lit. Could it be the legendary Juling Dan, the one enabling prettier cultivators to break through to Tier 1? Not only does it dramatically increase success rates, it reportedly elevates one's strength by 1 or 2 stars. Extraordinary. Its efficacy is unparalleled. My son enters university next year. This Juling Dan is precisely what he needs. My daughter too. She must have one. I failed my Tier 1 ascension thrice. Had this existed, then years of struggle would have been spared. What's the opening bid? I'll claim it immediately. Instantly the hall exploded anew, frenzied, desperate, united by the singular priceless promise of enhanced breakthrough odds. While everyone scrambled, Hai Yafu stood up again and said, everyone don't rush. There are only about 30 spirit gathering pills available this time. Compared to the bone refining pill, the refining process for the spirit gathering pill is more complicated and the daily output is relatively low. If everyone isn't in a hurry, you can wait for the Fengyuan pharmacy to stock the spirit gathering pills before coming to buy. Hai Yafu intended to prevent everyone from driving up the price through a frenzy, only to feel dissatisfied when they saw the lower prices at the pharmacy later. However, as soon as she said this, the crowd became even more frenzied. Did this not imply that if they didn't buy now, it would be even harder to get later? There were only a few hundred people fighting for them on site. By the time they hit the pharmacy shelves, it would be martial artists from all over the city scrambling, leaving no chance for them. Even if the price is a bit high now, they are willing. At this moment, Chong Lu on the stage was also delighted to see this scene, and immediately said, the starting bid for the spirit gathering pill is 200,000. As Miss Hai said, if you don't buy now, it might take a while to get another chance. For families with children preparing for college entrance exams, this spirit gathering pill is quite crucial. If you don't buy it, it means your child will be one step behind others at the starting line. In martial arts cultivation, a single step slow means every step slow, so don't skimp on this little bit of money. Compared to Moya's body refining pill that starts at 300,000, this spirit gathering pill starts at only 200,000, which is quite a bargain. Of course, it certainly won't be sold at the starting price. It merely sparks the desire to bid among everyone. I bid 25 million. You fatso, don't be ridiculous offering so little. I bid 30 million. I bid 40 million. 42 million. While the crowd below was scrambling, Chong Lu added, due to the limited quantity of spirit gathering pills, we are auctioning a batch of 5 at a time. Everyone should also be cautious when calling out prices. With one spirit gathering pill now reaching over 40 million, buying all 5 would mean over 200 million. Upon hearing this, some scattered cultivators at the scene abandoned their bids. However, those big clients didn't mind and even preferred to buy all the spirit gathering pills in one batch. Because even if they sold them later, they would definitely make a profit. I bid 47 million. I bid 50 million. 52 million. Meanwhile, compared to the fervor in the back rows, the front row was quite silent. Lei Hong and the others had grim expressions. They had come to this auction personally intending to promote the 3 clans pharmacy, yet this was the outcome. How is this possible? I am a second-tier pharmacist. Why is no one bidding for my body refining pills? Moya was now trapped in a daze, unable to comprehend why this scene was unfolding. Lei Hong looked at him and asked, Master Mo, can you refine the spirit gathering pill? If he said he couldn't refine the bone refining pill, he could somewhat accept it. But if Moya couldn't refine the spirit gathering pill, he would have to doubt whether this guy was truly a second-tier pharmacist. Spirit gathering pill, eh? Moya was taken aback, then showed a proud expression. Of course I can refine it. Upon hearing this, the faces of Lei Hong and the others broke into smiles. The pharmacist hired by Hai Yafu was at most a first-year, while Moya as a second-tier pharmacist would surely produce better spirit gathering pills. However, I haven't refined spirit gathering pills for a long time, so I might not be very proficient, Moya said somewhat sheepishly. His success rate for refining spirit gathering pills was not high, only around 40, and the perfection level barely reached 60. The profit might not even cover the cost. That's alright. The more you refine, the more proficient you'll become. They'll have people prepare the materials and spiritual cores right now ready for you to refine at any time, Master Mo. Lei Hong said immediately. Since Fengyuan Pharmacy could only refine about 30 spirit-gathering pills, they should take this opportunity to have Moya directly refine hundreds or even thousands. That way they could seize the market first. By then Fengyuan Pharmacy would be practically out of business. This was also a common strategy used by the three clans. If Fengyuan Pharmacy sold each pill for 400,000, they would sell theirs for 350,000. They would eliminate Fengyuan Pharmacy by undercutting their prices. Once they monopolized the market, they would raise the prices again. To compete with the three clans was truly a joke. This auction tonight is pointless, Lei Hong said as he stood up and left the venue. Their plan had failed this time. Staying here also had no meaning. But that didn't mean they would give up. The war without gunpowder had just begun. However, just as Lei Hong stood up and passed by Ning Feng and the others, Hai Yafu directly asked in a mocking tone, "Leader Lei, last time I asked to buy a potential pill from you, you didn't agree. My capacity is greater than yours. Would you like me to reserve a spirit-gathering pill for you? Sure, I'll only charge you 1,000,000 for each." Upon hearing this, Lei Hong's previously indifferent expression instantly turned grim. 1,000,000 each. Did he take him for a fool? Hee. If Miss Hai thinks the pills won't sell, she can keep them to eat as meals. Master Mo can refine spirit-gathering pills after all. After saying this, he waved his hand and chose to leave. Hai Yafu, don't get too smug. They're just spirit-gathering pills. Our Master Mo is far more experienced than this pretty boy beside you. Just watch, tomorrow our three clans pharmacy will stock the spirit-gathering pills, and let's see how you compete with us in bidding. Lan Su also mocked. Hearing this, Mo Ya felt somewhat dissatisfied. He had planned to continue enjoying himself tonight and hadn't thought about refining pills at all. However, he had to put on a cool demeanor and said, "Your name is Hai Yafu, right? I don't know where you found some random pharmacist. You pose no threat to me. I advise you to close Fengyuan Pharmacy early and not act foolishly. You seem to be somewhat attractive. Why not come to the bar with me tonight?" As he spoke, Mo Ya reached out to grab Hai Yafu. Seeing this, Hai Yafu felt not anger but delight. Her right hand instantly turned milky white and then struck towards Mo Ya's chest. White Jade Surge. This was her strongest martial technique. As a third-tier martial artist, her strength was not something this small fry could handle. Even a third-tier martial artist hit by this slap would have to lie in bed for half a year. In that instant, Mo Ya felt as if a giant mountain was pressing down on him, filled with dread, and he wanted to escape, but found his feet rooted to the ground. "Help me," he shouted at Lei Hong and Lan Su in front of him. "Miss Hai, please spare him for my sake." Just as Hai Yafu's slap was about to hit Mo Ya, a frail figure floated behind him and, like the gnarled roots of an old tree, clashed with Hai Yafu's right hand. Boom. The entire venue shook. The clash between two third-tier martial artists was terrifying. Mo Ya, caught in the crossfire, coughed up blood and was sent flying. Ning Feng also quickly retreated to dozens of meters away the moment the two engaged. This is truly terrifying. Looking at the front 3 rows of seats that were entirely upturned, a huge pit, half a meter deep, appeared around the two. The destructive power was indeed frightening. "Hai Yafu, you're seeking death." Realizing what was happening, Lei Hong and Lan Su rushed back, with Lan Su cursing Hai Yafu fiercely. Lei Hong quickly looked at Gu Qianqiu. "Elder Gu, are you alright?" Gu Qianqiu wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled bitterly, shaking his head. "Even if Ms. Hai held back, I still almost couldn't withstand it. Truly, I am getting old." "Who told you to stick your neck out for that guy?" Hai Yafu crossed her arms. "Elder Hai, we three are here. Are you declaring war against our three clans?" Lan Su in anger also excitedly questioned loudly. If it were just her alone, they might not be able to do anything to Hai Yafu. But with all three clan leaders present, capturing a single Hai Yafu would be simple. "Leader Lei, I'm fine." Gu Qianqiu shook his head, then looked at Lan Su and said, "This incident cannot be blamed on Miss Hai. If it weren't for Master Mo's deliberate provocation and trying to touch Miss Hai, this calamity wouldn't have occurred." "Elder Gu, you have sharp eyes." Among the three clans, Hai Yafu had the most favorable impression of Gu Qianqiu. Upon hearing this, Lan Su had no choice but to close his mouth. Lei Hong glanced at Mo Ya, who was lying on the ground and had fallen unconscious, and suddenly felt overwhelmed. In the end, he could only have someone take Mo Ya away. "Miss Hai, I must apologize to you on behalf of the three clans for today's incident. Your father was a hero of the human race. He sacrificed alongside my sons on the otherworldly beast battlefield. I have watched you grow up, and after your father's passing I should have taken more care of you. But you also know my health." Cough, cough, cough. Gu Qianqiu had not finished speaking when he began to cough violently, taking out a handkerchief and spitting several times, the once white handkerchief now stained bright red. "Elder, had I known you would take action, I wouldn't have been so heavy-handed," Hai Yafu said somewhat regretfully. "It's fine, it has nothing to do with you. It's just my health that isn't good." Gu Qianqiu smiled and shook his head. Then he looked at Ning Feng, who was standing behind Hai Yafu, and said, "Although you are wearing a mask, Chong Le said you're called Master Feng. There aren't many martial artists named Feng in Lehigh City, let alone pharmacists. Before coming here today, I heard many rumors, one of which was about a young hero slaying a first-tier otherworldly beast. As he said this, Gu Qianqiu looked Ning Feng up and down several times, growing increasingly satisfied. If all our human youths were like you, how could the otherworldly beasts dare invade Blue Star? After saying these words, he left the venue with the support of several members of the Gu clan. Hai Yafu stood there in a daze for a moment. Then she reacted. Ning Feng elder seems to know your identity. To this, Ning Feng was not surprised. Any of the three clans could easily find out about him. After all, he had never worn a mask every time he visited the Source Sacred Tao Pavilion, and many people had seen him. But it's alright. Elder Gu is a good person, he shouldn't turn against us. Hai Yafu said with a smile. Ning Feng nodded. Elder Gu's demeanor was indeed not something the other two clan leaders could compare to. Sister Yafu, I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable. He also looked around at the devastation. That is natural. Hai Yafu said proudly. But if the auction house asks you for compensation, don't include me in it. After Ning Feng spoke, he saw the auction house owner rushing over with dozens of security guards. Hai Yafu also remembered this matter. They had destroyed someone's venue, and they would have to pay compensation. Damn Moya. I should have slapped him to death. Ning Feng sat on the subway home looking at his bank balance. Aside from the 5 million alliance coins sent by Lung Bingning, the governing office also transferred 3 million alliance coins in the afternoon. Then there was the dividend from the auction after it ended. In fact, he didn't want to receive the dividend immediately because the pharmacy had just started developing and truly needed money. It wouldn't be too late to distribute dividends once they achieved stable income. However, Hai Yafu felt that she couldn't let him suffer losses. Plus, the pharmacy storefront had already existed, it was just a matter of changing the name with the Industry and Commerce Bureau. So in the end, she gave Ning Feng a dividend of 20 million alliance coins. Looking at the total balance of 28 million alliance coins, Ning Feng felt somewhat dazed. Just a few days ago, he had been worrying about a few thousand alliance coins for a blood recovery potion. Now he had over 20 million alliance coins in his account. Uncle Xiao and Aunt Li's annual salary combined was only about 200,000. It would take them over 140 years to earn that much money. This society, it seems martial artists truly have the upper hand. Ning Feng couldn't help but sigh. Ordinary people, no matter how much they could earn, would never surpass martial artists. Of course, ordinary martial artists couldn't compare to pharmacists. Among the various majors at the martial arts university, the pharmacist specialty was notoriously sought after. As long as they graduated, they could basically wait to be courted by major pharmaceutical companies. The annual salary was as high as tens of millions. As for why many graduates were willing to go to pharmaceutical companies, that's because training pharmacists in the early stages is very expensive. Materials, spiritual cores, otherworldly beast origins, as well as furnaces, refining rooms, and testing instruments. All these costs are exorbitant. Thus, pharmacists are also known as the profession of the wealthy. It is very difficult for the poor to graduate from this specialty. If it were just Ning Feng alone, he probably couldn't refine any pills right now. Fortunately, he had Hai Yafu's support. In their collaboration, Hai Yafu was actually at a disadvantage. For instance, tonight, she gave him a dividend of 20 million, but after deducting various costs, and the more than 1 million to compensate the auction house, the final amount Hai Yafu could take home was less than 10 million. Thinking of this, Ning Feng felt warmth in his heart. He then closed his eyes to check the system warehouse. He saw several bottles of pills mostly reserved for his two younger sisters. Then there was a gray stone the size of a fist. He had purchased this for 900,000 alliance coins, but he still didn't know what it was for. System, could you help me check what secrets this stone holds? After studying it for a long time, and finding nothing, Ning Feng could only turn to the system for help. Ding! Activating appraisal requires payment of alliance coins. The system immediately responded. Hearing this, Ning Feng was taken aback, and then directly cursed in his heart. Go die. How could I give you all the money I earned with great difficulty? Ding! Activating appraisal requires 10 million alliance coins. Do you wish to activate it? The system ignored him, and continued to inquire. 10 million. Upon hearing it would only cost 10 million alliance coins, Ning Feng felt slightly relieved, but still felt a considerable sting. After deducting this 10 million, he still had 18 million alliance coins left. With so much money, he didn't seem to have anywhere to use it. After thinking for a moment, he finally said, then let's activate it. Activating appraisal. Activation successful. The next moment, Ning Feng felt a burning pain in his eyes, as if something had merged into them. When he opened his eyes again, he suddenly found that several people standing next to him in the subway had panels above their head. Name: Wang Dali. Identity: Lansong. High school graduate. Strength: not yet ranked. Vitality: 80 cards. Name: Gao Chong. Identity: ordinary citizen. Strength: none. Vitality: 11 cards. The system's voice resonated within Ning Feng's mind. The host may freely activate the identification art. Would you like to identify this gray stone? Without hesitation, he immediately replied, identify. A prompt followed. Identification in progress. This item is of exceptionally high rank and will consume significant mental energy. Proceed with caution. Before Ning Feng could react, a large portion of his mental energy was abruptly drawn away and channeled entirely into the gray stone suspended within the identification interface. Ding. Identification successful. Unidentified item scripture storage stone and rank Heidiern. Would you like to acquire the martial technique contained within? A martial technique. Ning Feng paused, startled. He had not expected this unassuming gray stone to conceal such a treasure. Yes. He resolved to see what art it held. Anything ranked higher or above would be a tremendous gain. Ending. And you have acquired the new martial technique, Overlord Spear. In technique rank steer. Cultivation difficulty extreme. And before Ning Feng could process the revelation, the gray stone in his inventory erupted into a golden radiance and shot toward his body. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge flooded his consciousness. An Overlord Spurn forged by one of Longhua's 5 grandmasters, the legendary spear sovereign famed for his mastery of the long spear. A single display of this technique once saw him challenge and defeat 5 king-tier monstrous beasts on the battlefield. That day the name Spear Sovereign echoed across the realm. And the Overlord Spear comprises 6 forms. In first form, Shattering Momentum Spear. Second form, Subduing Tiger Spear. In third form, Life-Seizing Spear. In fourth form, Heaven Pointing Spear. In fifth form, Droplet Still Spear. Sixth form, Dragon Subduing Spear. It took Ning Feng several moments to fully assimilate the torrent of information. Then overwhelming elation surged through his heart. And steer martial technique. Crafted by one of the 5 grandmasters. And this is extraordinary. His strongest technique thus far was merely the attire Windsong Thunder Slash. Even at peak output it only approximated steer potency. Yet it paled beside a true steer art. Even more astonishing was its nature, a spear-based technique. Both Whirlwind Slash and Windsong Thunder Slash were sword arts. He had been desperately lacking a spear technique. In 6 forms of the Overlord Spear, capable of confronting king-tier monstrous beasts. Though Ning Feng did not yet grasp the full scale of king-tier power, he knew it rivaled that of human grandmasters. I must master it. The thought flashed instantly across his mind. With less than 3 months remaining until the National Martial Examination Convention dictated, he focused solely on refining fundamentals to maximize his test scores. The examination imposed no mandatory requirement on martial techniques. Only high scores in the martial arts proficiency test mattered. Consequently, many students favored flashy, aesthetically pleasing techniques. So long as they earned high system ratings, practicality and destructive power were secondary concerns. But Ning Feng was no longer an inexperienced student. The monstrous beast assault yesterday had reshaped his understanding. Rather than obsess over examination scores, he now prioritized rapid self-strengthening. In this era where martial supremacy reigned supreme, personal power was paramount. Likewise, mastering a formidable martial technique was indispensable. Were he not aboard the subway, he would have immediately entered the simulation chamber to begin training. Meanwhile, deep beneath a skyscraper in Linhai City, darkness clung thickly, yet several skull banners still hung crookedly, casting an aura of dread and desolation. Before a circular table stood 2 figures. One wore a crimson robe, gazing intently at photographs pinned to the wall. Over 100 in total, more than a dozen already marked with bold blood-red XS. Your Eminence, the elite purge protocol proceeds flawlessly, murmured a black-robed woman kneeling behind. The Archbishop's tone betrayed neither pleasure nor displeasure. Then his gaze settled upon the topmost photograph, a youth's face, and he frowned. Why are we eliminating only insignificant targets? At those words the woman dropped fully to her knees, her voice trembling faintly. Your Eminence, Linhai No. 1 high school is currently on holiday. Many students remain indoors evading our enforcers. Grant us just a little more time. Her plea was cut short as a pair of blood-red hands seized her throat. The Archbishop remained facing away, speaking coolly. This youth, Ning Feng, has not stayed indoors these past. The crimson grip tightened, the woman's face drained to pallor. Master, grant me one more chance. This time, I shall act personally. And the blood-red hands vanished abruptly. She collapsed onto the floor, gasping raggedly. The military and the Martial Alliance both have our agents. All intelligence has been provided to you. Does eliminating a cohort of unranked cultivators truly require so much time? Tarosha as 3rd seat, do not disappoint me again. With that, the Archbishop's form dissolved into mist, and after a long silence the woman struggled upright, then roared toward the window crow. A gust of black wind swept inward, coalescing into a masked man wearing a raven visage. Bowing deeply, he intoned respectfully, Esteemed Lady Tarosha, how may I serve? Drop the pretense. She seated herself and pointed directly at the youth's photograph on the wall. The Archbishop is furious. You know the consequences. At her words the man shuddered violently. Eliminate this youth within 24 hours. Fail, and I'll snap your neck myself. Though she intended to act personally, dispatching a mere unranked cultivator herself risked unwanted attention. Crow's assassination prowess surpassed all other enforcers. His strike would leave no trace. As ordered, esteemed Lady Tarosha. In the Xiao family. Brother, what is this? Xiao Bailu, dressed in pajamas and lying on the sofa playing games, suddenly received a bottle of pills from Ning Feng and curiously asked, "It's a gathering spirit pill. Use it when you're about to break through to a first-rank martial artist," Ning Feng replied with a smile. Returning home is always the most comfortable, especially when watching his two younger sisters being so obedient. Then he noticed Xiao Jingzhe standing beside him and couldn't help but cough lightly. "Jingzhe, you have one too." Saying this, he handed Xiao Jingzhe a bottle of gathering spirit pill. Gathering spirit pill, eh? Xiao Jingzhe instinctively took it, and then remembered that this pill could increase the success rate of breakthroughs and could also boost her strength by 1 or 2 stars. Such an expensive pill was something she wouldn't even dare to dream of. How did you get this?" she asked in surprise. "Didn't I tell you about it yesterday? I'm now an alchemist who I can refine any pills I want at will," Ning Feng said with a smile. "Oh, Xiao Jingzhe." Xiao Bailu chuckled and said, "Brother, I heard that alchemists are very wealthy. Will you become a millionaire in the future?" She counted with her fingers, thinking she received 500 yuan as pocket money each month. It would take her a long time to save up 1,000,000. "Silly girl." Ning Feng shook his head and smiled. "Brother, I'm not silly," she protested. "If you earn money in the future, you can't spend it all on other women. You have to give me some pocket money too." Xiao Bailu huffed, seemingly warning Ning Feng not to find a girlfriend too soon. "If you want pocket money, you can ask," Ning Feng said as he picked up his phone. "Sigh. Mom is so stingy and Dad has no authority at home, so it's impossible for me to get an increase in pocket money before going to college." Xiao Bailu threw her legs over her brother's thighs and continued playing games on the sofa until she received a transfer notification. "Your friend, the best brother in the world, has transferred you 100 alliance coins. Wait a moment. Brother, did I receive a scam message?" Xiao Bailu asked anxiously. Before she could hand her phone to Ning Feng, Xiao Jingzhe took it and checked it for a while. Her expression gradually became unsettled. She then looked at Ning Feng with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. "I transferred it to you. 100,000 is not much. Buy whatever you want." Ning Feng patted his sister's calf and said, "Aw, brother, did you really become a millionaire? Oh my god. Am I going to be the happiest sister in the future?" Xiao Bailu bubbled with joy. She immediately picked up her phone to order several clothes she usually couldn't afford. However, the most expensive one was only over 400. Instead, the suit she had been saving to buy for her brother cost her over 2,000. He still got so much left. "Brother, can I top up my game? The skin that was released last time is so beautiful. Ooh, I've always wanted to buy it." Even though she received the transfer, Xiao Bailu still pleaded with Ning Feng. "Go ahead and buy it. He'll transfer you more after you use it up." Ning Feng felt that the meaning of earning money was just like this. If he put all this money in the bank and lived frugally, he could definitely save up more. But what meaning would that have? "Thank you, brother." After saying that, Xiao Bailu planted a kiss on his cheek, and then her face turned red. Seeing this, Xiao Jingzhe felt a slight discomfort in her heart for some reason. She then said, "I'm going back to my room to rest." "Sister, didn't you say you would play ranked with me, eh?" "Rank with your brother? Well, I want to cultivate today." Xiao Jingzhe's tone was a bit cold. After she slammed the door shut, she leaned against the wall and calmed down for a while before shaking her head and saying, "Xiao Jingzhe, what are you thinking?" After saying that, she walked to her desk and couldn't help but pick up a notebook after a while. She hadn't had the habit of taking notes for a long time. Just as she was about to open it and take a look, her phone beeped twice. When she picked it up, her hands instinctively. "Your friend Ning Feng has transferred you 100 alliance coins. Your friend Ning Feng has transferred you 200 alliance coins. Ning Feng. Jingzhe, the first pocket money is for you to use. The second one is for your cultivation funds." At this moment, Ning Feng put down his phone. The total amount he gave to his two sisters was only 400,000 alliance coins. For his current balance, that wasn't much. Last time, he heard Bailu mention that Jingzhe had been saving money to buy a clever martial art. The total price required was 200,000 alliance coins. To get that clever martial art, Xiao Jingzhe had been saving money for a long time. If the family had given her a little more allowance, she might have saved enough money long ago. Thinking of this, Ning Feng sighed slightly. "Brother, are you playing games?" "Not today. Oh, I have to go to school tomorrow." Ning Feng shook his head, preparing to take a shower and then start cultivating. Right, tomorrow is Monday. Just thinking about having to get up early made Xiao Bailu pout. She really didn't want to attend the 8 a.m. class. In her room, Xiao Jingzhe stared at the message sent by the other party, dazed for a while. With her personality, she should have immediately returned the transfer. But she didn't do that. Instead, she placed her phone on her chest, as if feeling a bit of warmth. Meanwhile, her eyes slightly moistened. "Brother. I really want to call you brother." "Okay. You look great. You look even more handsome." After Ning Feng finished showering, he looked in the mirror and couldn't help but admire his handsome appearance, which was better than usual. "Now let's start cultivating. You are about to enter the martial arts simulation training space. Current simulation level 80. Please confirm to enter." For some reason, the system's voice felt colder and emotionless when entering cultivation. "Confirm." While waiting to enter the simulation space, Ning Feng began to plan today's cultivation tasks. In addition to defeating alien beasts to enhance his power, he also needed to practice this level martial art. He just learned the Tyrant Spear. However, the more important point was that his blood value was about to reach the standard for breaking through to a first-rank martial artist. This meant that he might very well break through and become a first-rank martial artist during this cultivation. As far as he knew, becoming a first-rank martial artist was not as simple as just reaching a blood value of 150. There seemed to be some kind of transformation involved. Ding. You have arrived at the simulated battlefield West Coast Gobi. Just as Ning Feng returned to this desolate Gobi, he heard rustling sounds in the distance. Moreover, this time 3 black dots appeared on the ground at the same time. Huh. Ning Feng lightly exclaimed, thrusting his source iron spear fiercely at his feet. Then a gray-striped giant python was pierced through the head by his spear and was sent flying. 2 more thrusts followed. Ding, you successfully killed the gray-striped giant python and gained 1 first-level alien beast spirit core X1. Ding, you successfully killed the gray-striped giant python and gained 1 first-level alien beast spirit core X1. Ding, you successfully killed the gray-striped giant python and gained 1 first-level alien beast spirit core X1. All 3 gray-striped giant pythons were slain, and their blood stained the spear. Without even glancing back, Ning Feng continued walking forward. Last time he was defeated by a giant crab over 100 meters long. This time he had to seek revenge on that giant crab. While on the way, he also began to attempt learning the first move of the Tyrant Spear. First move, Breaking Force. Its description was simple: use keen insight to pierce through the enemy's weaknesses, dealing massive damage while breaking their defenses. According to the introduction, the Overlord Spear is divided into 6 styles, with the first style, the Breaking Force Spear, being the most fundamental, while the power of the other styles gradually strengthens, and the difficulty of cultivation increases correspondingly. Let's give it a try. Ning Feng raised the long spear and began to practice while on the move. The thrust, point, stab, sweep, and pierce are the most distinctive basic techniques of the Overlord Spear. Each move requires a different route for the circulation of qi and blood within the body. It could be said to be quite complex. Ning Feng took more than half an hour just to practice the thrust. However, his talent and effort in martial arts were not something ordinary people could compare to. Within the next 2 hours, he had mastered all the spear techniques. Thrust. With a loud shout, Ning Feng lifted the long spear and thrust it towards a giant crab ahead. The giant crab measured 100 meters in length with astonishing defenses. Its massive pincers could easily crush Ning Feng's head with a single strike. This time, Ning Feng did not choose to break through with brute force. Instead, he circled behind the giant crab and then thrust from below, sending the giant crab flying. Point. While the giant crab was in the air, Ning Feng continuously jabbed with the long spear, targeting the crab's abdomen, its most vulnerable spot. Stab. Ning Feng's right hand bulged with veins, and the long spear emitted a sharp, whistling sound as he forcefully drove the spear tip into the giant crab's body. Sweep. Gripping the spear tightly with both hands, he suddenly exerted force sideways, and with a loud sound the long spear swept out, tearing a long wound in the giant crab. The giant crab seemed to howl in pain. The next moment, Ning Feng was already prepared. He activated his back legs, knees, waist, shoulders, and wrists, simultaneously channeling all his strength into the spear tip. Focus the power into the spear tip. Pierce. Compared to the stab, the pierce was a more complex move, and it was the one Ning Feng practiced the longest in those 2 hours. This time the spear tip suddenly emitted a silver flash of light, and a formidable aura surged into the air, forcefully stabbing towards the giant crab's massive pincers. Bang! A loud sound erupted. The pincers froze in the air, gradually exploding apart under the impact. Ding! You have successfully mastered the first style of the Overlord Spear, Breaking Force Spear. Ding! You have successfully killed a first-stage 5-fold devil crab, obtaining a first-stage spirit core X1 and materials from the pincers. The next moment, Ning Feng felt his body go soft, and did not look at the giant crab beside him. He simply sat down on the ground. That last move had drained all the qi and blood from his body. Fortunately, while fighting, he was also automatically cultivating, and his qi and blood recovery speed was remarkably fast. In just 2 minutes, his qi and blood had returned to normal. However, Ning Feng did not stand up, because he felt that his qi and blood within was subtly excited. Ding! You are about to break through. Please prepare, host. About to break through. He finally reacted and quickly took out a bottle of gathering spirit pills from the system space, and swallowed it directly. He saw that the qi and blood throughout his body were gathering towards the central area, while the gathering spirit pill, he saw that the qi and blood throughout his body were gathering towards the central area, while the gathering spirit pill he had just consumed was accelerating this process. In the central area, after the qi and blood gathered to a certain extent, they gradually formed a red inner dan. The remaining qi and blood continued to irrigate the red inner dan. From what Ning Feng knew, most martial artists would form a light red inner dan when breaking through. Only those who barely became first-grade martial artists through drugs would have a white inner Dan due to insufficient qi and blood. Some stronger inner Dan would be red. The brighter the red, the better. This indicates a solid foundation. Laying a good foundation in the early stages prevents bottlenecks in later advancements. However, Ning Feng's inner Dan was already bright red as soon as it formed. It was even deepening gradually. After another hour, the irrigation of qi and blood within continued. The inner Dan had turned from bright red to dark red, with even a hint of gold appearing. Ning Feng did not understand what this meant. In reality, he was unaware that the golden Dan was something that only third-grade martial artists had the opportunity to cultivate too. The qi and blood within had to exceed 100,000 calories. Boom. The qi and blood within him were almost depleted. In the end, with a loud explosion, a massive surge of qi and blood erupted from his body and rushed towards the inner Dan. The entire inner Dan turned golden red. It looked quite beautiful. Ding. You have successfully broken through to first-grade martial artist. Ding. You have increased your strength by 1 star. Ding. You have increased to 2-star strength. Ding. You have increased to 3-star strength. Ning Feng glanced at it. The inner Dan was a mix of gold and red, with gold occupying about 30%. This also indicated that his current strength had reached first-grade 3-star. I feel an abundance of power throughout my body. After the breakthrough, Ning Feng wanted to test his strength. He went to a shaded area, and this time, before the giant crab could strike, he quickly executed the thrust, point, stab, sweep, and pierce techniques. A breaking force spear pierced forward. The next moment, with a thunderous roar, the spear tips silver light resonated across the sky. The giant crab's body suddenly exploded, its power exceeding 100 times that of before. Seeing this scene, Ning Feng was indeed a bit dumbfounded. A first-grade martial artist, could he really be this strong? Following that, Ning Feng sought out several other relatively strong exotic beasts and tested techniques like the Whirlwind Slash and Wind Thunder Slash. Even the grade technique Whirlwind Slash could easily kill a first-stage 7-fold Griffin Eagle. The Wind Thunder Slash combined with the thunder-breathing technique was even more powerful than the first style of the Overlord Spear. The originally small Thunder Dragon had transformed into a 10-meter-long dragon. Even the residual waves could kill several first-grade martial artists. In the end, he even challenged a second-grade tiger-headed serpent. The Whirlwind Slash barely broke through its defenses. The Wind Thunder Slash completely annihilated it. Incredible. Ning Feng knew that the strength of the exotic beasts in the simulation space was somewhat weaker. A first-grade rat wolf in reality could nearly kill him, which was enough to illustrate this point. However, this tiger-headed serpent, which was at the second-grade level, was still effortlessly killed by him. After breaking through to become a first-grade martial artist, his strength had increased significantly. If I encounter that rat wolf again, I should be able to kill it easily in less than 3 moves. A hint of coldness flashed in Ning Feng's eyes. Gaining strength also brought him a considerable amount of confidence. In the following moments, Ning Feng swept through, almost wiping out the Western Shores desert, as any exotic beast below the second grade was no match for him. Fortunately, the spirit cores and materials he obtained could be directly stored without him needing to handle them himself. Otherwise, simply cutting up the exotic beast corpses would waste him a lot of time. As the night passed, the system space gained several hundred spirit cores and countless various materials, along with pieces of exotic beast meat that could serve as nutritious food. Among them, Ning Feng found that the meat of the Griffin Eagle was the most delicious and could convert a significant amount of qi and blood. The next day, as the sun rose, Ning Feng also opened his eyes. Host Ning Feng. Martial Arts Realm, first rank, 3 stars. Physical quality, level 13. Blood value, 1100 calories. Strength, 3,820 kilograms, without using thunder breathing. Speed, 130 meters second, without using thunder breathing. Mental power, level 10. Body refinement method, Great Sun Flame, refinement method. Mental cultivation method, Mirror Spirit, refinement method. Martial arts skills, Fist Intent second stage 33, Spear Intent second stage 98, A Body Technique, second stage 51. Blade Intent first stage 99. Martial techniques, Whirlwind Slash Major Achievement, Wind Song Thunder Slash Major Achievement, Overlord Spear, not fully mastered. The blood value has increased to 1,100 calories. Even my mental power has broken through to level 10. According to Ning Feng's knowledge, after breaking through to a first-rank martial artist, each star increase requires at least 300 calories of blood value. 3 stars together require nearly 900 calories. This is also why some martial artists remain stuck at the first rank for years, compared to the mere 150 calories needed to break through to a first-rank martial artist. The journey from first to second rank is truly arduous. After Ning Feng consumed a spirit-gathering pill, he directly broke through to first rank, 3 stars, saving an immense amount of cultivation time. No wonder the spirit-gathering pill is so popular. For many martial artists, it represents a significant opportunity. Outside the room, After Xiao Jingzhe got up, she felt her blood value had reached about 150 calories. In fact, if she wanted to speed things up, she could have relied on pills to increase her blood value and become a first-rank martial artist long ago. However, Teacher Hai had warned her that blindly pursuing speed in the early stages is not a good idea. Not only could it lead to failed promotions requiring long recovery times, but it could also hinder future development. So she had been honing her skills as long as she could become a first-rank martial artist before the college entrance exam. Then she looked towards the room across the hall. She felt a bit nervous. Last night in the early hours, she had received those 2 transfers and replied with a thank you. Yet she had never called him by that title. Just as she was lost and thought, the door swung open with a bang and Ning Feng stepped out. Bailu. No, Jingzhe. What are you doing standing here? Ning Feng asked curiously. Nothing. Xiao Jingzhe's neck hidden in her collar flushed slightly, and she quickly headed towards the living room. Ning Feng scratched his head. Then he remembered something and hurried to the kitchen. At that moment, Li Wanfang was busy preparing breakfast as the children were going to school today, and she always prepared breakfast in advance. Aunt Li, let me help. Ning Feng held a box containing the grass barbarian beef ribs that Hai Yafu had given him. After processing, the ribs only needed to be slightly grilled to be ready for consumption, providing a substantial amount of blood value compared to ordinary food. Now that Ning Feng had become a first-rank martial artist, ordinary food could no longer satisfy his needs. Only these exotic beast ingredients would suffice. Moreover, he had quite a few pieces of exotic beast meat in his system space, but they still needed processing. Originally, Li Wanfang wanted to say there was no need for help, and that Ning Feng could just sit down. However, upon seeing the whole box of uniquely fragrant ribs, she couldn't help but ask, Xiao Feng, what is this? It's a gift for me. Ning Feng explained, carefully, worried that Aunt Li might misunderstand. I know. We have a colleague whose husband is wealthy, and it seems they feed their child this kind of exotic beast ingredient. That must be expensive, right? Hearing this, Li Wanfang couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. She had inquired before, and the cheapest exotic beast ingredients cost over 10,000. With her and old Xiao's salaries, they simply couldn't afford it. It's not bought. Someone gave it to me, Jingzhe and Bailu both know, Ning Feng replied. So how do we cook these ribs? Can we grill them? Li Wanfang was also good at grilling steaks. She had captured Xiao Xingbin's heart with her culinary skills back in the day. Of course. Ning Feng helped out on the side, grilling 5 ribs, each sizzling and aromatic under Aunt Li's mastery. So fragrant. Sitting in the living room, Xiao Jingzhe nibbled on a honey milk bread she hadn't eaten at home for a long time, and upon smelling this aroma, she suddenly felt hungry. What's that smell? So delicious. At that moment, Xiao Bailu with messy hair walked out of her room holding a pillow. She had been awakened by the enticing aroma. Even the usually punctual Xiao Xingbin woke up early. It really smells good. Wife, did you grill steak so early? He walked into the kitchen surprised. Go away. This has nothing to do with you. These are the exotic meat ribs that Xiao Feng brought, meant to replenish the children's energy. Li Wanfang said while flipping the spatula. It's fine. 5 ribs, we can each have 1. Ning Feng said. Although Aunt Li and Uncle Xiao were not martial artists, eating more of this kind of meat could significantly enhance their stamina and immunity. This is far more useful than those overpriced supplements on the market. Plus, since the grass barbarian cow is only a first-rank exotic beast, he had quite a few pieces of first-rank and even second-rank exotic beast meat in his space. That's not right, we eat it, but it won't help us. Li Wanfang shook her head repeatedly. However, she felt very warm inside. Among the 3 children, her favorite was still Xiao Feng. All along, she had treated Xiao Feng as her own son. Mom, you and Dad can eat it. 1 piece is enough for me. You have 1 piece, your brother and sister can each have 2 pieces, Li Wanfang said directly. Hey. Mom, why are you so biased? Am I not your biological daughter? Xiao Bailu pouted, looking in. I have 2 biological daughters, I don't care. Good mom, you favor boys over girls. I'm going to report you. Who are you going to report to? Who would listen to you? I am going to find Dad. At this moment, Xiao Jingzhe couldn't help but walk over. She looked at the golden grilled ribs on the plate and couldn't help but drool. She wasn't someone who craved food. Even if something is delicious, she would only take a bite. But this rib was made from exotic beast ingredients capable of providing her with substantial blood value. This was the reason for her interest. Jingzhe, Bailu, you guys eat first, Ning Feng said, bringing out the first 2 grilled ribs and handing over 2 pairs of chopsticks. Bro, can you be a bit more elegant? Who eats steak with chopsticks? Xiao Bailu pouted. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingzhe directly picked up the chopsticks and started eating. After just 1 bite, she felt her entire body energize as the pure energy gradually transformed into blood value. This single bite was worth more than a dozen pieces of honey milk bread. Sister, is it really that delicious? Xiao Bailu asked curiously. She took a bite, and her eyes lit up. Bro, your cooking is amazing. She thought this beef rib was so delicious that she wanted to eat another bite. As for other changes, she hadn't had the chance to feel them yet. I'm just assisting, Ning Feng said with a smile. He then also ate a piece of the grilled rib. As soon as the rib entered his stomach, it rapidly transformed into blood value, providing him with at least a dozen calories. I'm so full. Xiao Bailu rubbed her little belly and burped. It was just one rib, but it felt more filling than 3 bowls of rice. Silly. Cultivate, and turn the energy into blood value. Xiao Jingzhe glanced at her sister. She was only halfway through her meal practicing while eating, but still had a lot that hadn't successfully transformed. Then she looked at Ning Feng across from her. At this moment Ning Feng had already finished an entire rib and seemed completely unfazed. Mom, we're going to school. Xiao Bailu followed her brother and sister heading out the door. Wait, I still have 2 pieces of meat. Li Wanfang hurriedly called out. Li Wanfang looked at the 2 pieces of meat on the table, her eyes softening. On the subway, Ning Feng tied up the sleeping Xiao Bailu's hair while chatting with Xiao Jingzhe. It was not Ning Feng who took the initiative to chat with Xiao Jingzhe, but rather Jingzhe was more proactive today. Today is your official transfer to the elite class for study. You and Bailu should choose a suitable cultivation method for your practice. Although there are less than 3 months until the college entrance examination, you can still attempt to break through to a first-grade warrior within these 3 months using the selected cultivation method. Xiao Jingzhe lowered her head and said MHM. Ning Feng nodded slightly. He didn't pay much attention, mainly because he already had the Great Sun Flame cultivation method, and other methods were of no use to him. While the two were chatting, several students wearing the uniform of Linhai No. 1 high school boarded the subway. The leader was Lei Qian, who had previously provoked Ning Feng and the others. Appa, I didn't expect you to transfer to Linhai No. 1 high school. I was so happy to hear this news. If I had known you would come, I would have taken you to familiarize yourself with the environment earlier. Next to Lei Qian was a tall girl with golden wavy hair, dressed rather provocatively. Although she was not lacking in looks and figure, she appeared submissive in front of Lei Qian. Jingzhe, you think so highly of me. Lei Qian gazed at the girl with a flirtatious look and then reached out his right hand to sneakily touch her. He had grown tired of this girl years ago. However, walking down this old path again seemed to have its own charm. Jingzhe pouted and said, Appa, there are so many people here. So what if there are people? Can they control me? Lei Qian glanced around and suddenly noticed several familiar figures not far away. Make way. He directly pushed Jingzhe aside and approached Ning Feng and the others. First he glanced at Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu, a flicker of interest crossing his eyes. They looked even more beautiful and innocent in their school uniforms. How wonderful it would be if he could have such beauties for himself. Then he impatiently looked at Ning Feng and said, You're Ning Feng, right? I've heard about you, you're just a poor kid. Last time he had been threatened by Ning Feng and genuinely thought this guy was from one of the 3 clans. He didn't expect he was just a poor kid. Ning Feng. Jingzhe ran over, and before she could continue to call Appa, noticed Ning Feng. Jingzhe. They had been classmates in middle school and had quite a good relationship, often studying together. After entering high school, they gradually drifted apart. He had heard in the ordinary class that Jingzhe had dated several boyfriends, mostly rich second-generation heirs or students with talent in cultivation. Do you two know each other? Xiao Jingzhe ignored Lei Qian and glanced at Jingzhe before asking Ning Feng. How could a first-class student like Xiao Jingzhe be with Ning Feng? You two aren't getting together, are you? Jingzhe laughed softly, covering her mouth. She noticed that Lei Qian was quite interested in the 2 girls and was preparing to slander them directly. Xiao Jingzhe was the class leader of the elite martial arts class, while Jingzhe was the class leader of the 2nd class. The 2 had always been in a competitive relationship, even hostile. However, Xiao Jingzhe had never looked at her directly. What? Upon hearing this, Lei Qian's expression instantly darkened, and a hint of murderous intent appeared in his gaze towards Ning Feng. How dare he make a move on a girl he liked? Ning Feng truly did not want to live anymore. What does it have to do with you? Before Ning Feng could retort, Xiao Jingzhe lifted her eyes and coldly said to Jingzhe, Of course it has to do with me. Ning Feng liked me before and has been pursuing me all along, Jingzhe said with her hands on her hips, laughing coldly. In middle school she indeed had feelings for Ning Feng. However, later on Ning Feng's grades plummeted, and when it was time to separate classes he didn't even enter the elite class. So she decisively gave up on Ning Feng. A regular boy like him was not worthy of her. Hearing this, Ning Feng was somewhat astonished. What was this brainless girl saying in front of his sister? However, before he could stand up, Xiao Jingzhe rapidly got to her feet. Then she suddenly slapped Jingzhe. Slap. Jingzhe was sent flying. So noisy. Xiao Jingzhe used almost all her strength. She didn't even know why she was so angry. You. Jingzhe lay on the ground looking at Xiao Jingzhe in disbelief. Then she felt her face had already swollen up. Appa, you quickly teach this evil woman a lesson for me. I want her dead. Jingzhe knew she couldn't beat Xiao Jingzhe, so she cried out to Lei Qian. I think what Jingzhe said is very right. You're just too noisy. Lei Qian ignored Jingzhe and instead looked at Xiao Jingzhe with an appreciative gaze. There was a wildness about her, making the conquest feel more exhilarating. This woman. Lei Qian wanted her. Xiao Jingzhe, I'm very interested in you. If possible, how about we exchange contact information? I am Lei Qian from the Lei clan. Not only am I a first-grade warrior, but I am also an alchemist. As long as you follow me in the future, I guarantee you'll have an endless supply of elixirs. Lei Qian did not want to use brute force. He aimed to attract this girl with his own charm. However, Xiao Jingzhe sneered. The Lei clan. Just like that, Lan Qian, you're also from the 3 clans. What does it matter to me what kind of pig you are? I don't care. Having a large cultivation resource from the 3 clans, but still being just a first-grade warrior was no different from being trash. As for being an alchemist, she already had Ning Feng. Hearing this, Lei Qian's expression darkened even more. Alright. You're the most courageous woman I've ever seen. But I can also understand that in a poor place like Linhai City, you wouldn't have seen what true talent looks like. I just transferred to Linhai No. 1 high school today. I heard that you're the top student at Linhai No. 1 high school. Once I defeat you, your top position will be mine. At the same time, I want you to be my woman. At the entrance of Linhai City School. Brother, sister, why do you both look a bit gloomy? Xiao Bailu asked while, it's nothing. We just encountered a fly earlier, Xiao Jingzhe replied coldly. Oh, I see, Xiao Bailu said, taking a sip of Wangzai milk, not giving it much thought. Let's go to class first. Xiao Jingzhe, as the class monitor, exhibited the demeanor of a leader upon entering. When the 3 arrived at the classroom, the head teacher Hai Ryue was just arranging for several staff members to place a piece of equipment on the podium. Jingzhe, you're just in time. Your brother and sister are both going to be tested for their spiritual affinity today, and after the tests they can choose any of the 5 major cultivation methods. Hai Ryue then looked towards Ning Feng. She had heard quite a few rumors about him in the past few days. He tore apart exotic beasts and saved countless citizens. He received the title of City Hero and was recognized by the Martial Alliance, the military, and the governing hall. At this moment, all the students in the class were staring at Ning Feng. Most of the students were rather innocent and did not have complex thoughts. They only felt that since Ning Feng was so powerful, why had he been in the ordinary class for so long? Shouldn't he have come to the elite class earlier? At that moment, just as Ning Feng and Xiao Bailu were preparing for the tests, a woman dressed quite flamboyantly walked in from the neighboring class. Hi Ryue, if I had known you brought over the testing equipment, I wouldn't have had to bring the new students to the equipment room myself, the woman said, standing next to Lei Qian, who had just harassed Xiao Jingzhe and her sister on the subway. Morong Fei, did a new student transfer to your class? Hai Ryue asked with a somewhat strange expression. Morong Fei was the head teacher of Elite Martial Arts Class 2. However, their relationship had never been good, mainly because Morong Fei initially wanted to be the head teacher of Class 1, and had even heard that she was quite close to a certain bald vice principal at the school. But not long after that vice principal was dismissed, Morong Fei ended up being the head teacher of Elite Class. She had always felt that Hai Ryue had taken her position, because the most outstanding students from the entire school gathered in Elite Class 1, while the students in Class 2, although quite good, certainly could not compare overall. What's wrong? Are you very envious? His name is Lei Qian, a new student transferred from Kyoto affiliated high school. Let me secretly reveal some news to you. Lei Qian became a first-grade warrior half a month ago, and he is also this year's top scholar in Linhai City, is likely to emerge from our Class 2. After saying this, Morong Fei burst into laughter. Originally, Lei Qian could have transferred to Elite Class 1. However, her family had a good relationship with the Lei clan, and upon hearing that Lei Qian was transferring to Linhai High School, she immediately used various connections to get him into Class 2. Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu are in Class 1. Sorry, I think I would fit better in Class 1. Lei Qian paid no attention to Morong Fei's delight, instead scanning the room, and finally spotting the 2 figures he missed dearly. As soon as he spoke, Morong Fei immediately became nervous. Young Master Qian, didn't we agree? As long as you are willing to transfer to Class 2, I can agree to any condition. Moreover, now that your information has been successfully transferred, it's impossible to transfer you back. Hearing this, Lei Qian immediately showed some dissatisfaction. What does it have to do with me? I don't care about anything else, I just want those 2 women. Saying this, he pointed at Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu. Since Morong Fei said she could agree to any condition, this was his first demand. However, Hai Ryue's expressed, what nonsense are you talking? So what if you're a first-grade warrior? Even if you are from the Lei clan, I do not get back to Class 2. Hai Ryue said as she drove Lei Qian and Morong Fei out of the class. Hai Ryue, you are so bold. This afternoon there will be a grade-wide exam. Lei Qian alone can take on your entire class. Later let Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu come up, and young Master Qian can defeat them both. Morong Fei was outside yelling angrily. Lei Qian, however, flashed a hint of interest. An assessment in the afternoon. If he personally defeats Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu, wouldn't that allow him to smoothly pursue both of them? Having the joy of multiple partners, it was thrilling to think about. Sister, who is that fool outside? Xiao Bailu asked, somewhat confused about the situation. Just some trash, Xiao Jingzhe replied coldly. However, her brow furrowed slightly at this moment. There was a big exam this afternoon, among which there would be a segment for students to spar with each other. Traditionally, no one would dare to challenge her directly. But that Lei Qian had already said he would challenge her and her sister. Moreover, the opponent was a first-grade warrior. I fought against a martial arts teacher of first-grade strength before, and I barely managed to reach a draw. I should be able to defeat Lei Qian with all my strength in the afternoon's assessment. Xiao Jingzhe thought to herself, unaware that every time she sparred, the martial arts teacher would choose to go easy as they couldn't injure students. The strength of a first-grade warrior is far superior to that of a warrior who hasn't entered the ranks. Lei Qian, another Lei clan member. At this moment, Ning Feng's expression was even colder than Xiao Jingzhe's. In his heart, he had already equated Lei Qian to a dead man. In the afternoon's exam, he would not give Lei Qian the chance to challenge his two sisters. At that time, he would personally step in. All right, Ning Feng, Xiao Bailu, you two come to test your spirit. Previously, both of your talent levels reached a grade or above, with Ning Feng even reaching S grade. So this time we just need to test which attribute of spiritual talent is more suitable. After the test, you will be assigned a cultivation method. Although it's just a basic cultivation method, it's one that many martial arts university students practice. Ferocious smiled at Ning Feng and Xiao Bailu as she spoke. At this moment, everyone was also looking over. Affinity also has levels. Generally speaking, the higher the level, the easier it is to cultivate the corresponding attributes cultivation method. When they reach university, they can choose even higher level cultivation methods of the same attribute. First, let's have Xiao Bailu come up. This test is relatively complex. It requires collecting a drop of blood from the tester. That hurts. Xiao Bailu felt a prick in her finger after putting her hand into the device. Soon after, the device indicated that the test was in progress. Test successful. Tester Xiao Bailu's suitable cultivation method, basic water attribute cultivation method, affinity level A grade. An A grade affinity level is quite good. Ferocious said with satisfaction. Generally, reaching C grade is sufficient to attempt cultivation. However, C grade is relatively difficult, B grade is moderate, and A grade is quite perfect. As for S grade affinity, there are only a few people in the class. Next, Ning Feng. She looked at Ning Feng. Ning Feng stepped up and put his right hand in. Then he felt a prick on his finger as if bitten by a mosquito. Let's see which attribute's cultivation method is suitable for you. It would be great if we got another A grade. Ferocious said with a smile as she looked at the screen. However, in the next moment, she was dumbfounded and unable to move. The screen displayed tester Ning Feng's suitable cultivation method, basic fire attribute cultivation method, affinity level SSS grade, reaches the testing device limit. Wow. That's impressive. Ferocious covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. An SS level spiritual talent affinity. This is simply unheard of. Since the establishment of Linhai One high school, it seems that there has never been an SS level student. It's truly unbelievable. She no longer knew what to say. An SS level talent, perhaps he could learn higher level cultivation technique. At this moment, all the students below were also stunned. They thought Ning Feng and Xiao Bailu were both a level, at most level, like the class monitor. But no one expected Ning Feng to actually reach SS level. Oh my god, is he even human? SS level. He could probably learn the basic fire cultivation technique in just one day. I heard from my brother that even in martial arts universities there are not many SS level talents. Ning Feng is so amazing. Why has he always been in the ordinary class? Could it be that he was deliberately hiding his strength? This person is too terrifying. Sigh. I used to feel quite superior as an elite class student, but now compared to him, I feel like a waste. Given Ning Feng's performance, he should be able to become a first-grade martial artist before the college entrance examination, right? That might not be the case. Even the class monitor hasn't reached first grade yet. There will be an assessment in the afternoon. Let's see who dares to challenge him and test his strength. Are you kidding? Didn't you hear the news yesterday? He took down a first-level beast, the rat wolf, who would challenge him without fearing for their life. Wait, so the city hero mentioned in the news is Ning Feng. No wonder his name sounds so familiar. Ning Feng is so handsome. I want to marry him. Shut up, you girly boy. Ning Feng is definitely a straight man. At this moment, Xiao Jingzhe looked at the data revealed by Ning Feng and was momentarily lost in thought. She had a feeling that Ning Feng's strength would likely soon surpass hers. Wow, brother is so amazing. Xiao Bailu said with stars in her eyes. She always knew her brother was the best. Bailu, who do you think would win if I competed against Ning Feng? Suddenly Xiao Jingzhe asked. Seeing how quickly Ning Feng was improving, she had the thought of wanting to compete with him for the first time. Sister, you probably wouldn't be his match, right? Brother has even killed a first-level beast. Xiao Bailu. In her eyes, brother was number one and sister was second. Hearing this, Xiao Jingzhe rolled her eyes. But she didn't. Maybe. I've fought against beasts before. In terms of practical experience, I am not inferior to Ning Feng. Alright class. This morning is theory class, and after lunch everyone should finish eating early and head to the martial arts hall to prepare for the assessment. This assessment is quite important. The school leaders will come to observe. There are less than 80 days left until the college entrance examination, so everyone should not have any thoughts of relaxation. The later it gets, the harder you must work. Perhaps if you practice a little more now, you can gain an extra point on the exam. An extra point may seem small, but it can defeat thousands in the province. Getting into a martial arts university will ensure a bright future after graduation. Is everyone clear? Hai Ryue repeated her points. The students did not find it annoying, as being elite class students made them more aware of the importance of the college entrance examination. Understood. The entire class shouted. Ning Feng and Xiao Bailu were transfer students, so they sat together, while Xiao Jingzhe happened to be in front of them. However, Xiao Jingzhe's deskmate was absent. The books were on the desk, but no one was there. Sister, has your deskmate not come to school all this time? Xiao Bailu curiously asked as she leaned on the desk. No, she took leave. Xiao Jingzhe replied calmly. But she seems to have not come last week either. Xiao Bailu asked, somewhat confused. Can someone actually take leave for such a long time? If I had known, I would have taken leave until the college entrance examination. Why care about her? Her family has private tutors with over a dozen teachers, serving her alone. She's just Xiao Jingzhe said. She hadn't seen her deskmate for a long time. The last time they met was during the year-level assessment, when every student's scores had to be recorded. That time in the year-level assessment, the first was Lan Xian, the second was Xiao Jingzhe, and the third was that deskmate. However, that assessment was relatively simple and focused only on measuring vitality and blood, without any martial arts skills assessment. Lan Xian managed to achieve first place by relying on medicinal pills to boost his vitality. Xiao Jingzhe had never considered Lan Xian a rival. At that time, there was only one person who could be her opponent. That was her deskmate, Wu Roqing. Wu Roqing, that name sounds quite nice, Xiao Bailu said, while holding a class list. She glanced at it, and saw that her sister's deskmate was named this. Surname Wu. Ning Feng originally thought she was from one of the three clans. Sister, has she advanced to become a first-grade martial artist? Xiao Bailu asked curiously. I don't know. Xiao Jingzhe replied directly. With her family's wealth, advancing to a first-grade martial artist should be quite easy. However, most people wouldn't be so impatient. Rushing to advance can easily lead to failure. However, she now had a spirit-gathering pill. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Ning Feng, who was sitting behind her, feeling a little stirred. Lei Qian, you must give Xiao Jingzhe a good thrashing this afternoon during the assessment. She looked down on us so much on the subway today. She must pay the price. In the next class, Xiao Jingzhe could hardly keep herself from leaning against Lei Qian, speaking with a tone full of resentment when mentioning Xiao Jingzhe. Don't worry. I've already asked teacher Morong Fei, and we can freely choose opponents to challenge. They'll definitely deal with that Xiao Jingzhe. But before that, I want to teach that Ning Feng a good lesson, Lei Qian said with a sneer. Although he was interested in the pair of sisters, Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu, he hadn't forgotten his purpose for transferring to Linhai No. 1 high school. His cousin had sent him here specifically to deal with Ning Feng. Before the college entrance examination, he intended to beat Ning Feng so badly that he would be incapacitated and completely lose his chance to participate. Aside from humiliating Ning Feng during the assessment this afternoon, he planned to seriously injure him outside of school, at least to the extent that he would be bettered in for half a year. Teach Ning Feng a lesson. Xiao Jingzhe did not expect Lei Qian to plan to deal with Ning Feng first. But thinking about Ning Feng's cold attitude towards her today, it made her furious. They had such a good relationship in middle school. Ning Feng had even secretly had a crush on her. It's just that since high school he had not paid any attention to her. He actually dared to give her the cold shoulder. Truly ungrateful. Appa, I support you in teaching Ning Feng a lesson. It would be best if you turned him into a pig's head. A waste like him should stay in the ordinary class. How dare he come to the elite class? Xiao Jingzhe said maliciously. Yesterday she was shocked by Ning Feng's deeds. Her jaw dropped in disbelief. She originally thought that once Ning Feng came to the elite class, she would go and flatter him. She wanted to become Ning Feng's girlfriend and gain some notoriety. But unexpectedly she encountered Lei Qian before that. Compared to a rich heir like Lei Qian, Ning Feng was just a poor loser. Even if he gained fame, what was the point? Could he compare to Lei Qian? Moreover, Lei Qian was not only a first-grade martial artist, but also an alchemist. A waste like Ning Feng was simply not comparable. You are absolutely right. There are distinctions between high and low among people. Commoners should recognize their own status. Lei Qian sneered at the thought of being able to teach Ning Feng a lesson soon. He heard that Ning Feng had killed a first-level beast. To this, Lei Qian believed it was entirely hype. A waste who had been living off the ordinary class for years, how could he become a martial artist capable of killing a first-level beast in just a few days? It was simply impossible. The beast must have been severely injured and dying when it escaped. Ning Feng just happened to pass by and landed the killing blow. The authorities, in order to appease the public, pulled Ning Feng out for publicity. Lei Qian was very familiar with this tactic. As for why his cousin had a grudge against Ning Feng, it must be because this incident had embarrassed the military. A beast escaped from a military-controlled area and was then killed by Ning Feng. Isn't that just proving the military's incompetence? This kid really got lucky. Lei Qian already had a plan in mind. During the assessment in the afternoon, he would arrange for several TV stations to come and broadcast live, letting everyone see how he defeated this so-called city hero. A city hero capable of killing a first-level beast would be defeated by him with a single punch. By then Lei Qian could become famous across the internet by stepping on Ning Feng. Thinking of this, he immediately began to make arrangements. The Lei family controlled several media outlets. While they weren't among the top ranks in the province, they were definitely leading media in Linhai City. Alright, young Master Lei, I understand. I will arrange for reporters and cameramen to go to Linhai No. 1 high school right away. Don't worry, young Master Lei. Our account has over 200,000 followers. When your school's assessment starts, we will go live. Alright, young Master Lei. We have arranged a large number of online commenters. As soon as the results of the match come out, we will go crazy and create a narrative ensuring that guy is completely socially dead online. Meanwhile, in an office building in a certain city, brothers, get ready to work. We received a big order this time. They want to buy 1 million narrative comments. What? 1 million comments? Who are they preparing to attack? It's a student. No, I don't know who exactly, but whoever loses in the match will be the target of our narrative. Remember, this time it's a full internet narrative. We must make it trending. Don't worry, our studio is nicknamed the Evil Key Immortal. Whoever we target will be ruined, and they'll jump off a building the next day. In the afternoon at Linhai No. 1 high school martial arts hall. With 10 minutes to go before the assessment, all students had arrived. On the stands, several leaders were seated preparing to watch the match below. Unexpectedly, the person sitting in the lead position was not Principal Wang Linheng of Linhai No. 1 high school, but a very beautiful woman. Leader Lung, what brings you here today? Principal Wang asked with a flattering smile. I was bored and came to see the best batch of students in our Linhai city. Lung Bingning said lightly. She glanced around and immediately spotted the familiar figure, her brow gradually relaxing. In response, Wang Linheng appeared somewhat awkward. Because Linhai No. 1 high school's performance was not very high in the province, it was in a lower middle tier. In contrast, several schools near the Beast battlefield produced many talented students each year. Many said that Linhai No. 1 high school was too well protected and too comfortable, resulting in students never even seeing a beast. Has he already broken through to first grade? Lung Bingning observed Ning Feng's figure. Though it was far away, she could tell at a glance that he had already broken through. It seems he should be able to take first place in this assessment. Lung Bingning had a thought in her mind. The Martial Alliance could recommend students to see 9 martial arts universities. However, the requirements were quite strict. Only the best students in the city would suffice. Ning Feng happened to meet this requirement. Haha. I said the flying motorcycle outside belongs to the Martial Alliance. I didn't expect the leader Lung to come personally. Just then, a hearty laugh rang out, and a familiar figure came to the stands. Upon seeing the person, Lung Bingning's expression grew colder. Lei Ming, what are you doing here? Principal Wang immediately stood up and gave him his seat. When he saw it was the Lei representative from the military district. Then I won't be polite. Lei Ming directly sat down next to Lung Bingning. Then he said, if Leader Lung can come, why can't I? I also want to select some good seedlings for my army in this assessment. It's the national army, not your Lei Ming's army, Lung Bingning said directly. Seeing the two of them at odds, Principal Wang kept wiping the cold sweat off his. If he had known, he wouldn't have come to watch the assessment today. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. Leader Lung, let me be. I plan to recommend someone to Kyoto University. Lei Ming looked at the crowd below and found his cousin Lei Qi. Upon hearing this, Lung Bingning's expression changed. Kyoto University ranked first among the 5 best universities in the country. Both the military and the Martial Alliance had the right to recommend one person to a C9 university. However, only one spot is available per region for Kyoto University. If the military's candidate is recommended to Kyoto University, the Martial Alliance's qualification will be void. Who do you want to recommend? Lung Bingning knew that Lei Ming had a not-so-pleasant history with Ning Feng. But now the student performing the best at Linhai No. 1 high school was Ning Feng. If Lei Ming recommended Ning Feng, she would indeed view him in a new light. Lei Qian. Who? My cousin Lei Qian. Lei Ming said with a smile. As for recommending Ning Feng, absolutely impossible. He wished for Ning Feng to die sooner. On what basis? Lung Bingning's tone was subtly angry at this point. She had never heard of this student Lei Qian. Lei Ming was clearly playing favorites. Leader Lung, don't look at me with that kind of expression. I am not playing favorites. My cousin just transferred from Kyoto affiliated high school, but his enrollment is already at Linhai No. 1 high school. Moreover, he broke through to first grade half a month ago, and is even an alchemist. Among all the students, who is more outstanding than him? So recommending him to Kyoto University is perfectly fine. Lei Ming said with a smile. Of course, this was not his only purpose for coming today. He wanted to see Lei Qian beat Ning Feng severely, preferably to serious injury on the spot. By then, even if Lung Bingning wanted to rush down to save him, he could stop her. Anyone who goes against Lei Ming will not end well. Hearing this, Lung Bingning suddenly stood up, transitioning from Jingdu affiliated high school to Linhai No. 1 middle school, and then obtaining the recommendation qualification. Laming, you have quite the audacity. She gritted her teeth and said, although this action contradicts fairness in this era where strength reigns supreme, Laming's approach would at most receive condemnation from ordinary people. There was no punishment for him at all. But if everyone acted this way, how could the children from humble backgrounds find their way up after their spots were snatched away? Ha! I'll take that as a compliment from the Cold Alliance leader, Laming said with a smile. What difference does it make if others know about this? Strength is the foundation of one's words. If you think it's unfair, then challenge Lei Qian. Defeating Lei Qian would be a slap in his face. Those without strength who only complain are merely clowns. Once Lei Qian and Ning Feng's match is over, he would personally tell Ning Feng. However, by that time Ning Feng would likely be gravely injured or on the brink of death. Just then several media reporters arrived at the martial arts arena. Their goal was unanimous. They aimed to broadcast the upcoming match live, allowing netizens across the internet to witness it. Hello everyone. I am Little Fish, a reporter from Xingdi Entertainment. Thank you all for joining the live stream. Today we will be broadcasting the match assessment at Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Don't rush to scroll away. One of the students participating in this assessment is someone you are all quite familiar with. That's right, it's Ning Feng, who just received the title of City Hero. I believe many people only know that Ning Feng has earned the title of City Hero, but are unaware of his actual strength. Does he truly have the strength to slay alien beasts, or is he merely a figurehead brought in by the authorities as a mascot? Let's stay tuned. Xingdi Entertainment is one of the largest marketing accounts on the internet. Wherever there's a hot topic, you'll find their reporters. This time they came to start a live broadcast not only because they received a secret task bonus, but also to ride the wave of Ning Feng's popularity. If they could uncover Ning Feng's true strength, they might go viral across the internet today. A boy hero described by the authorities as brave and capable of slaying alien beasts, yet in the end it turns out he is merely a useless person. This would definitely cause a stir. At this moment in the live stream room, this title is quite interesting. It's called Revealing the True Face of the City Hero. It's that Ning Feng from Linhai No. 1 Middle School who reportedly killed a first-order alien beast before even becoming a first-rank martial artist. Nonsense. A first-order alien beast, not even a first-rank martial artist would dare to engage lightly. For an unranked martial artist to escape would be quite a feat, yet they claim to have killed an alien beast. I agree, the authorities' claims are too false. So this live stream is to unveil Ning Feng's true strength. It seems to be the assessment match at Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Great. Let us see what this so-called city hero is truly capable of. I think some people in the authorities are getting anxious. What if they get slapped in the face? Huh. The authorities will surely push the interns to take the blame, having nothing to do with them. So classic. Meanwhile, in the martial arts arena, the assessment match is now starting. A referee in a martial arts uniform, Wu Yinxing, stood on stage announcing. Originally, the procedure was to first measure each student's blood vitality, physical fitness, and martial arts skills. Then the matches would be held the following day. However, the principals specially adjusted the order. First, they will hold the assessment matches, then measure the other data. This is because both the Martial Alliance and military officials came to observe. They couldn't let them watch the students queue up for blood measurement the whole time. If this were to get out, it would only prove that the students at Linhai No. 1 Middle School are all a bunch of superficial students. Their data may look good, but their practical skills are a mess. Secondly, it relates to the Tianlu Martial University seminar this weekend. Every month, representatives from various schools across the province send students to attend the Tianlu Martial University for studies. Besides learning about university life, they also engage in assessment matches. In the end, they will all participate in low-level secret realm challenges and receive rewards based on their final performance. However, not many students are eligible to attend the seminar. Linhai No. 1 Middle School only has 5 spots in total. Prior to this, the school had already determined the allocation of spots. However, there would definitely be some who would be dissatisfied. If you're not satisfied, then step onto the stage and challenge to prove your strength. Before that, I will announce the list of participants for the Tianlu Martial University seminar this weekend. Xiao Jingzhe, Lan Qian, Wu Roqing, Ning Feng, Gao Sheng. This list is similar to the last seminar list, mainly adding Ning Feng. The one replaced was the class leader of Class 2, Xiao Jingzhe. My spot is gone. Class 2 Xiao Jingzhe. Although she was just a student in Class 2, with limited resources from the school, she always intercepted some resources for personal use. Additionally, she had a good relationship with the class teacher Morong Fei, who secretly gave her a lot of benefits. This was all to have her represent Class 2 to challenge Class 1. Moreover, the previous assessments were relatively simple, mainly focused on measuring blood vitality. Because she had monopolized many resources, her blood vitality was naturally very high. Thus, she could always make it onto the seminar list. This time she was unexpectedly replaced. And the one who replaced her was Ning Feng, whom she had always looked down upon. Damn it. Ning Feng, you dog, how dare you steal my spot? I want you dead. Xiao Jingzhe shouted angrily towards Class 1. What's the rush? I will be challenging Ning Feng soon. Just watch, I will smash Ning Feng's head in front of everyone. Lei Qian said coldly. At this moment he had already seen his cousin in the stands. So he needed to put in extra effort. Originally he wanted to torment Ning Feng well, but now it seems he must defeat him in one punch. After leaving the school, he would find Ning Feng and beat him up. If he doesn't injure Ning Feng severely, he wouldn't be a member of the Lei family. Hearing this, Xiao Jingzhe turned her anger into joy and hurriedly said, "Appa, if you defeat Ning Feng, can you give his spot to me? You know I really need the spot." After saying this, she secretly lifted her skirt a bit to reveal a glimpse of, for this spot she would do anything. Of course that's possible, Lei Ming said with a smile. In reality, he didn't care about Xiao Jingzhe at all. He wasn't very concerned about this seminar. Although Tianlu Martial University is a top martial arts university, it pales in comparison to the C9 universities, let alone the world-class universities like Kyoto University and Wuming University. However, this time the seminar list included Xiao Jingzhe. Once he defeats Ning Feng and secures his spot, he could deepen his relationship with Xiao Jingzhe and perhaps even successfully win over this girl. Awesome, Appa. You will definitely defeat Ning Feng. Ning Feng is just a waste. How can he compare to Appa? Xiao Jingzhe said excitedly. 3 students stood on the competition stage: Ning Feng, Xiao Jingzhe, and Gao Sheng. Gao Sheng was a chubby boy about 1.65 meters tall, appearing quite humorous, yet he was not weak and ranked among the top 5 in the elite class. Moreover, he was very skilled with his watermelon knife, both agile and explosive. Brother Feng, this is your first time attending a seminar, right? I have to tell you, some students from other schools are really annoying, always looking down on us from Linhaino. One high school. That guy Lan Qian won't even walk with us. Gao Sheng complained while munching on potato chips. Although he had only just met Ning Feng minutes ago, his friendly nature had already made him consider Ning Feng a brother. Ning Feng was the elder brother, and he was the younger brother. By the way, why didn't Lan Qian come today? If he doesn't show up, his spot at the seminar will be taken away. Gao Sheng asked curiously. In fact, it was better without Lan Qian. Every seminar had a team competition segment, and Lan Qian never teamed up with them, causing them to always end up at the bottom in assessments. Is this seminar really important? Ning Feng asked. Of course it's important. If you perform well at the seminar, you can qualify for early admission to Tianlu Martial Arts University. It essentially means you can skip the college entrance exam and get admitted directly. Plus, there are many rewards that can help us enhance our strength. Gao Sheng immediately replied. His family was relatively well off, but they had nearly exhausted their resources to support his ambition of getting into a martial arts university. His current goal was to enroll in Tianlu Martial Arts University and bring glory to his family. Teacher Wu, if no one challenges, then I'm going down first. Xiao Jingzhe frowned and said. She felt quite displeased standing on stage being watched like a monkey. Beside her, teacher Wu Yinxing immediately spoke up loudly. Is there anyone who wants to challenge these 3 students? If not, then this assessment ends here. Before he could finish his sentence, someone from class 2 suddenly sneered. Who says there's no one? Let me Lei Qian. Saying this, Lei Qian confidently walked towards the stage under the watchful eyes of the entire school's faculty and students. At that moment, several cameras immediately focused on him, giving him a close-up. Here he comes, here he comes. The competition assessment has begun. This Lei Qian, I wonder who he wants to challenge, exclaimed the excited female reporter Xiao Yu holding the microphone. Wow, someone really wants to challenge. Great. Just challenge that Ning Feng. I think that girl named Xiao Jingzhe is very pretty. Is there anyone who dares to challenge her? Just a weak girl, let me try her skills. Hee, I also like this girl. Go for it, Lei Qian. The viewers in the live stream were all excited, eager for the action to begin. In the stands. Seeing Lei Qian on the martial arts stage, Lung Bingning's expression changed slightly. This Lei Qian was indeed coming for Ning Feng. Leader Lung, make sure to watch the upcoming performance carefully. The youth of our Lei clan is 100 times better than any city hero. When Lei Qian defeats Ning Feng, you can choose not to intervene, otherwise I will stop you too. Lei Ming said with a smile. He was giving Lung Bingning a heads up to prevent her from rescuing Ning Feng from Lei Qian. He wanted to personally witness Ning Feng being severely injured and begging for mercy. Lei Ming, I hope you won't regret this. Lung Bingning said coldly. Although Lei Qian was a first-tier martial artist, Ning Feng had also just advanced to first tier. Who loses and who wins was still uncertain. Ha ha ha. Leader Lung still likes to talk tough. I really want to see what kind of strength this Ning Feng has. Lei Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. Meanwhile, on the martial arts stage, Wu Yinxing looked at Lei Qian and asked, which student do you want to challenge? Of course. Him. Lei Qian pointed at Ning Feng. Ning Feng was not surprised by this. However, it made Xiao Jingzhe beside him a bit anxious. Because she had anticipated that Lei Qian would choose to challenge her. She never expected that Lei Qian wanted to challenge Ning Feng. Lei Qian had advanced to a first-tier martial artist half a month ago, while Ning Feng had just recently measured his blood vitality, barely breaking 100. The two were not even on the same level of strength. Lei Qian, I will take your challenge on behalf of Ning Feng. Xiao Jingzhe immediately said. Ning Feng was taken aback for a moment. Ha ha ha. Sister Jingzhe, are you that eager to compete with me? Don't worry, this time I won't hit a girl. I want to hit his Ning Feng. Lei Qian looked at Ning Feng, his eyes filled with killing intent. It seemed that Xiao Jingzhe had some feelings for Ning Feng. After all, they had no blood relation. In that case, he would turn Ning Feng into a cripple, making Xiao Jing. Ning Feng, if you have the courage, accept the challenge yourself. Don't hide behind a woman. At your age, still needing a woman to protect you, are you even a man? Looks like being a waste for a few years made you feel comfortable, huh? Lei Qian crossed his arms and sneered. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng looked at Xiao Jingzhe and said, Jingzhe, you go down first. He is challenging me. Brother Feng, then I will also go down. Gao Xing, being a man himself, understood that although Ning Feng appeared calm on the surface, he was now furious. After speaking, he swiftly ran off the stage. You? Be careful, Xiao Jingzhe said worriedly. It's fine. Ning Feng stepped forward and couldn't help but pat her head. If I can't even deal with this garbage, how can I be your, and Bailu's brother? After speaking, he smiled warmly. Xiao Jingzhe felt her heart race, and her face instantly turned red. Who wants to be your sister? She gritted her teeth, suppressing her inner feelings, and hurriedly ran off the stage. Only 3 people were left on the stage. Wu Yinxin glanced at the two and said, the competition is for sparring, only no lethal strikes allowed. If one is knocked off the martial arts stage or concedes, the assessment ends. Next, you have half a minute to choose your weapons, and then the competition begins. After saying this, he walked to the edge of the martial arts stage. Ning Feng, it seems you just said something bad about me, right? Lei Qian said with a very grim expression. This waste actually dared to call him garbage. Where did his confidence? Less nonsense. I have no interest in you at all. Ning Feng said as he picked up an iron spear from the nearby. His expression was very calm, and he didn't even glance at Lei Qian. Good. You have successfully angered me. Today I will let you know what a true genius is. Lei Qian also picked up a spear, preparing to unleash his strongest martial technique and eliminate Ning Feng instantly, to prove to everyone that Ning Feng was just a waste. As the two stood together, everyone's hearts were in their throats. This match should be quite exciting. Most believed that Lei Qian would win. After all, Lei Qian was a true first-tier martial artist. At this time, the live stream's heat also skyrocketed, with many people rushing in to watch the match. Some even created a poll to guess who would win. In the end, statistics showed that 80% of the people support, because the gap in strength between the two was evident. The competition begins. Wu Yinxing announced loudly. Ning Feng, die for me. Lei Qian moved first, dragging the spear across the ground as his speed surged, and the spear began to glow with a purple hue. This was the strongest level martial technique he had mastered. Lightning Beast Kill. Practiced to perfection, it could even transform lightning into several beasts to attack enemies. Having practiced for so many years, he had successfully reached minor success, not far from major success. Good. This Lei Qian really has some skills. On the stands, Lei Ming said with a smile. Coming out with such a powerful killing move, Ning Feng would likely be eliminated on the spot. By then, Lung Bingning would be too late to rescue him. Oomph. With the Lei clan's vast cultivation resources taking so many years to reach minor success within a level martial technique. Ning Feng was right, this is just garbage. Lung Bingning sneered. I want to argue with you. Let's see who wins this match later. In a war of words, Lei Ming really couldn't compare to Lung Bingning. Meanwhile, on the martial arts stage, Ning Feng watched Lei Qian's martial technique with no sign of concern. As Lei Qian was about to attack him, his figure suddenly became illusory, and 3 phantoms appeared beside him. Second stage of movement technique. Seeing this scene, Lei Qian was quite shocked. Even he had only practiced his movement technique to the first stage. Ning Feng's movement technique had actually reached the second stage. And then an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The 3 phantoms merged into one, and then Ning Feng's body appeared high in the air with sparks of lightning emerging from his mouth, gradually spreading to the spear. What martial technique is this? Lei Qian was momentarily stunned. At that moment in the stands, Lei Ming shouted, what are you waiting for? While he hasn't unleashed his martial technique, yet eliminate him immediately. Lei Ming's tone was anxious as he finally realized Ning Feng's true strength. First year 3 stars. This guy had at least the strength of a first year 3 stars. Yet Lei Qian had just broken through to a first-tier martial artist, not even reaching 1 star. Off. Alright, I understand now. Lei Qian quickly mobilized the qi and blood within his body, trying to unleash the full potential of the lightning beast kill. Next, his spear's purple lightning began to take shape, seemingly transforming into a wild beast. The beast was not large, only about half a meter in size. Ning Feng, come down and die. Lei Qian shouted loudly. As you wish. At this moment, Ning Feng was enveloped in blue lightning as a 30-meter-long thunder dragon gradually took shape, exuding an imposing aura like a raging tide. Wind Song Thunder Slash. With a loud shout, the thunder dragon roared towards the sky, and then charged towards Lei Qian below. Stop! On the stands, Lei Ming shouted anxiously. Ning Feng's move even made him feel a hint of threat. How could Lei Qian withstand this? Before he could rush down to rescue him, Lung Bingning directly blocked him. Ning Feng died. Lei Qian fearlessly charged forward. Boom. A thunderous roar. The entire martial arts stage was instantly turned into ruins. Bang. A charred figure was blasted away with a significant dent in its chest, and the person's aura diminished to the extreme. Lei Qian. Lei Ming immediately recognized that the figure flying out was his own cousin. Look, at last someone has challenged our city hero Ning Feng. The young man is called Lei Qian, also a formidable first-rank martial artist. I hear Ning Feng has not truly been promoted to first rank. How did he kill a tier 1 beast without first-rank strength? Might there be hidden reasons? The female reporter Xiao Yu raised her microphone to the camera and spoke with a peculiar tone, stressing the words. There was an air of skepticism about Ning Feng's strength. As far as I know, she said, the challenger Lei Qian just transferred from Jingdu affiliated school. He is a genuine prodigy. Who will win when he faces Ning Feng? Let us watch with great anticipation. With Xiao Yu's words, the camera turned to the arena. Both fighters were ready to begin. Ready. Lei Qian launched the first attack. He opened with a killing move. Ning Feng may find it hard to withstand this. Could Lei Qian win this match? Watching Lei Qian unleash the rank martial technique Lei Shun Beast Kill, Xiao Yu cried out in excitement. So cool. Now that is a true hero. As for Ning Feng, some say he was propped up by the authorities and possesses no real power. Good heavens. Lei Qian is fierce, opening with an rank move. Why is Ning Feng still standing there? He hasn't been frightened, silly, has he? Huh. Such a fool being called a city hero. What a joke. Lei Qian is incredible. He'll be finished in seconds. Next up, Xiao Jingzhe. Prepare to take a beating. I'm so disappointed in the authorities. It's laughable that such a person could be a city hero. Wait. Look, Ning Feng's expression shows no panic. He's utterly serene. What? This fellow isn't. As the whole net buzzed with commentary, Ning Feng finally moved. He first dodged Lei Qian's attack, then 3 afterimages formed around his body. Second stage footwork. Everyone was stunned. Then an even more astonishing sight unfolded. The afterimages fused. Ning Feng rose into the air as lightning crawled over him, and a blue thunder dragon slowly formed. What on earth? What is that? A thunder dragon. So vast, so magnificent. My heavens. Now I understand why he could slay a tier 1 beast. A tier 2 beast would likely be annihilated as well. Amazing. Unbelievable. The master is astonishing. I kneel before the master. Mother, don't steady me. My legs have gone weak. Those who had mocked Ning Feng online had all fallen silent. Everyone was swept by odd shock. Lei Qian still isn't fleeing. Is he mad? He's finished. He's going to Jingdu affiliated school. Isn't all that is it? On the stage, Ning Feng and Lei Qian collided. Lei Qian had believed his strongest move would utterly defeat Ning Feng. At the instant of contact, terror filled Lei Qian's face. This is impossible. That overwhelming force shattered his attack in a single instant. Big cousin, save me. Boom. Lei Qian took a devastating blow. Most of his bones were shattered, his hair singed off, and he was hurled off the stage. Lei Qian. Lei Ming rushed forward in panic, yet could only watch helplessly as his cousin crashed to the ground with a thud. When he arrived, Lei Qian's grievous state made Lei Ming too afraid to touch him for fear of snuffing out the last breath. Ning Feng, you have quite the nerve. Lei Ming rose and shouted in fury. Then like a flash he lunged onto the stage, intent on strangling them. How dare you? Lung Bingming stepped before Ning Feng and delivered a fierce jade-like kick at Lei Ming. Thud. A powerful shockwave erupted from their clash, further wrecking the half-destroyed arena. Lung Bingming, don't stop me. Today Ning Feng grievously injured my cousin and damaged his foundation. Lei Ming spoke through bloodshot eyes. He had arranged Lei Qian's transfer and had urged him to challenge Ning Feng in the first place. What he had not expected was that Lei Qian would not only lose, but be utterly crushed. His body scarcely unscathed anywhere. Even in the best hospital they might only keep him alive. Even if he recovered, he would be confined to the first rank. Representative Lei Lung Bingming asked coldly who initiated this challenge. Lei Qian used his strongest technique. Wasn't the goal to cripple Ning Feng? I suspect you played a part in instigating this. If anyone must be held accountable, it is you, Lei Ming. Lei Ming took 2 steps back, his face utterly dark. Finally, he glared at Ning Feng, gritted his teeth, and said, very well. I will remember this. He then called for a helicopter to take Lei Qian to the nearest hospital, climbed into an armored vehicle, and left the school. Once in the car, he picked up a seldom-used phone. This is Lei Ming. What are you people doing? I've given you so much intelligence, and you cannot even eliminate a few students. That Ning Feng from Linhai No. 1 high school. He must be eliminated. Or else you can forget receiving any military intelligence from me ever again. He slammed the phone down in anger. Ning Feng, are you alright? Lung Bingming turned and asked. Ning Feng's martial uniform was charred black and faint traces of lightning clung to him, but his spirit looked fine. He grinned him fine. Dealing with him was easier than slaying a beast. Lung Bingming nodded. She surveyed him carefully and said with wonder, the last time you used that move it did not display such power. I never expected you to ascend to first rank in only a few days and seemingly surpass 3 stars. Ning Feng scratched his head. Moments later, Xiao Bailu and Xiao Jingzhe ran up from the audience. Brother, you're amazing. Xiao Bailu's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had feared her brother might lose, but in the next instant he had vanquished Lei Qian. It was unbearably impressive. Ning Feng, are you hurt? Xiao Jingzhe was shocked by his power, but more worried about his injuries. That technique's destructive force is terrifying. Ning Feng shook his head. He absorbed all. These two are your younger sisters. Lung Bingning looked at Xiao Jingzhe, and Xiao Bailu eyes brightening. Both girls showed promising talent. With proper resources they could grow into independent powerhouses. Yes, Ning Feng replied. This is Leader Lung of the Martial Alliance. Ning Feng introduced them. Sister, you're so beautiful, Xiao Bailu said, looking at Lung Bingning with curiosity. What is your relationship with Ning Feng? Xiao Jingzhe asked, frowning. She sensed their connection was not ordinary. Having sized up the girl's demeanors, Lung Bingning turned to Ning Feng and said, next time you visit the Martial Alliance, bring your two sisters. I have good things for you. With that she left the campus. Ning Feng wondered whether Lei Ming would seek revenge. She would return to the Martial Alliance to arrange protection for Ning Feng. Brother, she's really beautiful, Xiao Bailu murmured. Do you have feelings for her? Xiao Bailu blurted the question. Ning Feng coughed twice at the remark. Bailu, what are you always thinking about? She's a third-rank martial artist, as she wouldn't look at someone like me. That's not certain, his sisters protested. You're talented and handsome, many girls would like you. What if she wants to take care of you? Xiao Bailu said, hands on her hips. Jingzhe, control your sister. You're young, what nonsense is this? Ning Feng glanced at Xiao Jingzhe. I think Bailu is right. When you saw that woman, you couldn't take your eyes off her. Do you feel nothing for her? Xiao Jingzhe said, half angry, then pulled her sister and headed down from the stage. No. Ning Feng was bewildered. At that moment, Wu Yanqing approached, his face full of undisguised shock. He had taught Ning Feng martial arts in the ordinary class for 3 years. Ning Feng had always been the most diligent student he had seen. But wasn't his chi only in the tens a few days ago? The display of power today stunned him. He had been prepared to save Ning Feng. Instead, it was Lei Qian. Ning Feng, you have astonished me. At this seminar you will surely stand out and earn an early admission to Tianlu Martial Arts University. Wu Yanqing grew excited. In past years, few from Linhai No. 1 Hai had entered Tianlu Martial Arts University, the finest martial university in Nanhai Province. Though it did not rank among the C9 tier schools for most students, it was an outstanding option. Admission could change an ordinary student's fate. Teacher Wu, thank you for your praise, Ning Feng said modestly. Tianlu Martial Arts University was in the neighboring city, not in Linhai. If he could be admitted, it would make returning home more convenient. In leading the team to the seminar, Wu Yanqing added, Ning Feng, I eagerly await your performance. Wu Yanqing had intended to teach Ning Feng more techniques, but recalling Ning Feng's display, he shook his head in embarrassed awe. Ning Feng's move might well have been beyond even his ability to resist, let alone to teach. The two only when the school security rushed over, having heard the explosions and feared a beast attack, did the disturbance escalate further. Upon learning the destruction had been caused by a student match, the guards were stunned. Are students so fierce these? When Ning Feng returned to class, everyone in Elite Class 1 looked at him as if seeing a specter. Some had once doubted his strength. Those doubts had now vanished. Ning Feng had proven himself with a single move. If any of them had faced Lei Qian, they would likely have been utterly crushed. Even homeroom teacher Hai Ryue stood for several minutes stunned. Ning Feng, who taught you that technique? It must be Shrank, right? Hai Ryue asked in disbelief. Shrank techniques. She herself had mastered none. Shrank techniques are exceedingly difficult. For an ordinary person to reach even rudimentary proficiency would take years. How young was Ning Feng? What shocked her further was that when Ning Feng used the skill, lightning seemed to crawl around his lips, a kind of breathing technique. Even her sister Hai Yafu had not mastered a breathing method. Ning Feng had learned one. Before she could ask, a secretary from the principal's office arrived to summon Ning Feng. Principal Wang was waiting. Teacher Hai'll go now. Ning Feng followed the secretary to the principal's office. Before he entered, Principal Wang rose and laughed heartily. Ning Feng, this is our second meeting. Second meeting. Ning Feng glanced at him, sure they had not met before. Principal Wang looked slightly embarrassed. He cleared his throat. He had gone to Ning Feng's home yesterday, but had not managed a proper introduction. Only a distant glimpse. Principal, did you call for me? Ning Feng asked curiously. Indeed, Principal Wang replied. Not for anything bad, but for something good. As principal of Linhai No. 1 Hai, I feel we have not paid enough attention to outstanding students like you. Your match with Lei Qian was truly splendid. If all our students were like you, how would we always fall behind other schools in the entrance rankings? Principal Wang shook his head with bitter regret. As the largest high school in the provincial capital, their provincial rank languished near the bottom. It was a humiliation for him. This week our school will send representatives to the seminar. Lan Qian is injured and cannot attend for now. With one slot open, Ning Feng, who do you think would be suitable? Principal Wang no longer regarded Ning Feng as an ordinary student. Ning Feng's future would surely shine. Wang already treated him as a person of equal caliber. In future, he might rely on Ning Feng's rise. Hearing this, Ning Feng began to understand, and tentatively said, my sister Xiao Bailu's grades are excellent. She might be. Before he finished, Principal Wang exclaimed, good. Let it be her. Secretary Lin, note the name, and add her to the seminar roster. In truth, it hardly mattered who was added, but doing a favor was preferable. Thank you, Principal. Ning Feng bowed respect. It was somewhat irregular, but since the chance existed, he would seize it for his sister. No need to thank me, Principal Wang replied. I should be thanking you. With that, he produced a bank card and a martial manual. This card contains 2 million alliance coins, he said. It is a special reward fund from our school. As for this manual, it is a rather special martial technique from our collection. An rank technique, called Ling Hun Chongji Soul Impact. The name sounds fearsome, but in practice it primarily disrupts an opponent's mind in combat, creating an opening for a fatal strike. Principal Wang explained with a smile. He had considered the Martial Alliance and Administration Hall's rewards, and therefore allocated 2 million alliance coins. He had specially chosen the martial manual because he had learned that Ning Feng was not only a martial artist, but also a first-rank apothecary. Since Ning Feng was an apothecary, this martial technique manual should suit him well. Ning Feng did not hold back, directly accepting the bank card and martial arts skills. When he returned to class, all the students looked at him with shocked and admiring eyes. Brother, your performance today was truly amazing. What was the name of that martial arts technique you used? My sister and I were almost scared to death. Xiao Bailu said, covering her chest with sparkling eyes. Seeing the dozens of meters long lightning dragon turn the entire competition stage into ruins, she and her sister were genuinely shocked. I am your brother, so of course I should have the strength to protect you and Jingzhe. Ning Feng said, looking towards the front row, only to find his sister, Xiao Jingzhe's seat empty. Where is Jingzhe? Oh, she went to the office. Just then at the entrance of class 1, Jingzhe hesitated, wondering whether to go in and find Ning Feng. Although her attitude towards Ning Feng today was not very good, he had secretly liked her for 3 years. If she took the initiative to lower her stance, perhaps Ning Feng would still develop feelings for her. Jingzhe, what are you doing here? Xiao Jingzhe, just out of the office, coldly asked. Jingzhe was startled. After realizing it was Xiao Jingzhe, she returned to her disdainful expression. None of your business, I'm looking for Ning Feng, Appa. Saying this, she prepared to walk into class 1. Who is your Appa? Xiao Jingzhe grabbed her. Hearing Jingzhe call Ning Feng Appa, a surge of nameless anger rose in her heart. She wished she could beat this woman up. Don't pull me. Xiao Jingzhe, don't try to hit me, although I'm not afraid of you. Ning Feng is your brother after all. Once I get together with Ning Feng, you'll have to call me sister-in-law in the future. Jingzhe pushed Xiao Jingzhe away, speaking arrogantly. Normally Xiao Jingzhe never paid her any attention. Afterward, she would be the other's sister-in-law. Hearing Xiao Jingzhe call her sister-in-law would definitely be a very satisfying thing. Slap. A sound of a slap echoed throughout the entire class. Everyone turned to look at the door. Xiao Jingzhe was still in the motion of slapping, while Jingzhe's right cheek already bore a bright red handprint. You actually dared to hit me. Jingzhe looked at Xiao Jingzhe with disbelief on her face. The sting of her cheek, combined with the gazes from everyone around, filled her with humiliation. At this moment, Ning Feng also rushed over. Jingzhe, what are you doing in our class 1? Saying this, he pulled Xiao Jingzhe behind him. Although Xiao Jingzhe was the class monitor, privately hitting someone without going through the proper school channels could easily violate school rules, and in serious cases could even lead to expulsion. Even if you severely injured someone on the competition stage, it didn't matter. Privately, you could not bully classmates based on strength. This regulation was indeed brain dead. But there was no other way. The school was also trying to protect those students who had yet to mature. Otherwise, if upperclassmen bullied lowerclassmen, those with talent but temporarily undeveloped strength would all leave. Appa, how can you favor Xiao Jingzhe? Look at what she did to me. Jingzhe said, feigning a pitiful expression, trying to lean on Ning Feng's shoulder. Ning Feng quickly dodged. This woman had just been calling him a waste this morning. Now she was putting on this act. It was truly disgusting. Jingzhe, I have nothing to do with you. Although we were classmates in middle school with so many classmates in the class, who remembers that anymore? Stop spreading rumors that I like you. If I hear you spreading rumors again, I'll go directly to the principal and have him adjudicate. Ning Feng maintained his distance, his face cold as he spoke. This was also a warning to Jingzhe. If she dared to complain, he would also go to the principal to seek justice and see who would be expelled first. Hearing this, Jingzhe's expression changed multiple times. After being slapped, she was already thinking about going to find the grade director and the principal. Xiao Jingzhe hitting a classmate must lead to expulsion. But if Ning Feng said that, then she would also be expelled together. With less than 3 months until the college entrance exam, she certainly didn't want to miss out on attending university. Appa, I was actually coerced by Lei Qian. I really have always liked you. I didn't spread rumors. I have always liked you, I just didn't dare to say it. Jingzhe spoke again, wearing a pitiful expression. Any man would find it hard to escape her tactic. Get lost. I'm not interested in you. Ning Feng said as he pushed her out, then closed the door. Finally, he pulled Xiao Jingzhe back to her seat. At this moment Xiao Bailu stood up shouting at the window. You still want to be my sister-in-law? Dream on. You've dated dozens of boyfriends in high school. You actually still want to find my brother as your boyfriend? You must be dreaming. My brother would never look at someone like you. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bailu was equally furious. This woman actually said she wanted to be her sister-in-law. Truly a toad, wanting to eat swan meat. No, it was wanting to eat the swan's brother's meat. Jingzhe, are you okay? Ning Feng couldn't help but ask when he saw Xiao Jingzhe's face was flushed almost like a cooked shrimp. Then he touched her forehead. Why is it so hot? You're not getting sick, are you? Let's go to the infirmary. Xiao Jingzhe, however, did not move and lay on the desk saying, I'm fine. I have a few forms for the seminar on my desk. Please take them to Bailu and the others to fill out. After saying this, she closed her eyes. Are you really okay? Ning Feng hesitated. It was the first time he saw Jingzhe's face this red. Xiao Bailu snorted. Brother, you don't understand. We women always have a few days each month when we feel unwell. Right, sister? Xiao Jingzhe made a sound of agreement. Oh, I understand now. Ning Feng nodded in sudden realization. Then he stood up and picked up a few forms from Xiao Jingzhe's desk. As he leaned over, Xiao Jingzhe just opened her eyes. The two of them locked eyes. Xiao Jingzhe's face, which had already turned less red, immediately turned crimson again at a visible rate. What are you doing? I am getting the forms. You can just reach out and grab them. Why come closer? I didn't want to bump into you. After all, you're not feeling well. Ning Feng also felt a strange sensation in his heart. He quickly picked up the forms. Brother, is this for me? After Xiao Bailu took a form, she asked curiously. Yes. Ning Feng did not explain further. He then handed a form to Gao Sheng, who was sitting on the other side of the classroom. Brother Feng, your performance today was awesome. Did you know? Our class now calls you the strongest big brother. Yeah, the class monitor and Xiao Bailu are both your sisters, right? With you participating in this seminar, you will definitely dominate the students from Fuhai High School and Quangren High School. Damn, we always get beaten by them. That guy Lan Qian is eating from both sides, teaming up with Lansong High School to deal with us from Linhai High School. It makes our performance in Linhai High School seem worse than that trash from Lansong High School. Gao Sheng's face was filled with anger as he spoke. For this, Ning Feng listened with confidence. He knew that Lansong High School used to be called Linhai No. 2 High School. In terms of overall strength, they were no match for Linhai High School. However, it seemed that in recent years the school's board had brought in a wealthy benefactor. Linhai No. 2 High School was renamed Lansong High School. They set their sights on Linhai High School, planning to surpass it within 5 years. In the past, outstanding graduates from middle schools across the city would hardly consider any high school other than Linhai High School. But in recent years, many students have also chosen to attend Lansong High School, especially for students from impoverished families, because tuition is fully waived at Lansong High School, and there are various benefits. Ning Feng had previously considered whether to attend Lansong High School. In the end, Uncle Xiao vetoed it. Although Lansong High School is performing strongly, any fluctuations would affect a student's entire life. Linhai High School, backed by the state, offers more security. Why does Lan Qian want to team up with Lansong High School against us? Ning Feng asked curiously. Does Lan Qian have such guts? Doesn't he fear being held accountable by the school every time he comes back? I heard that Lansong High School has investments from the Lan family. Lan Qian will definitely agree to team up with them. Previously, the class monitor and I reported the situation to the school. Since Lan Qian is doing this, they should cancel his quota. But the school is also quite foolish, they just refuse to cancel. Gao Sheng is a passionate youth. When faced with injustice, he dares to scold anyone. I understand. Ning Feng roughly understood some of the entanglements. It's just that the school doesn't want to offend the Lan family, which has deep roots in Linhai City. So what about Fuhai High School and Quangren High School? Where are they located? He continued to ask. As for Lan Qian, not to mention continuing to team up with Lansong High School, he was currently lying in the hospital, unaware of whether he was alive or dead. Lansong High School is not worth worrying about. What he was concerned about were the other several schools. Although he didn't know much, he knew that Linhai High School's ranking in the entire Nanhai province was not very high. Several high schools from impoverished areas are stronger than Linhai High School. Fuhai City is a coastal city in Nanhai province, not populous, but economically developed. Brother Feng, you should know this, right? Yeah. Ning Feng nodded. Nanhai province is close to the South China Sea. Although Linhai City has some coastal areas, most of it is inland. Fuhai City is almost surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, economically very developed, but also prone to natural disasters with a high frequency of star realms, and almost all of them are sea beast-type monsters. For safety reasons, Linhai City was designated as the provincial capital. Several cities within the province have always been quite dissatisfied with this. Fuhai No. 1 high school has 10 slots for every seminar, and each student is very strong. Last month's seminar, the opponent even had 5 first-class martial artists. Gao Sheng couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle as he spoke. Those guys were too formidable. He and Jingzhe were simply not their match. Then there's the other student, Quangren No. 1 high school. Mentioning this student Gao Sheng's expression was also very complex. Quangren no. One high school is located in Haidong Autonomous City. Brother Feng, do you know about Haidong Autonomous City? Ning Feng thought for a moment. There were over 10 cities in Nanhai Province, and he didn't seem to have much impression of Haidong Autonomous City. He only knew it was close to the border and near the beast battlefield ahead. Almost 80 of Haidong Autonomous City has turned into a beast battlefield. Their star realms appear almost every day. Haidong is also the poorest city in the province. But there the strong are numerous. Any child who can stand knows to grab a weapon to kill beasts. Quangren no. One high school has 12 slots for their school. However, the students who come each time are not the same. There was even a time when 9 unfamiliar faces showed up. Aside from their school's fierce competition, another reason is the high mortality rate. Many students don't even make it to the college entrance exam and perish under the beast attacks. Gao Sheng sighed at this point. Why don't they just move away collectively? Ning Feng just asked this question and then shook his head. If they all retreated, Linhai City would eventually become the front line too. Once they took a step back, they would keep retreating. Who would dare to charge to the front line then? That's why the students from Quangren no. One high school look down on us at Linhai no. One high school. Every seminar they deliberately target us. Because they believe that if it weren't for their protection at the front lines, Linhai City, as the provincial capital, wouldn't be living so comfortably. Gao Sheng continued. Hearing this, Ning Feng was somewhat speechless. Most students from other cities also share similar thoughts. Whenever the class monitor wants to find allies for a coalition, they are always rejected. In the end, they collectively. At first we had 10 slots at Linhai no. One high school, but due to consistently being at the bottom in assessments, our slots gradually got reduced, and now only 5 are left. If we end up at the bottom in this seminar, we might end up with only 1 slot, or even none at all next time. Gao Sheng clenched his fists as he spoke. This was why he was so excited to see Ning Feng showcase his strength. Because this time Linhai no. One high school would finally not be at the bottom. With Ning Feng joining Linhai no. One high school could at least break into the top 20, and the 5 slots could still be retained. Otherwise, they would definitely be scolded to death by the next batch. By the way, Brother Feng, in this seminar it's best to let you showcase your strength first. Then we can pull in a few schools with which we usually have decent relations. As long as we choose to band together, we should not be the first to be eliminated. Gao Sheng was very clear about the assessment process for each seminar. The first part is individual displays. In the end, it's a free-for-all. In the team battle scoring system, it depends on which school students can stand until the end. Therefore, it's not about who has the strongest individual strength. Since everyone will definitely unite to attack the strongest student. You must learn to unite and gather a team. Really? Ning Feng pondered for a moment, then said, can't we just defeat them all? Upon hearing this, Gao Sheng's mouth dropped open in shock. Brother Feng, wouldn't that mean everyone will come? And so what? To earn respect, it's never about groveling to ask others for a coalition. Only if you knock them all down will they acknowledge you. Gao Sheng, do you think that Linhai no. One high school, which always ends up at the bottom and is eliminated, would anyone choose to ally with us? Ning Feng asked incisively. This seems to make sense. But to defeat so many talented individuals, it's simply impossible. Gao Sheng shook his head repeatedly. He didn't even dare to think about such a thing in his dreams. At most, he would dream of beating up that traitor Lan Qian. As for defeating all the talented students, that was simply impossible. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After school, Ning Feng went directly to the Yuan Sheng dojo with his 2 younger sisters. Brother, this time I can also attend the seminar at Tianlu Martial University. Along the way, Xiao Bailu wore a beaming smile. In response, Xiao Jingzhe glanced at Ning Feng. She knew that it must have been Ning Feng who requested the spot from the school. It was essentially a substitution for Lan Qian's spot. This is actually a good thing. Even though her younger sister's current strength may not be of much help to the team, at least she wouldn't be a liability like Lan Qian. Are you still going to meet that Hai Yafa today? Xiao Jingzhe directly asked Ning Feng. Well, after Ning Feng advanced to a first-grade martial artist, the equipment in the dojo basically became of little use to him. He came over with his 2 younger sisters to see if he could refine a batch of pills. Oh, brother, does that mean I won't see you again? Xiao Bailu pouted. It's fine. Ning Feng patted her head. After training, you and Jingzhe should go home first. They'll go back later by myself. The pills he refined last time had basically sold out at the auction. The pharmacy opened in the past 2 days, and he needed to prepare a large quantity of pills. Tonight he would probably be busy until dawn. However, he earned a lot too. Of course, pills aren't consumables, so it's impossible to sell out every day. Although there are many martial artists in Linhai City, most of them won't buy a second pill after purchasing the first one unless he refines a body-refining pill. Brother, how about I wait for you with my sister? Last time you went back alone, you encountered a beast attack on the way. Xiao Bailu said with some concern. Hearing this, Ning Feng laughed and shook his head. How often do beast attacks happen? And don't you have confidence in your brother's strength? Xiao Bailu suddenly recalled the scene of her brother competing with Lei Qian earlier today. Alright, You are now a first-grade martial artist, brother. Didn't you just reach a blood value of 100 calories the day before yesterday? How did you break through to a first-grade martial artist so quickly? To be honest, after seeing Ning Feng's performance on stage, she was still somewhat shocked. She had always been ahead of Ning, but suddenly Ning Feng surpassed her, and she couldn't see his back at all. It should be due to the Gathering Spirit Pill. Not only did the Gathering Spirit Pill help me successfully break through to first grade, but it also increased my rating by 3 stars. Ning Feng said directly. Brother, you are amazing. I heard that most people who take the Gathering Spirit Pill can only increase by 1 star. Xiao Bailu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao Jingzhe instinctively touched the Gathering Spirit Pill she had been carrying with her. Originally, she planned to wait until before the college entrance examination to take it. Now it seemed that she had to successfully break through to first grade before this seminar. She didn't want to be a burden to Ning Feng. Meanwhile, Linhai City underground mansion. Clap. The beautiful woman was violently thrown away, blood spraying forth her face, filled with terror. Master Bishop. There were 7 people in the round table meeting with the red-clad man seated in the first position, and the beautiful woman was the one he had just thrown. However, no one saw him move throughout the process. The other 5 people bowed their heads, not daring to speak. Terasa, I've already given you 2 chances, haven't I? And Master, I've been sending people to look for that kid, but he's either at home or at school. We can't find an opportunity either. The beautiful woman knelt on the ground, repeatedly explaining. Boom. This time, everyone saw more clearly as a red phantom appeared behind the red-clad bishop, a pair of bloody hands reaching out into the air towards the window. A man in an invisible state was suddenly pulled into the room and crashed heavily onto the ground. Crow. Then the masked crow hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted. Evil God, I was wrong. Hearing this, the red phantom finally let him go. Did you see that? It's precisely because of your negligence that the evil God is angry. A mere high school student, yet you haven't resolved the issue for so long. Terasa. The man shouted. Master Bishop, I am here. The beautiful woman crawled over like a dog. Take Crow and go kill Ning Feng. This kid has provoked someone he shouldn't have. Today he must die. After saying this, the man pointed his staff at the beautiful woman's head, and a surge of power immediately filled her body. Feel the power of the evil God, and complete the task perfectly. Evil God eternal. Everyone stood up, placing their right hands on their chests, and shouted, Evil God eternal. Yuanxing Dojo. On the 3rd floor in the refining room. In just under 3 hours, Ning Feng successfully refined nearly 100 Gathering Spirit Pills and over 3,000 Bone Growth Pills. Ning Feng is so amazing. I've never seen a pharmacist who can refine so many pills at once, and with such a high perfection rate. Hai Yafa stood at the door, already somewhat numb at this point. Initially, she had expected Ning Feng to achieve the efficiency he had yesterday, but she didn't expect it to increase so significantly. Sister Yafu, is this enough? Ning Feng stretched and said. As his mental power level increased, he found that refining these first-grade pills hardly consumed any of his spirit. While refining pills, he was also practicing the mirror spirit cultivation method. The speed at which his mental power grew was astonishing. Before long, his mental power level should reach level 11. That's enough, absolutely enough. Hai Yafa said happily. Then she rolled her eyes and said, Ning Feng, I didn't intend for you to work so hard originally. But seeing how effortlessly you refine, why not learn this prescription as well? After saying this, she took out Ning Feng took it and opened it to find it was titled Body Refining Pill. Wow, Sister Yafa, you actually obtained this formula. Ning Feng said in surprise. He indeed wanted to learn how to refine the body refining pill. Because after entering first grade, although blood value is important, one cannot neglect external training. First grade body refining realm, second grade blood quenching realm, third grade jade bone realm. The most important aspect of first grade is body refining, laying a solid foundation for advancing to second grade. And this body refining pill is an essential supplement for all first-grade martial artists in their daily training. Basically, one needs to use one a month. This is similar to the blood value potions for martial artists who have not yet reached first grade. The formula for the body refining pill isn't hard to find, but it's rare for pharmacists to refine it. Hai Yafa said. Why? Is the body refining pill not very popular? Ning Feng asked curiously. Then he immediately thought of the reason. Cost. Exactly, it's about the cost. Hai Yafu raised her eyebrows at him, quite clever to figure it out. So, the body refining pill is a necessary pill for ordinary martial artists, and the authorities have already lowered the price to the lowest point, even offering various discounts. Although the perfection rate isn't very high, it's already sufficient for most martial artists. Ordinary pharmacists can only refine body refining pills for their own use, and they can't sell them at a good price. Moreover, some first-grade pharmacists even go to the authorities to buy body refining pills because the cost consumed in refining them can buy several body refining pills. After all, most first-grade pharmacists don't have a high success rate in refining pills. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng, then he said, if I become proficient, I should be able to control the success rate above 80. In reality, he was being a bit modest. If he were truly proficient, the success rate would be 100. Hai Yafu also knew he was being modest and chuckled. So while other ordinary pharmacists can't refine body refining pills, we can refine and sell them. But the price, well, just a little higher than the authorities will do. Hai Yafu didn't intend to compete with the authorities for business. Of course, the authorities also wish for all pharmacies and drugstores to provide pills to martial artists for free. The reason she dared to set a price higher than the authorities is mainly that the pills refined by Ning Feng have a high perfection rate. Ordinary martial artists might choose to buy from the Martial Alliance to save money. But there are also many martial artists who are not short on money. They would prefer to buy body refining pills with a higher perfection rate. The higher the perfection rate, the lower the negative impact on the martial artist's body. After all, long-term consumption of pills is not a good thing. Taking too many pills with a low perfection rate can easily affect one's foundation, setting limitations for future breakthroughs to higher levels. Thus, many martial artists still pursue pills with a higher perfection rate. As for why the price is only slightly higher than that of the authorities, it's also because the Sanzu drugstore officially opened for business today. The first batch of pills they sold was indeed the body refining pills. Although the price isn't very high, it certainly isn't low either. However, some perfection-seeking martial artists chose to purchase them. Hai Yafu originally just wanted to capture half of the market share in Linhai City. But after being provoked by the Sanzu, she decided to bring down their drugstore first. Alright, I can refine body refining pills. Ning Feng had no objections. He and his two younger sisters would need body refining pills, so learning to refine them was naturally a good thing. Moreover, he would also get a good share of the profits from selling the pills. Many things were being handled by Hai Yafu alone. Her share of the profits was still less than his. Ning Feng felt that all he could do was refine a few more batches of pills. Next, Ning Feng spent less than half an hour successfully learning the method for refining body refining pills. Then he used 10 more minutes to refine the first body refining pill. The pill was a grayish color, and after testing the perfection rate reached 100. So amazing. Hai Yafu had lost count of how many times she had exclaimed how impressive it was. In his first attempt, he managed to achieve a perfection rate of 100. Ning Feng, he is simply a born pharmacist. His future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. Sister Yafu, I will speed up the refining process later. The perfection rate may drop a bit. Ning Feng found that refining body refining pills wasn't very difficult, even simpler than refining bone growth pills. It seems that generations of pharmacists have simplified the process through continuous research, making the method for refining body refining pills more straightforward. It's fine. Wild boars can't eat fine bran. A perfection doesn't have to be 100 every time. Hai Yafu said. As long as the perfection rate can reach above 80, it's considered top quality. Not every pill can achieve 100 perfection. Alright, just watch me perform. Ning Feng smiled, then poured all the materials into the furnace. This time he was going to aim big. Refining 1,000 body refining pills at once. So, amazing. Hai Yafu couldn't help but be mesmerized by this scene. She wasn't worried about whether Ning Feng would make a mistake. She was only concerned if the purchased furnace could withstand it. Whoosh. The flames from the furnace nearly overflowed, yet Ning Feng managed to suppress it with his powerful mental strength. An hour later, a strange fragrance that made one's muscles itch wafted from the furnace. The body refining pills had been successfully refined. Out of the furnace. Ning Feng shouted loudly, and the pills flew out from the furnace. Quick, catch them. Li Fu, don't just stand there, hurry, and bring people to catch them. Hai Yafu hastily shouted. Li Fu and the others who were already dumbfounded hurriedly picked up jade bottles. Ultimately, this batch of pills was tested, and their perfection rates all exceeded 90, far surpassing the body refining pills sold by the Martial Alliance and Sanzu drugstore. Great. Now the Sanzu drugstore is definitely doomed. Hai Yafu shouted excitedly. Ning Feng, you are amazing. If I were a few years younger, I would want to be your girlfriend. To be honest, Ning Feng's spirited aura whenever he refined pills was indeed captivating. Every time Hai Yafu looked at him, she found herself enchanted. Ning Feng smiled, knowing that Sister Yafu was just joking. After all, she was a third-grade martial artist. How could she possibly like him? Immediately after storing all the pills in the warehouse, Ning Feng glanced at the time and found it was already 11 o'clock at night. Jingzhe and Bailu should have gone home long ago. Sister Yafu will head back first today. Ning Feng wasn't very tired. Instead, he was still in a state of excitement due to the increase in his mental strength. He planned to return early to cultivate. Studying during the day, cultivating at night. He truly was in a state of not resting at all for 24 hours. Wait a moment. He'll drive you home. Hai Yafu said as she took out another food box from the warehouse. This is the beast ingredients I specially bought from the Martial Alliance. It's better than the first-grade grassland beef chunks before. But the Martial Alliance really knows how to make money. They actually dared to sell me 6th-grade beast ingredients for 100,000 Alliance coins. Hai Yafu didn't care about the 100,000 Alliance coins. It was just that the beast meat chunks received from the front line had been processed and sold at such a high price. 100,000. Then I'll transfer it to you, Sister Yafu. Ning Feng sat in the passenger seat of the car, fastening his seatbelt while preparing to transfer the money. Hai Yafu immediately blocked him. No. If you dare to transfer it, I won't drive you home today. Am I lacking this 100,000 coins? To this Ning Feng could only respond, alright Sister Yafu, but could you not lean on me? In the narrow car, Hai Yafu almost leaned her whole body over. Ning Feng's back was already pressed against the car window. If the door hadn't been closed, he would have been pushed out. Do I smell bad? Hai Yafu casually asked as she returned to her seat. Not at all. Ning Feng instinctively sniffed, and then said, it actually smells a bit nice. Sister Yafu, what perfume did you use? Get lost. I never use perfume. By the time Hai Yafu dropped Ning Feng off at the entrance of the happy community, it was nearly midnight. Although she drove aggressively and hardly slowed down, her speed couldn't match that of the subway. I can't enter the community, so we'll drop you off here. Hai Yafu said. Ning Feng closed the car door and said, it's fine Sister Yafu, drive carefully on your way back. At this moment, not far from the entrance of the community, several figures were observing from afar. Sir, the target has appeared. The masked crow slightly nodded. Has everyone from the third team of enforcers arrived? Sir, they are all here. Alright. This time we don't have to worry about exposure if our goal is to directly kill that boy. Master Terasa is watching us. This mission absolutely cannot fail. Yes, sir. Just as Ning Feng was walking towards the community, while looking at his phone, he had been smiling while watching some funny short videos shared by his younger sister Bailu. In the next moment his expression changed suddenly, and his body swiftly sidestepped at a peculiar angle to avoid. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sharp arrows shot past him. Bang, bang, bang. The arrows embedded themselves into the marble floor all the way and showing their tremendous force. Who is it? Ning Feng shouted. Clap, clap, clap. The man wearing a crow mask walked out from the shadows. Quite nimble, kid. No wonder you are hailed as the city's hero for slaying a first-tier beast. The man's voice sounded very soft, and his eyes hidden behind the mask were scrutinizing Ning Feng with great interest. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Ning Feng immediately cast an identification spell on the guy. Ding. Identification successful. Identity Cult Enforcer Team Leader Title Crow Strength, 1st grade, 3 stars. Seeing the opponent's strength reach 1st grade, 3 stars, Ning Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Then he glanced again into the darkness. There were at least several figures lurking there. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that your existence has caused significant trouble for our organization. Originally, I was going to let you go since you're a student, but you have repeatedly provoked our bottom line. The man covered his mask with his hand, his expression a mix of pity and sorrow. The fate of those who oppose us is usually quite tragic. If your body were to be sliced piece by piece with a knife, it would surely feel quite delightful, wouldn't it? My dear one seemed to be unable to wait any longer. As he spoke, over 100 crows appeared in the nearby trees, all staring at Ning Feng with their crimson eye. It seemed they could rush in for a feast at any moment. I don't know what you're talking about. I should have nothing to do with your organization. Ning Feng reached for his back, fully prepared for battle. The crow noticed his movement, smirking slightly, seemingly in mockery. For just you, our entire team has come out in force. Do you really think you can escape? He assumed Ning Feng was. Meanwhile, not far away on the rooftop of an abandoned building, 3 figures stood. Crow is still so the chubby man in black said while gnawing on a chicken leg. The tall thin man looked impatiently at the beautiful woman and said, hurry up, and urged Crow to finish the task quickly. Don't waste time here. Although I've used my ability to block all signals around, the effect only lasts half an hour. If that kid escapes, you should know the consequences. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman turned to look at him. The next moment, the tall thin man suddenly fell to his knees with red eyes. Terasa, how dare you use illusion on me? He hurriedly took out a small knife and stabbed it fiercely into his thigh. Instantly blood spurted out, and the intense pain woke him from the illusion. The chubby man dropped the chicken leg, just about to put on gloves for battle. The thin man immediately shouted, don't be impulsive, chubby. He staggered to his feet, looking at the beautiful woman with deep trepidation. The woman before them was not someone their 2 brothers could handle together. If it weren't for the fact that the beasts you released were killed by that young man, how could there be so many problems afterwards? I bore the wrath of the master for you too. Not only do you not appreciate me, but you even dare to speak harsh. The beautiful woman asked with a sneer. The thin man gritted his teeth and finally lowered his head, saying, you're right, Lady Terasa. Oomph. The beautiful woman looked into the distance and said lightly, that young man is at most of 1st grade strength. Crow alone could easily deal with him. Moreover, this time Crow brought along all the enforcers from the 3rd team. If it weren't for being punished by the master twice, I wouldn't even have come tonight. The master even arranged for the chubby man and the thin man to come along. With such a large force, it would be enough to wipe out the entire Linghai High School. For merely eliminating a student. This is simply absurd. Ning Feng, if I were you, I would best just squat down and surrender right now. In any case, your fate will not change. Surrendering might spare you some pain. Crow said with a smile on his face. It seemed that the more fear Ning Feng showed, the more excited he became. However, he was disappointed. Ning Feng appeared calm throughout, showing no signs of fear. Truly a newborn calf, not fearing the tiger. I can understand that. But when you watch your flesh being slowly scraped off, you should experience what pain truly is. After saying this, Crow's body gradually became translucent before completely disappearing into the night. All enforcers charge. With a single command, over a dozen figures dressed in black suddenly jumped out, brandishing long knives as they charged towards Ning Feng. Ning Feng first cast an identification spell on everyone. He found that most of their strengths were below first grade. Seeing this, he had a general understanding. Gun come. He called softly, and a silver-long spear appeared in his hand, shining brilliantly in the night. A few days ago, when Hai Yafu took him around during the auction, she had specially spent money to buy him this spear after he encountered a beast attack that night. Originally, Ning Feng didn't want to buy it, thinking it was a waste of money since he wouldn't use it for the time being. However, Hai Yafu insisted that he must have a weapon. After buying the spear, Ning Feng tossed it into the system space. He didn't expect to use it so soon. This kid actually has a storage device. Crow, hiding in the black attire, said, somewhat surprised. Then he began to feel a bit envious. He heard that this kid was also an apothecary and must have earned a good amount of money. After killing him, wouldn't all that money be his? Great. I didn't expect to make such a big profit while out on a task at night. Crow thought excitedly. As for whether Ning Feng would escape, he never considered that question. The enforcers from the third team were basically all-around first-grade fighters, having completed countless tasks, and could even take down high-level first-grade fighters through cooperation. Even when facing the full-on assault of the third team's enforcers, he could only rely on stealth techniques to temporarily evade. 18 enemies. Among them 8 are first grade and 10 are level 9. Ning Feng carefully scrutinized the group of black-clad figures, taking a deep breath, not daring to let his guard down. In the next moment, dozens of figures charged at him from all directions without any blind spots. Their cooperation was remarkably intricate. No matter from where Ning Feng attempted to break through, he would be attacked by the black-clad figures. However, he never considered breaking through. Ning Feng held the spear, its tip grazing the ground, gradually sparking as the long knives of the dozens of figures were about to strike him. The spear burst into flames, slashing down in a crescent moon arc. Whirlwind slash. Woo. The spear drew a fiery circle, its momentum astonishing as the figures froze midair, their bodies marked by a line of fire, as if they had been sliced in two. Clang, clang, clang. The long knives fell to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Several severed corpses followed, blood splattering everywhere, limbs scattered across the ground. Voila. Not only Crow, but even the 3 people on the distant rooftop wore expressions of extreme shock. The third team's enforcers were actually all killed in a single blow by the opponent.